Episode 401. Seeing Layla being dragged away like that was an unexpected turn of events, but Logan was well aware that this may be the case. There's a good chance that further unforeseeable events will occur. He loathed being in the middle of nowhere with no understanding what was going on. This was not his method of planning or carrying out tasks. This isn't it. He was put on the spot more than ever before, and he had to make decisions quickly before gathering all the facts. Out of everyone else, he was most concerned about Layla. She was the only one who was genuinely a vampire subtype. In comparison to the others, her identity was more difficult to discover. A single ring of a big bell rang out, signaling that lessons were about to begin. There was only one ring and then nothing. The party that had now lost Layla was walking through the school hallways, which were now completely empty, devoid of kids as soon as the bell had rang. The enthusiasm and commotion that had been filling the room only seconds before had died away. "Isn't this bad?" Hey, isn't this bad?" Sia remarked. "How are we going to deal with Layla?" says the group. She inquired as the party went down the corridor, as if hunting for something. Logan was mostly focused on the information that his little spiders were returning to him. He was looking for a server room where the school files were housed right now. They'd be fine as long as they had this, and he could add their names to the list, even if they were reprimanded for arriving late to class. "Don't worry about Layla. She's a formidable opponent who is far more skilled than you realize. And so are you," Vorden responded. He repeated it in his brain, well aware that the two of them were former pure operatives. Finally it appeared that Logan had discovered it, though he would have to use his own power to change it. They resumed walking through the corridors until they discovered the room they were looking for. It was unguarded, unlike their own school's facilities. Perhaps it was because the vampires trusted each other, or because they were afraid to undertake anything so severe. Vorden and Layla remained outside on guard as Logan entered the room on his own. They looked around, but it didn't appear that anyone was running late for class or searching the corridors. The silence between them became increasingly uncomfortable until Sia decided to break it. "Hey, Vorden, do you remember who I was? Before the memory loss?" As she asked the question, flashes of memories of all the unusual advances she had made toward him, as well as all the compliments, flashed through his mind. Maybe Rayton liked them, but Vorden didn't. "You were a confident girl," Vorden replied. Meanwhile, Logan was in the darkened area, which was lit by red LED lights. There was a massive terminal, unlike anything he'd seen before. After what had occurred in the scientific lab, this caused him to pause for a moment. "They can't all be that way, can they? We're going to have to change everything if I can't do this." He placed his hand on the machine and waited a few moments, his heart hammering loudly and his palms slightly sweating, but a smile came on his face after a few seconds. He was being monitored by the machine. Logan discovered that there were very few students in the school after gathering data from the machine. There were around 500 pupils in all, including those in the other buildings. Another oddity he saw was that there appeared to be only one year group. It was unusual, but the computer just had knowledge of the school and didn't know why things were the way they were. Hopefully they'll soon find out. Logan intended to enroll them in the class with the smallest number of students, but it turned out that practically every class had a tiny number of pupils, up to a maximum of 20. The computer system was also linked to the other systems around the campus, so Logan also altered the information on the other computer as well for Layla's sake. "And done," Logan said. As they walked out of the room, they needed to locate their classroom, which was D. The corridors were divided into different letters, depending on which side they were on, and they ultimately discovered it. They couldn't discuss certain topics anymore, so they'd have to get as much information as they could on their own for the time being. However, a female voice could be heard before they could even enter the room. "Are you going to come in or stand there all day?" She could tell people were standing outside. Logan was the first to enter the room, followed by Sia and Vorden. Looking around the room, the female teacher could be seen standing in front of a digital display, while all of the students sat in seats that ran diagonally up in each row, similar to those found in a movie theater. Two of the students in the class were the first to notice who had just entered. Snow and Fred, the two students who had assisted them in getting here. "Whoa, they really didn't listen to us. They're mega late," Fred whispered. "I know, I wonder what the—" "Stop talking!" the teacher yelled as she flicked her finger and hurled what appeared to be a small red bullet that grazed Snow between the eyebrows. He'd fallen off his chair with his head flung backwards. The teacher then turned around to look at the three in the classroom. "Now, who are you three?" she asked. We're students of this class, Logan replied as he bowed down. Sorry we are late. The other two quickly did the same and apologized as well. Sorry we are late. You appear to be well-mannered, says the teacher. However, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. All the pupils are already in my class. The list has been reviewed, and everyone on the system is present and accounted for. It would be preferable if you discovered your true class and allowed them to punish you. Is it possible you made a mistake, miss? Logan said. Hearing the kid say this, many of the pupils clenched their teeth, and some felt compelled to duck behind their desk in dread of the teacher exploding. They'd all heard the whispers about how severe instructors could be, particularly this new one. She carefully examined the three, and she could clearly hear the young girl's heartbeat, which was the loudest of them all, indicating that she was terrified. All right, I'll double-check, but let me tell you, I'm meticulous, and can't recall the last time I... However, the teacher opted to pause before proceeding. The three and the entire class waited in silence as she walked to her computer system, and there were 3 names added that she hadn't seen before, just as Logan had indicated. When I got my schedule this morning, I'm sure there weren't this many pupils in this class. Did they move the people around at the last possible moment? She pondered. She stepped up to the 3, leaving her computer behind. Unable to confess that she might have made a mistake, she said, There appears to have been a last-minute change in pupils from other classes, and no one bothered to inform me. However, because I was wrong and you were late, I have chosen not to punish you. Please have a seat. Because there were few empty seats in the class, the 3 of them were forced to sit separately. Sia sat at the rear close to a tall boy. Logan sat near the front next to a couple of girls, and Vorden chose to sit next to the 2 they had met earlier in the day, Snow and Fred. It was time for the real lesson to begin, now that everything had been completed. All right, everyone, I've decided to restart the class from the beginning because 3 students were late, she stated her case. There were no grumbles or complaints from the students. She continued to speak while walking up to the digital display and writing her name on the board. As many of you are aware, I'm a new teacher who has chosen to begin this term. I'm sure you've heard a lot about my family and recent events, but I want you to forget about it. You are my students, and I shall fulfill the responsibility that has been placed upon me. You may all refer to me as... Moving to the side to allow the students to see the screen, the words S-I-L-V-E-R were printed out on the digital display. Silver, she stated it, her face as straight as it had always been. Episode 402. Many people were perplexed as to why Silver had suddenly decided to pursue a career as a teacher. Normally, a vampire knight's obligations kept him too busy to undertake such a thing. However, after learning of her brother's events, she had made the decision to return to Earth and become a teacher. It was something to keep her mind off things. She had discovered that she enjoyed teaching at the military post and decided to give it a try here. But it was the fact that Silver had decided to become a regular teacher that surprised the others the most. Her status as a vampire knight meant she could be teaching the direct descendants of the 13 families, the next generation of leaders, if she truly wanted to. They were frequently taken out of class and given extra lessons that the other students were not allowed to have. When word got out that Silver was going to be teaching regular vampire students, word got out quickly, especially among those in Class D. Logan was sitting in the back of the classroom, looking at all of the pupils, when he noticed something that stood out among them all. That was evidenced by the fact that all the boys appeared to be in a stupor as the teacher spoke. Logan took a bit to figure out what was going on because the girls didn't seem to be doing the same thing. At the very least, the majority of the females. Okay, Silver remarked. Now that I've finished my introductions, it's time for you to tell me about yours. Please include your first and last name, as well as your family's phone number. Nobody cares what you want to do or what you like to eat, so let's keep it brief and to the point so we can get along with this boring introduction. She took a look around the room and pointed to the boy who was closest to her. You can go first because you're up here. As the boy stepped up to her and got closer, she murmured something. The color of his face began to change. He was also fumbling with something behind his back, which he revealed when he brought out what appeared to be a small red gemstone. Teacher, I realize you don't know who I am, but I brought this for you as a gift, in the hopes that we can get our relationship off to a good start. With his hands outstretched, the child said, I appreciate it. As she placed the gift on her desk next to her, Silver said. Silver was unconcerned about it. It was common for them to bring gifts like this when visiting other families and the homes of lesser vampires. She wasn't sure if it was typical for pupils to do so, though. Logan now saw why all the boys were acting the way they were after seeing this. It was evident while looking at Silver that the lads wanted to impress her on the first day since she was a beauty. Logan couldn't say he was into relationships or that sort of thing, but he could sense when someone was attractive, and he couldn't deny Silver's, with her wonderfully symmetrical features. They say the more symmetrical someone's face is, the prettier they are, Logan thought. It seems her beauty has had quite an effect on these people. Perhaps there is a chance I can create a robot that's even more symmetrical. One with the perfect square head, a flat nose, and the eyes in the perfect spot. This will surely attract everyone. Others would think Logan was insane, or at least even crazier than they already thought, if they could see what he had in his head as flawless. My name is Tullen Defond, the boy said. I belong to the 9th family. My favorite things are... Silver cleared her throat, interrupting the boy. That's enough. The boy was even more ashamed than before, and he returned to his seat swiftly. The introductions continued as they went around in a row, one after the other, and there seemed to be a similar pattern. All the boys had in one way or another given a gift to Silver. Some of them were red crystals, while others were special plants or items of clothing. Vorden, who was observing the whole scene, thought it was odd that only the boys were giving gifts and not the girls. Perhaps it was a vampire tradition he wasn't aware of, and since he'd been one of the first lads to be called up, he'd be called up before Logan. He would also have been the first boy to present Silver with nothing. Hey, do you think it'll be okay if I don't have a gift for Silver? Vorden spoke quietly to Fred, who sat to his left. Fred took a quick glance at Silver to see if she was paying attention to their chat. He didn't want what had just occurred to him to happen again, and he didn't want it to happen to Snow. You're going to be okay, Fred replied in hushed tones. When we found out who our instructor was, we all got together and decided to go into the woods and try to find a gift for her. Silver is well known for her beauty, but she has yet to find a suitor. Silver's head moved a little at that point, and Fred straightened up his body and looked ahead as if nothing had gone wrong. With this piece of information, Vorden had a better understanding of what was going on and why so many vampires were flocking to the school this morning. It was a D class. He felt a little more secure now that he wouldn't be punished for bringing a present. His mind felt at ease, but that tranquility was short-lived. Okay, you're next, Silver said as she pointed at Sia. Vorden was the first boy to be called out of the group, but he wasn't the first one to be pulled out of the group, and he was anxious as he watched Sia get up from her seat, shaking. Perhaps Quinn was right. Maybe bringing her to this world wasn't such a good idea after all, Vorden thought. As she went up to the front, everyone noticed how much her legs were shaking. It was unusual for one to act like this. Sure, some of them were nervous, but not at this point. My name is Bia, she introduces herself. They had anticipated something like this, so they instructed everyone to use fictitious names that Logan had created on the computer. Logan, on the other hand, was not particularly inventive when it came to name-calling, opting to simply modify one letter of everyone's name to begin with the letter B. If they used their first names, the vampires would have a hard time finding them because there were so many individuals named Vorden and Logan in the globe. Their surnames were well known. Still, Vorden couldn't help but shake his head at the dreaded naming sense that Logan had come up with. Sia found the next section to be the most difficult. She recalls them asking a similar question at the institution. The robot had requested Vorden to proclaim his ancestors, selecting a number between 1 and 13 at random. Regardless of the number Sia chose, the others agreed to do the same. That way, if they were often together, it would make more sense to the rest of the class. And I come from the 10th family, she said, picking a random number. The tone in the room changed abruptly, and Vorden had overheard what Fred had said sitting next to him. No wonder she was so frightened when she walked up. This was the first time Fred had said such a thing, and such a strange reaction, and the atmosphere was felt in the room. I just wanted to remind everyone, Silver said, that at this school, as long as I'm your teacher, it doesn't matter from what home you come, you are all deemed to be in the pooling stage by me. You can get out of that by going to school. She then turned to face Sia and placed her hand on her shoulder, as if to soothe her. If you work hard in my class, there's a strong possibility you'll be able to attract the attention of the other families and make a difference. The introductions continued, and the atmosphere soon turned normal, with a few people chatting here and there, and people clapping once an introduction was complete. Then another vampire boy came up to the front. He declared his gift to Silver like the rest, and then stated his number as 10. All of a sudden it changed once again, and Silver had to remind the others to clap, as he quickly rushed off to head back to his seat. Then finally it came to the point where it was Vorden's turn. While walking, he started to think about whether or not he should say a different number based on the other's reaction, but they had already decided beforehand. My name is... B... For a second, Vorden stuttered at how ridiculous his name sounded, but he had to do it. My name is Borden, and I'm from the 10th family. He quickly went to his seat before anyone could clap or do such a thing, and allowed the introductions to continue. Hey, don't worry about being in the 10th family, Fred said. We'll look after you and make sure nothing happens. Vorden knew it. Something indeed was different about the 10th family compared to all the others. But the question was, what? Finally, it was time for the last person in the class, Logan. When he came up, his introduction was quick and sweet. My name is Bogan, and I'm from the 10th family. As he sat down, Silver could finally start her lesson. Okay, everyone, now that the introductions are over, I thought it would be best if we did something more practical for our first lesson, and something you might all enjoy and find fun. Silver went ahead to write on the digital board, and the words read out, Lesson 001, How to Drink Blood. Episode 403. Hearing the name of the first lesson that the group needed to attend caused a panic in all of their brains. They read the words slowly to make sure they didn't miss anything, but it definitely said, How to Consume Blood. Does this mean we might have to actually drink blood? Sia thought as she gulped down. Typically, the first day's lesson consisted of ice-breaking and getting to know one another, or maybe a friendly tour of the school. They quickly realized, however, that this was not a typical school. As a result, they would not be able to participate in regular classes here, such as math and English. More than likely, they would be learning about biology, specifically human biology. Silver led the class to one of the school gyms after informing everyone about the day's lesson. The gym was fairly large when they entered, and with only about 20 or so students, it felt even bigger. However, the three of them immediately noticed something spread out across the floor, something that almost made their stomachs churn. They might have done it if it hadn't been for the fact that all they'd eaten were Logan's tiny little food pills. Something that could only be described as a human body lay on the floor. 5 bodies were evenly spaced across the floor in the shape of a star. The students were ecstatic when they saw such things. Whoa, are they really human bodies? Someone asked. I've never seen a human before. They look like us, right? Don't you think they kind of look the same? You idiots, of course that's not a human body. Silver moved to the center of the gym, picking up one of the bodies on the floor, and with a small menacing glance toward the chatty students, they immediately began to quiet down. As some of you may have guessed, this is not a real human body. Our science department has created a material that almost perfectly mimics the way human flesh reacts. Logan briefly considered whether all of the bodies they had seen in the glass container were also made of this so-called replicated flesh, but he quickly changed his mind. Quinn's system had confirmed it, and the Wendigos would have recognized the difference. Logan, too, noticed a distinct difference between the ones here and the ones in the glass container, and that difference was the smell. Real human bodies rotted away. Humans were also able to develop a material that could mimic skin and organs. Doctors frequently used it for training, but Logan never expected to see one in a place like this, being used in this manner. The bodies have also been filled with a fake liquid that is the same consistency as blood, Silver continued to explain. For obvious reasons, on the first day we have decided to avoid using real blood. We know some of you might not have as much control or a strong will as others, and we wouldn't want to be so cruel as to subject you to such things on your first day. Some of the students looked a little nervous before, and now felt a little relieved after she had said that. Many of you will never see a human in your life, while others will have jobs that require you to interact with them. Still, if an emergency ever arises, we must learn how to extract blood from our victims without being discovered. Is there a better way to extract blood? Silver inquired as she looked around the room, eventually deciding to point towards Vorden. Me? Yes, you, Borden, Silver said. Hearing that name, wanted to make Vorden hit himself, but right now he had to come up with a good answer. Your fangs? Vorden replied, pointing to his mouth. Perhaps I should have phrased the question differently, Silver stated. Yes, using our fangs is the most efficient way to consume blood. They can easily pierce the skin and use our saliva to cover up the wound. But does anyone know what the problem is with that? She waited a few moments to see if anyone would raise their hand, but in the end, no one did. It's true you wouldn't know, but the majority of you consume blood from packs provided to you by your family. When we bite into our victims with our teeth, a hormone is released into the human body. This gives them a sensation of extreme pleasure, as if they had taken a drug. 1 or 2 times is fine, but if you do this to a victim multiple times, they will seek you out for more. You also have to be careful, as there are some people who are easily addicted. It might even just take 1 bite to have such an effect. So instead, Silver then pulled out her hand and showed 1 finger. Her nail then started to slightly extend into a sharp point. Placing it on the dummy's forearm, she made a small cut, and the fake red blood-like liquid followed. After placing her finger in her mouth, she covered the wound, and it slowly started to heal. This will be the contents of today's lesson. You must learn how to extend and harden your nail to easily perform a cut that can penetrate through a human skin. There are more things that you will need to learn in the future, of course. How to subdue a human without them noticing, how to clear their memories after. What are the negative effects and side effects to major memory loss? But for now, it will just be this. These dummies are extremely difficult to make, and the material is costly to obtain. As a result, we only have 5 of them. I'd like you to quickly form groups of 5 and surround one of the dummies for practice. I'll be stopping by to give you some pointers and see how you do. Do you follow me? Yes, the boys shouted, while the girls answered in a more calm manner. As most vampires chose to stay with people from the same family, groups began to form quickly. Because the city was quite large, not everyone knew each other, but most of them did because their parents were also members of the same family. With the 3 of them, they only needed to find 2 more, but judging by the reaction of everyone, Vorden knew it was going to be a hard one. How are we going to do this? Vorden mumbled. Well, just be really bad at it, Logan responded, knowing he was asking about breaking the dummy's skin. Instead of waiting, he had already begun recruiting, asking people if they wanted to join their group. Even those who appeared to know no one wanted to join their group, despite the fact that everyone needed 5 people. Vorden looked around and noticed another shy kid who claimed to be from the 10th family. People appeared to be avoiding him in the same way that they were avoiding them. Seeing this, Vorden decided to approach him. Do you want to come with us, Timmy? That would be fantastic. Timmy was overjoyed, he said with a smile. Vorden was reminded of his first meeting with Peter when he saw this and how frail and timid he appeared. As Logan came back to the group, he could see there was 1 more person, but he was sure he had asked everyone to join their group, but they had all declined. Well, they all said no, Logan said. It's expected, Timmy replied. After all, we're 10ths. Probably no one wants anything to do with us. Vorden desperately wanted to ask Timmy what he meant by that. After all, it was the 2nd time he had heard something like that, and it was clear that people were acting strangely towards them. But if he did ask, it would be obvious that he himself wasn't part of the 10th family. Fred and Snow were already in a full group together, but there were still a few strays looking to join a group, but they were refusing to go to the others. So much so that the strays were now asking if anyone was willing to swap with them. Hey, will any of you guys be willing to do a swap? A boy asked. Sorry, man, we're already Yeah, I'll swap, Fred said, as he left Snow and the others and decided to head over to Vorden's group. Hey guys, I came to join you lot. I thought you were all pretty cool this morning, so I thought I would join you, Fred said with a smile. Finally, they had their group of 5, and it was time to pick a dummy, but as they all walked off to head towards the dummy closest, Sia remained there still in her spot. Hearing Silver say something had frozen her in place, and the words memory loss had triggered something in her mind. Vampires have the ability to erase memories? Didn't Layla say we used to be on the same team? And Quinn, he's a vampire. Not just any vampire, but a powerful one. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, but is it possible that he erased my memories? Episode 404, Rumors of the 10th. When Silver was busy explaining the task and showing the others how to make a small cut, they all thought it was quite easy and simple, but it turns out it wasn't that easy at all. After trying it themselves and having a go, they found out a few things. The dummy was quite well made, and the internal structure inside was done as well. This made it more realistic, causing problems. Some of the students had grown their nails too long, and when digging in, dug far too deep, going past the skin and cutting parts they shouldn't have cut. Others found it difficult to harden or lengthen their nails. Then, when attempting to force a cut open, they either made a faint scratch or completely damaged the dummy. Yuck! A boy shouted, as the fake blood splattered all over his face. You have to be cautious because bodies are complex things, Silver stated. However, this is why we practice. If you make a mistake, wait a few moments, spit on the dummy to hasten the healing process, and try again. Please, also give the dummy time to completely heal before allowing the next person to try." Then it was Logan's turn and his group's turn. Sia had finally come to and slowly walked over to the others who had surrounded the dummy. Her mind was a little foggy, and while the others could see she was acting strangely, they didn't know why, but she had been acting strangely the entire time they were there. So it wasn't anything new, and they chose to ignore it. "Layla," she thought. "I need to talk to Layla. I'm sure she will tell me the truth if I ask her, right? But what if she's in on this as well? Why didn't she tell me anything this whole time? Maybe I'm just thinking too much." Fred was the first to have a go, and he even volunteered, recognizing that others may not be the best. "I've done it a few times since my parents showed me how. They were well aware that we would discover this at some point." Fred said this while hardening his fingernail and making a small cut along his forearm. It was ideal. "First, you should concentrate on the hardening of the nail. If you get that bit right, then it's similar to cutting meat with a sharp knife," Fred explained as he went back and allowed Timmy to go next. His fingernail grew slightly, and he went straight to try to make an incision on the dummy. But his hand was trembling, and Fred could see that he had done so in haste, not hardening his fingernail sufficiently. Nothing was created except for a small squiggly line resembling a snake on top of the dummy. "Ha ha!" one of the students from another group laughed. "Well, we couldn't expect much from a 10th. "It's not our fault," Timmy snapped back in anger. Hearing this, Silver decided to intervene and whispered into the boy's ear, who then returned to his work without saying anything else. "Don't worry about it, Timmy," Fred said. The situation behind the tents now piqued Vorden's interest as well as Logan's. Something was wrong, and they needed to know what it was if they were going to keep up their phony identity. As a result, Logan had conceived of an idea. It may have seemed strange to inquire, but he devised a method that would not appear too far-fetched, especially given the amount of information he had gathered thus far. "Fred," Logan approached him and called out to him, "could you please explain why the tents are being treated in this manner? My parents, you see, didn't tell me anything. They did not inform me of the incomings and outgoings on the outside. They didn't want me to get involved or know anything until I was older." It took a few moments before Fred could reply, and he looked a little saddened before he said anything. "It makes sense that your parents wouldn't want you to know. The truth is the kids here know nothing about what really happened. Neither do I, as our parents don't tell us. The only things we do know is that out of the 13 vampire families, the 10th one is the only one without a current leader, which also means they have no vampire knights either. There's a few vampire nobles that probably know the truth. They are the ones that run the castle and look after their people, but there aren't many. Because of this, the 10th quickly turned into one of the weakest families out of the 13. You know about the vampire pool, the vampires that are under a banner but are able to move freely between the families. Well, that's why we are told to work hard in school, to get noticed by one of the 13 families. Because if no one ends up picking you, you end up getting left with the 10th family. As time went on, I guess the others looked down on those who were part of the 10th family. "It's not fair," Timmy said. "My parents didn't choose to be with the 10th, and now I'm stuck here as well. I don't understand. Why don't they just pick a new leader?" At that point, it looked like Timmy was about to break down in tears. Seeing this, Vorden naturally went over to him. "It's okay. You know the only person who is in charge of what happens to you is you. You can change whatever you want. It might be a little harder for you compared to others, but you can change it as well," Vorden said. If the words had come from someone else, then Timmy would have felt like they didn't understand. They didn't know what it was like to be part of the 10th family, but this had come from Vorden, someone who also was a 10th family member. "Thank you." "You may know more than I do, Timmy," Fred stated. "However, I've heard a few rumors about why they haven't appointed a new leader. The nobles are still loyal to the previous leader, and they have made it impossible for a new ritual to be performed and handed over to someone else. Another rumor is that the 10th leader is still alive somewhere, but has not returned. The last I heard, a new 10th leader had already been chosen, but they were just trying to keep it quiet. Or the other families are doing this on purpose, waiting for a time when a new king would be selected." The rumors seemed to be all over the place from what I could tell. Logan reasoned that this sort of thing would only occur if those in charge were attempting to conceal something. Perhaps each rumor contained a smidgen of truth. The vampires appear to have their own politics in this world, just as humans did, the others reasoned. Even in a place like this, where everything appeared to be well run on the outside, there was still discrimination against others. Logan thought it was great news for them when he heard it. Because of their family situation, they were to be treated as weak and unworthy of their time. If they did poorly in school, they could always blame it on the fact that they were in the 10th grade. So when it was Vorden, Sia, and Logan's turn to try to scratch the dummy, none of the others or even Fred were surprised when they couldn't. He was aware that the members of the 10th family were disorganized in comparison to the others, and that it appeared demotivating. Some found it so difficult that once they were in the 10th family, they tried everything they could to work hard to get out of it. There were no grades given at the end of the lesson, because it was just a practical activity that Silver wanted to do on the first day. Something more exciting and active than her simply explaining things to the others. And as she looked around at the students, she felt she had done well. She also decided to keep an eye on the ones from the 10th family, as it appeared that others were targeting them, but not just those from the 10th family. She was also on the lookout for anyone from the 13th family. The issue was that, while she was a teacher, everyone knew about her position in the 13th family. If they were to do anything, it would not be in front of her. "Okay, everyone, it's time for a break. You may now all head to the canteen for some food before returning back to the homeroom class an hour later. Enjoy your lunch," Silver said as she walked off ahead of the students. "Come on, it looks like all you 10th guys are a bit lost," Fred said. "Let me take you to the canteen." But the others didn't want to go to the canteen because they were thinking about what vampires eat. Their minds were racing with images. Was it human flesh, eyeballs, liver, or simply blood? Episode 405, Family Traitors. Fred decided it was best if he stayed with the group as they made their way to the canteen. It wasn't because 10th graders were bullied. There was no need for any of that, but they were frequently shunned, pushed to the side, or treated as extra weight. Some might argue that it was the bullying, but not in the physical sense. As a result, Fred felt a little sorry for them. At least the 10ths had each other, but it appeared that these guys were losing more than usual. Poor guys, especially Bogan. His parents had given up so much that they didn't even bother informing him of his predicament. They may not have taught him much during the homeschooling period, Fred pondered. Vampires, unlike humans, were mostly taught by their families, their parents, and sometimes even by whatever courses or routines their family leaders had set up for them. They would then go to school to learn the fundamentals, and then go through the initiation process of becoming a vampire adult. As they entered the canteen, they noticed a long line of students. They're waiting for their food. There were then several long tables that could accommodate a maximum of 26 students. Each table was set up so that the entire class could sit together. The food, however, drew the attention of the others as they entered. Another class had already arrived at one of the tables before them, and they could see what they were eating. In front of them, there were just various different types of meat and nothing else. The meat seemed to be cooked quite rare, but it was still cooked, and it even smelt quite nice even to them. Although it also seemed like there was nothing else but meat. There were no vegetables or carbs of any sort. "Should I tell them I'm a vegetarian?" Sia thought jokingly. But of course, even if one was in this type of situation, they would need to eat the food just to not raise suspicion. They felt safe. However, as soon as they got closer, they noticed something else. Something that was by each student's side accompanied by their food. It looked like a juice packet that had been covered in plastic-like material, keeping it cold and fresh. But as they saw the students drink up, a red liquid was being shown. The others were just hoping it wasn't what they thought it was. "Those packets are fantastic," looking at them, Fred said. "They only give it to us every 2 days, but they appear to be treating us on the first day. They also keep the smell in, so anyone who is especially hungry won't go on a rampage." With those words, they all knew it wasn't the tomato juice they had hoped for, but that it had to be blood. Fred sat across from them at the end of the table, away from the wall, after they had finished eating. They were staring at the food in front of them. They all started by eating the meat first, ignoring the drink beverage by their side, while Fred took a sip every now and then while eating as well. Still, they couldn't put it off any longer because they had finished their meal, and it was now time to drink. "Rayton, you're better than me at this, right? Would you like me to switch places?" Vorden pondered. "Hey, I enjoy seeing blood spilled. I'm not some sicko who enjoys drinking blood. You put yourself in this situation, and you must get yourself out of it. After all, no one knows where that blood came from. You can count me out if it's from a boy, but if it's from that girl from earlier, you might be able to persuade me to take one for the team." It was either now or never. Logan picked up the juice bag and began to inject it into his stomach. It was difficult, but he continued to gulp it down, but it seemed as if his entire body was refusing to take it down, as it appeared to want to return up with the other food he had already eaten. "It's just tomato juice. It's just tomato juice." Trying to convince himself, he repeated these thoughts in his head, but the slightly metallic taste in his mouth was a constant reminder of what it really was. By some miracle and pure will, Vorden placed the now empty pouch back on the table and was done. "Wow, you must have been really hungry," Fred said. I guess you're one of those, save the best till the last kind of guys." Vorden didn't reply. In fact, he couldn't reply as he had his head held down to the floor, still trying to purge the memory of the last few seconds out of his mind, because if he didn't, there would soon be a big pile of mess in front of him. Logan looked at the pouch in front of him for a few seconds before deciding to pick it up and pass it down the line towards Fred. "Here, I already had my fill today. I'm trying my best to not drink as much," Logan explained. "Also, think of it as a thank you for helping us all so much." In an instant, Vorden turned his head. "You little... Why didn't he say that before I started drinking the blah? I could have done the same thing." It was hard to even think about what he had done without being sick. "Here you go, Timmy," Sia said as she also passed her pouch down to him. "It's the same for me. I already had some this morning." Timmy's pupils dilated as he turned to face Bia, and for some reason, she appeared more attractive than before. No one had ever done something so lovely for him, or given him something so valuable. "Thank you. I'll keep this and give it to my parents when I return home," Timmy said. As the group continued to talk, Timmy couldn't help but constantly look at Bia out of the corner of his eyes. However, their meal was soon interrupted by the clanging of a tray that had hit the floor. A few tables away from theirs, the tray could be seen on the floor, and a student was standing covered in blood. "What the heck did you do that for?" the student shouted back. "You traitors don't belong here. You shouldn't even be allowed to sit with us," another student said. Then a few more students from the other table stood up as well. "Are you referring to our family? Traitors? We're not traitors," another yelled. Then it appears that a few classmates began to support the initial perpetrator, who had thrown the blood on the first student in the first place, continuing to allege that he and his family members were traitors. The squabbling had persisted. The teacher stood there in place, watching over them as they finished their meal, making sure nothing else would happen or was being said. "Are they from the 10th family as well?" Logan asked, assuming it was most likely the case. "What? Did you people spend your entire lives in the woods or something?" Fred exclaimed in surprise. "I suppose there are vampires like you who are completely clueless to current events and politics. It was predicted that something like this would occur, which is why they believe Silver has opted to attend this institution as well." Someone from the 13th family apparently planned against the other families. Not much is known about the facts, but what we do know is that they all found out in front of everyone. Worse, the pupil was a direct descendant of one of the leaders, someone who was in position to become the next leader. Logan had a peculiar intuition, but he wanted to confirm it. "Do you happen to know the name of this student?" "Yeah," Fred replied. "It was Fex Sanguinus." Episode 406, The Subclass School. Layla was becoming concerned as she separated from the others. She had no idea who these girls were and had never met them before, and now she was being hauled away to a separate facility where she would have to attend classes on her own. Her mind was filled with concern, but not only for herself, but also for Sia. Although it was too soon for them to call each other friends, they had relied on one another thus far. Sia used her as a source of comfort, and Layla exploited her to fuel her abilities. "Come on, Layla, you can do it. It'll be like the first time you went to the military academy. You were alone back then, too, and it's essentially the same thing. I'm simply pretending to be one of them." She didn't want to think about it, but her preparation with Pure and all of her training had prepared her for moments like this. She had rehearsed being false and blending in several times and circumstances, and in all of them, she was on her own. The girls eventually brought her to the building, which was a few times smaller than the main one, but so were the other two structures she saw people enter. They entered a sort of reception area before proceeding down a corridor and finally into a classroom. What shocked her was that, for such a tiny school, the classrooms felt unusually large. They were structured in the same way as the classes in the main vampire building, where each row was taller than the previous one, with the very final row being the tallest. The only difference was that the room was nearly 3 times larger. Looking around, it looked like they were already 50 or so pupils inside. And upon closer inspection, they all appeared to be a little different. There were a pair that resembled each other, but were not vampires. Many of them had distinguishing traits that made you realize they weren't quite human. It would be quite hard to conceal. Looking at these, Layla was beginning to appreciate the fact that her 2 small horns on top of her head just seemed like bumps. It was readily concealed by shifting her hair or draping a bandana over her head. But she could be herself right now, so there was no reason to be concerned. "Come on, let's go over there and sit," the blonde girl remarked this while pointing to the front row, because all the other students had already taken the remaining seats. When they came, there were 6 of them, including Layla, but only 5 seats were available. The blonde girl had made the decision to go up to one of the other chairs where a boy was seated. "Hello, would you mind shifting so that my other friends and I may sit here?" The boy looked over at the blonde girl, then over at the other girls. He then noticed one of the females had little lumps on the top of her head. Layla. "If you let me go out with her, I'll relocate." The boy stated this while pointing towards Layla. The blonde girl began to laugh and smile, but a few seconds later, a fist came down on top of the boy's head. "I told you to move," she yelled, and the boy hastily fled and moved to another seat, not wanting to be slapped again. "Girls are scary," he cried as he went away. The 6 girls sat together, allowing Layla to sit in the middle and the blonde girl sitting next to her. "I almost forgot my manners. My name's Amy, by the way. Nice to meet you," she said with a smile. Layla returned Amy's grin, but she couldn't tell if Amy was a decent person or not, when the boy pointed at her and eyed her in a certain way. Inside her, she had a strange feeling. It wasn't your typical way of looking at someone, not in the manner she had felt. As a result, she wasn't sure what she wanted to say to the boy, but Amy seemed to have dealt with him already. "She's strong-willed at least. Reminds me a little of Erin," Layla thought. "Amy, how do I know this is the classroom I'm supposed to be in?" Layla inquired. "Didn't you read the material they provided you? I know it was a chore. My Turner forced me to do it, claiming that it would benefit me. In any case, it's because this is the only class offered at the institution. As you are aware, there aren't many of us C-class subclasses. Furthermore, there aren't enough of them to go to school. In fact, some years they don't even bother with courses, instead instructing the subclasses to wait till there are enough students," Amy elaborated. Finally, the teacher, who appeared to be quite a gorgeous man, entered. He had short hair, round spectacles on his face, and was dressed in a fine suit, exactly like any other human. "Hello there, everyone. I'm Professor Phil, and I will be your teacher for this semester. Now, before we start, I want to have a good look at you all and see what we have," Phil said as he started to walk around the classroom and went up and down the rows. "I see we have a succubus here," Phil said, pointing to one of the students. "Oh, a banshee and a witchess over there." Then, when going back to the front of the class, he noticed one of the girls looking down as if she was avoiding eye contact with him. That's when his eyes started to light up, and he held out his hand. "Do you mind coming up to the front, pretty miss?" Phil said. For some reason, Layla found it hard to say no to the teacher, as if his smile was pulling her in. So instead she nodded as she was led to the front of the classroom with everyone else. "As you all know, it's quite pointless for us to do introductions. Subclasses have no choice when joining a family, because they have to follow the person who turned or created them, but that doesn't mean you aren't special. There will be times when you must work with others in your family, or maybe other vampires completely, and that includes each other," Phil explained. "So it's important that we learn each trait of as many C-classes as we can. So I will ask, does anyone know what—" "Sorry, what was your name?" Phil asked. "Layla," she responded, still ashamed as everyone turned to look at her. Logan had added Layla to the computer system as well, but had been cautious not to change her name. After all, he couldn't tell her unless he used the disguise to inform her of her new name. But if Vorden was here, he would have told Layla that she was lucky to not be called Bayla. "Can anyone please tell me what Layla is?" A few students, including the girls at the front, had raised their hands. The girls seemed to know the answer to the question better than the lads. Phil chose one kid and waited for the response. "A Hanya," the boy replied. "So as you know, we have a Hanya here. Now, I'd like to emphasize how unique this is. It's unusual to come across a subclass like this. Do you understand why?" When Phil asked the question this time, he didn't allow the others a chance to respond and instead continued to explain. "Because Hanyas are the only vampires known to be able to flip between evolutions on the fly. They have a total of 3 evolutions from which to pick, and they can alter based on the scenario. On top of that, each evolution has a unique set of skills that are better suited to particular settings. They don't just stay in one state. They may switch between them at any time. However, after a specific length of time, they will always return to their original condition, such as the one you see in front of you." "Thank you, Layla. Please sit down." Layla dashed away and sat back down in her seat. Phil went on to choose other students at random to come to the front. He'd then do the same thing he did with her, providing a little more information about each category. But Layla was far too distracted to focus, as she was busy thinking about what she had just heard from him. It was possible for her to evolve right now, yet so far she hadn't done so once. Perhaps attending this school was just what she needed. Episode 407, Who Do You Like? Layla's first lesson of the day had taken a long time. It took a lot longer than she expected. Phil, the teacher, was on the verge of introducing every different C-type class he could locate in the room, and it turned out that there were quite a few. There were even a couple that appeared to be the same kind, but were actually distinct. Despite going through all of this, Layla didn't find any of it uninteresting. It seemed as if the words were floating straight into her ears as he talked, and she was doing her best to pay attention to every detail that was said. During that session, she learned a lot about herself and others that she had never known before. The bad news was that Phil could only explain the fundamentals of things. He was a very informed teacher, but when it came to specific questions regarding each kind, he was a little unclear, which was to be anticipated, given the number of distinct varieties. However, it was not a major issue. The first day was all about them discovering who they were. In their facility, there was a library with knowledge on each subclass of vampires connected to the category C. The first lecture had lasted quite some time, and it was now time for lunch. However, when they returned, their responsibilities were to learn more about themselves. Phil would be available to assist them clarify anything they needed, because some of the texts employed complex terminology. Layla couldn't wait to get back to class. It was a very different feeling than when she was in military school. She had always thought the classes to be a chore or boring, but she was having a good time here so far. It reminded her of when she was younger and used to read stories about these things, wanting something like this would happen to her, and here it had. When lunch arrived, they were permitted to eat outside and take in the sights. Layla had no idea that they were all supposed to bring their own lunch to school. Because each person's diet was unique, an allowance was normally set aside and handed back to the family to sustain the C-type subtypes. The class was held on the grass behind the school, where there were several seats and a few trees. Despite the fact that everything was so dark, Layla thought it was unusual. It seemed like she was going to school at night. Amy and the other girls had taken a picnic mat with them and opted to sit beneath one of the trees. They then all took out their meals. Layla was relieved that Amy had approached her and been so kind. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do, since it appeared that Vorden and the others weren't dining outside, or at least not at the same time. The girls continued to chat and talk, and that's when Amy noticed Layla wasn't eating anything. "Did your Turner not give you any food?" Amy asked. Later, Layla discovered that the word Turner was used to represent the individual who first transformed a human into what they are now. There were once just vampires, and when a vampire transformed a human, they had a chance to fall into one of the subclasses. Some subclasses may have offspring, but even their children will work for the person who converted their parents. So anytime someone was referred to as their Turner, they were referring to the original vampire who had converted them or their family. In most circumstances, they would only be allowed to change a human if they reached the vampire noble level, which is required by law. As a result, they and their subcategories would very certainly remain in the same family. Seeing Layla with no food, Amy offered a part of hers, and it looked like a completely normal dish with some rice, veg, and meat. Layla had been eating the food pills, and although she didn't feel hungry, it just wasn't the same as gouging out on a big meal. It was incredibly hard for her to say no, and the two started eating while talking away. "She really is a nice person after all," Layla thought. The conversation between the girls naturally started to move into one thing, and that was the boys. They were talking about if anyone in their current class had caught their eye, and then they eventually moved on to Layla. "So, Layla, is there anyone you like?" another girl asked. "There must be, right? You're so popular all the boys already have their eye on you, so you need to be careful," another said. "They are?" Layla replied, confused. Layla never considered herself as ugly, but at the same time she was never one of the popular girls at school or at Pure Base. Honestly, she never had the time to worry about girly things like that. And now that she had two small horns that looked like bumps, she thought that she would never get a boyfriend. Still, she began to ponder the question deeply, wondering whether there was someone she liked. "Not anyone in the class," Layla said quietly. Amy snapped her fingers as a thought came to her head. "I know, you were walking with those 3 vampire boys earlier, weren't you? I remember there was that tall, hot blonde as well, although he was a little shy." "Who, them?" Layla said. No, not one of them. Although there were times when Vorden was nice to me. We didn't get along at first, but he slowly started to get better," she thought. "Wait," another girl said. "If it's not them, and the reason why you don't want to tell us, is it because it's your Turner? Were you turned directly by him?" "Yeah, that has to be the case. I hear that a lot of humans were turned by vampires because they fell in love," another girl replied. Images of Quinn started to appear in her head, and her face started to heat up and her cheeks started to redden. She ducked her head into her knees, wishing to hide the embarrassment. Well, that case has been solved. Well, if you were turned directly, then it might actually make some of the boys weary of you. So see that as a good thing, Amy said. Anyway, if you were turned, who was it? It had to be a vampire noble, right? Or maybe even higher? Not knowing how to reply or what to do, Layla was trying to think of an answer. She didn't know any vampire names, and she couldn't exactly tell them all it was Quinn. But just then a commotion seemed to be happening behind them. Oh no, not him, Amy mumbled. Layla, keep your head down, okay? Not sure what was going on, Layla decided to do as she was asked. It didn't feel at this point that Amy would try to do anything to harm her. Well, well, look at all the pretty girls, a boy's voice said. It was right for me to come over to the C campus. After all, you have the best-looking girls in the school. For some reason, Layla had noticed this too. The C-type subclasses were mainly female. In the classroom, over 70% of them were girls, while the rest were boys. Perhaps that also had something to do when her evolution path was being chosen. Xander, shouldn't you be at the main building right now? Lunch is nearly over, Amy said. Oh, Amy, Xander said as he played with his hair a little, making sure it was perfect. You grow more beautiful by the day. I decided to see if some of your friends here would care to accompany me after school today. Besides, you know I get away with more than I should, being the most promising student of the school and all. The girls started to whisper to each other as they now realized who Xander was. He was one of the vampires that belonged to the first family, one of the most skilled, and had been invited to also learn their family's ability. They soon realized why he had so much confidence, and it would be good for the girls to get on his friendly side. However, Amy too belonged to the same family. Although her Turner was a different person, they had spent a lot of time growing up together, and she never did like the arrogant air he seemed to show. Oh, and who's this pretty girl I haven't seen yet? Would you care to turn around? Xander asked. So far, Layla had been looking in the other direction while sitting underneath the tree, and right now she didn't know what to do. It would be strange not to turn around when someone calls you, right? What's the worst that could happen? As she turned around and Layla's face was in view, something had struck deep in Xander's heart. He gripped his hand over his chest and started to fumble as if he had been hit by an arrow. Those cute little horns, the white soft skin, and that innocent look in your eyes, Xander said. At this point, Amy wanted to stop it, but there were some things that she couldn't do. Being part of the same family, and Xander being in a higher position than her, if she was going to try to do anything, she would get into serious trouble. In his excitement, Xander went forward to grab both of Layla's hands, bringing them close together. Please, go out with me, Xander said. But the whole thing was too overpowering for her. She had never let someone get this close to her, in her personal space so suddenly without knowing them. She quickly wiggled her hands free and moved back, and as if on instinct, she placed both her hands out. Spiritual chains. The black ball came out so fast, hitting Xander around the body, tying him up in an instant. Good one, Layla, Amy said as she had now grabbed Layla's hand. Come on, let's get out of here. All the girls quickly followed as they headed back to the C campus. Xander could do nothing but wait for the chains to go away as he watched the girls run off. So you have a little bit of bark to you. That just makes things better. I will make you mine. It would be an honor for someone like you to go out with me. Episode 408, Unknown Author. After lunch, Vorden and the others began to make their way back to the classroom. They went sooner than the others since it appeared that the tables engaged in the incident had been requested to remain behind for a reprimand. At the very least, they appear to have greater discipline than our military base. But, Vorden reasoned, things may improve once they return. After all, Duke had been tremendously influenced, and it was possible that it had transformed him for the better. Also, based on Nathan's reaction, there appeared to be something else going on behind the scenes, as Vorden had suspected. While heading back through the hallway, the group seemed to be witnessing something happening not too far from their class. Hey you're from the 13th family, aren't you? The boy said. It appeared that one of the boys was being aggressive to another and had him pinned up against the wall. The boy who was acting as the aggressor was a bit of a pretty boy. Xander, my family honestly didn't know what was going on with Fex. We really didn't know. That's why it was decided to strip him of all his titles and relation to the family, so things like this wouldn't happen, the boy said. Xander, unlike everyone else, had a different motive for bearing a grudge against the 13th family, even if the guy tied up against the wall didn't know it. An unnamed white had defeated him in combat because of Fex. He'd been humiliated in front of the leader, and it was possible that he'd damaged his prospects of rising up into the main family. He was blaming Fex and his family instead of the individual who had harmed him. On top of that, He'd just had an altercation with a weird female outside, which had made him feel even weaker, and he needed to blow off some steam. The fact that the student was a member of the 13th family made him the ideal target for him. "That doesn't change the fact that you all could have been plotting something," Xander said. The back and forth continued, and Fred, seeing this, even pulled a sour face. "Come on, let's go to class." However, as Fred rounded the corner on his way to class, he observed that someone else had proceeded to go forward. The squabbling between the two continued, and it appeared like it had reached a boiling point. Xander clenched his hand, preparing to vent his frustrations on the kid in front of him. Just as the fist was being launched, another came out and pushed the weight of his hand in the exact precise place and timing, causing the punch to hit the wall behind him. When he looked at who had just done such a thing, he noticed a lovely blonde boy to his right. "Wait, what do you think you're doing?" Vorden inquired. He couldn't help but become involved. After all, he was having awful flashbacks of what had happened to Peter. Even with the professors interfering, it appeared that there were still people who were viewed as superior to the rest. Vorden could tell Xander was the sort who didn't give a damn. Why else would he do something like this in public, and why would Fred choose to disregard it? It was because he felt like he was above the rules. In his right hand, Vorden held the black sword, not because he was going to use it to attack, but to activate the skill to give him the strength needed to push the fist aside. Looking at the weapon, Xander chuckled. "Ha! Who the hell is this nobody that uses beast weapons to fight? If you had any faith in your strength, you wouldn't use such a thing," Xander replied. At this point, Xander was getting ready for a fight, and Logan was right there behind him, ready to support Vorden if anything was too serious. However, just then, Silver seemed to have come down the hallway, and her eyes were staring at Xander like daggers. She noticed the boy he had pinned up against the wall and could guess what was happening. Seeing this, Xander tutted and returned to his lesson. Because he hadn't technically done anything to the student, there was nothing Silver could get him for, and he and she both knew it. Even so, she couldn't help but stare deep into Xander's soul as he walked away. She kept staring at him until he walked back inside his classroom. "Damn, that bitch is scary," Xander thought as he shook the shivers and goosebumps off of his mind. The young boy quickly said thank you to Vorden before heading back to his own class. "Thank you, Vorden. Not many would be brave like you to go up against Xander like that," Silver said. "No worries," Vorden replied as he put his sword away on his back. "I just hate seeing crap like that." Amy had finally stopped running and let go of Layla's hand as they returned to their school building. She could tell the relaxation on her face had just recently emerged, yet she still seemed anxious about something. She turned around and began to grin as she looked at Layla. "That was a good one," Amy said, giving a wink. "That Xander still flaunts himself like he's some big shot. I thought his apparent loss would bring him down a peg or two, but then they decided to keep it a secret from everyone, and he's still the same as he always is." "What do you mean?" Layla asked. "Oh, don't worry, I was just mumbling to myself," Amy replied. "But seriously, that guy is a perv. Do your best to stay away from him. Unfortunately, because we are part of the same family, I can't really do much, and the other girls won't be able to stick up to him either." Amy then went into a whisper in her ear. "Actually, they might even turn on you to get on his good side," she whispered. "But if anything happens, then it might be best to tell your Turner. I'm sure he's strong enough to sort him out." Although Layla was not too sure, she had no clue how strong the regular vampires were. The only two she had ever seen fights were Quinn and Fex. If Layla was in trouble with the top student at school, would Quinn really be able to beat him, she thought. With the strange encounter over, the group decided to head back to class as promptly as possible. Inside the class, Phil was already waiting for them. Once all of the kids had returned, a quick head count was done. After that, it was time for them to head to the library. The task was already explained beforehand, so when they entered, they were allowed to go ahead and try to find as much information as possible. The library wasn't very large, and there were only a total of around 6 shelves with books on them. But then when thinking about it, this was all the information they had on C subclasses, which meant there was quite a lot of information there if they thought about it further. The girls split up, as they too were interested to find out as much as they could about themselves. After all, sometimes their Turners didn't know much either. Even Quinn was only able to give Layla basic information about what she was. Going through the library was simple because the books were organized alphabetically. When she went to the H department, she needed to search for anything related to her kind, but there was only one book she could discover. She looked at the front and the book was titled The Truth About Hanya. When looking down at who had written it, she noticed that the name at the bottom had been scratched off. She found it odd and, just to be sure, picked up another book next to it, but this one was completely fine and said the name of the author like every other book seemed to do. Still, for now, she decided she would start to read it. The book wasn't very big and mainly just had details about the Hanya themselves. The first one was about the regular Hanya, the Hanya Nanmanari. This was what Layla currently was. All the information that was written in the book was exactly as both Quinn and Logan had described. This made her feel confident that the contents of the book were accurate. Then, when moving on to the next page, information on the second stage evolution was shown. Shinari Hanya, a mid-level vampiric demon. They have long, sharp horns, tusks like fangs, and more powerful magic. Layla was disturbed even more after reading the account of the progression. If she evolved, she would appear much more hideous than she did now, according to the sounds of things. The one redeeming grace was that each transformation was only temporary, and she would always revert to her original Nanamari form. Although, as she read on, it appeared that they did have more powerful magic and spiritual spells, but didn't go into much detail. The next evolution, Honari Hanya, was on the next page. These have serpentine bodies and can breathe fire. They are swift and agile in this form, with a high level of resilience, but they can no longer cast spiritual spells. No, no, no! Does this mean I'll look like a snake woman if I turn into this? There is no way I'm ever going to evolve into that, Layla thought. Then finally, as she turned the last page, there seemed to be a small bit of writing, but nothing else. The fourth form of the Hanya has yet to be recorded. My research has only taken me this far, and unfortunately there aren't many to observe. Although I have a friend who is willing to help me, so the information on this shall be written down in a second book. Layla closed the book after reading this, and noted it seemed rather ancient, and then there was a publication date. It was over a century ago that it was written. Shouldn't the second book be finished by now then? She thought. But no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't locate anything. Instead, she figured that if she searched by author, she may discover anything. So she took the book and went to Phil, who was standing in the center of the library, keeping an eye on all the kids. Sir, I was wondering if you know who wrote this book. I'm trying to see if there was anything else he wrote, Layla asked. Oh, let's see, Phil replied, taking the book off her. Immediately he noticed that the author's name had been scratched out. Actually, Layla, the scratched-out author's name means the book wasn't even meant to be here in the first place. Maybe it slipped through because you're the only Hanya we've had in a long time, Phil said with a smile. Oh, but then do you know who wrote it? She asked again. Unfortunately not, he said with a smile. As Layla walked away knowing there was nothing else she could do, she decided to try to look at other books about subclasses that were similar to hers. I believe the scratched-out name signifies it belongs to him. I'm curious how long it will take before you're fully erased from vampire history, Phil pondered. Even now, your legacy lives on since you were the founder of these structures. Episode 409, Vampire Structure. There wasn't much else to do for the rest of the day. Because it was the first day of the semester, the students were only given a timetable of what they would learn for the remainder of the semester. The gang took a short glance at it, and there didn't appear to be any concerning details. At the very least, nothing too concerning for how long they intended to stay. And with that, the school's first day had concluded sooner than normal. Students were encouraged to connect with one another and explore the school, but they were not permitted to leave the campus. They may look around the library, the training area, and even the other classes. There were living quarters in each structure, due to the fact that the school was only open for 2 months during the summer. In other ways, the school functioned like a summer camp for all vampire families, while they would be taught by their own family for the majority of the year. They were to stay and learn every day until they were finally returned back to their family to complete their learning and training. They'd be invited back at the end of the year to take the final exam to see if they could become an adult vampire. There were no specifics regarding the exam, but because it didn't touch Vorden or the others, they weren't particularly interested in it. The group had splintered as they exited the classroom. The boys' and girls' dorms were segregated, and they had all been issued a keycard with their room number during class. Sia told the others right away that she was going to get some rest. The others didn't mind because she appeared really exhausted. She had been through a lot in a short period of time. What the boys went through and what she went through couldn't be compared. They were gradually introduced to everything. She'd been thrown in at the deep end instead, and they couldn't blame her for feeling that way. Vorden, on the other hand, believed she had been a little quieter than normal for some reason. Aside from what she had just mentioned as they were ready to leave the classroom, she had not spoken or asked anything about what they intended to do. As the boys were ready to leave the class, Silver decided to warn Borden by stopping and calling out to him. "I just wanted to give you a heads up for what you did earlier," Silver said. "The guy you stopped before is one of the head teacher's favorite students, and he has a connection to the first family. Normally I'd say there's nothing to worry about, but because you're in the 10th family, even if they do target you, you don't have much protection. I assure you that while I'm around, he won't do anything to injure you. You defended my family, therefore I will defend you, but I can't keep a constant watch on you. For today, I would advise you to return to your room," Silver replied as she returned to her classroom. Borden realized it was important that they should not cause any issue after listening to Silver's suggestions. They were in more danger than anybody else. If he got into a battle with a vampire, he couldn't envision not taking a hit, and taking a hit implies spilling blood, revealing his true identity to everyone. He didn't want to get engaged in anything at the time, but his body was moving before he realized it. "Just go," Logan said. "No one is after me, so I'll be fine. Besides, I'm more careful than any of you anyway. I'll try to get some information about what happened to Fex, and try to find out more about the 10ths. With that, the three of them had split up, but would soon join each other again. Spreading his little spiders out and heading to the library himself, Logan tried to gather as much information from as many different sources as possible. After a few hours of research, from gossip, books, and some old articles on the computer system, Logan was starting to get an idea of the structure of the place. Before returning to his room, he decided he would stop by Vorden's first. "There are a few things I found out I thought you would want to hear," Logan said, stepping inside the room. The room wasn't the same size as Logan was used to, but it was a similar size to the standard military rooms, apart from there only being one bed and no one required to share. The decorations were also a little darker, to say the least. The floors were made of dark wood, while the bedpost and frames had twirls on the post, giving it a Victorian fancy feeling. "Shouldn't we tell Sia this as well?" Borden said. "I assume she has too much on her mind. Besides, she's not really interested in helping Fex out, and Peter anyway," Logan replied. "She's only here because of Layla in the first place. First, the school building is split up into 4 campuses. This one that we are in, which is for the vampires, then the other 3 for the vampire subclasses. Category A are those closely related to vampires, Category B the undead, and Category C those strong at magical abilities. Right now, Layla should be at Campus C. It looks like she will be safe there for now, so we have nothing to worry about," Logan explained. "There are a total of 15 castles altogether. There is the main castle, which is the largest one in the center. This castle is where the so-called Vampire King resides. Then there are 7 castles on either side of it. These castles belong to the so-called vampire leaders. If you remember, when everyone was introducing themselves, everyone said a number. This is what it's related to. They all work for the Vampire King. Also, each family seems to have a special ability that only that family knows. An example of this is Fex's string ability belonging to the 13th family." "Wait a minute," Borden said, "but I didn't hear anyone say a number above 13. "This was what got me a bit confused as well," Logan replied. "The only information I could find was that 2 of the castles seem to be practically empty and completely abandoned. One of these is castle number 10. We now know why, thanks to Fred. It's due to the leader who has gone missing. And then there is the 14th castle. Unfortunately, it seems like I could find nothing about this castle. Those who are linked by blood or who are connected reside within the castle. Aside from direct offspring, no one inside them is weaker than a vampire noble. All of these people understand how to employ the vampire abilities. On top of that, there are 100 more people who have the talent but aren't linked through blood. They don't reside far from the castle. Each vampire family has a total of 1,500 people. The rest of the vampires, who knew the structure of the vampires, were beginning to frighten Borden. Who knew how powerful the vampire leaders or the vampires within the castle were? Don't belong to the 2 groups mentioned above, live all over the city. Most of them don't ever learn an ability with hopes of one day being promoted and moving up to the top 100 within their family. Knowing the structure of the vampires was starting to scare Borden a little. Who knew how strong the vampire leaders or the vampires inside the castle were? So, Fex is a part of the 13th family, then most likely he's in a castle at the moment. Maybe Peter as well? Borden asked, thinking about the possibility that they would have to fight around 50 vampires to get Peter and Fex out of there. This information was almost impossible to find. It seems like everyone knows about Fex, but at the same time doesn't. They just know he had done a bad deed worthy of an execution, and as for Peter, nobody knows anything. If I was to take a guess, I would say they have them both at the 13th castle, but we can't move until we get more information. Perhaps as time passes, more information will become available. I'll keep one of my spiders in each room and watch what happens." The day had come to an end, and the three attempted to sleep as best they could, but it was practically impossible. Vorden was beginning to believe that the entire rescue attempt was a catastrophe. Quinn is strong, but he couldn't possibly stand up to all the vampires. It didn't seem like a logical thing to do. They had previously carried out several operations against major players such as True Dream and throughout the event, but this looked to be on an entirely new level. Sia, on the other hand, was beginning to believe that a vampire had erased her memories, and the only vampire she knew of that was seemingly close to her at the time was Quinn. She needed answers, and she needed them quickly. Episode 410, Clever Creature. Quinn could feel his heart beating as he took one step at a time up the stairs. He knew he was at the right place as he looked up at the black sky. He didn't feel fully at home here, yet something felt a bit familiar to him. He wasn't sure whether it was just in his brain or if it was the vampire half of him beckoning to him, but he didn't feel out of place or terrified. He had finally planted his foot on solid ground as he reached the top, and it appeared that he had finally arrived outdoors. When he turned around to check what he had come out of, he noticed the stairway with the slanted door leading somewhat underground, resembling a bunker. He had no idea where he was or what he was doing. There was a forest with dark gray foliage and a sky with only a solitary moon visible from his position. "Is this the vampire world?" Quinn asked. "It certainly looks like it," the system replied. "What do you mean?" Quinn said. "I thought you said the vampires originally lived on Earth." "I did, and what I said was the truth, but we had established our separate place. Designed for us, and the trees you see here were something that could only be found in that special place. I'm starting to wonder how they managed to move everything over." Only knowing that he was in the forest, Quinn decided to see if he could try to get up high to some vantage point. Looking at the trees around him, he went and tried to find the biggest and tallest tree. Most of them were the same size, but if he got to the top, he should be able to see quite far, especially with his vision. It didn't take long for him to scale the tree with his powerful hands. He had finally reached the top and could look outward after jumping from branch to limb, making his footfall as light as possible, like a monkey. Behind him was a gigantic mountain that appeared to be a couple of miles away, but he could eventually see it on the other side. The large castle that stood in the middle and the several other castles that surrounded it. The vampire settlement. "It's a lot bigger than I thought," Quinn said. For some reason, Quinn had in his head that the vampires were a sort of selective small group. Maybe there were only 13 households or families, but looking at this, it was an entire large city. Before, Quinn had asked the system questions about this, but truthfully the system said it didn't know and didn't want to give an unrealistic expectation. The system seemed to mumble quietly. It's the same. It's the same as it was when I remembered it before, but how is that possible?" "If you don't know, how do you think I'm meant to know?" Quinn replied. Given how enormous and majestic the city was, Quinn reasoned that going directly to the city would not be the best thing to do. Using one of his masks, he decided to send a message to the others to see if they would respond, but there was no response after a time. Closing his eyes, he felt a connection with Layla and knew she was safe. Peter, on the other hand, could feel nothing, even though they were on the same planet. But he wasn't going to let that get to him. The system had told him that if he was placed in the cells, they would deliberately try to disrupt the link. This way no one would know where he was, and they wouldn't be able to accomplish what they were attempting to do. "We still have time then," Quinn said. Looking around, still at the top, he decided to explore what more he could accomplish. Perhaps there was a beast he could kill to obtain experience. He would have liked to be the vampire noble level before coming to the city and doing anything, and his level up was now quite near. There was the mountain, but it appeared to be in the other direction of the city, and he didn't want to travel too far, especially if he suspected the others were in danger, and he sensed something was wrong with Layla. When he looked around, he noticed an area with fewer trees than usual. He could also hear the sound of rushing water not far away if he listened attentively. Water was essential for the survival of all living creatures, even monsters, so there would almost certainly be monsters in that region. He quickly made his way to the rushing water by hopping from tree branch to tree branch till he arrived. It appeared to be a river, and it was clear blue like typical water. Nonetheless, he patiently waited among the trees to see if he could notice anything. Soon after, what appeared to be a little white rabbit with a horn on top of its head arrived. It jumped over to the lake and took a leisurely look around to see if anything was there. Then it popped its mouth into the water and started to lick the water away. Well, it might not give much EXP, but at least it's something, Quinn thought. But before doing anything, Quinn decided to wait for a little. After all, there was a chance a bigger prey might come for the bunny. That's when he started to notice unusual movements in the water, but it was a little too late, as then a loud snapping sound was heard, and black blood splattered in the beast's mouth. Quinn could no longer see the small rabbit, and all he could see out of the water was a bizarre crocodile, snake-like thing. It had a crocodile's body and a snake's neck, but when it came to the head, it reverted to a crocodile's body with formidable jaws, but a snake's tongue. It was a strange-looking monster he'd never seen before. Now that should give me some good EXP, Quinn thought. The snake crocodile had returned to the river, leaving Quinn to consider the best approach to entice the monsters out of the water and kill them. He was thinking about it when he noticed another horned rabbit approaching. Perfect. However, there wasn't just one one-horned rabbit. Soon after, another appeared from the trees. Eventually, it seemed like there was a whole army of them. Then finally, behind the 20 or so rabbits, a single black-horned rabbit appeared, although it looked different compared to the rest. A black type of smoke appeared around its body, and its eyes were red. A spiral pattern could be seen across its feet, going up towards its neck, and its body was roughly double the size of the others. The black rabbit started to make a few squeals, and the other rabbits started to move in towards the river. It was clear just from watching this that the black rabbit was the leader of the other rabbits. The white rabbits then stood just at the edge, waiting while the black rabbit stood slightly behind them and was bent over on its fours with its horns pointed outward. The movements in the water could then be seen once more. Quinn decided to keep an eye on the situation since he found it intriguing. What precisely were the odd bunnies up to? It was unusual to see monsters with intellect, unless they were of a high level or humanoid form, such as the king-tier beast previously. The beast then snapped up again, and this time the bunnies were prepared. The beast's head had bitten nothing but thin air when he sprang back at the correct time. After evading the assault, all of the bunnies leaped. The horn on top of the black rabbit's head began to dribble slightly as it lighted up in blue. Little sparks began to fly off the trumpet as if it was charging. Its ruby eyes began to shine. A shriek was heard from the black rabbit's lips, and the white rabbits reacted once again, releasing the beast's head. It shot up in the air, and at that same time, a single bolt from the black rabbit's horn pierced a massive hole in the crocodile beast's skull. It had little chance against the onslaught, and fell into the water, dead as it drifted down the river. Wait, why did the rabbits kill the beast? Was it just for revenge on the first rabbit? If that's the case, then these rabbits are clever beasts, especially the black one. Looking at the black rabbit, Quinn used his inspection skill. Inspect. Black-horned rabbit. Class, familiar. New quest received. Defeat the rabbit for an instant level up. This was the second time he had seen a familiar-like creature, and it was the level-up reward he needed. Episode 411. Kill the Black Rabbit. Quinn first assumed that when the weird aquatic creature was slain, it was for petty retribution, but after observing it for a little longer, he began to suspect that there was more to it than that. He knew he was going to murder the rabbit now that he had received his new mission, although it had done nothing to him. Normally he would not do such a thing, even to creatures. Almost 99% of monsters were hostile to humans for whatever reason, but there were a few expectations. But desperate times required desperate measures. He would kill 1,000 black bunnies without hesitation, if it meant getting stronger so he could save his buddies. Still, it appeared as if the black rabbit was acting strangely. It began to go downstream, following the river, while the army of rabbits trailed after it. Occasionally it would come to a halt, and it appeared as though the rabbits following it were slowing down and dispersing to do their own thing. Whenever this happened, the black rabbit would start screeching again, emitting high-pitched noises, and the white rabbits would get back in line and continue to follow the black leader. It was difficult to discern if it was a skill or if they were simply responding to the leader. The most peculiar aspect of these animals, though, was Quinn's inability to determine whether they were monsters or not. There was no such beast ranking when he used his examine skill. The same was for the Wendigo-like animals. It's because they are familiars and not beasts, the system replied. The vampire world is deeply connected with the familiars world, and often opens up rifts sending them into ours. Just as not all vampires can have familiars, not all familiars can form contracts either. As you can see, that black rabbit is a little special. We still do not know what allows them to evolve. Quinn was uninterested in learning about this material, even though it was intriguing to him. The main reason he was wary was because he couldn't tell how powerful the white and black bunnies were. After following them for a bit, he noticed that they had ultimately arrived near the defeated beast. It was obstructed by a strange-looking dam built of trees. Although the water could continue to flow, the unusual tree-made barrier was capable of catching other items. The rabbits then hopped along with the trees, and the black rabbit arrived at the creature, who was doing something Quinn couldn't fully see because it wasn't very clear. After a few seconds, there was a beast crystal within the black rabbit's mouth, and it was a clear one, which led Quinn to believe that the beast they had slain was of the intermediate level. If he had to estimate, having the ability to control the other rabbits in addition to using his unusual lighting horn would place the rabbit somewhere around the advanced level. He wasn't positive, but having this new information made him feel a lot more secure about meeting the creature. He proceeded to follow the rabbit, curious as to what it would do with the crystal. They crossed the dam and kept a considerable distance away from it. Quinn eventually crossed it alone. Following them through the woodland, it looked like they had exited the forest and reached a new location. Nonetheless, he made a point of being aware of where he was and where the city was. This region was covered in unusual stones. The flooring had changed to a pebble-like texture, and there were several enormous boulders. The rabbits had entered a cave after finally reaching what appeared to be a fairly massive rock wall. Perfect, Quinn thought. Not only would he find out why and where they had taken the beast crystal, but also quite possibly this was their home base. Quinn peered inside the cave from the side and noticed that it didn't go very deep, and that there didn't appear to be any roots. What surprised him was the sheer amount of sparkling crystals he could see. In the rear, there was a mound of beast crystals, and the black rabbit had deposited the current crystal in his mouth on top of the mound. There must be about 150 crystals in there. Most of them looked to be at the intermediate level, but it was hard to tell if there was anything higher due to them all being piled on top of each other. With only one entry and exit, the rabbits were confined, and this gold mine might have been all his. Quinn was prepared when he entered the cave and saw all the rabbits. He opened his hand, refusing to give them a chance. "Blood spray!" His palm flew back slightly, and a shotgun-like spray of blood hit the majority of the white rabbits, while the black rabbit hopped over behind the crystal pile. Some of the crystals shattered and landed on the cave wall, but beast crystals were as strong as diamonds and difficult to break. They melted at extremely high temperatures. "First white-horned rabbit killed, 200 EXP gained. White-horned rabbit killed, 100 EXP gained. White-horned rabbit killed, 100 EXP gained. White—" The messages had appeared at least 20 times, giving him a good chunk of EXP. 35,090 out of 51,200 experience points. Still, it wasn't enough, and if he wanted to do anything, he would need to kill the black rabbit. Suddenly, though, as Quinn went to move forward, a blue stream of lightning had come out, and at the last second, he managed to move his head, allowing the attack to singe off a small part of his hair. The attack was incredibly fast, and it seemed like even if he was to use his shadow as a type of defense, then it wouldn't be fast enough to block the attack. Quinn lifted his hand, performing a blood swipe, despite not being able to see the bunny completely. 5 lines of crimson aura were emitted by the assault. Even though he couldn't see where the rabbit was, he could either draw it out or hit it, wounding it. But suddenly he noticed a little black bolt rushing towards him, and in the next second, it had already passed him. How fast is that thing? Quinn thought, but he knew for sure now he could kill it. It appeared to be a creature that mainly focused on speed, and the fact it was running away from him when it didn't run away from the other beasts could quite possibly mean it knew it wasn't strong enough to go against Quinn. He chose to leave the crystals behind, deciding that leveling up was more essential than a bunch of crystals, and he immediately chased the black rabbit. Windwalk! Using his boot skill, as long as he wasn't hit during the active skill, he would be able to run around 10% faster. Now that his speed was far greater than before, the effects of the boots were too. With this, he was able to keep up with the black bunny. With a closer look, he could see sparks of lightning, flying from its paws as they landed on the ground. It's possible that the energy used to assault was now being utilized to power its legs. He chased it till they reached the same section of the forest they had been in previously, but he realized it was futile. Their speeds were the same right now, thus their distance would be the same as well. Crescent kick! Quinn activated as he lifted his legs, sending out an attack far ahead. Performing the attack slowed him down slightly, but he was hoping it would affect the rabbit far worse. The crescent kick was performed at a slight diagonal angle, hitting one of the large trees in front of both him and the rabbit. When it did so, the tree slid down and now stood in the rabbit's path. The rabbit knew it could try to go around, but its trunk was far too thick for it to hop over it, and Quinn was now upon it. Blood swipe! Quinn performed it 2 times, surrounding it, and he was ready for his level up that was in sight. The rabbit had accepted its fate and squinted its eyes, but then from behind the tree, a figure appeared in front of the rabbit. Blood wall! A thick red wall of aura had come up, and as Quinn's attack had hit, he had expected them to smash. Instead, though, it looked as if the blood wipe was pushing back the blood wall. Unsure of what was going to happen, the person grabbed the black rabbit and leaped to the side just in time. The blood swipes had breached the blood wall and went forward towards the rear of the tree. "Why the hell are you attacking my familiar?" the person shouted. Episode 412, Angry Child. The black rabbit was cradled in the person's arms like a newborn baby. It wasn't simply sitting there calmly. Instead, it appeared to be shivering away, afraid rather than frightened. "Oi, look what you did to my familiar," the person shouted. "You've completely scared her. She's frightened out of her boots. She won't stop shaking." The black rabbit turned its head towards Quinn, and he wasn't sure if he was imagining it or not, but it felt like he could see a smile on its face. Quinn looked at the boy in front of him, and certainly he believed boy was the appropriate term to describe him. Based on his looks, he could only conclude that the vampire was relatively young. He was around the same height as Logan. Quinn was roughly 178 centimeters tall, neither particularly short nor tall, yet both the guy in front of him and Logan came just beneath his chest. He had ash-gray hair that was brushed back and reminded him of Fex, but the back of his hair was spiked out, as though the boy was constantly sprinting into the wind and had become trapped in that position. In terms of clothing, they appeared to be dressed in the same way as any other youngster their age would have, in a dark shirt and pants. Hey, are you ignoring me? What are you going to do about this?" the boy said. "Are you going to compensate for this crap?" Although the boy didn't sound it, he was very cautious of the man standing in front of him. He hadn't moved from this spot, and if he thought he was going against a regular vampire, perhaps he would have taught them a lesson through a physical beating. He had decided to be careful because his blood wall had been breached by a blood swipe. His blood shield had been breached by one of the most basic and weak blood strikes a vampire could conduct. He could tell the guy in front of him wasn't a vampire nobility by smell. Although all vampires emitted a distinct scent or hormone that could be distinguished from humans, it differed somewhat with each evolution. So how did he manage to breach his blood wall? That's when he realized the vampire in front of him couldn't be any ordinary vampire, but rather a vampire like himself, one of the 13th generation's direct descendants. "Sorry," Quinn shouted back. "I didn't know that was yours. It looked interesting." The boy clenched his teeth, wanting to respond, wanting to snap, "Interesting?" He attempted to murder and assault his familiar because he found it interesting? Did he think it would make a good snack? He had recently started taking anger management lessons, and he began to put it into practice by envisioning his happy spot. He closed his eyes and was taken into the chamber filled with beast crystals, which slowly swam away in a heap, up and down, jumping into them like a ball pit. Oh, the life! This boy is a little strange. When he placed the black rabbit on the floor, it began to change into a small black mist. It moved towards the boy's neck, finally forming a black collar. Quinn recognized it as his familiar when he saw this. Unlike his own, the youngster has converted into a real thing, similar to Fex's earring. The boy started walking up to him and held out his hand. "If you are sorry, then pay me," he said. "Give me some beast crystals or—" He then looked to his left and looked to his right, checking if there was anyone nearby. "A blood crystal if you have one of those," he whispered. Quinn began to recall the mission he had gotten to vanquish the familiar as he looked at the tiny youngster. Familiars, if he remembered properly, would not die. Would he have gained his quick level increase if he had slain the black rabbit? Or did the mission imply murdering the boy to complete the task? If that would be the case, Quinn would be foolish to participate. Even though he thought he was stronger than the vampire in front of him, he knew nothing about him or who he was. If the boy went missing, they may send out a search team or be aware that someone was assaulting them. They had no choice but to stay low until they had obtained all of the necessary information. "Oh, I know," Quinn said as if he had a eureka moment. "I saw a cave down the road. It had tons of crystals over there." As he drew his hand back, the boy's face scrunched up and he began to sweat. Wait, you saw that?" "Bingo." Quinn thought this would be the case. He couldn't imagine the black rabbit caring about the crystals. After finding out it was a familiar belonging to someone else, it now made sense what it was doing. What surprised Quinn was how well one could control a familiar to do its bidding. It is practically farming crystals for him. I wonder if I will be able to control the bone claw till the point it can do what I want. Then Quinn remembered the subtle text when reading about the bone claw, about subtle desires. Did all the familiars work like this? Maybe the boy's wish in front of him was to gather beast crystals, so that's what it was happy to do. While the bone claw was meant to complete his darkest desires, not wanting to not think about it anymore, he tried to move the question onward. Fine, the boy shouted. We're even. Thanks for telling me about that. I'll check it out later. Although he tried to keep his voice straight, he couldn't help but allow it to shake slightly. At some point he would have to move the crystal somewhere else. He wanted to divert the stranger's attention away from what he had witnessed. So I'm guessing you haven't found a familiar yet. Is that why you were going after mine? The boy asked. You know, you don't have to beat them into submission. Familiars are cleverer than beasts. Sometimes you can just talk with them and make some type of deal. If you haven't found one now, then you don't have much time left until we have to head to class. Class? Quinn replied. I'm sorry, but I'm not a middle schooler. What? The boy shouted. You idiot! You thought that because I was a shrimp, didn't you? You're a descendant, right? That's why you're out there looking for a familiar. It's not my fault that you didn't complete the assignment before school starts. I thought it was pretty rough of them as well, asking all of us to go out and search for a familiar. Hearing this, Quinn decided to ask the system if he knew more details, and it turned out he did. It appears that despite the passing years, the vampires are still carrying on as they always have, the computer system responded. Keep in mind what I stated previously. Only vampire offspring and vampire leaders may have a familiar. They were typically segregated from the main school during my period, since there were various things to teach and learn, and one of the first jobs is normally to seek out and locate their own familiar. Can there be more than one descendant in every family? Quinn asked. Yes, it's quite normal for them to have many in case something happens to them. Some leaders didn't even know who their offspring were and who wasn't, instead focused on the strongest. Thinking about it, if Fex had a familiar, that meant he was a direct descendant as well. Not only that, but they didn't seem to know each other very well. Otherwise, the person in front of him would have identified Quinn as a fraud. Instead, he suspected Quinn was one as well, maybe due to his strength. Maybe if he was to join their classes, he could see if anyone else knew any information about what exactly happened to Fex. Actually, Quinn replied, doing as the system told him. He turned around and slightly pulled down his shirt, showing the circle marking on his back. I already have a familiar. Oh, so you just tried killing my black rabbit for fun. I see, the boy was saying in an angry tone. If it wasn't for the fact the person in front of him knew about his stash of crystals, he would have done something by now. That was an accident. Let's start again. My name is Buin. When trying to come up with a name, Quinn didn't know why, but his head was telling him that the easier thing to do was just to place a B in front of his name. Letting out a bit of hot air from his head, the boy finally replied, I'm Rokeen. With that, Quinn placed his hand forward, suggesting Rokeen lead the way, and the two of them headed towards the particular training area for descendants. There was a second reason he decided to take this training up, and that was because if they told the others to get their familiars now, then maybe he would also be able to learn how to control his. Episode 413, Summoning a Familiar. Quinn headed to camp with Rokeen, and there were a few things he had learned about him in the little time they had been together. They had plenty of time before they reached their destination, so they walked calmly, both lost in their thoughts. Thinking about it, perhaps learned isn't the right word, but Quinn could claim he now had some ideas regarding his current brief companion. When he thought of him, the first thing that came to mind was anger. Rokeen was able to find fault with a few things as they were traveling through the forest to an unknown spot as far as Quinn was concerned, and if this happened, he'd make sure you knew about it, shouting, swearing, and sometimes growling. Even now he seemed to have found another fault. Why do I have to take part in this whole training thing anyway? Rokeen said. I already know how to use a familiar. Just let me do my assessment to become an adult vampire already. Quinn, on the other hand, had no idea what he was talking about. He was listening intently to see if he could pick up on any signs about what he was about to walk into. Aside from that, he considered his sudden outburst amusing. During their journey, Quinn had found out that Rokeen had had the black rabbit for a while now, and it was the reason he was able to use it so well. But whenever questions were directed at him, he would do his best to avoid them. Still, it didn't seem Rokeen was that interested in Quinn in the first place, which was a good thing. Some descendants would naturally come across familiars as they grew up, or families would even risk forming a contract with them at a young age. Although this method was more dangerous and had a higher chance of the familiar killing its partner. If the contract was successfully formed, they had more time to form a stronger bond. They eventually exited the strange-looking forest and entered a more well-planned open-field region. The open field was odd, since it appeared to be exactly square, and the regular trees could be seen all over the side. It seemed as if someone had arrived and put a football pitch in the middle of the forest. There appeared to be multiple tents put up on opposing sides of the open field in a row. A bigger tent was at the end of the row, and in front of it stood a solitary adult male vampire. He appeared to be rather young, with short purple-black hair and a mole just behind his right eye. Yet his expression was solemn, never moving, and he appeared to be unaffected even by a strong gust of wind. Are all the adult vampires like this? Quinn thought, as so far the only two adult vampires he had seen were Silver and this man, and they both seemed pretty serious. In front of him a few students had gathered, some sitting on the floor, some standing around waiting. There were only about 5 or so, and Quinn and Rokeen quickly went over to join them. The others turned their heads to look at the two newcomers, but quickly turned back as if they weren't interested. "Hey, it's okay. I don't like any of you sad people either," Rokeen said back to them, and they continued to ignore him. Even if he didn't know all of them, it seemed like the few he did know didn't like him. Although Quinn could perhaps understand why the others wouldn't want to be friends with a person like him, Quinn thought Rokeen wasn't that bad. He just liked to express his feelings a bit more than others, saying his moans and complaints out loudly as if there was no filter between what should have been said in his head and what he should say on the outside. They waited, and the two now didn't say much now that the others were around, and quite honestly, Quinn was a little nervous that the instructor would find out he wasn't one of them, but according to Rokeen, it was only the first day. The system had also stated that not much information would be kept on the direct descendants, on who they were or what they looked like, because of the power struggles between each of the families and the possible assassination attempts. This type of information would usually be kept secret from others, and that included the location of the training, which perhaps explained the reason why they were doing it in the middle of the forest rather than in a school. Looking at the instructors and sensing his smell, he smelt different from the others that were around them. It was a smell he had only smelt once before, and that was when Silver had come to visit him, which meant these two were at the same evolution as each other. Getting caught or being the center of attention wasn't exactly the best idea, and perhaps staying next to the unpopular loudmouth was what he needed, as others who were arriving also wished to have nothing to do with him. After a few minutes of waiting, more and more students arrived, bringing the total to 24. Quinn was surprised because it didn't appear to be a typical school where everyone was the same age. It was obvious that there was a significant gap. Some appeared to be roughly 12 years old, and not simply due to their height, as Rokeen did. Others appeared to be about the age of 23, which meant there had to be some type of requirement that was needed for them to be invited to the training. Was it their strength? If he was to take the words of what Rokeen had said earlier, he was talking about the assessment to ascend to vampire adulthood. Perhaps that was another way of saying they were about to evolve into becoming a vampire noble. If that was the case, it meant the people around him would be some of the strongest vampires at the vampire stage, at the peak just before evolving. Seeing all the kids of different ages, Quinn started to think about himself. He was still 16, and soon in a week or so it would be his birthday, turning him into 17. He had a crazy 16th year, and he was sure he would remember it for the rest of his life. But he had been so busy with everything, he had even forgotten about his birthday, and it looked like he would be spending it in a completely different world. "All right, everyone, line up," the instructor shouted. Those that were lazing around on the floor, standing slightly off to the side and a little at the back, immediately got into position, standing in a row one after another. "You were all given the briefing by your families about what you were to do before arriving today, so I will ask you all who are here, who have not been successful in acquiring a familiar?" Looking to his left and his right, Quinn was waiting to see who would put their hand up. It seemed like at first they were a little reluctant to, but there were some with nervous looks on their faces, and the first person eventually raised their hand. "Don't be scared. It does not matter if you have failed this task. It was expected of you in the first place," the instructor said. After hearing this, more students started to put their hands up, and 5 eventually stepped forward, 2 boys and 3 girls. "This will be a good experience for you all," the instructor explained. "One day when you run your own families, you might have to do what we will now be doing today. For the students that haven't been able to capture a familiar out in the open, we will be summoning one and forming a contract with them right here and right now." Episode 414, Special Boy. First, before we proceed any further, it's important I tell you all a bit about myself, the instructor shouted in a loud, booming voice. This is so you guys know you are getting the appropriate training and you can decide for yourself whether or not I am someone worth listening to. I am Clark Talon, Vampire Knight of the Fourth Family, the Talons. As you know, every year it is the duty of one of the families to send a Vampire Knight out to train the descendants, and this year it is the Fourth Family's turn, and I have chosen for these 2 months to focus on familiar training. Raising his arm straight out to his right, he kept it straight, and slowly his fingertips started to turn black, and a mist started to form, until eventually what could only be described as a demonic-looking raven appeared on the top of his hand. This here is my familiar. Although I am no longer a descendant in line to become a leader due to becoming a vampire knight, I once was like all of you. I have quite the experience when it comes to things like this. Snapping his finger, the raven completely disappeared in a second. It was clear he had complete control over it, something that Quinn wanted as well. He didn't even know how to summon his familiar. That would be the first step before even thinking about controlling it. The instructor Clark then pulled out a square black mat that was 1 square meter in size and appeared to have a strange circle drawn on it in red. The circle had even more circles drawn inside, overlapping each other, and strange patterns going throughout. A summoning circle, the system said. Although Quinn wanted to ask the system some questions, he couldn't right now as he was too focused on what the instructor was saying. For those who have not been successful in capturing or simply subduing a familiar, we shall attempt to make a contract utilizing this, a summoning circle. While using this, the bridge between our world and the familiar world will be able to build a link. Everything has already been planned, and all you need is a single drop of blood from the person who wishes to conduct the summon. Once that is in place, we will begin the contract bonding process. One of the female students then raised her hand as she heard of this. But sir, if we could have received our familiars this way, then why did we need to go out for the last week or so, hunting looking for one ourselves? Isn't this a lot easier? She asked. Thank you for asking the question, and I will explain, Clark said. You see, when you drop your blood, it will show your desires and wants, sending them through to the other world. Those interested will come rushing forward at once, and the first one to arrive will form a contract. Unfortunately, the vampire has no choice. The familiars that are out here and have been in our world have had time to adapt. They understand human ways more and are more likely to be powerful. There is also the chance to choose which familiar you want based on your skills. Besides, the stronger familiars would like to know more about you than just your blood. Sometimes familiars have other factors that they are looking for. We still do not understand everything about them. If I'm honest, it is unlikely when summoning a familiar this way that a strong one will appear. It is more likely that it will attract the desperate ones that wish to leave that place. Hearing these words, the 5 on the stage looked a little depressed, but chose not to say anything. In truth, if they were to cause a fuss when Clark would have explained further, but didn't wish to embarrass them in front of everyone if he didn't need to. The truth was, if they had been out looking for a familiar on the outside for a week and weren't able to find one, then more so than not, none of them were interested in them in the first place. A familiar was able to sense those that it might be well in tune with and will actively go out to seek one. With the explanation all done, it was time for the process to begin. The students formed a line, and a blade was used to cause a small cut on their finger, dripping it into the center of the magic circle. The circle started to light up bright red, and while this process was happening, the student would continue to mumble, "Please be a strong one, please be a strong one." When the light went out, all of the students could see what had appeared. His familiar had arrived in front of him. It was pink in color and as huge as a snake, writhing around on the floor, yet it lacked facial features, eyes, and a tongue. Just a pink, writhing creature on the floor. "Hey, is that a worm?" Rokeen said quite loudly. It caused some of the other students to chuckle a little, as it did just look like a giant worm. "A familiar is not everything. Even if one is as pathetic or weak as this, you can still focus on your skills," Clark said. "Remember, there are plenty of vampires that make it to a higher level even without a familiar." The next set of students had arrived doing the same thing, one after another, and several other familiars were seen. Not all of them looked incredibly weak like the first. There was a wolf for one, a strange butterfly looking for another, and a few more. Whatever the case was, they all knew they were now stuck with these as their familiars, and they could choose to use them or not. With the weaker familiars, it would be harder for them to disobey in the first place. They were happy they were outside, and were unlikely to go against their master and try to kill them. Everyone went back in line and had lined up once again. Okay, so now I wish to see all your familiars in their closed form. What I mean by this is the form it takes before it is summoned. I will be going around asking you what familiar each of you has while looking at the closed form. Clark would go around looking at their closed forms, then if they could, he would ask them to conjure it directly in front of him. He assured everyone that it didn't matter if they couldn't summon it for the time being. It was merely that he could generally tell what kind of familiar it was just by looking at the closed shape. But even he hadn't seen every familiar in existence. This way, he would be able to broaden his knowledge, trying to remember their closed forms that matched their appearance. Quinn noticed that most of the students were unable to summon their familiar so far, with a few exceptions. Then it came to Rokin's turn. Summoning the black rabbit was an easy task for him, and he had a smug look on his face as he lifted his nose high for everyone to see. Very good, Rokin, as expected, and the familiar seems to like you well. Finally, standing by his side, it was Quinn's turn. The strange looks the two had given each other didn't go unnoticed by both of them, and now it felt a little awkward as the two had come face to face. Please, Clark said. Looking around, Quinn noticed there was a girl in the row behind him, as well as one to his side, but he had no choice. His marking was on his back, underneath his shoulder blades. The only way he could show it was by lifting his shirt and turning around, and that's what he did. Closing his eyes out of embarrassment, Quinn was unable to see the reaction of the two girls next to him, but as they saw his perfectly crafted abs as if it was a sculpture, they flushed a bit. It wasn't normal for a vampire to have such a toned body, especially one around Quinn's age, and all the girls couldn't help but try to take a peek, getting excited as they imagined running their fingers down his stomach, feeling each ab. The one who was the most surprised was not the girls, but Teacher Clark himself. Looking at the weird circle, he immediately recognized what it was. Perhaps the youngsters around him didn't realize it since it was past their time, but he did. Do you know what this is, and can you summon it? No, Quinn replied, but I know it's a bone claw. Putting his shirt back down, the others started to whisper to themselves, trying to see if any of them had heard of it before, but it seemed like they hadn't. Of course, the old king's familiar was kept secret. Just like how one ability would give one advantage if known, it was the same for the familiars, and only those at the very top would know. You are a special boy, Clark said as he moved on to the next student. Episode 415, Communication with the Devil. The term special may be interpreted in a variety of ways, and the others who heard it were unsure what to make of it. So, except for Rokin, they elected to ignore Clark's comments. This was due to Rokin paying close attention to the terms used by Teacher Clark as he walked around checking everyone's familiars. In his thoughts, he was devising a rating system based on the words that would have been spoken, and the best so far was himself. That is, until Bwin was chosen. Even he was having difficulty interpreting what the instructor meant by special. Bwin couldn't even summon his familiar, so it wasn't an unequivocal praise in that sense. If he had to guess, the word exceptional was being used to characterize his potential in this scenario. As Clark continued to go around, there were no better compliments given than the one to Rokin and Bwin. Looks like your skills aren't the only strong thing, but your talent with familiars might be good as well. Damn, maybe he was just one of those people that were gifted from the beginning. Never had any problems in his life, grew up in a good family, and they decided to groom him into the perfect leader. Right now, making his conclusion, he was a bit resentful towards Bwin. Returning to the front, Clark began to speak once again. The first task we will be doing today is trying to summon your familiar, or at least that is the end goal. Some of you can already do this, and for others it may take weeks or even months to achieve this, Clark explained. But even for those that already know how to do this, it will be a good exercise for you all. What I'm about to say to you all now may surprise most of you, but there is nothing you can do in your power to forcefully summon your familiar. They have a mind of their own. They aren't crazy animals like beasts, but they are intelligent things. If they chose not to come out and help you, then that is completely up to them. So what this first lesson will be about is communicating with them. For those that already know how to do this, you can get to know them better. Communication with your partner is the key to a good understanding for both of you. So now I wish for you to do as I do. As he continued to explain, Clark began to do the actions at the same time as speaking. He first sat down on the floor and asked the others to follow. He crossed his knees and closed his eyes, his hands clasped together as if concentrating. Okay, the reason we close our eyes is to avoid distractions as much as possible. Visuals, noises, and other distractions might all prevent you from hearing your familiar. You'll grow better at it with time, and you'll be able to interact with them without it. Now in your head, picture the symbol or item on your body. Think about it and focus on where it is on the part of your body. Then with your mind, try to speak out and reach it. If you are successful in communicating, please raise your hand. Quinn was able to follow the steps quite easily, and his concentration was at this point almost flawless. He had pictured the symbol in his head clearly, and it was as if he was in a black room. The reason he found it so easy was because he did this every morning for the past month and a half. It was similar to the key training routine that Leo had left him. When he was in his mind's black chamber, the mark gradually transformed into a mist, and then into a pretty huge muscular figure with long arms by its side and hanging fingers that scraped on the floor. "Why did you choose me?" Quinn asked. There was silence between the two. "You killed the Wendigos, right? Why didn't you kill me?" Quinn asked again, hoping to get an answer. The bone claw then turned its large body around and looked straight ahead at Quinn with its dead eyes. The two stared at each other for a while, not daring to look away, until finally the mist appeared again and turned back into the same symbol that was on his back. "Looks like he won't talk to me." Quinn opened his eyes and looked about, expecting, as he had with the summoning, that most of them would not be able to communicate with their familiars, but he immediately realized that he was in the minority, as practically everyone had their hand up. The only person apart from Quinn who hadn't raised their hand was the student who had summoned the worm familiar, but soon even he raised his hand. "Teacher, although I didn't exactly speak to my worm, there were loud squishy and squashy sounds I heard coming from it. Does that count?" the student asked. "Actually, yes," Clark replied. "Although it's rare, perhaps your familiar is a little slow and does not know how to communicate using the same language as us. When they attach themselves to us, usually they can naturally learn straight away, although others take some time." With this, it meant that Quinn was the only person who was unable to communicate with their familiar. "And what about you, young man?" Clark asked, interested to hear what he had to say, especially since he hadn't raised his hand. "I couldn't hear anything," Quinn replied. Quinn's reply didn't seem to shock him, or at least there was no reaction on Clark's face, so it was hard to tell based on this if it was a good or bad response. But they felt like at least they were a little better than him, due to him being the only person unable to communicate with their familiar. And honestly, Quinn couldn't blame them if they did see him this way. After all, right now he was even lower than the worm boy. With the first lesson over, Clark had told the students that they could start to set up their things in the tents by the side. If they wished, they could continue to try to communicate with the familiars as a form of practice, but he also made sure to mention to not try this too much at the beginning, in case of fear of annoying them. They were just like humans in the end. At times they wanted their free time, and if one was to annoy them too much, then maybe they would purposely choose to not help or communicate with you. As the students were picking a tent, Quinn decided that he would grab one next to Rokeen. Rokeen didn't say anything about this. His early detest for Gwyn had changed after finding out he was unable to communicate with the familiar. Perhaps his thoughts before were completely wrong. Clark had opted to stop right outside Quinn's tent, as the night was coming to an end. "Can I speak to you inside for a second?" This didn't go unnoticed by the others, but they all thought that perhaps it had something to do with Quinn being unable to communicate with his familiar. Maybe he was going to try and give him some extra tips. "Do you mind explaining to me exactly what happened?" Clark asked. "Sure. I was in the space concentrating, and I pictured the seal in my head. I tried to communicate with him, asking him a few things. It demisted and showed me his true form. I asked it again, and nothing else was said. It just looked at me, and we stood there in silence before it went away and back into the sealed form." Hearing this, a little smile appeared on Clark's face. "You don't have to worry," Clark replied. "You probably just skipped the next 3 steps. Usually when one is to communicate with their familiars, they still appear in their mind in their closed form. Getting them to show you their true form is something different altogether. It seems to me that your familiar does not wish to speak with you, not that you are unsuccessful with communicating with it. But it's up to you to make it talk to you. It will be pretty hard to find out its desires if you are unable to speak to each other. Perhaps this will take some time, maybe a few days, maybe a week, or even a few months," Clark said as he left the tent and started to head back. As he zipped the tent back up, he could see that Rokeen was listening in to everything that was heard. "Damn it!" Rokeen shouted out in jealousy and stormed off towards his tent. While he was inside, he decided to summon his little black rabbit once more. Returning to his own larger tent, Clark decided that he would look over a few things. Most of all, he was interested in finding out which family that particular student had come from. "Oh, I forgot to ask him, and I also forgot to ask their names. I'll do it tomorrow," Clark pondered, but while scanning the name list, he spotted something. The figures did not add up. The number of pupils in the training area and the number on his list. There was one more than there should have been. Episode 416. I Said Sit. It was the middle of the night. Even though there was not much difference between night and day here, the students were resting away. The adult vampires who had better control and such didn't need much rest or sleep, but the young ones, including Quinn, still slept every day just like humans did. Resting away, Quinn was suddenly woken up by a few trees shaking. At first it didn't bother him, as he thought he could just sleep through it, but then he could hear the sound of one of the tents unzipping from his left side. Knowing who was staying by his side, he decided to check it out and unzip his tent. To his surprise, he could see the black rabbit that he tried to kill earlier leaving Rokeen's tent and heading back into the forest. Just as it entered the forest, Rokeen was about to head back to his tent, but not before he saw Bwin catching him in the strange act. He didn't want to get into any trouble, so he thought he'd explain what he was doing to Bwin. Rokeen urged him inside the same tent by waving his hand at him. As he stepped inside, there was a single bed on the floor and a few crystals by his pillow side. Sitting on the floor, he started to explain himself. "So what were you doing exactly?" Quinn asked. "Look, I wasn't doing anything bad. I was just using our spare time to collect crystals, and my familiar helps me. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Just if Clark the instructor was to find out, he might tell me to stop since we're technically not meant to be doing these sort of things." Quinn was beginning to understand as he noticed the crystals on the side of his pillow. The rustling sounds were created by the black rabbit running back and forth. He's most likely transporting the crystals from here to the cave he discovered earlier, his hidden stockpile. But the true question was, why? What was the purpose of requiring so many crystals? "Okay, don't worry too much. I won't tell Clark," Quinn replied. "Thank you," Rokeen said, with a relieved look on his face. It seemed like if he was to stop doing what he was doing, it would have affected him. "But let me ask, why are you so crazy about beast crystals?" Quinn asked, thinking that maybe there was something he knew, or there was a use for it that perhaps he could use for himself. "This might sound stupid, right? But don't laugh," Rokeen said. "I'm trying to save up so I can eventually leave this place, so I can have a life outside. I don't want to be here with everyone else." This was something big on his chest, something he wanted to tell someone desperately for so long, and finally telling someone it felt good. "You know I'm from the fourth family, so you probably know we have the crappy ability to talk to animals and beasts. The other families always laughed at us, and there has never been a king selected from the fourth family. I hear there is even a human ability that allows them to control animals and beasts. So what's the use of talking to them? So you see, I'm not gifted or anything. The reason I could and always have been able to get a familiar is because of my ability. Because of this, the other kids who know about this chose to ignore me, making me feel like I'm someone from one of the 10th family." It was clear he had been holding in these feelings for a long time. It was perhaps the reason why he was always angry all the time. All these feelings inside were bottling up, and he was releasing them by shouting all the time. "You know, it's funny," Rokeen started again. "The hatred, the ignoring always seemed to shift. At first it was the 4th family, then the 10th, and then because of what happened with Fex, now everyone seems to hate the 13th family. Why does there always have to be one? Why can't we all just get along?" The questions Rokeen was asking now, Quinn himself used to ask the same questions every day throughout his school life. It didn't make sense to him, and eventually he wanted to change all that. The other thing that Quinn was interested in was hearing the name Fex, but now was not the right time to ask about him. However, it seemed like what he had done had not only affected himself, but those involved in his family based on Rokeen's remarks. The two sat there in quiet for a while, allowing Rokeen to calm down a little. Quinn wanted to say things to comfort him, but once being in the same position before, he knew that the words would do nothing. No matter how much someone said they understood how you felt, it never felt real. Suddenly, Rokeen grabbed his neck, and he felt like he was slightly choking as he fell to the floor. "What's happening? Are you okay?" Quinn said, panicking, not knowing what to do. Rokeen appeared to be fine after a few seconds, as he pulled himself off the floor and began to breathe again. He kept touching his neck where his collar would normally be, and he had a surprised expression on his face. "My familiar," he said. "Someone's killed my familiar." With the link in place, even though familiars couldn't technically die as long as their partner was alive, They could still feel part of the pain and loss. It would be some time before Rokin would be able to summon him again. While thinking of the possibilities of what might have happened, a few boys' laughter could be heard outside. Both Quinn and Rokin immediately rushed outside and could see the three boys coming out from the edge of the forest. The one in front had a crystal in his hand, and he was freely chucking it up and down, catching it as he walked. "That felt great," the boy at the front said. "I thought it would be a bit harder, but—" "You!" Rokin shouted, as he ran as fast as he could up to them. "You killed my familiar, and that's my—" But he stopped himself before claiming the crystal was his. The tremendous boom had woken up the others, who were still sleeping, and compelled them to leave their tents. Observing the uproar that was gathering outside, Quinn could sense that things were going to become nasty, especially since there were three of them and only one of him. He felt like he could help him, now that he was by his side. He wasn't sure why, but he wanted to help Rokin, maybe because he reminded him of himself when he was younger. The dreams he had weren't crazy or far-fetched. He just needed people by his side to prove that they could happen. "Oh yeah, so do you have any proof that I did this?" the boy said, as he continued to laugh with the other two behind him. The student that was laughing was called Cirrus, and he was one of the few descendants that nearly all of them knew. A direct descendant of the first family, quite possibly the current strongest family out of all the 13. Not only that, he had a reputation already for being a serious troublemaker, and not one like Fex who would get into mischief. Quinn could see Rokin's face twisted and sneering at him, and he could tell he wanted to do something, but he was holding back. He blew with 2 fingers in his mouth. Quinn believed he heard a whistle but couldn't hear anything. Then, in the blink of an eye, a bird came from the forest in the direction the boys had come from and landed on top of his head. "Did this person kill a little black rabbit?" Rokin said, pointing at Cirrus. "Caw!" the bird squawked and flapped its wings. "Nah, you idiot. Just 'cause you can understand them doesn't mean we can as well," Cirrus replied. "1 caw for yes, 2 for no, do you understand?" Rokin asked. "Caw!" "Is this person a boy?" "Caw!" "Is he a girl?" "Caw, caw!" "Are there 4 boys in front of me?" "Caw, caw!" "I think you get the point. This bird is a lot smarter than you. Although your brain might be bigger, it doesn't mean it's better," Rokin said. At this point, the confrontation had gotten too interesting for the other students that they were now all out of their tents, watching what was going on. "Hey, as long as your bird doesn't speak English, you can't prove jack. For all we know, you're using your crappy ability on it." For a brief second, Rokin looked around hoping that anyone, maybe someone, would come to his aid, but why would they? Clenching his fist, he hated that he couldn't change the situation he was in. Then the sound of a few footsteps from his side was heard, pressing against the grass. "Tell him, did you kill his familiar, the little black rabbit?" Quinn asked, walking towards them. With each step his heart was pumping and his blood was boiling. The type of people in front of him now he hated the most. "Who the hell are you?" Cirrus said, as he was about to laugh with his friends at this joker coming towards him. "You'll listen to what I say." The next second his eyes glowed red as he shouted his command. "Sit!" In nearly an instant, as if his body had lost control, Cirrus was down on the floor, sitting down. Episode 417, Mystery Vampire. The others had to take another look at what they were seeing in front of them, and they even massaged their eyes a few times, but the scene in front of them remained the same. In some ways, the others regarded Cirrus as a nightmare. He wasn't quite a bully, but because of his position, he could throw his weight around without getting in trouble. He was granted rights that the others did not, even though they were all direct descendants. And now, with a single word, a vampire they'd never seen or heard of before had made him obey him. It wasn't so much that this was hard to achieve as it was that another regular vampire had done it. Every vampire here, in their thoughts, was at the pinnacle, the greatest of the best, on the verge of breaking through and advancing to the next stage. Cirrus, on the other hand, was closer than any of them right now. In a way, the scene they were watching in front of them should not be happening in any normal circumstance. Sitting down on his knees, Cirrus's face was in a constant struggle, as if it was battling against something inside him. "What is this? Why can't I move?" Cirrus thought to himself as he tried lifting his legs off the ground. When he looked up, all he could see were the red rings around Quinn's eyes. "Is it because of this nobody? Is he using his influence skill?" As they stood on the sidelines, the kids began to wonder who this mystery vampire was. Yes, they didn't mix or communicate with each other because they were from different households, but if there was someone this powerful, they should have heard about him. After all, word got around. Do you know his name? One asked. No, but I did see him hanging around with Rokeen earlier. Maybe they are from the same family? Yeah, right, the fourth. Dream on, but you are right. What family is he from? Too filled with emotions about what he was doing right now, Quinn wasn't paying attention to the words that were being said about him. What he did not want to do was to stand out, and that was the very thing he was doing now. Still, he wasn't entirely sure if his influence skill would work, but after Silver had done it to him, it was something he wanted to try out. Now explain, Quinn said with his eyes still glowing red. Did you kill Rokeen's familiar? Once again, no amount of fighting back was helping Cirrus. He couldn't even resist. This had gone way beyond what any normal vampire could do. Yeah, when we saw the black rabbit after noticing it belonged to Rokeen, we decided to follow it, and then we saw the crystal it was holding. The others trapped it while I killed it, Cirrus answered. Now tell me why you did it, Quinn asked, while looking at Rokeen behind him. By this point, Quinn had a good idea why people chose to do certain things, and he wanted Rokeen to hear it, to gain confidence in himself. Because I was jealous, Cirrus replied. Hearing the first words, Rokeen couldn't believe it. Why would Cirrus need to be jealous of him? He was the best descendant, well known by everyone, while everyone else treated him like crap. I saw the way Instructor Clark praised him, how easy he was able to control and talk to his familiar. I didn't understand how he could easily do something that I couldn't. With the answer to everything said and done, and the proof they needed, Quinn canceled his influence skill and turned to look at Rokeen with a smile on his face. Did he do that for me? But why? We barely even know each other. As he thought about these things, a lump was felt forming in his throat, and he felt like his heart was truly touched. A tear started to roll off his cheek and onto the floor. Now Rokeen was hating himself for his previous thoughts. There were many times when he wanted someone to help him, but they never ever came. Then, even though they didn't know one other very well, the person he had spoken negatively of behind his back, the one he assumed was just like the rest, had helped him out. The fact that he had judged Buin so quickly without knowing him had upset him the most. Now that Cirrus had complete control over his body, he was filled with rage, and Quinn's back was turned. There was a simple way for one to block the influence skill in the first place, and that was to not look directly in their eyes. "You little twerp!" Cirrus shouted, as he jumped off his 2 feet and propelled himself off of the ground. He had used so much force that the mud and grass beneath his feet had been kicked up. To everyone else, the speed they saw him leap from the ground was something that some of them could only dream of. But for Quinn, he could hear, sense, and tell every movement as soon as he started. Should I dodge the attack or maybe just let him hit me? While thinking about what to do to not make him stand out so much, he could sense something else happening and realized there was no need for him to do anything. Cirrus' fist had been stopped, and Instructor Clark held it in his hand. While I am here, there will be no fighting between my students unless I say so. All of you go back to your tents and get some sleep. As for you two, come with me and explain what happened. But, sir, it wasn't Buin's fault. It was all because of Cirrus, Rokeen tried to explain. So the student's name is Buin, huh? Clark thought as he took the students away and ordered the rest to go to sleep. When they arrived, he had both of them tell their sides of the story, letting Cirrus go first. But Cirrus had mentioned nothing about Quinn using the influence skill on him due to embarrassment, but said that they had accused him of some wrongdoings he was a part of. When Quinn told his side, he also chose to not mention the influence skill being used, and just explained how he was helping Rokeen get to the truth. In the end, Clark felt like he had heard enough. It seemed like the only person that was hurt by this was Rokeen. He took the crystal from Cirrus and kept it to himself, while telling the two of them to return to their rooms, reminding them to not get in any more trouble. Clark looked at the name list again after the two of them had left the room, seeking the student known as Buin, who was the only one who wasn't on the list. He sat back in his chair and thought about what to do for a bit. In truth, something like this would have usually been reported, although only descendants and family leaders were allowed familiars. It wasn't such a big deal if another vampire had one. There were times when out that a familiar would become attached to a certain vampire, and they couldn't exactly say it was their fault. But because Buin wasn't on the list, there was a chance he wasn't a direct descendant. If this was the case, he would very certainly be thrown off the present course. This was why Clark was having so much difficulty deciding what to do. He adored almost everything about familiars, which was why he had built his whole course around them. He'd never seen a bone claw before and had only heard about them. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to find out what one looked like, and he wanted to see Buin grow. Why did the bone claw choose him? interested him greatly, so for now he would allow him to stay. Episode 418, 10 Death Bats. The training at the Descendant Camp lasted a week. Quinn continued to learn everything he could about families and participated in the courses as much as he could at that period. On top of that, he made every effort to learn whatever he could about Fex. Several persons appeared to have known him well and knew who he was. Even those who didn't know him understood he'd done something wrong. The notion that he would be severely punished had spread, but the others weren't sure what he had done or what he would get as a penalty. As for the familiar training he had taken part in, the other students had learned quickly. All of them could now summon their familiars at least. As for controlling them or learning what special abilities they had, it was a hit or miss. Still, there was one student who had never succeeded in a summoning during the whole time, and that was Quinn. Apart from that first day, he never saw the bone claw in his head again, and it appeared to him that it no longer wanted to speak or aid him. Perhaps the others laughed or mocked him for something like this, but after what happened to Sirius, he and the others made a point of avoiding Quinn. Except for Rokeen. Rokeen had a tremendous desire to assist Quinn in any way he could ever since that day. He tried to offer him pointers and advice on how to communicate and converse with your familiar, but nothing worked. Despite this, the two of them had become closer in a short time, since they were the only ones that continued to hang out with one another. Today, Clark had told everyone he had a special announcement to make in a few minutes. They were told to pack their items and to meet him out front of the large tent. Although Quinn would be turning up for this, he had already decided it would be his last day before he wasted his time here. He had made no progress with his familiar, and he wasn't getting any EXP, so it felt like he was only wasting his time. He had yet to tell Rokeen about this and decided it was best not to anyway. Inside one of his tents, Sirius was standing up, pacing up and down in the small space. He often did this as he was anxious about something. The events of that night had affected his mind, and he just wished to purge that memory, but it was impossible every time he looked at Quinn. A shiver would be sent down his spine, and the image of the red glowing eyes would pop into his head, how he had become so helpless and weak at the time. The zipper to his tent was unzipped, and the two boys that were usually by his side stepped into the tent. "Anything?" Sirius asked. "It's the same today," one of the boys replied. "Not one person knows what family he belongs to. They all said they had never seen him before, around the castle or the nearby area. That leaves a few options. He belongs to the 4th family, like Rokeen, and that's why they are so close. The 13th family had a secret descendant apart from Silver and Fex that no one knew about, or finally, the most likely of the 3. He is a descendant of the 10th family, but that wouldn't make much sense unless the rumors about the leader coming back were true." The boys didn't for a second think of the fact that Quinn might have been an outsider, or not even one of the descendants of the 13 families. They thought he was so powerful that he had to be one of them. "Well, if my guess is right about why Clark called us today, then there might be a chance for us to do something then." A few minutes later, all of the students had gathered outside and stood in front of the large tent, standing in 2 rows. It had been a while since they had done this and been so formal, and the last time was during the first day, so they were a little nervous about what Clark was going to say. "Okay, everyone," Clark started to speak. "Although it has only been a week and we still have plenty of time left, honestly, there isn't much else for me to teach you about familiars. With everything I have already taught you, you should now have a stable foundation to continue to grow and control that. You guys are fast learners. While there are rumors of this current generation of vampires being the worst we have ever had, I would not include you in that bunch. You are probably one of the best bunch of vampires that I have taught." "Wait, aren't we the only vampires he has ever taught? It's his first time, right?" a girl whispered, realizing that his words didn't hold that much weight. "Anyway," Clark continued, ignoring the words of the others, "because of this, I sent a special request and the council has agreed to push things forward for all of you. Today, you will all be taking part in the vampire assessment. Due to your status, you will take this earlier than the regular vampires. You are stronger and closer to the evolution point than them. The task is a simple one. Everyone here will be transported to a different planet. On this planet, there are advanced tier beasts called death bats. You must kill 10 of them each and bring back the crystal within. The crystals will be used to make your first light ring, which will be proof that you have passed the assessment. Don't worry if you fail the task. Your life is more important than anything. From this point onward, you will be allowed to take the assessment whenever you wish." Then, pulling out one of the square teleporters from behind, it was placed on the floor. The contraption sprung open, and a square portal had been opened. If Quinn recalls properly, the death bat crystals mentioned were the ones required to make the light ring in his inventory, and they were the only species found on a planet he had previously visited. It was his first encounter with the red portal world. Although he planned to leave, he was now having second thoughts. One, he never expected to be asked to go to another planet right now. He had planned to leave in the middle of the night after today, but it looked like they would all be transported soon. As for the second reason, Quinn thought it would be good if he fought against the death bats. He should be more than strong enough to take them, and he should also get the first EXP after killing the bats. Also, after giving away his ring, making a new one would be helpful for when he returned to the Earth. He decided he would go along. "Okay, is everyone ready?" Clark asked. The others looked nervous while some looked excited. They had been waiting for this for a long time now. As for Rokeen, who was standing next to Quinn, his knees were shaking, and it looked like he would collapse at any moment now. "Hey, Bwin, you'll stay the night for me after all. If we take them on together, this can be easy for both of us. Who knows, maybe I can talk to the beast and ask them to let us kill them," Rokeen said. Hearing this, Quinn just smiled back and nodded. He didn't care as long as he got his EXP, and if he was to level up and start the evolving process on the planet, it wouldn't be so strange, since all the vampires around him were at the breaking point. Finally, students started to enter the portal one by one, and eventually, Quinn and Rokeen did too. After all the students had entered, Clark himself was the last one to follow them. "Quinn, time to find out who you are," he said, jumping through the portal. Episode 419, She's With Me. A week or so had passed since Logan, Vorden, and Sia had joined the regular vampire classes. So far, with their teacher Silver, they had gone through some interesting things. The first problem they often faced was that the students were given blood at the canteen to consume 2 days a week. They were able to escape drinking the blood packs by either stating they were keeping them for later or handing them to someone else, and even pretending to consume the beverages. This only served to remind Vorden of how foolish he had been on the first day after consuming the blood. There were several things he might have done to prevent this dilemma, and he was typically quick on his feet when thinking about such things. The difficulty was that the setting was so different from what he was used to that he was impacted and couldn't think clearly. The lessons they had to attend were the next set of issues they had to deal with. The theoretical lectures were intriguing, and Silver was fortunate to begin at the beginning. As a result, they were able to learn about the vampire pool, the 13 families, the vampire king, and what they all did. Still, nothing was revealed about the 10th family or their history. There was no history lesson about the vampire's past, as if it was something they wanted to forget, and nothing about the extra empty castle on the other side was mentioned. Logan discovered that none of the other vampire youngsters understood what the castle was used for while he was trying to acquire information. The issue arose when they were required to participate in physical exercise classes. One of the first was mastering the blood swipe skill. Of course, the others couldn't and would never be able to do so because they weren't vampires. They would try to emulate the others by flailing their arms and then feigning rage when that didn't succeed. Of course, the other vampires laughed and mocked them, but it wasn't a huge problem because they were from the 10th family. As Logan had feared, the fact that they both belonged to the 10th family was a blessing in disguise. Although they were derided and teased as such, they were not attacked or punched just for being weaker, as they had been at their previous school. As for Xander, just as Silver had said, she was looking out for Logan and the students that belonged to the 13th. Xander didn't get the chance to mess with Vorden. A few of the other vampire classes continued like this, and they managed to get by the physical ones without much trouble. All they had to do was try to imitate the others, but they were all starting to wonder how much longer they could stay there. It was okay to be like this for the first week, but it would only be a matter of time before they were caught. There was no further information on Fex, it seemed. It was best if they could get out of there. "Our practical lesson today will be a little different than normal," Silver stated this while standing at the front of the class. "We'll be understanding what's known as joint exercises with the other schools. You won't always have another vampire at your side when fighting or in peril. There are also people in the subcategories who can assist you. There are different subclasses even within the categories, so you must know what each of them do and how they act. So today, we will be going to do some joint exercises with the C campus on the outside front field." "Yes!" Sia shouted out of happiness. The others around her looked at her for a second, before she slowly looked around and started to sit back down in her seat. If it was any other situation, she would have been embarrassed, but she didn't care. She was over the moon that she would be seeing Layla again. Her mind had been feeling worse lately than it had before, especially since she had been thinking about the fact that the people who had brought her to this world were the ones who might have removed her memories in the first place. But if anyone could tell her the truth, she thought she would be able to reach out to Layla. It might be a good time to talk to her to see if she has found anything out, Logan thought, and try to find a way out from here. Logan should have escaped from that mountain a while ago. He tried to contact us using the mask, but it looked like we missed it. With the explanation done, 3 classes each from the vampire side were sent to stand in front of the different campuses. For today, 2 classes would head to work with Category A, then 2 classes sent for Category B, and the final 2 classes sent to work with Category C. When they arrived outside, it looked like their class was doing activities with an old friend, as Vorden's eyes and Xander's eyes managed to meet each other. "He's still upset over this little thing? What's with people holding grudges?" Vorden thought. "Ha ha," Rayton started laughing hysterically, "like you're one to talk." Silver and Paul met up and quickly shook hands as the class would begin, and Paul was left to do the explaining. "So first, as you can see, there are an even amount of vampires to subclasses of the C class. So what I will want you to do in a moment is get into pairs with each other. I want the 2 of you to get to know each other. Explain your abilities, your strengths, weaknesses, and things you have learned over the past week," Paul said. "Once we have passed this stage, we will move on to the next, so please, go ahead and find your partner." There was an immediate rush from the thirsty vampires to go ahead and approach the girls from the sub-C courses. Some of them already knew who they wanted to work with, while others preferred to stick with individuals they knew and were related to. As for Sia, the whole time she only had one person in her sight. As soon as they were allowed to move, she was ready to sprint over to Layla. However, the second they were allowed to pair up, a cloud of black figures in her eyesight had gone flying past her and stopped directly where Layla was. They surrounded her, and it looked like Sia was unable to even barge in. "Please be my partner," one of the boys said. "I'm the strongest vampire in my class. I think we will make a great couple. I mean partner." Another fumbled over their words. Logan was approached by a weird, big-eyed, tanned brown female with bushy hair who said nothing. She then simply placed her hand in his and remained still. For some reason, Logan preferred it this way. There was no communication and no hassle. Someone out of the blue had chosen to be with him. Vorden, on the other hand, could see everything that was going on. All they needed to do was convince one of them to pair up with Layla so they could gain additional information. He could see Sia fighting to get past the wall of boys, so he decided to head over, but not before Amy, the blonde girl, blocked his route. "Where are you going, bad boy?" she said. "You're staying with me." Her tail flicked fast in the wind, but she noticed his eyes were never looking at her for even a second, but was looking past her at Layla. "What a lucky girl to have such a caring boy," she thought. "Move out of the way," a voice said from behind the crowd. Most of the boys chose to ignore it, but continued to try and persuade Layla, but one of them at the very back had turned and could see who it was. "Hey," the boy whispered, "let's go, it's Xander." Once they found out who had told them to go away, the boys decided to split up and leave. Seeing this and ignoring what was going on, Sia felt like it was her chance, and she immediately started running towards Layla. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Xander turned around and looked Sia straight in the eye. "Stay!" he shouted, and immediately her whole body was frozen. She felt like she couldn't move. "What is this? Ah, my head! What's wrong? Why does it hurt so much?" Even though she was in pain and wanted to move, she couldn't even lift her hand to place it on her aching head. "Do you remember me?" Xander said, walking towards Layla. "I want you to be my partner. As you can see, it looks like you have no other choice," he said with a creepy smile. Layla wanted to use her spiritual chains there, and then once again, but honestly, he had done nothing wrong, and it looked like the others had already gotten partners. "He wouldn't be able to do anything while the teachers are here, right?" she thought, as she felt like she had no choice but to accept. "I want to be her partner," a voice said, and turning his head, Xander could see Vorden walking towards him. "Again, do you people never learn? Stay!" he shouted. But, not even for a brief second, did Xander's influence skill work on Vorden as he continued to walk forward. Episode 420, Stay or Go. "Stop!" Xander yelled again, this time louder and with his eyes flashing even brighter, but it didn't seem to hinder Vorden's progress. Instead, it just prompted all of the pupils who weren't paying attention before to gaze in the direction of the others. "How come it isn't doing anything?" Xander pondered. He was well aware that he was nothing extraordinary in comparison to the direct ancestors, but this was a different class from the rest of the vampires. Everyone who was someone was well known and had been scouted to join a family. Even if his influence talent didn't stop someone, it should have affected a no-name like the guy in front of him. Yet for some reason, he hadn't even flinched or slowed down for a second, as if nothing had happened to him, as though the person in front of him had an impenetrable intellect. When they were close enough, Vorden suddenly leaned in and pressed his face to Xander's. "Your crappy skills won't work on me, because my mind is already broken." Lifting his hand upward, he shoved Xander to the side as he walked towards Layla. The shove wasn't hard. The person had done nothing to Xander, but because his influence skill had failed him completely, he was sweating in fear right now. Lately, too many unexpected things were happening to him. Perhaps it was best for him to stay out of it. "You've had your fun now, Rayton, so let's switch," said Vorden, standing by the chair in the black room. "What you did was a little risky. I know you're stronger than me, but remember, we don't have any abilities here. It would be a hard fight against a vampire." "You need to learn to read people better," Rayton replied. "That person won't ever try to mess with you after this. He's broken and fine. I'll switch. But I don't know why you like this softy. The blondie before was a lot better." "Wait!" Xander yelled. He mustered the confidence since there was still something he possessed that this guy lacked. He had done his study on the student who had previously attempted to stop him, and he knew he was from the 10th family. Every vampire, including the subclasses, realized there was no future working with them, in comparison to himself, who had a tight relationship with the first family. "Are you sure you want to team up with him? I think you might change your mind. You see, that boy there is from the 10th family." Some of the people looking around them gasped, as if they were watching a drama show. Silver and Paul decided to continue watching the show in front of them, because it hasn't yet become violent. At the end of the day, what they did was their option, and possibly they would come across something similar in the future. "Why would I care about that?" Layla replied. "Even if he was human, I would choose him 100 times over you." Although she didn't know it, these words were a low blow to a vampire's pride, who often saw themselves as superior beings to humans. The words had made him feel as if he had been stabbed in the heart, and he fell to his knees. "Okay, show's over. Everyone quickly get in your pairs," Phil said, clapping his hands. Everyone quickly moved into place, and Amy in the end had ended up with Sia as her partner. "Both of you go into empty space. This is more for the vampires to learn about you than the C classes. Tell them everything you know, perhaps show them some skills, and introduce yourselves to the person next to you," Paul explained. "Then we can move on to the next step." As Layla and Vorden got into their own space far away from Xander, the others tried to move so they were relatively close to them as well. This was especially the case for Sia. This didn't go unnoticed by Amy. "Hey, you don't happen to swing the other way, do you?" Amy asked, with her tail pointing in the direction of Layla. "That girl is so lucky to have so many people after her. I thought I was a beauty, but it turns out people don't like this these days," she said, placing her hands on her chest and lifting them up and down. It was clear Amy was a confident and bold person. It wasn't the fact that she was ugly. Many people would have considered her a beauty, but sometimes her confidence and her pushiness would scare guys away. Hearing these comments, Sia's face had gone bright red. No, it's not that. She's just the only person I know from here." Hearing these words and what the blonde boy from before had said, Amy was starting to wonder if all of them were from the 10th family. It would explain why, at times, Layla seemed to be a bit on edge or out of place, and knew far less than the standard person. But if that was the case, she was starting to wonder who was her turner. Normal vampires were not allowed to turn people without permission, so it couldn't be the girl or the other two in front of her. Then the confidence and memory of the blonde boy were struck in her head, and how he managed to resist Xander's influence skill. These things weren't normal from people from the 10th to do. "Is something happening over there?" she thought, as she looked in the direction of the 10th castle. She couldn't shake the feeling that very soon something big was happening, and it could have something to do with the rumors about the 10th's return. "Thank you," Layla said as she gave a warm-hearted smile towards Logan. She started to think about the two of their relationships from the start. It had truly gotten off on the wrong foot. When they first met, Vorden strangled her up against the wall, and she had stabbed him in the thigh with an arrow. And here he was now protecting her. The world truly worked in strange ways. "Don't worry, we need to look out for each other," Vorden replied. "Did you manage to find anything out about Fex?" Layla started to explain what had happened during her week. She knew of Fex, and it seemed like the others did too, but not what he had done. It seemed like it was the same everywhere. She then went on to also explain what she had been doing the last week and how much she had learned. This included controlling her emotions. She no longer felt the need to have sudden outbursts here and there, and could harness that energy for herself. This allowed her to call upon her attacks if need be. Still, if she truly wanted to evolve into the next stage, she would need to try to control this better or even use a strong outside source. This includes the negative emotions of people like Sia. Still, even after all her training, she had yet to evolve into the next stage once, but Phil constantly told her it would be something that would take some time, especially depending on how long she had been a Hanya. After hearing everything, Vorden had a list of what had happened so far. "We believe we've spent enough time here, and since we can't find out anything about Fex, we're considering leaving shortly, within the following several days. If you can, attempt to call us someplace alone at night while wearing the mask, and we'll give you further information then." For a second, Layla looked around and looked at Amy and the others. She thought back to her time and how much she had learned so far. She then took in a deep breath before saying her next few words out loud. "No, I want to stay here." Episode 421, The Nice Teacher Cries. "Stay," Vorden replied. It was unusual that Layla may be talking about being abandoned here in this world, alone and behind everyone else. Looking at the little horns on top of her head and the pleasant females about the room who appeared to be just like her, Vorden couldn't help but believe she could fit in better with this sort of crowd. Perhaps she now feels more at home with people more like her now, Vorden thought. Layla felt compelled to double-check her statements after noticing a tiny frown and a sullen look on Vorden's face. "I don't intend to stay here forever," Layla began to explain. "You're going to go into town to look for additional information, aren't you? Is it necessary for me to come along and try to assist? I still have a lot to learn here, and of course I want to help Quinn. If I can, I'd like to stay here as long as possible to learn everything I can. Contact me through the mask when you truly need me and are ready to get Fex and Peter. I'll check it every night at a specific hour and be ready to depart at any time." Vorden realized she didn't want to stay on the planet. She only wanted to stay here and learn more. It was true that 3 of them would most likely be enough. The big issue, though, appeared to be Sia. She had come because of Layla, and if they left without Layla, would she accompany them? They couldn't just abandon Sia with the other vampires. If they did, there was a good possibility she'd be apprehended. Vorden was stuck in a situation he couldn't figure out how to get out of. He'd have to talk to Logan about it later to see if he had any kind of strategy. As time passed, the partners began to share information about particular talents. Vorden and Layla claimed to be sharing vital information. Logan and the big-eyed girl merely stared at each other without saying anything. While Sia was always looking in Layla's direction, Amy felt as if she was speaking to a brick wall. Vampires were invited to come to the front once the timer ran out and discuss what they had discovered about their spouses. The subclass would stand next to them as they did so. This was done to see how much knowledge they recalled, while also sharing it with the other participants. Most of it went fine, and when Logan's turn came, he just stood there at the front saying nothing. And it looked like his partner also did the same, with a large smile on her face. Seeing this awkward scene, Phil quickly interrupted as he remembered what type of subclass she was, as she wasn't able to speak. "Sorry, this is my fault. I will do the explaining for this group as an exception." Vorden already knew about Layla, so he found it reasonably easy to explain to the others, and then it was Sia's time. Amy, who stood at her side, assumed she was doomed and said nothing. Her thoughts had been elsewhere the entire time the 2 of them were together. Amy would just pour it out like she was an information page on herself, with barely any words spoken. "Amy is something known as a succubus. Although some may not be able to tell this, there are some clear signs. The red tail and the single horn that is placed only on the left side. This is because she is still only something known as an infant succubus. When she evolves and turns into a full succubus, she will grow 2 horns, evenly placed on both sides. Her tail will grow longer, her skin will redden, and finally her wings will sprout out from her back. They are strong in illusion magic, and are also able to lure certain men who are attracted to her easily. This is because the source of her energy is a man's special seed." "Excellent," Paul said. He started to explain a few more details while showing Amy as an example. Then later, he sent the 2 of them back. Returning, Amy glanced at Sia, who still looked to be deep in thoughts. She was shell-shocked by the way Sia had managed to answer the whole class. She was sure she wasn't paying attention to a single word, yet somehow she had mentioned everything Amy had said to her. Even Sia herself hadn't realized how well she was able to keep the information inside her head, but when looking at Layla, it was as if her mind was able to focus on 2 points of information at once. noting down everything. She felt like she often did this when walking around and entering rooms. Her eyes would dart around and make points about everything, small notes. Even when she was only looking at people, she could guess their weight and height. She could only guess that all of this was a habit, but why? After all, was done for the lesson. The students were allowed to return to their dorm rooms, and Vorden entered Logan's room to tell him what Layla had said. With the two of them, they hoped they would be able to come up with a plan because so far they had nothing. "Well, the best thing to do first is to ask Sia what she would like to do," Logan replied. "I think it's best to bring her along with us, but if she refuses, it will be hard to force her. It is a tricky situation, and we still haven't heard back from Quinn." Logan sat in his room for a few moments, his hand on his chin. It was his thinking position, but it was taking him longer than normal to come up with an answer. He wasn't sure if it was because he wasn't in his room with his comfortable massage chair, or because he hadn't had his favorite sandwiches in a while for his brain power. "I think we might have to stay here as well," Logan finally spoke. "I tried researching the 13th castle. Now that we know how many vampires and strong vampires are inside, with just us three, I fear we would be killed in seconds. If the students here know nothing more, I doubt we would be able to find out more in the town either. I suggest we don't move until we hear from Quinn. At the end of the day, we will all move out with him." With no plan of his own, Vorden felt like it was probably the only option they had. The next day, when entering their classroom and sitting in their regular seats, everyone was surprised to see that teacher Silver didn't seem to be at the front today. She would usually be there before everyone else and greet each one of them as they entered the room. The kids at first were a little scared of Silver due to the stern expression on her face that seemed to never change. Still, slowly they all started to notice small gestures she would do that the other teachers didn't. These things showed the whole class that she cared. She would greet everyone as they came in with their first names, pretty much on the second day. Notes had been jotted down on everyone's desk on what they would be going over in class that day, and books would be handed out on each desk if required for the lesson. She had also made gorgeous name tags that were placed in front of everyone's desk to help everyone remember each other's names. And they weren't just standard name tags. Looking at them, it was clear that they were all handcrafted with care. These weren't things the other teachers did. It felt like she went the extra mile in helping those in her class. It now made not only the boys, but the girls as well truly fall for their teacher Silver. Some were even thinking it would be best to join the 13th family just to serve under her, even with all the problems going on at the moment. And this was why everyone was worried when all the students had arrived and Silver still hadn't. "Did something happen to her?" a student asked. "Maybe we should tell the other teachers," another replied. Then the sound of the sliding door was heard as Silver walked in. With it, a certain air had arisen, and the room fell completely silent. Everyone in an instant could tell something was wrong. Each step she took inside the room felt heavy. Her hair, that was usually done up nicely and tied back, had fallen to her sides, and when she finally went to face the students, her eyes looked lost. They all wanted to ask what happened, what was wrong, but it was considered rude in the vampire culture to ask such a thing of someone in a higher position. "I'm here to announce that they have requested that we make it not just to the students, but to the whole vampire settlement." Silver spoke with a monotonous tone, with no variation. "The vampire Fex Sanguis, a former member of the 13th family, will be executed." This was no new information for the students around them. The word had already spread of what would happen, but still, no one knew exactly what he had done. "The execution will be on the 25th of August, on the day he came to this world, and it shall be a public one at the main plaza, stationed at the front of the king's castle." "A public execution?" Fred said out loud, but he wasn't the only one that was shocked by this. The others were as well. A public execution hadn't even been seen in their lifetimes. Most of the time, the matter would be dealt with by their own families or behind the scenes. The students could only think that Fex's crime had to be a truly serious one for them to go this far, and to even make everyone aware of it as well. Slamming her fist into the desk in front of her, it was hard for Silver to contain her emotions. She knew this moment was coming, but having to inform people out loud of what was happening made her realize all too soon the day was upon her, and that she could do nothing. "Now I know why she's like that," Fred said. Vorden was perplexed when he heard this, but they were able to obtain evidence that informed them that Silver was a member of the 13th family. So she'd be angry, but this was different. This was more than being unhappy, and Vorden was intrigued, since Silver had previously assisted him, and she appeared to be a truly kind person. "What do you mean?" Vorden asked. What, isn't it obvious? Although some people say Silver is heartless, it's as clear as day that she is being affected by her brother's execution. Silver is Fex's brother, and a vampire knight at that, Borden thought in his mind. And it seemed like at the same time Logan had received this information as well. This realization was what they needed to move on to the next step. Now we just need you, Quinn, Logan thought. Episode 422, Bat Hunting. Quinn realized that the students didn't have to travel through the square-shaped teleporters holding each other one by one as they did the circular teleporters. Quinn initially assumed this was done on purpose to randomly divide up the students for the evaluation, but when they were carried to the next area, he looked around. He could see that everyone was present and that the instructor had come shortly after. They had arrived from a place where it was dark outdoors while looking at the sky, just like the planet. They all appeared to be on a vast, wide wasteland. There were no trees where they used to be, and there seemed to be nothing surrounding them. There's no lake, no hills, just a big flat wasteland. It was difficult to determine if this was the same planet Quinn had visited earlier. He had previously landed at the Red Gateway planet from a refuge. There were several structures and weird artifacts in the area, but they had all been destroyed. After all, planets were massive, and some of them even possessed architecture similar to Earth, where there would be distinct continents separated by an ocean. So, even if Quinn was on the same planet, there was a strong possibility he'd never see the shelter again. But it made him ponder. The planet was where he discovered the Shadow Ability book, which included an ability that only vampires could learn. Vampires are now using the planet as a training field. Is it possible that the human refuge and the vampires interacted at some point? Perhaps the vampires were the ones who destroyed the shelter. The Shadow appears to be a tricky entity. During his training, he observed the other generations and saw them use their abilities on occasion. However, none of them possessed the same shadow power as Quinn, and even the system had advised him to keep it hidden, for the time being, only activating it if his life was in danger. When Clark had arrived, he went around to each of the students placing a strange small circular device on their clothing. It stuck on quite easily, and it looked as if it would take quite a bit before falling off. He then also handed them each a small backpack that contained certain supplies inside, one of them being blood. This here is a tracker that will allow me to find you. As for the other things, you can take a guess why they are needed, Clark explained. This trip will last a total of 3 days. When the tracker beeps 3 times, it means you are to return to this spot, so please try to get your bearings. If you are lost, then don't worry. My familiar is one of the best at tracking people, and we also have the trackers placed on you as a backup. The task is to defeat 10 death bat crystals. You may do so however you wish. You may do whatever you wish. But remember, your classmates are not the enemy. If I find you have stolen the bat crystals after they were already obtained, you will be in serious trouble. From Clark's words, it sounded like working together to collect the crystals was not a problem, but one could not steal crystals from another. This meant working as a group presented its problems. Although you are more likely to kill a death bat crystal, one would have to find more, and then between the group, they would also need to decide how to distribute bat crystals to each other. The larger the group, the more likely a person would eventually be left out, and the stronger ones would complain about the fact that they did more work. In the first place, there were only 25 of them on the planet. Clark then proceeded to sit down and open up his book as he started reading. Well, what are you waiting for? Clark said. The assessment has already begun since we got here. With that, the students decided to split off and start searching for the death bat beasts. Rokeen had teamed up with Quinn and had also already summoned his familiar. With the 3, they could cover more ground and perhaps find a death bat quicker. Some other students had formed groups, while there were very few who had decided to go off on their own, but those were mostly the stronger students. Before leaving, Quinn looked in the direction of Cirrus and their group of 3. Their eyes met for a brief second before Cirrus turned his head away and walked off in a different direction. At least for now, it didn't seem like he would cause any trouble with Quinn again. Almost all of the students chose to take a different path to see if they could locate anything. One of the most difficult aspects of this examination was the fact that they were provided with almost minimal information. They weren't informed where to go or even where to look for the death bats. If they were in a more varied terrain area, then perhaps they could have chosen certain places that were more likely to have beasts. But the open wasteland made it hard for them to choose any direction. Shouldn't it be obvious? Rokeen said, while walking and looking at his black rabbit running about ahead of them. What do you mean? Quinn replied. Well, the name of the beast is a death bat, right? So doesn't that mean they will be in a cave of some sort, just like regular bats? He replied. But when Quinn looked around, he couldn't even find a mountain or a hill for any bats to even live in. He did agree, but right now it didn't make any sense. They continued to walk with still nothing around them they could see until the little black rabbit started to make some strange noises, and it immediately started to run back towards Rokeen. "It's here," Rokeen said. "The rabbit says the death bat is here." When they looked around, they couldn't find anything. They both proceeded forward till they were near the rabbit, and they could see a dark shadow mound ahead of them. From where they stood, the mound seemed to be a giant heavy boulder. It stood out on its lonesome and seemed out of place because there was nothing else around it. "It's saying that the thing that we are looking at is the death bat, but what's it doing out here?" Rokeen replied. From this distance, the bat was a little too far for Quinn to use his inspection skill to bring up any information. At the same time, he felt like he needed to be careful. Although he had defeated a king-tier beast before, at the time he had nearly died and had the help of others. The flashbacks of the advanced beast killing all the students on the other planet came running through his head. Some advanced beasts were more powerful than others, and it was likely that this was one of them. He leaned down and grabbed a chunk of land with his palm until it was the size of a little stone in his hand. It was about the size and weight of a baseball. Choosing the appropriate distance and strength, he flung the boulder as hard and as quickly as he could, and it landed exactly on top of the shadow boundary in front of him. "Bingo!" Rokeen said, as the stone bounced off and fell to the floor. Suddenly the boulder started to shake and vibrate, and it was slowly growing in size. It lifted its wing and revealed was a large bat-looking creature that had a wingspan of at least 2 meters. Not wasting any time, they crept in closer to the bat. The bat's motions appeared a touch lethargic, as if it was waking up from a nap, so they decided to approach a little quicker. Quinn was constantly trying to utilize his inspection skill as they were on their way, until he was finally within range. "Inspect. Advanced tier beast death bat. A large bat-like creature that uses the power of supersonic waves. The sound produced by the bat is a frequency that is unheard by most living beings. The attacks produced from the beast's mouth also move at the speed of sound and are powerful. If the bat feels like its life is in danger, it will cry, calling others to the same area." "Perfect," Quinn said. "Let's go bat hunting." Episode 423. Bone Claw? Quinn was not concerned after reading the specifics of the death bat. He had figured out the system a little by this point. If the beast in front of him had been strong enough, he'd have received a specific quest, or at the very least, one for an instant level up. But he hadn't. Only when he encountered formidable foes or monsters would he be granted such a gift. Even still, that didn't imply the mission would be simple, especially after reading the portion where it's called its allies. If the death bat thought its life was in danger, it would most likely summon more of them. Depending on the circumstances, this might be a good or a negative thing. If killing the death bat was simple with Rokeen's assistance, then having more would make the task easier. After all, they needed to kill 20 advanced beasts in 3 days. The question remained, though, how many people would show up. It would depend on how many people were in the neighborhood and how far its cries would be heard. If the beast proved difficult to kill, it could be too much for the two of them to manage all of them at once. With all these things in mind, Quinn was ready. "The beast isn't replying, so we have no choice but to fight," Rokeen said. Quinn was never depending on the assumption that Rokeen was capable of doing anything in the first place. Rokeen seems to have made an attempt based only on what he had previously stated. The black rabbit remained on Rokeen's shoulder, and its horn began to light up, exactly as it had done when fighting the other beast in the river. In response, the death bat opened its jaws, leaned back, and elevated its belly slightly, but no sound was heard. "Jump!" Quinn shouted. They broke off and precisely where they were at the time, with Rokeen running to the left and Quinn dashing to the right. The dirt from the floor rose as if an explosion had been let off in the earth. Was that an attack from the death bat? Rokeen thought, and was thankful that Buin had told him to move. Otherwise he would have been hit by the invisible and soundless attack. Quinn only knew that it was preparing for an attack thanks to the information provided by the system. Opening its mouth was a sign it would be unleashing a sonic blast, but it was at a frequency that could be unheard of by vampires. It continued to launch blast after blast towards Quinn. Quinn was able to evade most of the strikes by watching the beast's head motions, but now and then he would have to execute the flash step because two attacks would come out too close to each other. Quinn's movements would cause dust and grime to rise from the ground. It appeared bizarre, as if Quinn was the one producing it, as if there was a pause in his movements. However, this all gave Rokeen plenty of time to prepare. His familiar was ready, and so it was easy getting into position around the side of the death bat. He first shot out 2 blood swipes of his own. They scraped their way across the floor, ultimately reaching the beast's side. The bat twisted its body slightly, elevating its wing and preventing the strike, but this was exactly what Rokeen was hoping for. The strikes were only a diversion. The black rabbit was ready with its horn blasting a strong, straight line of a lightning bolt once the bat had shifted its wing out of the way to launch the assault. The strike was swift and powerful, and the bat was unable to respond in time. It lifted its wing slightly, but not enough to block the attack. Yet it was able to hop and flap its wings slightly, shifting where the attack would land. It was aiming for the head at first, but with its quick movements, the strike instead sank straight through a section of its chest, and black blood began to stream down from below. "Damn, we were so close," Rokeen complained. Still, flapping its wings, the black bat's attention seemed to be focusing on something else. It was slightly up in the air, and tilted its head back further than before, and then its belly started to rise outward even more. Whatever it was clear that this attack was bigger than the ones before, and it was coming right for Rokeen. "Blood shield," Rokeen said. A wall of blood rose in front of him. All he could do was hope it would be enough to block the attack. "Moon crescent kick." Looking up in the air, Rokeen could see something up as high as the bat appeared. It was Quinn. At that moment, lifting his leg from below upward, towards his head as fast and as strong as he could, a horizontal single line of blood came out. It was larger than any blood swipe Rokeen had ever seen before. At the same time, it looked slightly different, and instead of the attack coming from the hands like it usually would, it came from a leg instead. The large attack the bat had been storing up, it quickly lifted its head and blew out the attack to its side. It was such a powerful attack, the force had moved the bat's body slightly back. The crescent kick had hit, but instead of slicing the beast in half, it had hit the wing and continued to go past until it eventually disappeared. A few seconds later, and the wing had fallen to the floor, with the bat following shortly after. Was that a new type of attack he created himself? Rokeen thought. His blood swipe had only caused faint scratches on the beast's skin, but Buin's had managed to completely cut off the beast's wings. Unfortunately, it seems like the beast had some form of intelligence, or at least battle instinct, as it was able to narrowly avoid death twice now. As soon as Quinn's feet had touched the floor and he lifted his head, he was ready to finish off the beast and gain the EXP. But then another red strike had come out from the side. This one was neither from Quinn nor Rokeen. It too was a single strike of blood swipe, but was larger than the one Rokeen had produced. With the blood from the chest wound and the wound delivered from Quinn, the bat could hardly move and was ready to call its allies, but before it could, the red aura had slipped right through its neck, killing the beast. "Ha ha ha! We did it," a voice said from the side. Quinn and Rokeen turned their heads to the side, knowing full well that neither of them had killed the beast, meaning someone had stolen their kill at the last second. Looking at who it was an unforgettable face for both of them. It was Cirrus, and by his side were his two friends. "It was a good idea to follow you. You guys certainly did put on an impressive act," he said, walking over to the beast's body. "Wait, that's ours!" Rokeen shouted. "Huh, but I was the one who killed it. Unfortunately, the crystal now belongs to me, and according to the rules that Clark had put in place, you guys aren't allowed to steal it off me," Cirrus said, as his two friends carved out the crystal before pocketing it for themselves. They had gone on a different path at first, but when they couldn't locate anything, they decided to travel in the same direction as Rokeen and Quinn. They had intended to do exactly what they had just done. There were 3 of them, and Cirrus expected them to be exhausted from slaying the beast. Even if they were to get into a fight, Cirrus was confident that they could win, and even if they couldn't, as long as they got the last hit in, the crystal would be there. He knew the 2 of them wouldn't break the rules and try to steal the crystal from him, so in a way he had a backup plan. With the crystal in his hand, he had a big smile. He couldn't wait to see the look on Quinn's face. All of this was done due to the humiliation he had faced a while back, and now he wanted to savor this moment. Turning his head, he looked at Quinn, who just stood there motionless. His face wasn't one of anger or happiness, but he looked a little calm. But inside of Quinn, he was feeling anything but calm. While the others couldn't feel it, Cirrus could. There was a sickly feeling entering his stomach once again, and he couldn't help but think that perhaps he had made a grave mistake. Right now, Quinn was doing everything he could to hold in his anger. He was in a slight rush, trying his best to save Fex and get stronger. Although he didn't care much for the assessment or the Deathbat crystals, what he did care about was the EXP. It had been a long time since he was able to level up, and maybe there was a good chance he could after killing all of these Deathbats. Then a horrible thought came across his mind. Why have you chosen to get in my way? If I couldn't kill the Deathbat for the EXP, maybe I should just kill you. It was a thought that came into his head only for a brief second, but that was all it took for what was to happen next. Behind the three boys, a black mist had appeared. It was large, much bigger than the boy's height, and slowly from it, a large, horrifying creature had emerged. So much so that Rokin had taken a step back. He had never seen something like this before. Whatever it was, it looked far more powerful than the Deathbat just seconds ago. Then, in the next few seconds, with its long, dangly fingers, the bone claw had pierced Cirrus directly in the chest, right through his heart, and a few seconds later, it had come to a halt. Episode 424. Who are you? Basic vampire killed, 3,000 EXP gained, small basic blood crystal obtained. There was no forewarning, nor was there any unusual sensation. There was simply nothing. Quinn had a brief notion inside his head 1 second, and then saw the bone claw standing behind the 3 vampire students the next. He had sought to summon it for so long, but it had never listened, and it had only just acted. As the bone claw moved its hand out from Cirrus's chest, the red blood could be seen sliding down from its long dangly fingers, until his body eventually slid off, and a solid thump was heard as his body hit the floor. It didn't take long for the next 2 to turn their heads in horror, wondering what could be powerful enough to kill a vampire in a single stroke. But when they turned their heads, the last thing they saw was another enormous hanging hand and a deep ache in their necks. Before both bodies had fallen to the floor, blood splattered, spraying in the air and falling onto the floor. Basic vampire killed ×2, 6,000 EXP gained, 41,890 of 51,200. What is that beast? Rokin said as his whole body was shaking with fear, and even the black rabbit on his shoulder had climbed on top of his head and was shivering with fear as well. It was the first time his own familiar had ever acted like this before. Even when seeing the Deathbat, it didn't react like this. Still, whatever it was extremely powerful, having killed 3 formidable vampires in a single attack. Rokin was simply thinking about all he could do to survive right now. What occurred next, on the other hand, was completely unexpected. Quinn was standing nearby, not far from the unusual huge beast. The 2 of them exchanged glances for a second, not saying anything and not speaking to each other, and then a black mist began to cover the bone claw. This mist was extremely familiar to Rokin. He had seen it many times before, but he didn't want to accept what he was about to witness next. As the mist filled the creature's whole body, it began to gently advance towards Buin until it reached him. It was his familiar. Buin was the one that killed them, Rokin thought. This realization was a little too much. Get out of here, Quinn said. Rokin was perplexed, not knowing what was going on. He was growing fond of the guy in front of him, especially because he had saved him from the same person who was now dead not long before. Of course, there were occasions when he longed for Cirrus's death for a split second, but he would never do so. Furthermore, he was one of the original family's most powerful direct descendants. Buin, you need to go into hiding, Rokin said. The first family, they'll be after you. They'll chase you until you're dead. Maybe we can explain things. Maybe we can say that this was all a work of a strange beast, right? After all, it was only me who saw what happened. Quinn felt a little touched by the gesture, but he knew it was useless more than anyone else. He pointed above, and when they looked up, they could see a black raven circling. It wasn't any regular raven. It seemed to look nearly identical to the one Clark owned. He already knows, Quinn said. I didn't mean for this to happen. I can't even control my familiar. Although he said these words, Quinn couldn't help but think he was at fault. For a brief second, he did want them dead, and the bone claw had complied with his wishes. It had completed his dark desire in an instant without giving him a second chance to change his mind. Besides, Quinn continued, you know they could use the influence skill to interrogate you about what happened, and if you lie— Quinn then started to think about Fex. He didn't want the same thing that was happening to him,
to happen to the vampire in front of him. "Please, just leave. I'll be okay. Right now you're not involved in this, and you have nothing to do with this." Although Rokin wanted to help, he knew he couldn't, and if he was to be caught like this, or his family was to find out he was involved in something like this, his life would be practically ruined. "Follow your dream, Rokin. Go to Earth. It's a nice place," Quinn said. "If you ever go there, visit me and try to find someone by the name of Quinn. Don't worry, I won't be dying here today." He then took out the Oni mask, placing it in his mouth. A strange purple shadow quickly rose, covering different parts of his body, and finally when they disappeared. His suit, including his pieces of beast armor, was equipped. At this point, Rokin had already turned his head away and started to run off in a random direction. While doing so, something started to tickle his cheek, and that's when he realized it was Tears. "Quinn, huh? I will remember that name. Don't die." Standing in the middle of the wasteland, Quinn looked up and he could no longer see the Black Raven. "That was quick," said Quinn. "It was the tracking device. If a student gets killed, then it immediately informs me," Clark said. "But you know that's not the only reason why I was able to get here so quick." Turning around, Quinn could see Clark standing there. His face was as serious as it had always been, but this time it felt like Clark was trying hard to suppress his emotions. "Why were you following me with your familiar?" Quinn asked. "Of course you already knew. Honestly, I was interested in seeing if your bone claw would come out. A familiar I have yet to see. I thought maybe if your life was on the line or you were in extreme danger, it would come out to protect you. Otherwise, why would it choose a master in the first place? I just never expected for this to happen," Clark said, while looking at the three bodies off to the side. Even if the incident was an accident and due to the bone claw, this was something that could not easily be forgiven. 3 direct descendants of the 13th family were killed, one of them being from the first family. A trial would be taking place, and unless this person had a strong family backing, most likely he would be executed. Then there was the other problem as well. Who was the student in front of Clark right now? "Will you tell me your real name?" Clark asked, "or what family you belong to?" There was a silence between the two. Quinn thought there was a possibility of such a thing happening, but didn't understand why Clark didn't say anything earlier then. Had he reported to the others what had happened? No. Otherwise, why was he allowed to come to this planet in the first place? "Then you give me no choice," Clark said. "A vampire knight has been detected. Defeat the vampire knight for an instant level up." This was the first battle he would be having with a vampire knight. Quinn still had yet to level up, so he needed to use everything he could. The shadow started to wiggle about below his feet, and then slowly started to rise, hovering behind his back. Seeing this strange power for the first time, there was a reaction on Clark's face. His eyes opened up as he couldn't believe there was still someone alive with this power. The dark shadow was something that sent fear into the very hearts of every vampire, and right now, a simple basic tier vampire wielded this power. "The power of the Punishers," Clark said. "Who are you?"
Episode 425, Fight the Vampire Knight. After seeing the dark shadows rise and surround Quinn's body, a distant memory surfaced in his mind, one that most vampires of the old wanted to forget. At first, he felt he might persuade the student not to fight. After all, Cirrus had always been a troublemaker. If he could also figure out which family the kid in front of him belonged to, they may be able to save him, and with his help, make a bargain that didn't include death. But now, after knowing that he could control the shadow, a lost and banned ability, he had no choice. He needed to bring him in. "If it was up to me, I wouldn't be doing this," said Clark, "but my duty as a vampire knight means I must bring you in." Quinn didn't want to fight either. He hadn't expected this to happen, but he couldn't risk being discovered. Clark, knowing his disposition, would choose his duty over his agenda. This appeared to be the case for many of the high-ranking vampires, which reminded him of Silver, who had chosen the law before family, even when it came to an issue involving her brother. The Raven continued to circle above. It looked as if it would be the first time Quinn would be facing a vampire that had a familiar. Right now, he tried summoning his bone claw. Focusing his mind, he tried to call out to it, but there was nothing. "It came out before, but now nothing. Is it because I don't want to hurt him?" The delay had been long enough, and Clark charged in as fast as he could. It was too fast for Quinn to use his inspection skill. If he could, he would have had time to figure out perhaps the type of ability he had. "Windwalk activate!" Seeing Clark's speed before, Quinn also used his top speed. The two moved into the center at met in mere seconds. At first, Clark was planning to use a regular attack, thinking his speed would be far superior. After all, he was a vampire knight, going up against a vampire, but he never expected someone to be this fast. They had met far sooner than expected. His quick reactions caused him to throw out a blood swipe of his own. The shadow immediately moved into place, blocking the attack, and out from behind, Quinn had jumped up over, performing 2 strong blood swipes. Blood wall! Just in the nick of time, a wall of blood was raised from the ground, and the 2 blood swipes had hit. The shadow will make this difficult. I don't understand its full potential or how it works, Clark thought. Little did he know, that was the least of his problems, as the blood wall had a slight crack in the middle. Quinn's blood swipe had slightly caused the wall to shake, and it looked like another hit would cause it to break. This power! How is this possible? Clark thought. At first, Clark thought he would perhaps be able to take it easy, or at least not be required to use his full strength. Even with him having the shadow, his powers shouldn't have been equal to his own. But right now, the speed, the strength, it was all stronger than average. This was due to Quinn's use of key-infused blood swipe rather than standard blood swipe. Holding back his full strength with the key put less burden on his body parts that were still getting accustomed to it. He still also wasn't able to use it to the point where he could enhance his body, but he had learned to control it with his attack slightly, and it seemed to be doing him well. Seeing this, Quinn threw out a few more blood swipes of his own, and as it hit the wall, it was immediately shattered. 2 more swipes came his way, and Clark threw out his own, matching them in power. When the 2 attacks collided, both of the blood swipes had shattered on impact. It looks like we are equal in strength and speed. I can do this, Quinn thought. He still had a considerable variety of shadow skills, as well as martial arts. As soon as he thought of this, the atmosphere had changed entirely. Another blood swipe was thrown from Quinn, but as the attack was about to hit him, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared a few meters closer. As the attacks came out again, he would reappear and appear repeatedly. The flash step! It was a move that Quinn had learned from the tutorial, but had never come across another vampire who had used it before. It was a reminder that he was now fighting vampires at a different level, those that would be more skillful than him and possibly have more abilities than himself. If he wanted to win this fight, he needed to rely on something else. He needed to use his shadow abilities. It seemed that Clark had decided to step it up another level, throwing out more blood swipes of his own, but then his hands were moving faster than ever. Blood swipe barrage! Clark moved both his hands at an incredible speed. Multiple small sickle-shaped bloodlines that looked similar to the blood swipe came out from his hands. Quinn used his flash step, avoiding the attacks first, but then it quickly started to follow him. Unexpected that you know how to use that too, but it won't work on me, Clark said as he started to move his arms, about slightly in different directions rapidly. Now the blood swipes were coming to a large area, and as soon as Quinn completed a flash step, he had moved from one place directly right in forming of another attack. It had successfully hit him right on the shoulder, feigning him back. 75 of 95 HP. As soon as Quinn was able to recover, another one came and hit him again. 70 of 95 HP. Having no choice, the slow shadow had finally moved into place, now covering his front and blocking the majority of attacks. The only problem was, it was decreasing his MC points rapidly. It looked like using the ordinary blood swipe skill and turning it into a barrage didn't affect a vampire knight as much as it did a regular vampire. If Quinn were to try to match firepower with firepower, his HP would have quickly decreased. In a small amount of time, he had to come up with a plan, and fast. However, he was unaware that something was circling above, which he had forgotten about during the whole flight. Seeing the back wide open, Clark's familiar, the raven, came sweeping down at a fantastic speed. Its 2 claws at the bottom of its feet grew twice the size and were reinforced and hardened. Nothing was coming from behind him, and his back was vulnerable to an attack. You are still only a regular vampire after all. You have a lot to learn. The moment the raven was ready to attack, a black mist appeared from Quinn's back, and a single large claw-like hand emerged from the mist. With its large dangling fingers, it had grabbed the raven. As it brought its fingers together to a single point, it had sliced through the raven's body, and a puff of black mist appeared once again. It was signaling the death of the familiar. When Quinn turned his head, he could see the arm of the bone claw retreating into the black mist. Did it save me? Quinn thought. It did indeed look like that was the case. Even if it weren't going to help him in the fight, it would still protect his life. Finally, having enough time to think, Quinn felt like he had no choice. Placing his palm open, he started to run forward, shooting out multiple blood sprays. The strength of his attack was a little less than the small blood swipes. The center of his attack was able to shatter the bulk of them, but a few would get past and still hit him. Bearing through the pain, he activated his blood bank skill, consuming HP, allowing his body to heal. Against a strong opponent, it would be dangerous to let his HP get so low. Any strong attack could knock him out, or even completely kill him before his blood bank can auto-activate itself. Then, when he was finally close enough, "Shadow Void!" The whole area around the two of them started to be surrounded by a dome-type area. Seeing the two of them in what looked like strange shadows, Clark was starting to worry. His familiar was put off action, and their strength and skill seemed equal. "I guess I need to use my ability as well, the ability of the fifth family," Clark said. Episode 426, Special Blood. Rokeen had walked a short distance away. He would frequently stop and turn to look back. He hated the fact that he had left the only person that understood him behind, but he had no choice, right? If he didn't, he would have been in big trouble, and possibly his own family would have abandoned him, even if he was a direct descendant. There were still others in the family that were older and more powerful than him. They were ready to take the leader position at any time. He wasn't exactly the first in line. "What are you doing? Why are you so scared? I can explain everything that happened. He's a nice teacher. He will understand. He has to understand," Rokeen said, as he started to run back in the direction he had once come from. After a short while, he had arrived at the same spot he was before, only it looked different. There was a fairly large purple dome shape out on the field that would constantly shift, moving as if it was alive. "What is that?" At first, Rokeen thought he had come to the wrong place, but after seeing the three students' bodies still outside of the dome, he could tell that he was in the right place. "They must be fighting in there. I wonder what that is." As the dome of shadows surrounded Clark, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious looking at the moving shadows around him. He had never encountered a shadow user before, or the so-called Punishers, but knew about them. They were the vampires who previously upheld the vampire law, which meant they needed strength, an ability that went beyond that of the 13th families. Because he could see the student in front of him was only at the vampire stage, he had been taking things too easily. First, he quickly threw a blood swipe attack of his own to the side, and when it hit the wall, it looked like the attack was wholly absorbed, and the dome had kept its shape. Attacking the dome, depending on the power of the attack used, would lower Quinn's MC cells, but usually after seeing this, others would come to the conclusion that the dome was hard to break, and Clark had done the same thing, now focusing on the enemy in front of him. The dome was used to force a closer combat battle. For some reason, he noticed Clark was keeping the distance at the mid-range. This was bad for Quinn, who had his new advanced tier gauntlets. But there was also another reason for using the skill Shadow Void. During his training before coming to the vampire world, it had increased to level 3. At the 3rd level, all shadow skills that were used while in the dome would be reduced down to 50%. An additional effect was his MC cells would regenerate at a faster speed while still in the dome. Before, when using Shadow Void, his MC cells wouldn't regenerate because the skill was still active. Shadow Void didn't take any MC after it was cast, but because of the defect before, it was risky as it would use nearly half of his MC points. Now it was always advantageous to fight in the Shadow Void as much as possible, as long as someone didn't attack it from the outside or in. It was perfect for one-on-one fights like these. Shadow Cloak! 1 second the student was in front of him, the next he had disappeared. Clark could still sense Quinn, but he was moving all over the place, and it was hard to pinpoint an exact location, but it was useless. Clark swiftly created 2 cuts on his palms with his sharp finger, then flung both arms out, causing the blood to shoot out and shatter apart like rain droplets. Seeing this, Quinn reasoned that all he needed to do was stay 1 step ahead of the blood. Clark had intended to use his blood to attempt to find out where Quinn was. After all, he was invisible. It didn't mean objects and such couldn't touch or hit him. But it turned out this wasn't Clark's reasoning. "Click!" Clark said, and in an instant, all of the blood drops that were flying through the air started to glow slightly orange, and a small explosion came out from them all at the same time. A firework of explosions had erupted inside the dome, and although each explosion wasn't too big, all of them at once were big enough to cover nearly the entire range of the dome. Quinn was hit and was sent flying back, falling to the floor. Multiple parts of skin from his face and arms were ripped, and he was in danger as the pain seared through his body. The shadow was being used to cloak him, so it was unable to block the unexpected attack. 12 of 95 HP. Blood bank activate, Quinn asked. Having already consumed 100 milliliters in his last fight, this was the next batch of 100 that was not consumed yet, and it was his last. Blood bank is now empty. 62 of 95 HP. His wounds were healing at an incredible rate, and even Clark could see this. It was abnormal even for a vampire unless they were consuming human blood, but he could see no such things. The burns and wounds all across Quinn's body started to heal, and unfortunately, there were tears and rips once again in the nice suit Logan had managed to make for him. His ability! Is it explosive blood? Quinn thought, and his guess was correct. The fifth family's ability was the ability to create explosive power from their blood. Depending on how strong their MC points were and how much blood was used, stronger explosions could be made. Clark wasn't too concerned when he saw the odd dome, and this was due to his skill. In a small place like this, as long as he was cautious not to injure himself, it was favorable. In a smaller enclosed environment like this one, his explosives were more likely to explode. Not wanting Quinn to recover completely, instead of splattering his blood out, he now threw out larger clumps of blood. Using a strong force, he could keep a lot of the blood together, but still, it would split out slightly. Then, when it was in front of Quinn, click! The special word was used to ignite the blood, causing the explosion once more. This one was twice the size of the others, and he was confident he had won the battle. However, the dome was still up, meaning the student was still alive. As the dust from the explosion settled down, the shadow could be seen covering Quinn's front, and he was completely unharmed. Honestly, Quinn was unsure if it would work against something like an explosion, since his shadow usually slowed down attacks. Still, it had worked, and as he and the shadow moved away, the strength of the explosion reignited in a different location than where Quinn was. This confused Clark slightly, but he knew he couldn't think too much about it, as he needed to concentrate on the person running towards him. MC 30 of 100. Although Quinn was successfully able to block the attack, the problem was it took a lot of his MC points doing so, even with the dome active. He wouldn't be able to block much more. Blood swipe! Throwing out 2 blood swipes with the red aura and streams of real blood following after. Quinn knew this would be a big attack. If he blocked this one, he would no longer be able to use the shadow. I can only try one thing. Moving his arm, the shadow followed, and it was quickly placed on the ground in front of him. Shadow hop! Stepping into the shadow in front of him, his body sunk in and had disappeared entirely, allowing the attacks to go straight past, hitting nothing. This wasn't like the shadow cloak where Clark could still sense him. He had no clue where Quinn was. It was as if he had vanished entirely. Looking at the spot where he had last seen him, he could see nothing. Then suddenly out from behind, at the edge of the shadow void, Quinn had appeared. Windwalk activated. Flash step, flash step, flash step. Using everything he had, not caring about conserving his stamina, he had reached behind Clark's back in an instant. He quickly grabbed the top of his head and activated his gauntlet skill. The energy started to surge through Clark's body and caused an electric shock. Unsure whether it had any effect or not, as soon as both of his hands let go from the top of his head, he stomped the ground hard and threw out a fist, performing a regular hammer strike, hitting him right in the stomach. Flash step. Using another flash step, he closed the distance, not letting the force of the hammer strike fling Clark's body too far away, and lifting his leg, he swung it down, pounding Clark to the ground. As Quinn raised his fist to hit Clark on the floor one more time, he felt his legs completely give in. They felt like jelly, and he had collapsed on the ground. Stamina has been depleted. Quinn had kept an eye on his stamina during the fight, but it looked like using all of his skills consecutively without a break, or a breath in between had caused it to deplete faster than usual. But it was something he felt like he needed to do. He didn't know how effective the gauntlets would be against a vampire knight, and it was a risk. At the same time, Quinn didn't want to use any slashing attacks that would cause a new flesh wound, afraid that he would use it to cause an explosion. As they lay on the floor, the shadow void about them began to fade. Even if he had MC points remaining, it appeared that if his stamina was depleted, he wouldn't have the strength to keep it active. Tilting his head to the side, he noticed Clark's body was still. Still, the unmoving body wasn't what made Quinn realize that the fight was over. It was the system message that appeared in front of his face. "Congratulations, you have defeated a vampire knight. Instant level up reward received. Ding! You are now level 20. Evolution process will now begin." Episode 427, A New Visitor. On the surface of the dark planet, where no light shone, there were the shattered remains of an abandoned shelter. The majority of the planet appeared to be an abandoned wasteland, with a few mountain ranges here and there. Buildings all around the shelter have crumbled or been demolished. There were also fallen mechs that didn't seem to operate anymore, as if they had been destroyed in the middle of a conflict. The only object that remained standing was a gigantic training dome constructed of glathrium that appeared to have been undamaged. A little spark was ignited somewhere inside the shelter, past the rows of damaged buildings, along with one of the streets, and soon after a crimson portal opened up. 5 persons dropped through and landed safely on the ground one after the other. They all appeared to be a bit older, a little older than a middle-aged man, but they all had this distinct look and feel about them. The peculiar thing was that, even though they had arrived on a red portal world, none of them were wearing their beast armor and were instead dressed in black and a faint blue military uniform. When the 5 of them had landed, the sound of scurrying and objects falling to the floor echoing through the place was heard. It didn't just happen once, but several times until eventually it looked like whatever was in the area had already run off. "Those damn rats," one of the men said. "It looks like they've infested this place just like every other abandoned shelter." "Well, they are gone now," Oscar said. "Remember why we are here. We need to find out what happened, or if there is any clue at all to the shadow ability and possibly more." The 5 people who had come through the portal onto the planet were some of the strongest people in the military. Oscar Reves, the supreme commander of the military, along with his most trusted 5 head generals. After seeing a new ability in the tournament that seemed quite mysterious and powerful, Oscar decided to look a little into it. After asking Paul, the head general of Military Base 1, he had explained that what the boy with the shadow ability had said was true. There was no way for them to confirm if he got the ability from the red portal planet, but after doing a little bit of research, this place started to interest Oscar greatly. He found that the reports themselves about what exactly happened on this planet were a little lacking. The planet at first was considered a green portal planet. It had a cycle where every 6 months it would go to complete darkness. This was when the apparent beasts had made their attacks and had taken over the shelter. The remarkable thing was that not a single individual survived. When they returned to investigate, they found no such beasts, but everything had been destroyed. The examination yielded no results, but because the whole shelter had been removed, the planet was designated as a red gateway world. Everything seemed a little strange to Oscar, and so little detailed information was reported, as if someone was trying to cover something up. Of course, Oscar wasn't oblivious to the fact that even in the military, there was the chance of high-ranking officials not being on his side. This was why he had brought his 4 most trusted people with him. There were even the head generals Oscar didn't feel comfortable with. If this was a cover-up, it had to be done by someone in a high position. The 5 of them continued their search, and each time they moved to a certain area, all the beasts in that area would also move to somewhere else. They were afraid. It was because of this that it was almost impossible for them to move silently. Walking down the street, Paul, the leader of Military Base 2, and Oscar, was checking out area to area, finding nothing. The hope was to find at least something to tell them the story of what happened to the place. Their journey eventually led them to a hangar-like place. As they entered, there were piles of scrap everywhere, but what caught their eye was at the back of the room there was a large container. They both knew what it was, since it was a storage room that was made from glathrium. "The door looks like it was scratched up by something," Paul said as he ran his fingers down the door at the faint marks that had been made. "Yes, scratched, but unsuccessful at opening the door," Oscar replied. "The problem is the door was eventually opened. The locking mechanism still seems fine on it, which would suggest that someone had access to the code." Entering the storage unit, it looked as if the whole place had already been ransacked, as if a thief had come along and taken what he had liked. All that was left were some pretty invaluable skill and ability books. Stepping into the center of the room, Oscar started to close his eyes. He looked around at everything, the trash piles that had been scattered on the floor, the dents on the side of the hangar, and the pieces of dry blood in random places. In his mind, he could see chalk outlines of people and a creature he had pictured in his head moving about in the storage place, as if a movie was playing in his mind. Attacked by the beast, then he probably hid in the storage unit. The beast tried to get in. The destroyed eggshells on the floor, it doesn't seem to be too old. Is all of this recent? If so, was it the sergeants that were sent here? No, it wasn't in their report. So maybe the kid? As Oscar continued to picture everything in his head, he mumbled his words along, and Paul just stayed back and allowed him to do his own thing. Oscar was one of the heroes of the Great War, even without an able and before he required the demon-level weapon. There was a reason why he was able to do great things, and his great mind was just part of what made him who he was. The five of them decided to meet back up outside the dome, as each of them reported their findings. It looked as if computer systems were altered, as there was no information on what was kept in storage or any events that happened during the time of the shelter. The shelter was active for 4 months before being destroyed, so it was quite bizarre that there were no reports of anything. The others also recounted what they discovered at the training facility, and after looking into Oscar's head, everything began to fit up and make sense, yet nothing made sense at the same time. Were there any reports of what type of beasts there are on this planet? Oscar asked. According to what little information survives, when the new study team arrived on the planet to investigate what happened, they only saw 3 different sorts. The rats of the first tier, a scorpion beast of the second tier, and lastly, the gigantic death bats that appear to roam in groups. After thinking about it for a while, Oscar had finally made a decision. I'm pretty busy myself and will need to head back soon. Paul, if possible, I would like you to take as many men as you like and try to explore the rest of the planet in your spare time. I want to find out if there is anything else on here, or if there is anything that could have possibly wiped out the shelter. If there are only advanced tier beasts, it would be impossible for them to take down a shelter, so it would be wise for you to take some of your strongest men. Yes, sir, Paul said. A portable portal was placed on the ground, and each of them stepped through it, returning, but very soon they would be coming back to explore the mysterious planet. Episode 428, Struggle in the Next Evolution. The evolution process had begun, as it had in the past, and a shooting agony ran through Quinn's body. He couldn't move at the time owing to his stamina troubles, and it was becoming worse as a powerful sensation spread throughout his body. All of his muscles were stiff and constricted. His body was so tense that it felt as if his own muscles were attempting to choke him. Damn, this is bad, Quinn thought. If a beast was to come now, there would be no chance he could fight back. He would be killed in the middle of the evolving process. His body continued to spasm, and Quinn tried to focus his mind to concentrate. Perhaps he could use the meditating method he did for his ki. However, he soon found out that it was almost impossible for him to focus on the amount of pain he was going through. This evolution was 3 times worse than the previous ones, and it didn't seem to be getting better any time soon. The agony seemed to worsen as the seconds passed. Seconds seemed like minutes, and minutes felt like hours. Quinn, you need blood now, the system shouted in a worried voice. The fight took too much from you, and maybe you could have used your blood bank, but it's empty. If you don't consume blood to help with the evolution process, there is a good chance your body could resort to self-cannibalism, slowly eating every part of you away until you shrivel up to ashes. But I can't even move. How am I meant to get blood? Quinn thought desperately as he slowly managed to dig one hand into the ground and pulled himself, dragging his body across the floor. Moving at a snail's pace, he felt like it was hopeless. He slightly turned his head and could see Clark on the ground a few meters away on the floor as well. He wasn't moving, but was pretty sure he was still alive. Using the inspection skill, he had confirmed he was only unconscious. There was a good chance that Clark had a stash, or a base of some sorts, where he could get blood, or at least a teleporter to head back to the vampire world. He tried his best to shout out to Clark, but it seemed like now the muscle spasms had gotten to around his neck and throat. His diaphragm also wasn't working well, making it harder for him to breathe or say anything. "Gwyn!" a voice shouted out. Quinn, are you okay?" Looking up, Quinn could see Rokin's small body standing above him, while his rabbit stayed on top of his head. He tried once again to desperately say that he needed blood, and he needed it soon, but the words just wouldn't come out. Rokin started to look around, and he could see Instructor Clark on the floor. He didn't quite know what happened, but rushed over once he saw the strange shadow dome start to disappear. Still, he wasn't a fool. Instructor Clark had come for one reason, because of the dead students. But he couldn't believe what he was witnessing. If Clark had come to try to prosecute Quinn for his wrongdoings, did the two of them get into a fight? If that's the case, Quinn was able to defeat him, but the end outcome was weird. Suddenly a few coughs were heard from behind, followed by a few spits to the ground. Turning his head back, which was still difficult for Quinn, he was shocked to discover Clark had recovered awareness, but he was still in no condition to move freely, which was a little sigh of relief for Rokeen. For a brief period, he considered engaging in battle with the teacher to defend Quinn. Turning his head to the side, Clark could see the distress Quinn was in, as he was clawing at the ground, and his abs and body tensing up. He wasn't that injured. What's happening to him? Clark thought. Could it be, is he going through an evolution now, right after our fight? He slowly tried to lift his hand, but it was useless. Although he wouldn't die from such wounds, it would take him a long time to heal without any blood, and with no other vampires around. If a death bat was to come to their location, he would be dead. "Teacher, please, I don't know what happened, but tell me how I can help him," Rokeen asked with a desperate plea, knowing that the person responsible for everything might have been the very person he was trying to save. "I promise, if you tell me what to do, I'll come to help you as well." Clark kept looking at Quinn, struggling. The cries and his already ripped fingernails and tips indicated that the anguish was becoming greater. Normally, some vampires could get by without needing blood, but after the struggle the two of them had, it was evident he wouldn't make it. "Head northeast for 500 meters or so, and you should come across a strange hill. Inside there's a cave. There is then a door made of glathrium. The passcode is 128362. Inside there are packs of blood that are kept on this planet, just in case of any emergencies that were to happen. Bring the blood back to him as fast as possible. The quicker you are, the more chance he will have to live," Clark explained. Leaving the rabbit behind for the protection of the two, Rokeen sprinted off in the direction that he was told, looking for the said items. While doing so, he would repeat the numbers in his head, over and over again. The good news was the base didn't seem to be too far away, so if there was any need for desperate attention, Rokeen could come back quickly. Clark kept glancing at Quinn by his side, wondering if aiding the child who had nearly beaten him was the proper thing to do. But in reality, Clark had a particular bond with his familiar. He had sent it out to check over Quinn at the outset of the evaluation. He was able to see and hear everything that transpired because of his connection. He knew it wasn't Quinn's fault, and if he was to judge correctly, it looked like the strange Bone Claw had acted out of its actions. Yet in their fight, for some reason, it hadn't. On top of this, there would have been a slight gap between evolution and the end of their fight, a chance for him to have been killed. "The Punishers, are you a part of them, and have they returned?" Clark thought. If so, then this is even bigger news than the 10th family getting a suspected leader. It only took a few moments, but Rokeen was able to return with 2 blood packs that were held in his hand. He had brought one for Quinn and one for Clark. One of the blood packs was placed down near the black rabbit away from Clark, while Rokeen quickly went over to Quinn's side. He pierced the bag with his fingertip, and blood started to spill everywhere, but he didn't care about this for now. Rapidly pouring the blood back over Quinn's body, he managed to get most of it in his mouth, but not without causing a mess over his body. "Please work," Rokeen started to pray to himself, as all of the blood was now gone from the single blood pack. Quite quickly, results could be seen as the strain on Quinn's body and face started to lessen. The tight grip on his fists started to relax, and the groans came to a halt. Finally, Quinn felt like he was regaining control of his body, and shortly after, everything had come to a stop. "Evolution process was successful. Congratulations, you are now a vampire noble. You have received a new quest. Become a vampire leader." Episode 429, The New Quest. The long-awaited evolution was finally completed, and for a brief second, Quinn didn't even feel like he was in his own body. Everything felt foreign to him, yet at the same time familiar. It was hard to describe as he started to squeeze his fingers into the palm of his hand, in and out slowly. It didn't take long for the foreign feeling to go away, and soon his body started to feel like his own again. "Did you get taller?" Rokeen thought, as he looked and could sense the student in front of him felt different from when he had last seen him. It was as if he was staring at a completely different person from before. The presence Rokeen was sensing now was worthy of the power that matched him. The unique smell confirmed it straight away. Quinn wasn't injured or dying. He was in the middle of evolution. Right now he was looking at a vampire noble. A stage that Rokeen had been aiming for and trying to reach since he was born. For some reason, imagining it and seeing someone reach the stage in front of him was a completely different feeling. More than anything, though, Quinn was surprised by the set of notifications that seemed to appear as soon as he had evolved. The first thing that appeared was a new quest, and the ones after seemed to all link to that. New quest received. Become a vampire leader. The system had told him that when he changed Peter, he had formally started his own family, becoming a vampire leader. But it appeared that there was a lot more to it than that, based on the series of quests he had received. When he chose the quest to become a vampire leader, he was presented with a series of sub-quests that appeared to be required before he could finish the initial quest. Evolve into a vampire lord, reach level 40. This was a significant increase in level compared to prior evolutions, more than doubling, yet it made sense. If Quinn recalls properly, the system said that the Vampire Knight class was actually just a powerful vampire noble. A vampire leader would choose 2 members of their vampire family for these positions. Stranger still, being a vampire lord did not automatically make Quinn a legitimate vampire leader. The following series of quests verified this. Add 10 members into the cursed family, currently 3 of 10. Blood ritual has now been increased, max 10. Select 2 family members to give them the status of Vampire Knight. Vampires must be present and strong enough to receive this role. Additional benefits will be given to those that become a Vampire Knight. Quinn didn't like the thought of turning his friends into vampires only to complete the mission. In addition, he wasn't sure if he wanted to be a vampire leader in the first place. The system didn't specify what would happen once the mission was completed. As for becoming a vampire ruler, he would still seek to do it as quickly as feasible. So far, a leap in evolution has always required him to rely on newly discovered strength. After reviewing the task, the next step was to examine his stats. When he did so, it appeared that they had all remained the same, but he was quite certain, based on the energy around his body, that consuming more blood would raise his numbers to 40. When he used his powers, he had the impression that his body was about to burst, but he didn't have that feeling right now. Although he didn't get any stats, he did get a couple of new blood skills. Blood wall. A barrier is raised in front of the user using the user's blood. The wall's strength is dependent on how much blood is being used. This was a skill Quinn had seen many vampires perform, and it seemed to have saved them from some devastating attacks. The problem was for Quinn, it seemed a bit useless. He always had his shadow as a form of defense, and he liked to use his blood as a form of attack. It would give him more options, but to him, it didn't make sense to use the blood wall. What this did do, though, was give him an idea. Perhaps just like how he had combined the earth form of martial arts with the blood swipe to create the crescent kick, and how he had grabbed the blood swipe with his shadow. Maybe there was a way he could infuse the blood wall with his shadow to make an even stronger one. Blood bullet. 1/5 of the user's health will be used to create a powerful shot of blood from a finger. The finger will no longer be able to be used until the blood has been replenished. The blood bullet seemed to have a hefty penalty, but usually the bigger the penalty, the bigger the payoff was as well. Although he wanted to try both of the skills out, now was not the time when he needed every bit of health he could get. With all these new skills, it looked like he would soon increase greatly, and the shadow hop had also helped him out greatly in the fight. It was the shadow skill he had been practicing before he had entered the vampire world. The ability would allow Quinn to travel from one of his shadows to another. At first, he thought it was quite useless, as he mainly needed the shadow for defense. He could split the shadow using his shadow control, but then there wouldn't be enough of a surface area for him to protect himself from attacks. But when he found out he could use it with Shadow Void, everything started to change. The gloom, he could jump in his own shadow and any portion of the void and appear in a completely another spot, because the emptiness itself counted as part of his shadow. Because of this, the black rabbit remained out of reach of Clark, who was still laying on the floor with the blood pack on its chest. "Thank you," Quinn said. Not only had Clark helped him with familiars, but he seemed to have been a good teacher. If possible, Quinn would have wanted to avoid a confrontation. "And thank you as well," Quinn said, looking down at Rokeen, who still seemed to be starstruck by Quinn ever since he could feel his new presence. "Did you see anything in the base that could get us back to the vampire world? Perhaps the square teleporters?" "Yes," Rokeen answered. "There were quite a few teleporters and blood packs still left inside." Even though Quinn had told Rokeen to go, for some reason he had come back to help him. Quinn couldn't help but think about how great of a kid he was. Without him, he possibly would have been dead. Seeing that he did come back just showed what his true nature was like. Even if he seemed to get angry at everything, he had a heart of gold. Walking up to Clark, Quinn quickly looked at the bunny and then at him. "Rokeen had nothing to do with any of this. He just wanted to save my life," Quinn explained. "I'm sure you're reasonable enough to know I'm not just saying that. Once I leave this place, I will ask Rokeen to allow his familiar to give you the blood pack." He then turned his head to the 3 dead students over in different areas. "I'm not a cold-hearted killer. I didn't want for any of this to happen." With those last words, Quinn started to walk off while Rokeen led the way. The rabbit was left behind waiting for instructions from its master, but before they could leave, Clark shouted out, "Wait!" "Please explain why you've returned now of all times?" Clark inquired. When he asked this, he was referring to the Punishers in general, not Quinn in particular. Because Quinn didn't understand this, he had interrupted the question differently. "I don't know what you are talking about," Quinn replied. "The only reason why I'm here is to save someone who shouldn't be dying in the first place." On a different section of the same planet, Paul, the commander of the 2nd Military Installation, was not dressed in his regular exotic suit. Instead, he was decked out in his beast armor, accompanied by 100 soldiers, who appeared to have done the same. "All right, everyone, let's move out and explore every inch of this planet," Paul shouted. Episode 430. Call Them All. Quinn and Rokeen began their journey to the cave, with Rokeen leading the way. Rokeen's new sensation when staring at Quinn was unlike anything he had experienced previously. As a result, they took an awkward and silent stroll together. It's a far cry from their previous encounter. Somehow, Quinn was able to defeat a vampire knight, even though he was only a basic vampire, and now he had evolved, he had the potential to get even stronger. But what bothered Rokeen even more was Quinn's reason for being here. He had heard the words that were spoken to Clark at the time, the fact that he was here to save somebody. Although the stillness was difficult for Rokeen, it was great for Quinn. His mind was racing with ideas about what to do next. He had finally evolved, and he had the potential to get stronger, but the evolution had not resulted in his gaining newfound strength. The only significant change he could feel right now was that his body was stronger. This meant he'd have less of a disadvantage when using ki assaults, making his blood attacks even more powerful, but he also didn't have the precise control of ki over his body to manage the output. Quinn presently saw his power as a switch that could only be turned on and off. He would release his ki at full power, or he could have it fairly weak, but there was no in-between. Maybe when I see Leo at some point he can help me out, Quinn thought. With no way of managing his ki, he had to rely on other methods of strengthening himself for the time being. They had finally arrived in the cave, and Rokeen entered the code. The door was well concealed. It appeared as though the cave was sealed off by a regular door, and the only clue was the input code machine that was mounted on it. Most likely, the disguise was only for the planet's monsters. They both stepped into a rather huge lighted-up, open, unoccupied room after entering. Quinn had paused for a split second. He didn't know why, but the atmosphere and everything reminded him a little of the original room they had entered when first coming here. But once Rokeen walked in unharmed and nothing happened, Quinn felt a little safer. They came across a crate that looked as if it had already been opened. Looking inside, several blood packs could be seen. There had to be around 30 or so different blood packs. "I believe they saved it in case any of the kids were gravely hurt," Rokeen explained. "I got yours and Clark's from them." While in the specifically designed blood pack to conserve blood, it would only last around a week. It was kept in a cool spot, but it wasn't the same as it had been in the hospital. Quinn looked at them for a second before picking one of them up and piercing it slightly with his finger. He then started to consume the first one on the spot. "Are you still hungry?" Rokeen asked. It wasn't unusual, after all. Quinn had just gone through a draining process, so it made sense if he needed more blood. The first blood pack was consumed instantly, and the reason for this was mainly so Quinn could restore his blood bank to normal. As for the second reason, the results were not what he had expected. A-positive blood type consumed. The system had informed him that an A blood type had been eaten, but nothing else. There was no growth in stats at all, while Quinn had already maxed out his points when consuming a fresh. Instead, he decided to go for another pack. Using his inspection skill, he selected another pack that was in the A category as well. Opening it up just like last time, Rokeen couldn't help but look at him confused. This amount of blood was abnormal. Is it usual for a vampire to be this hungry after evolving? But Rokeen himself was unsure. However, the strangest reaction was the fact that Quinn had only consumed a little drop of blood, no more, no less, and a smile had appeared across his face. The identical message flashed as before, but this time he also got an extra starting point. It appeared as though the requirements for gaining greater strength from new blood had just become more challenging, but had not vanished. Knowing this, Quinn opted to proceed by opening each blood bag and drinking it one at a time. After everything was finished, he got maybe a dozen or so more stat points scattered across his stats. Quinn was no longer afraid of being addicted to the blood. Ever since his ki had been mixed in, it was a lot easier to control his hunger, and it seemed like the same effect that happened before wouldn't happen again. Even if he could still get an addiction to blood, he would have drunk it all anyway. Right now he needed to get stronger. Looking next to the crate, there were 5 teleporters. Placing one of them on the floor, Quinn proceeded to open it. They didn't have any passcode on them, and it immediately opened up another portal. "You think it goes to the vampire world?" Quinn asked. "I'm pretty sure it does, especially since there was no type of input code for a destination," Rokeen replied. "My guess is these are emergency ones in case anything happens to us." Closing the teleporter, Quinn then quickly picked it up. He then dropped it, allowing it to fall through the ground. For a second, Rokeen went into a panic. "Is he planning to destroy them all? Does he not want anyone to come back?" Rokeen thought. But before the teleporter had touched the ground, the shadow had opened up, and it had sunken into Quinn's dimensional space. It turned out that Rokeen still had a lot to learn about his new companion. "Thank you for all the help, but it's best if we depart ways for now," Quinn said. "I don't think Clark will punish you for what you have done. He doesn't seem to be that type of teacher. You can feed him the blood pack if you want, and if you bump into him. Just tell him I have already left and gone back to the vampire world." "Wait, you're not going to the vampire world?" Rokeen asked. "Not yet," Quinn replied, and the next second his whole body became a black blur as he ran full speed and headed off into the wasteland. Not knowing what to do and not wanting Clark to die, Rokeen ordered his black rabbit to deliver the blood to his teacher. "I hope we meet again one day, Quinn," Rokeen said, staring at the direction he had run off to. While roaming the wasteland, Quinn had a chance to try on his new body for the first time. Although his stats hadn't improved, he felt more in sync, more refreshed than ever before, and it didn't take him long to find what he was looking for. Just like the previous time, we're in the middle of nowhere. One of the death bats had coiled into a ball. Quinn prepped his shadow and threw forth a blood swipe while keeping his distance. He took a stroke with his shadow, becoming his blood scythe. Then, with all his power, he swung it as hard as he could on the death bat's wing on a certain mound. "Flash step! Flash step!" Using 2 flash steps, he closed the distance. Throwing out a normal hammer strike towards the center of its body, he had caused quite a bit of damage. He made sure not to use the blood hammer because he didn't want to kill the death bat. Finally, when the death bat was weakened, Quinn grabbed it around its throat tightly. At first, the bat was unable to make any noise, but as he loosened his grip, a loud screeching sound that Quinn was unable to hear was made. It didn't take long for the sound of several wings flapping to be heard, and while gazing down on the ground, the moonlight shine revealed the shadows of several animals flapping their wings. Looking up, there were around 12 death bats to be seen. "Perfect," Quinn responded. "Let's get this over with." "Shadow Void." A massive shadow dome was cast, trapping all of the death bats and Quinn together. Episode 431, A Discovery? Meeting Quinn had been a surreal week for Rokeen. Everything seemed surreal and odd, and he was beginning to feel disoriented. He was undecided on what to do next. Suddenly all of his concerns in life seemed trivial. The folks who used to bother him were gone in an instant. Whatever dreams they have had vanished, and those folks were the same age as his. But in reality, most vampires didn't have grand goals. They merely went about their daily lives serving their families. What did they need to remain hidden? Why did they need to hide from the world? It didn't make sense. He had planned to accumulate enough crystals to one day leave this area to break away from his usual routine. Right now his entire body was trembling as he realized he too was trapped in the same routine. He had gathered enough crystals to leave this place long ago, but something was always holding him back, and seeing Quinn made him realize that. Before he knew it, he had walked over to where Clark was. Clark was moving much more than before, and he could raise the top half of his body, but his legs and body were still too stiff and wounded for him to go any farther, and for some reason he hadn't tried to grab the blood pack from the black rabbit. Is it because he's too weak? Maybe he's worried the rabbit would be able to do him harm, Rokeen thought. Taking the blood pack from the rabbit, Rokeen did what he thought was the only right thing to do and gave it to Instructor Clark. After consuming the blood, it didn't take him long until he was able to freely move about once again. Rokeen also believed that Clark wouldn't do anything to him, and at the same time, he was Rokeen's favorite teacher. He had done more for him during the week, and treated him as an equal than his tutors his family would hire him. Getting up from the floor, Clark looked around at the scene, and the students off to the side. He had a conflicted look on his face, which made it hard to tell what he was thinking. "Is he gone?" Clark asked. "Yes, he has returned," Rokeen replied. Although this wasn't necessarily the truth, Rokeen felt like this was the best thing to say. "So what are you going to do now?" Pulling out a circular disc-like device from his back pocket, he pressed on it once, and a ring started to light up. It went around constantly in a circle. "This is Vampire Knight Clark Talon from the Fifth Family. This is an emergency report to all students. You are to return to the meeting point immediately. Once you are in the area, follow the Raven and return to me. I repeat, this is an emergency. The test has been canceled, and all students are to return." After finishing his message, he placed the circle back in his back pocket, and the purple-black Raven was summoned once again, immediately flying up into the sky. "I have no choice," Clark started to explain. "I need to report this matter to the council. Once all the students have returned, I will inform them of what is happening." "The council?" Rokeen said in shock. "Do you have to go that far? Can't you just report this to the fifth leader, and they can send someone to try and find and deal with him?" Even though the direct descendants had been slaughtered, it seemed a little excessive to include the entire council in such an issue, rather than a single vampire leader. Perhaps merely alerting the family whose ancestors had been slaughtered would be enough. "It seems you don't know the seriousness of this matter. It's not just because of the death of the descendants. That boy was able to defeat me, a vampire knight, and although I am not known for my strength among the vampire knights, I am still stronger than any of the vampire nobles," Clark replied. "Although his strength is nowhere near that of a vampire leader, and they would have no problem taking care of him. The problem is his powers and his origins. The council must be informed that some punishers from the 14th castle may be alive and have returned." The Dome of Shadow had remained up for a while now, but if one was to stand outside of the dome, they would be unable to hear much. The dome also acted as a soundproof space. On the outside, nothing could be heard. Then finally from the top, the dome started to disappear. As it went away, a single person could be seen on their hands and knees, gasping for air. The mask remained on Quinn's face, and several wounds covered his body. As his blood bank had been activated, the wounds started to heal away as parts of his skin could be seen, being patched up here and there. "That was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. Let's not try to do that again," Quinn said. If it wasn't for the dome keeping them in place and his shadow hands holding them, the fight would quite possibly have been 10 times harder. However, when within the dome, he was allowed to use his blood spray, shadow hop, and upgraded gauntlets. All of this enabled him to take on 11 death bats at the same time. He defeated 10 advanced creatures on his own. This was something he would never have imagined himself doing. For a brief minute, he wondered whether he even knew who he was. "Level 23, EXP 400 of 800. Fighting the bats had improved his level by 3, but defeating an advanced tier beast offered him minimal experience compared to previously. He'd only gotten 100 experience points for each bat he killed. Quinn believed it wasn't worth it because of the difficulty of the bats and their ability to call allies. This time he was able to defeat 11 on his own, but what would have happened if more had come, or if there was someone on the outside of the dome waiting for him? There needed to be a fine line between the risk Quinn was taking. After all, he couldn't save the others if he was dead. Stats. These were Quinn's current stats, without taking the equipment into the equation. Strength 48, agility 43, stamina 41, charm 43. Thinking about everything, he began to be concerned, about Layla and the others, and he wondered how they were doing. Quinn could still feel Layla's presence in the vampire realm. This eased some of his concerns, but it was evident to him that the moment he set foot on this new world, the link was lost. Before doing anything, Quinn extracted the Deathbat's advanced tier crystals. Now that he had received over 10, he looked at the items in the shop once more. He could finally unlock the ring from the shop. He was in a bit of a debate with himself, wondering whether or not he should sell the advanced tier crystals, but in the end he decided not to. He remembered the first one he found. There wasn't much utility or anything the crystal could be turned into, other than a ring. Furthermore, selling such items on the market would just draw attention to oneself. So in the end, he decided to buy the ring from the shop with 10 of the stones and wear it on his hand. "This will have to do for now. Quinn said as he opened up his dimensional space and pulled out the square teleporter. After placing it on the ground and activating it, he stepped through, returning to the vampire world. Some time had passed on the planet, although it was difficult to know how long because the night sky was constantly seen. A single man dressed in beast gear colored in black and dark blue was investigating the region while venturing out on his own. When he noticed a peculiar mound in front of him, he took his weapon from his side, a single blade, and clutched it hard, waiting for it to move. As he inched closer and closer, it seemed like nothing was happening, and finally, when he had gotten close enough, he realized what he had stumbled upon was unmoving. It was dead. "I think I found something," a man shouted out. While waiting for his colleagues to come over to his position, he began to investigate a little on his own, and that's when he saw there wasn't just one dead critter on the floor, but numerous. He had counted 11 dead gigantic bats on the ground in all. Some of them were difficult to identify, since sections of their chest had been ripped apart, and their wings had become separated from the original body. What could have done this? Was it another beast? Is this what attacked the shelter? The man thought. In the wasteland, a group of around 20 troops, both male and female, rushed up to the man's position and came across the horrible scene. They had also come across a solitary death bat when traveling together and understood how difficult it was to deal with them. So they feared the worst, thinking about what could have possibly killed so many. "Hey, what do you think this is?" a female asked, standing next to something in the center of all the bats. She picked up the strange, square-like object from the ground, which was unexpectedly heavier than she thought. The sudden weight came as a surprise, and she allowed the square object to slip from her hand, dropping it and allowing it to hit the floor. The object started to lighten up, and the contraption started to open. A few seconds later, and a strange, square-looking portal had opened. "It's a portal," the soldier said. "On this planet? Are there others here?" another asked. "Even if there are others who have come to this planet, that device, I have never seen anything like it before. Let's report this to Head General Paul immediately. We will let him decide what to do next." Episode 432, The Punisher's Return. "What the hell has been going on around here lately?" a tall, slender woman stated as she put one foot after the other on the floor. The clacking of her black high heels on the floor could be heard each time. The woman with long black hair that reached beyond her waist continued to whine in the center of a magnificent corridor, and she was followed by another, a guy with a scar across the top of his brow and what appeared to be a flat circular shield on his back. "This is the third council meeting that has been called within such a short amount of time," the scarred man said. "Do they need to call us all in again? I hope it's not about the 13th family." Two guards stood outside the grand door that led into the council room once more, and with a sigh, the two of them were greeted as they entered. "Fourth Leader Sunny and Fifth Leader Jin, the others are waiting for you inside." As they pushed the doors open, the usual chairs were in place, and everyone seemed to have already arrived. But what had surprised Jin more than anything was the fact that his personal vampire knight Clark was present in the room. To his knowledge, he should have been teaching the direct descendants this year. However, Clark's attention was swiftly diverted to the person next to him. Bryce was the first leader. He was fidgeting with his cane in his hand, and even though he was concealing his typical enthusiasm, the murderous intent behind his gaze could still be sensed by the others. At first, both Sunny and Jin were going to complain, but seeing how the first reacted, they decided to shut up and sit in their seats. Little did they know that the rest had felt the same way until they too had come into the room. Then there was the sound of 3 clicks. As usual, the first leader was indicating that the meeting was about to begin. "First, no interruptions," Clark said without explaining why or the need to go further. 3 direct descendants have been killed. Cirrus came from the first family, Kip Cha from the second family, and Chip Dawn from the 7th family. The others turned their heads to begin a conversation, but before they could say anything, the cane was thrown back down on the ground, thereby ending the conversation before it had even begun. "This is not why everyone was called here today," Bryce shouted. "Clark, can you please recall what happened after you discovered the dead students?" For a second, everyone thought that the serious matter was the fact that the students had died, but learning that there was something else. All of the leaders were listening in carefully. The leader of the 5th family, Jin, was especially listening in, because he knew that if the matter bypassed his ears and went straight to the council, it had to be something big. "I found the person responsible and tried my best to take them in. Unfortunately, I was defeated in battle," Clark explained. "I would like to apologize for not being able to complete my task, especially to the 5th leader, Jin." Slamming his cane onto the floor, Bryce was trying to get Clark to get to the point. The main thing was that the person who had defeated me and caused all this used shadow abilities. A few of the leaders immediately sprung up to their feet in shock. "Are you sure? But how?" one of them shouted. "I'm positive. I would like to say the reason for my loss was because I was taking it easy, and although that may have been the truth at the start, I used every bit of my power to try to beat him, but I couldn't." The first leader then asked in detail to explain what had happened during the fight, specifically explaining the details of all the shadow abilities that had been used. Although he decided to keep the Bone Claw a secret for now, he had a good reason for doing so. Weren't they all meant to be dead? Didn't they go away? How could they be returning, and now of all times? One of the leaders started to shake his head in disbelief. After hearing the explanation from Clark of the abilities that had been used, all of them knew it was true. These were certainly the traits of the Punishers. As Clark went through them one by one, some of them were starting to remember vividly. Memories that had been long forgotten were starting to surface once more. However, not everyone at the table had the same reaction. It looked as if the room was quite split. There were those with worry on their faces, while others chose to keep their composure, perhaps some with a slight smile. Whether this is a sign of the Punishers having returned, or one of them coming back to exact their power and revenge, is yet to be seen, Bryce explained. Or they might even be coming back for good and claiming their right to their power and position on the council table. But judging by what Clark has explained, the vampire seems to be young. My guess is someone who had only found the power, or a disciple of some sort of someone who managed to survive. The murmuring between all of them continued. It seemed like a lot was happening recently in the vampire world. Huge events that didn't seem to be linked to each other. The only thing they could guess was they were just unlucky at the moment. The meeting had ended, but not before giving instructions to each of the 13 families to be on the lookout for the Punisher and to do everything they could in their power to bring them in. One of the leaders had left the room, still visibly shaking from the information that he had just been told. "I was one of the ones that turned against them. What if they are coming back to punish us? To punish me? I need to lie low for a while." While one of the other leaders had walked out with a large smile on their face. "I knew you would come back. We will always be on your side no matter what. Let's return the vampires to the ways they once were." Clark had immediately been pulled to the side by his leader Jin, and when they were a good distance away from everyone else, he whispered, "I know you're holding back something. I need you to tell me everything, and if the Punishers had returned, why are you even still alive?" The Punisher's name, although not spoken for around 100 or so years, still seemed to affect the families just as it did back then. A portal had appeared amid the forest on the outskirts of the city, and Quinn had safely come through it. The portal closed behind them, and he could see the tents that had been there before he left in front of him. But more than anything, something had struck him as soon as he arrived. His senses were higher than they were previously, and with that, the connection of those that were in his family was stronger. "Layla, everything appears to be okay, and not too far from here," Quinn answered, but that wasn't what had shocked him, because when he closed his eyes and began to concentrate again, another link could be sensed deep beneath, over towards the direction of the city. It wasn't powerful, as if something was attempting to keep it from reaching him, but he could feel it now. "Peter, I finally found you. Let's just hope Fex is with you." Peter had left the link at the same time. "You came, Quinn!" With it came a peculiar newfound energy that began to pulse through his body. Episode 433, Asking for Help. Logan's quarters in the Vampire Academy. Vorden was currently inside, and this time they had also invited Sia. Although the girls' and boys' rooms were frequently divided, there were no rigid prohibitions against visiting or entering each other's rooms, unlike in the military academy. Logan had witnessed numerous female and male vampires coming into others' rooms while staying there, and it appeared like they were fairly open about it. When they came out, their clothes would be ruffled and their cheeks flushed with heat, so it was evident what was going on. "Must be a cultural difference, I guess," thought Logan. Still, the reason they had gathered and asked for Sia to come along as well was because they wanted to execute the next part of their plan. Moving together was important, even if they couldn't connect with Layla. She was still by far the safest out of all of them. Honestly, although Sia had come into the room, she didn't want to cooperate with the others until she had learned the truth. But what other choice did she have?
The only certainty she had right now was that she was human in a vampire world, and that the people in front of her were also human. In a way, she was trapped because she couldn't disguise herself as a vampire without Logan's spray. She had her bottle, but how long would it last, and what would she do if it ran out? It was easy. If she had been on her own, she would have died, and she was safer among them right now. "I think maybe we can tell Silver the teacher why we are here," Logan proposed as he sat down on his bed while the other two were standing. "You mean our teacher? Why would you do that? Won't that mean we've been found out?" Sia complained immediately, unaware of what the other two had learned. Looking at Vorden's reaction, Logan could tell he had found out the truth as well. "Sia, I'm sorry that not much has been explained to you, but you see, the person we came to rescue is a vampire as well, and it turns out he is Silver's brother," Logan explained. For a moment, Sia remained silent. She didn't know what was really going on or why any of it mattered. "If they're brother and sister, then why doesn't she try saving him? What makes you think she will help?" Sia asked. "Judging by her actions yesterday, she is currently very emotional," Logan replied. "The fact that Silver had come to Quinn in the human world in the first place and informed him of what was going to happen to her brother meant she wanted him to do something. She wanted him to act, and that's what we have done. Maybe if she knows that we have arrived, then she will choose and be able to help us out." "It's still risky, though," Vorden added. "I also agree that there is a good chance she will help, based on her actions, but what if she doesn't and she reports us?" Logan then quickly formed a robotic-type gauntlet with the spiders in his hand. Then, soon after, he displayed a holographic screen from it in front of them all. When the others looked at it, all they could see were times and events. It looked like it was the school timetable. "I think we have run out of time and no longer have any choice," Logan replied. "This is the school timetable for the next week, and can you see what one of the lessons is?" Looking at the timetable, they looked at all of them carefully until Vorden spotted the troublesome lesson that would soon be coming up. "Sparring matches," Vorden said. "Although we are powerful and may be able to combat the vampires, I doubt we will be able to do it without letting any of our blood be spilled," Logan stated. "Furthermore, Xander is more likely than ever after your blood, and I've heard he's a really good student. We also don't have the option of quitting abruptly. If we leave, they will notice and hunt us, alerting them to the fact that something is wrong. The only moment we can act, or the safest time to intervene, is when we have enough knowledge and Quinn is present, or if that does not occur during the execution." "So you're gambling on the fact that it's more likely that Silver will help us once she finds out our reason for being here?" Vorden replied. "Or at least will get us out of the current sparring predicament?" Getting up from the bed, Logan then proceeded to open up a small latch, in his strange glove, around the area of his forearm. Inside there were the red blood pills that had been obtained from the trials when they had first arrived. "Take them," Logan said, giving them to Vorden. "Without all my equipment, I have not been able to do a full check, but I'm 90% sure that they won't harm you in any way. Although I am unsure if it will have the effect that Quinn had said, there may be a time when you need them. For me, it's useless, since I don't fight using my strength and speed, and Sia is a support type who is naturally weak. So if they do have an effect, it's best if you take them for now." Looking at the blood pills, Vorden put them away in his trouser pocket, tying the flap down. If he could, he would avoid using them. 90% still meant there was a 10% chance something bad could happen, and it was better for him if he didn't take that type of risk. "What about the green injections? Didn't Quinn say they would give us a boost as well?" Vorden asked. "That—" Logan paused for a while. "I was unable to assess what that was. I think it's best if we avoid that at all costs." The day had come to an end, and the three of them did their hardest to get a good night's sleep. The next day they returned to their classes. Silver had, as predicted, showed them the week's plan, which included a sparring lesson. Logan, of course, had already obtained this information from the school system. He had intended to go earlier, and believed it wouldn't be an issue, but there was still no sign of Quinn anywhere, so they had waited at the school for longer than they had anticipated. For them, though, this just proved in their minds that asking Silver was the best option. When the class ended, the three of them departed the room as if nothing had happened that day, and Silver was at her desk when everyone else left. She was looking forward blankly. There was a stack of paperwork on her desk, but her mind was always racing with ideas and distractions about what she should accomplish. As the execution date approached, she saw ideas and plans run through her mind about how she might save her brother. "Why, Father, are you going to let Fex die like that?" Silver was a little upset that her father had seemed to ignore the fact altogether, and was treating Fex, his son, just as if any other vampire had committed such a crime. He didn't even try to defend him or pardon him. But in a way, this was expected of her. She knew he was like this, and this was where she got her stubborn side from. When it came between choosing family and the laws, one would choose family, right? Silver gradually realized that she cared more for her brother than any of the silly vampire regulations. The only issue was that she wasn't going on a suicide mission. Even as she became involved, she wouldn't be able to escape, and her life and the lives of her brothers would be stolen. Perhaps then, every one of the 13th family would be considered traitors, and what was happening to those in the 13th would increase as a result of her actions. She couldn't do that. As a teacher at the school, she could already see how the other 13th members were being treated now, so she couldn't imagine what would happen if they found out she too had gone against the council. Thinking about all of this was a lot on her mind, but that's when she noticed a strange, small little piece of paper that had magically appeared on her desk. Not only that, but it was moving. Eventually, the piece of paper had stopped moving, and then a small little spider from underneath the paper had left and gone away, back climbing down the desk and heading off somewhere. Looking at the piece of paper, Silver noticed that it was a note. "We wish to help out Fex. Please meet us in the storage room, based outside on the field." Looking at the note, for some reason, a slight jolt was felt in her heart. Who said this? Is it one of the other vampire families? Maybe the one that was hiding the identity of the vampire that created the illegal. Maybe they are finally making a move. Should I meet them? If they can help save Fex, then I have to meet them. Silver decided to go to the place, her hopes resting on the weird message that had just appeared in front of her. She was standing outside the storage door, which was off to the side on the outer field. She felt odd all of a sudden. Her intuition told her there were 3 vampires inside, not extraordinary vampires, but typical vampires. However, they might have been only messengers. Opening the doors, she went straight in and quickly closed them behind her. When she turned her head, she could see 3 students inside the room, all of the ones she recognized that were in her class. Her sudden hopes were dashed as she remembered each of them was from the 10th family. Logan was the first to walk forward and approach Silver. "We are here to save Fex," said Logan. Episode 434, The 8th Family Message. Her hopes were dashed as she looked at the 3 kids in front of her. Silver remembers them well, particularly the tall blonde student. This was because he had once stood up for one of her family members, and she had made it her job to defend him. Silver never failed to repay a favor. It was because of this that she also remembered which family all of them belonged to, and she remembered that all of them had stated they were from the 10th family. The 10th family, a family with no current power or influence at the council table, the weakest and worst family to belong to. But her mind soon started to change as she started to wonder, why would the 10th family be trying to save Fex? What relation did they have with him? There was also the chance that this could have something to do with the rumors. Was the 10th leader still alive and returning? But this was a far-fetched idea, as it had nothing to do with Fex. Even in the past, the 10th family was never close to the 13th, so why would the leader even attempt to save him? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Logan started to count down from 5, and then at that precise moment, something had happened. A strange smell had entered Silver's nose. It had hit her in an instant. Quickly pulling out the spray bottle, Logan sprayed a few puffs here and there. He had covered his scent once more before putting it away, recognizing the strange smell. A natural reaction happened as Silver's eyes went beaming red as the realization had hit her. You're humans," she said. Vorden placed both of his hands on his back, grabbing his blades, and Sia stepped back slightly as she stared back at the red eyes. The 2 of them were ready for a fight. Whether or not they could win was an entirely different thing altogether, though. How were humans able to infiltrate this place? And they were even able to get rid of the scent. Have we been discovered? Hardening her hand and her fingertips, Silver was prepared to throw out an attack and slice Logan's head then and there. It would have been easy, and the attack would have been too fast for him to react. "Remember why we are here," Logan calmly said. "We want to save Fex, your brother." Those words were exactly what Silver needed. As the anger and panic inside her started to settle, so did the color of her eyes. Vorden, still worried something would happen, kept his hands on his beast weapons on his back. while Sia was completely covered in sweat, as if she was about to collapse. She felt like she couldn't breathe. Why does this feel so familiar? Sia thought her body was reacting to the vampire in front of her. In her mind, this just confirmed her thoughts. A vampire had to have removed her memories, and even though she couldn't remember herself what had happened, her body could. "Speak," Silver said, in a strong tone, still letting them who was in control of the situation. "We are friends of Fex, and I'm sure you know about a white as well. We have come here to save both of them," Logan started to explain. A strange look appeared on her face as she wondered how they would even know about Fex in the first place. On top of this, the only interaction that Fex should have had with the humans was at the military base. Looking at the students' faces, they couldn't have been much older than Fex himself. "Are these his friends?" Seeing the concerned look on Silver's face, Logan continued. "You met with Quinn, right? The other vampire. He is the one that came with us here. We are all here to save Fex." "And you think you 3-in-1 vampire is enough to save Fex, when me, a vampire knight, won't even go against them?" she replied. "You guys are delusional. So Quinn is it? What family does he belong to?" Although Silver sounded a little harsh, she was still hoping for a glimmer of hope when she asked this inquiry. Perhaps the vampire had arrived in the vampire world after notifying his leader of what was about to happen. They might be able to do something if they received assistance from one of the families. "Family," Logan replied, thinking about it. "I don't know. If he was here, you would be able to ask him." Logan knew Quinn had gained his vampire skills through the system and the weird book that was provided to him, but this wouldn't have been an acceptable explanation, and it was evident it wasn't what Silver was looking for. She tried her best to keep a straight face, but Vorden had noticed that her fingers were twitching, as if she was nervous about something. It was clear this was a reaction to the current situation. "I can't help," Silver said after a moment of silence. "You aren't strong enough to even attempt to break out or save my brother. I thought maybe there would be more of you. I won't turn you guys in, but I suggest that once the school summer is over, you guys return from where you came and speak to no one from this place. As for the sparing next week, I will do my best to cover your backs." "It's the least I can do for your good friends that have come all this way to try to save you, dear brother," Silver thought. Turning around, Silver's last hope was dashed, but she felt a little touched that there were others concerned for her brother's safety, apart from her. "Wait!" Vorden shouted. "I know we may be weak and you can't trust us, but even if you tell us to go back, even if we told Quinn that we would be going back, he will still try everything he can to save Fex. That's how he is, and it's because of this stubborn side that we all decided to follow him in the first place. If you can't trust us, then at least trust him." Turning back and looking at Vorden's eyes, she could see he had the same look as Fex's when talking about this person. Why did these two people seem to put so much trust in a single person? What was about this vampire that was so special? "Even if you say that, where exactly is this person? He isn't even here for me to speak to him," Silver replied. But Vorden didn't respond, since they had no idea where Quinn was or why he was taking so long to arrive. But suddenly a voice could be heard within Silver's brain. It was one of the vampire's voices, the power of the 8th family head, telepathy that encompassed the entire globe, allowing the vampires to speak with one another. "Report! Anyone in the nearby vicinity of the 13th castle, please go there immediately. Special permission has been granted by the leader to enter. The Punisher intruder has been spotted. I repeat, the Punisher intruder has been spotted." Due to being at the school, Silver had yet to be informed of the details from the council meeting, informing them that there was a Punisher out and about, so she was deeply confused for a second. She knew of the Punishers, but didn't know what had happened. What was even more surprising was for some reason they were at the 13th castle. "Please be on the lookout for 2 male teens. They both have their mouths covered with some sort of strange masks. Also, it appears that they have managed to take control of a few of our own. The White has escaped and is on the run with the Punisher. I repeat, the White has escaped and is on the run with the Punisher." "What is going on?" Silver said out loud while looking at the 3 in front of her. Episode 435, An Extra Dead. Underneath the 13th castle, there were strange tunnels that seemed difficult to navigate. Certain pathways would lead to others opening up to different areas. The only light source in these deep underground tunnels were the torches that lit up the way, and walking through them right now were 2 vampires, who were dressed the same from head to toe. They had most of their face covered, only allowing a slit between the eyes to be seen. A floating cloth dangled over from their mouth and nose, while a large black tall hat was worn on top of their heads. These vampires, in their unique clothing and face covering, were from the 9th family, known as the Fortuna family. The tunnels below were divided into sections that led in different directions. These tunnels would ultimately connect to each of the castles, a dungeon for their family members, and so on until a penalty was chosen. However, the tunnels were also linked in some way, with sophisticated door arrangements requiring secret codes. Using these doors, one would be able to go beneath the ground and freely roam between each fortress. The 9th family was in charge of the cellars and tunnels underneath, and had access to all the doors, allowing them to transport criminals from one place to another. As for families, they all had access codes and such to their doors underneath their castles, but did not for others. One would either have to get permission from another family or request aid from the 9th family. Right now, 2 of the guards from the 9th family had reached a fairly large cellar. Cries from several other creatures and vampires could be heard, but from this one there was no such noise. A few loud bangs were heard against the bars of the cell. "Get up! You're being transported to a new location," the guard said. Lifting himself from his bed, Fex wasn't exactly enthusiastic about going with these people, as he slowly placed his feet along the floor to the bars. "What's wrong? It shouldn't be time for me to go just yet, right?" With nothing to do in the cellar, all Fex had been doing was counting the time while down here. Sometimes he thought his actions were that of a madman, waiting for the day of his so-called death. But it was the only thing he could do. He was pretty sure he had been accurate with his counting, and it should still be a while before he was to leave this place, unless he had already gone mad and was counting far slower than he thought. "We are moving you to the main castle cellars, where you will be put under a heavier surveillance," the other guard said, unsure about why they were deciding to be more cautious. Fex decided it wasn't his problem in the first place. It wasn't like there was anything he could do. The guards put a set of cuffs behind Fex's back, ones that would be strong enough to hold any regular vampire, and even if he could break out of them, the 2 guards were quite strong vampires. If there was one, Fex could take them out, but with his hands tied, 2 would be impossible. Even if he did, what would he do next? Knowing what his fate was destined to be, he hadn't struggled, and decided to go ahead and follow the 9th's men. Meanwhile, 2 more guards had been dispatched to the 13th castle at the same time. The White who had been imprisoned was also temporarily confined there, but the initial commander, Bryce, had decided that it would be better if he was relocated and placed under stronger security, given what was going on at the time. When the 2 guards approached the cellar, they had done the same, putting the cuffs on around Peter's wrist and letting him out of the cellar as they took him out and through the tunnels. However, something strange started to happen after Peter had left the cellar. A peculiar energy began to pour through him, greater than he had ever felt before. He got the same sensation as when he had taken Quinn's blood, only this time he could tell. It wasn't stolen strength, but his growing within him. With this and his evacuation from the cellar, he could feel an even stronger bond with his master Quinn than before. "Quinn, you're here, and you've grown stronger," Peter thought. As Quinn grew stronger, so did Peter, although he couldn't use blood abilities like Quinn could, or shadow abilities. All of Quinn's stats would be replicated to Peter, so right now he too had the strength of a strong vampire noble. He looked at the guards carefully, and it seemed like they had underestimated him greatly, only sending 2 people to escort him. This was perhaps because they had seen his skill when he fought against Xander. Xander was but a strong child, a vampire with no ability. These 2, on the other hand, were mature vampires with a special power. Even though they were not nobility, they believed that 2 of them would suffice. Even if he was able to defeat the guard, where would he go, and how would he travel underground? Of course, Peter was unaware of the dungeon tunnel's intricacy. Because of all this, though, the guards had never expected what would happen next, waiting for the right moment while walking through the tunnels. Peter used all of his strength to slam one of the guards into the wall, knocking him out and causing him to stumble. Then something unexpected happened. Without regard for agony or the possibility of shattering his bones, he pushed his hands through the restraints, snapping his fingers and ripping skin from his hand in the process. Still, this was no problem for the current Peter, who was now a White. He felt no pain, and his regeneration speed was great. His fingers and skin had not already healed. "Grab him!" the guard shouted to the other, as the first one who had been barged into the door had regained his composure. Both of the guard's hands had wrapped around Peter's waist, holding him in place. Peter, seeing this, used both of his own hands and grabbed onto the guards, and started to pull them apart. "What? He's stronger than me! I can't hold him!" the guard shouted as he could feel he was losing the power struggle. His arms were slowly shaking as they were spread apart. Then, using his strength, Peter lifted the man over his shoulder and slammed him onto the ground, dislocating his shoulder. The man coughed up blood and was heavily damaged. Still, Peter wouldn't give him a second chance to get back up. Neither of them had used their ability yet, and he didn't want to find out. Running up to the man on the floor, Peter used all his strength once again to kick the man's head, twisting his neck and killing him on the spot. He was a vampire and not a white. Regenerating from a blow like that would be impossible. In a panic, the other guard fired a flurry of blows, but it was ineffective. Peter was much faster at avoiding the strikes. Then Peter launched his blows, hitting the guy hard and fast, not pausing for a single second. Peter continued to hit the guard until there was no more sound. When he came to a halt, the corpse had fallen to the floor and was no longer moving. Peter had no choice except to kill both of the guards. If he hadn't killed them, they would have told others, and more would have arrived, making it more difficult for him to flee. While staring at the dead, Peter felt something strange inside him, as if he could sense a small fire inside their bodies. This sensation was comparable to the one he had with Quinn, but somewhat different. As he approached the bodies on the floor, Peter pondered what would happen if he attempted to contact this link. He could feel the connection, even stronger when he laid his hand on the body. Naturally, he felt like closing his eyes, and then his energy began to pour out of his hand and toward the dead guard. A strange reaction had occurred when his energy touched the guards. The feeling was unusual, and Peter let go and took a step back, but the guard in front of him immediately stood up. His head twisted back into position, and he began to walk rather stiffly at first, but the guard's movements quickly returned to normal. Before lifting his head, the guard bowed. Looking at the guard closely, Peter could see that his eyes were now completely white, and there was no such expression on his face. It was as if he had become an undead. At that time he felt a peculiar sensation, as if information had suddenly entered his mind. He now realized that the vampire in front of him had been transformed into a lesser white. He turned around to face the second dead guard on the floor. "I'm going to need your help as well."
Episode 436, A Vampire Leader. Peter had succeeded in changing the second guard in the same way that he had changed the first. He went through the process again and again. While doing so, it appeared as though the information was slowly trickling in, as if he had done this before. But he knew that wasn't going to happen. He considered the sensation to be comparable to that of a computer machine uploading data to a server. Following its instructions enabled him to produce the two lesser whites. He looked at the two who were now jogging by his side while the information was processed in his thoughts. He grasped what they were a little better as a result of the knowledge. A lower-level white. Essentially, Peter had managed to resurrect the vampires and become a weaker version of himself. They were now undead beings, unable to use any of their previous skills. In terms of strength, they were half the size of their creator, Peter, when comparing strength and speed. They did, however, have no stamina and an incredible regeneration speed comparable to Peter's, but once it reached a certain point, they were unable to mend anymore, even if they consumed human flesh. In terms of intellect, it appeared as if anything they knew in the past had vanished. They would be able to follow Peter's basic directions. When Peter inquired whether they knew how to get out, they didn't respond, but when he instructed them to follow him, they did. This left Peter with little choice except to sprint through the tunnels at random in hopes of escaping. The only good news was that the vampire guards weren't going to be discovered dead very soon, allowing him a little more time before they discovered his effort to escape. The three continued to run until he had eventually reached a strange rounded door that blocked the entirety of the tunnel. There wasn't a single gap that would allow him to get through. Stopping at the rounded door, Peter tried to give it a push using all his strength, but there was nothing, not even a single nudge. "Is it Glathrium?" Peter thought. If that was the case, even if he tried punching the door, it wouldn't work. But he didn't want to either, for fear that the tunnel could collapse. That's when he saw the odd circular lock combination. The door was essentially a huge circle with smaller circles on the inside. When Peter tried to move one of these circles, there was a sound, and he discovered that each section could be moved separately, but spinning them in circles and circles was accomplishing nothing and wasting his time. "Is it a lock?" Peter thought. Then he turned to the two behind him. If they had brought him here, they had to know a way out. "Do you know the combination to the lock?" Peter asked. But there was silence, as the two of them just continued to stare at him. "I should have guessed." With no choice, Peter turned around and started to head back down the tunnel he had come from and tried to take a different path. Eventually, he must have taken a wrong turn somewhere, as the tunnel had led him to quite a large open room. In this open space, there were several tunnels for one to go down. Looking at them all, though, Peter had no clue what to do or which one to take. "Now I wasn't expecting this," an echoey voice said. It was hard to pinpoint the location of where the sound had come from, due to it bouncing off the walls. The only thing he could tell was that it was a male's voice. The next second, a thud sound was heard as the 2 feet had solidly hit the ground. Turning to look behind him, Peter could see a fairly middle-sized man. Not scrawny, nor was he big, but what did stand out was the large scar that went across the top of his head and the round shield on his back. "When Clark told me that the mysterious Punisher person's last words were he was here to save someone, I thought it could only be one of 2 people, either Fex or you. I saw no reason for them to try to save someone from another family, which means you had to be quite important to them," Jin explained. "Just in case, I got Sonny to stand by and watch over Fex's extraction. Unfortunately, these tunnels aren't exactly the best for my ability. If I was to go all out, the place could collapse at any second." He then carefully looked at the 3 of them, including the whites that stood behind Peter. "Well, the good news is, based on your performance against Xander and Silver, I won't even need to use my ability in the first place. I suppose you should know the name of your slayer before you die. My name is Jin Talon. I am the 4th leader of the vampire family, and I will bring you in dead or alive. Wait a minute, I guess as a white you're already dead." Jumping off his feet and dashing towards Peter, the 2 lesser whites immediately reacted, jumping in front of him. Their speed was unexpected, as Jin knew the capabilities of lesser whites. He thought he would have been able to simply run past them before they could even react. Not wanting to stray from his path, though, Jin threw out a punch, knocking both of them back. Even with their 2 hands, they were useless as they were flung away and went crashing into the tunnel walls. The whole place seemed to vibrate slightly, and a few crumbs of rock falling here and there from the ceiling could be seen. "Damn, maybe I need to hold back a little more," Jin said. "Well, this should be enough." Concerned that the entire structure would collapse on them, he took care not to cause any additional damage to the tunnels. Jin decided to reduce his strength. He had, however, slowed down as a result of this. He was well aware that he lacked control. His tremendous blood ability never enabled him to be who he was. So he was unable to fine-tune when coming to control. If he lowered his power, he would lower everything with it, including his speed and such. If he was to fight at full power, the same would be done again. "Let's end all this silly nonsense," Jin said, throwing out a single punch, hoping to finish the fight off then and there. A quick punch was launched, but all that was heard was the sound of it hitting nothing but air. There wasn't the normal sensation of weight pressing into the flesh of his knuckles. He couldn't feel anything except empty space. Peter had dodged the attack. How, though? How could he have progressed so much when I saw how swiftly he was battling Xander? Even if Jin wasn't using his full power and speed, it was more than enough to dispatch the Peter he'd seen fight Xander not long before. Before he knew it, Peter had landed a blow. It was buried in his stomach, and all of the tremendous strength that had poured through his body was put to use. Jin slid back a few paces before coming to a complete halt. He, a vampire leader, had been pushed by a mere subclass. "You moved me back?" Jin said. "You, not even a vampire, but a subclass." A bizarre rage rose inside him, and his eyes began to glow a fiery crimson. He didn't care if he demolished the hollow tunnels. He prepared to use his talent by making a few wounds on his hands and allowing his blood to be taken. With a flick, a single drop of blood went out fast, like a bullet, and it had hit Peter right on the shoulder. "Ignite!" As soon as Peter said these words, there was a loud blast, a pop, and an explosion, and the piercing orange lights shone down on him. Skin and flesh fragments began to fall to the ground. However, it only took a short time until it began to regenerate once more. "I guess an explosion that small will never be able to kill a white. What impressive regenerative speed," Jin genuinely thought as he praised him. "But it means I have to use more power," Jin said. "Blood control." The blood that was in the palm of his hand lifted into the sky. It floated there without a single person touching it. Next, spreading his arms out, Jin managed to split all of the blood into small little balls. These small blood balls were the same size as the attack that had hit him earlier. "Are all of these explosives?" Peter thought. If that was the case, he was unsure if his body would be able to regenerate from such a thing. As he said that, though, the two lesser whites from earlier had come back and were now standing in front of Peter. "Chain bomb," Jin said, flicking his hands, and all the balls flew straight at the three. Even if the whites could assist Peter in blocking the assault, it appeared like Jin would be able to repeat the feat, and what would he do then? Right now it appeared like fleeing was the greatest choice. Something was sensed, just as he was going to make the decision and escape. All of the blood balls went ahead. "Ignite!" Jin shouted, making all of them explode at once, creating small explosions one after another. Smoke had filled the tunnels, and the ceiling started to crumble as small rocks fell from it once more. The shaking had finally stopped, though, and it looked like the walls were able to handle a lot more punishment than Jin initially thought. When the dust settled, though, he was gobsmacked by what he saw. Where the three had formerly stood, a thick purple shadow had taken their place. "I knew you would come," Peter said. "It's been a long time, Quinn." Episode 437, Connecting Tunnels. Quinn found the entire journey up to the castle to be rather simple after Peter's presence. He had entered the village without incident after traveling from the forest. Nobody had stopped him to question what he was doing there, even though he was still wearing the mask to disguise his face. If Peter was apprehended and disguised himself as Quinn at the time, that meant there were probably a lot of vampires who recognized him. As he went across the city, not a single vampire raised an eyebrow. He wanted to explore and see what the vampire realm was like, but the connection he was now having with Peter was swaying in and out, and there was a high risk it might go altogether. Quinn thought the worst, that Peter was dying, as he felt the peculiar sensation come and go. So instead of spending his time examining the vampire town, he began hurrying forward. The odd energy was emanating from the 13th castle, which was stationed on the far right. The castles formed a semicircle around the city, with the 13th at the end. The majority of the city was easy to navigate, but then he saw a peculiar wall between the castle area and the city, some kind of gate. This gate was the separation between those that worked directly for a vampire family and those that lived with everyone else under some type of family. Carefully looking at the gate, Quinn noticed that there were guards stationed at these sections, and it would seem as if vampires who entered and exited needed to show something to enter. While thinking of what to do next, the system decided to chime in and help him. "The more you start to explore and roam around the city, the more I'm starting to think this is the same settlement that I used to live in," the system said. "I don't know if a replica was made or if they had managed to transport it all over to another planet somehow." At first, Quinn didn't quite understand why the system was suddenly being nostalgic out loud, while he was desperately trying to find a way in, but as it continued to speak, he realized it wasn't just nonsense, and he had a plan. "Well, if this place is the same as the last, then I think I might have a way to get to the 13th castle." The system directed Quinn to a strange location. It was still close to the 13th castle, but not past the wall that had been erected to separate the three portions. They had entered what appeared to be a peculiar tiny garden enclosed by various walls. There didn't appear to be any such visitors, which made sense, given that there didn't appear to be anything in the region either. There were no benches to look at, and only a few followers here and there. However, there were still people walking past in the street that was right next to the garden. "It should be right here," the system said. The two of them had reached what could only be described as a wall. However, the wall did have quite an interesting design on it. It had a large circle with several other smaller circles inside, and one was able to twist and turn each different part of the section. "It's a lock, and unfortunately, this is as far as I can take you. This is a secret entrance that should lead you to the underground tunnels. There are several put all over the city in case of an attack of some sort, allowing people to move from one location to the next without having to go through all the different buildings. The system started to explain. "Then if you don't know the combination, then what much help is this?" Quinn replied. "You should start to know your system better than that. It has managed to help you in tricky situations before, and I think this time will be no different." The system said, but decided to keep the next part to himself. "The one who created these lock systems in the first place is the same as the one who made the system, so I'm almost certain you will be able to unlock it." Quinn obtained all the information he needed by pressing his hand against the weird circular lock and then using his inspection talent. It took some time, as if the machine was trying to crack some kind of code, but it ultimately delivered instructions on what to do and how to accomplish it. Quinn was able to spin the circular contraption appropriately by following them, ultimately hearing some type of clicking sound. The wheels then began to move back into position until the wall changed back into itself before collapsing to the floor. A staircase headed downhill reveals a hole in the wall. As soon as the door had been unlocked, Quinn could feel Peter's connection even stronger. "He's down there, I have to hurry." Quinn rushed ahead as fast as he could, and the door behind him began to repair itself on its own. Finally, even though the tunnels were unusual and difficult to travel, Quinn wasn't looking for a way out or the whereabouts of the other castles. He was engaged in a game of heat and cold with himself. If the link became stronger as he traveled down one tunnel, he knew he was on the right track. If it felt weaker, he knew he was on the wrong track. Finally, he had arrived, and it was just in the nick of time as he threw his shadow outward and dashed forward, protecting Peter. Although it had been a long time since Jin had seen the purple moving shadows. The second he saw it, he instantly knew that it was the Punisher's powers. There weren't many alive today that would be able to recognize such an ability. Perhaps some of the leaders decided to pass down their history, while others chose to keep it a secret, which wasn't too surprising, considering what had happened in the past. When the shadows eventually moved downward, Jin was able to see the two boys in front of him, who looked to be both teenagers. This surprised Jin a bit, because when he thought of the Punishers, he always thought of them as this strong force. However, it looked like what Clark had told him was the truth. It was a young boy who had reached the stage of a vampire noble. Ever since Quinn had evolved, his senses were more finely tuned than before, and when looking at Jin in front of him, the hairs on his neck were starting to stand up. This was a feeling he hadn't even felt when going up against Clark. "He's stronger than a vampire knight. Does that mean he's a vampire leader at the strength of a vampire lord?" Quinn thought. While thinking this, the system chimed in just to confirm it. "Careful, Quinn. That's Jin Talon, the fourth vampire leader. He uses the same ability as Clark himself, but I don't think you need me to tell you that a fight with him and a fight against Jin will be two completely different things." His predictions were correct, and Quinn would be confronting a vampire leader, the strongest of the vampires, for the first time. Looking to his right, he noticed Peter, who appeared unharmed and rather powerful. He could also see that he had gained in strength since the last time they met, and he was relieved to see him well. But behind him were the two smaller whites, who had recovered and were now by their side. Quinn, using his inspection skill, was able to tell they belonged to Peter. Although they were now technically controlled and owned by Peter, they did not belong to the cursed family and took no extra slots. Jin was wearing a long black overcoat, and pulling the side of it towards his mouth, he started to whisper. "I found the Punisher. He is with the White, and two other vampires seem to be under his control. They are located under the tunnels of the 13th, toward the main area." Sending out this message, there was only a little amount of time before others would come running towards them as well. "Can we do this, the four of us?" Quinn thought as he hesitated, whether to fight or run. Jin reached behind him with his right hand and grasped the shield. Several sharp blades have sprung from the edge after banging on the top. What was shocking, though, was that all of the spikes appeared to be coated with blood. It didn't appear to have originated from a wound like the other strikes, but rather as if the blood had been pre-placed in the shield. "I won't make the same mistake Clark made and go easy on you," Jin remarked as he prepared to toss his shield. Episode 438, Unknown Skill. Jin didn't launch an assault right away, nor did he rush in, and there was a good reason for this. This was because he was concerned about a certain skill possessed by the shadow users. "Are there other Punishers still out there?" Jin thought. "Or is this the last one? Somehow the skill might have been passed on to him. The problem is, if he isn't the last one, then it might be best to wait for the others." With these thoughts in the back of Jin's mind, he decided to wait for his opponent to make the first move, while keeping his shield out in front of him. The information from the system stated that the person in front of him, Jin, was the fourth leader. All those that were high up and belonged to the same family would have the same ability, which meant Jin had the explosive blood, same as Clark. Seeing the blood drip from the sharp edges of the shield concerned Quinn. "Well, it worked before, so let's see if it will work again," Quinn said as he activated his shadow void. This time he had created quite a large void, using up almost half of his MC cells. The reason for doing this was because first, Quinn wanted to make sure he got Peter and the others inside as well, but the more important thing was he needed some space. If the area was too small, he would be easily hit by the explosions. Still, he needed the void if he was to perform his shadow hop, which would be a great help in any fight. When the shadow finally had encased the whole area, it had even blocked all of the tunnel exits as well. Seeing this, Jin smirked a little. "Perhaps this worked on the vampires you faced before, but unfortunately for you, it won't work on me," Jin said. "I have seen this before." Tapping the front of his shield again, it started to slightly glow red, and then, flinging his hand off to the side, he propelled the shield upward into the air and towards the top of the dome. "Blood rain!" As the shield spun in the air, it seemed to stay there in place, hovering. From the razor-sharp edges, blood would be flung off, shooting outward and falling to the sides and ground like rain. "Quinn, protect yourself now!" the system shouted, and Quinn responded by pulling Peter in, and at the same time, the other two whites followed. Using his shadow control, Quinn was able to cover everyone for what was about to happen next. "Ignite!" The rain-like blood drops that fell from the top of the ceiling started to explode in all different directions. Some blew up as they fell to the ground, others hitting the edge of the wall. After a few seconds, Quinn realized what Jin was trying to do. People hadn't done it before because of their cautious attitude, but Jin was targeting the dome itself rather than attempting to kill the user. When the wall was hit, it would mend itself, but only at the expense of Quinn's MC cells. He wasn't too concerned because his MC cells repaired quicker under the dome, but this sort of assault, where it was being attacked from all angles, was too rapid and strong for Quinn to keep up with. His MC cells were rapidly dropping, which left him with no choice but to deactivate and take down the dome. As soon as this started happening, Jin raised his hand, and the shield started to glow red again, returning to his hand as if he had some magnetic force. The shadow control had shielded Quinn and his allies, but now he had next to no MC points left to be used, which meant the only thing he could fight with now was his blood abilities. "How did the shield come back to him? Does he have two abilities?" Peter asked. "That shield is a blood weapon. Do you remember the red crystal you obtained before and the strange weapon you saw behind the glass casing? These are both the same. Although obtaining blood crystals is illegal, it wasn't like that in the past, and those that have blood weapons were able to keep them, which means most of the vampire leaders will have a blood weapon," the system explained. "There is a skill known as blood control. It enables vampires to control blood in the same way that water users can control water. Although it varies from vampire to vampire, Jin's blood weapon is blood itself, which is why he can draw it towards him and control it so that it hovers in position. Quinn, I'm telling you now, you can't win against a vampire leader yet. You have to run. Get out of here." With his shadow abilities, Quinn knew that the system was right, but they couldn't exactly turn their backs on the leader in front of them. If the system was anything to go by, a leader was the rank of a vampire lord, which was 20 levels ahead of what Quinn was at now. The leader would be faster, stronger, and could naturally catch up to them. But then, Quinn noticed that for some reason, Jin still hadn't exactly gone to attack them yet. So far, he had only used one skill. Was he worried about something? This was the case, as Jin was still worried about the unknown skill of the shadow. Because of this, he wanted to wait for more to arrive. Making a dash for one of the tunnels, Peter proceeded to do the same, following Quinn along. "You two, attack that man!" Peter shouted, and the two waits immediately listened, going towards Jin. "I'm sorry, you two," Jin said, "but may you rest in peace." In a moment, he had moved towards both of the whites, and using both of his hands, he grabbed onto their heads. The next second, two explosions had gone off, and their heads had splattered, leaving nearly nothing behind, and allowing the two bodies to drop to the floor. This was something the whites were unable to recover from. "Take this tunnel, quickly!" the system directed Quinn, and he followed. "Running is the right choice, but it won't work," Jin said, as he made a swiping motion with his hand, and a red line of aura followed. He still didn't wish to get too close, and kept his attacks at a distance. Seeing this, Quinn could tell the attack was powerful. more powerful than any other blood swipe he had ever seen before. Perhaps the blood hammer was the only thing powerful enough to stop it, but that took time, and the attack was too fast, so it left Quinn with only one choice. "Peter, you're going to have to carry me and keep going." Quickly infusing his ki into his leg, not caring about control or amount, he allowed the ball of energy to be used. Mixing this feeling with the blood rush feeling he usually would do when he used this attack, his leg was now vibrating slightly, holding in the power. "My body is stronger, I can do this," Quinn thought, as he threw out a blood crescent kick powered with his ki. The red aura came shooting out from the tunnels and collided with Jin's. At that moment, both of the powers were equal, as they both shattered, falling. This was unexpected, and Jin, for a brief second, was stunned at the result. A vampire noble, creating an attack this strong? What was that? But snapping out of his daze, he ran after them. Right now, Peter was carrying Quinn as he was ordered to before. As Quinn had thought, even though his body was stronger, he was still unable to use all of his ki properly with his blood powers. The result where his foot was completely crushed and shredded. It was unusable right now, and this was why Peter was carrying him. Using his blood bank, Quinn was able to start the healing process of his leg. But what he was surprised about was Peter. He seemed to be running at a great speed while not slowing down. Due to him being a white, he had no stamina issues and had the same stats as Quinn himself, so in a way, he was perfect for a long chase. But what they had come across looked like a completely dead end, as up ahead in the tunnel there was a strange round door sealing off the exit. It had the same circular patterns like the one outside that Quinn had used to enter the tunnels in the first place. "Why did you lead us this way?" Quinn asked. "Even if I can unlock the door, my inspection skill takes a while before it will allow me to open up the door," Quinn complained to the system, knowing full well that Jin wasn't too far behind them now. "Don't worry, I will tell you the combination to the door," the system replied. By this point, Quinn's leg had already healed, and with the system's instructions, Quinn was able to successfully unlock the door. As the two of them went through the door, it sealed up behind them, blocking off the exit once again. "Are we safe?" Quinn asked. "Won't Jin also know the combination to the door, since he's a vampire leader?" "Leaders only know the combinations to their tunnels underneath their castles, apart from the 9th family. Jin is from the 4th, so there is no need to worry," the system said. "Then where are we going now?" "We are heading to the 10th family castle." Episode 439, For and Against. As Jin continued to sprint into the tunnel as fast as he could, the last thing he saw was the backs of the two boys, and the tube had locked up again a few seconds later. "Damn it!" Jin shouted in frustration as he tried to look around and figure out what part of the tunnel he was in. First, he tried his combination that the tunnels underneath his castle used. It was a long shot, but he was going to try anyway. As expected, it was useless, and the door remained shut. Which family does this combination even belong to? And how do they even know it in the first place? Is someone working with the Punishers again? Is it the 13th family? But then why would they give us access? Staying by the door, Jin waited until more people arrived, and the first to arrive was Sunny, leader of the 5th family. By the look on Jin's face and the sealed door he was standing in front of, she knew something was up. "Did they get away then?" she asked. "Yeah, and they went through there," Jin replied. "Do you have any idea where this leads to? I don't even know the combination, and all of the 13th area lock should have auto-granted access right now." "I'm sorry, but I think it's best if you ask Muka," she replied. Right now, the two boys would have been long gone, and it looked like it would be a while before any others arrived. "Anything on your end?" Jin asked. "Fex has safely been transported to the main castle," said Sunny. "No one tried to intervene, and everything went as planned." Hearing this, Jin was wondering what their goal was, why they needed to save the Whites, and at the same time, why did Fex try to protect the Whites' creator? Jin thought for sure they would try to also save Fex, but judging by what happened, everything was all the actions of a single vampire. It would explain why no one had gone after Fex. Knowing this, Jin wished he would have been less cautious. If there weren't any others helping with the breakout, then he had nothing to worry about. With nothing else to do, the two of them decided to return and pass on the information to the others. Once again, another meeting had been called between the leaders. Inside the council room, they had all been updated on the current situation of how Peter, the White, had been rescued by the Punisher. It came as quite a surprise to a lot of them. They thought that the two matters were unrelated, and it started to cause great confusion amongst the leaders. After everyone had been updated, the ninth leader of the Fortuna family stood to speak. The Fortuna family were the ones who were in charge of the underground tunnels, as well as keeping the prisoners locked underground at bay. The person who stood up was the leader, Muka. He had heavy black armor that covered his entire body from head to toe and was built like a thick brick house. He was wider than the others, but not short either. As for his weapon, it looked like a giant club on his back. There was nothing special looking about the club. It was plain and blunt, the top half was thick, while the handle area was thin. "We have looked into where the tunnel the two boys went to leads to, and it looks like it belongs to the 10th family castle," Muka explained. The others started to mumble and talk to each other, and a few of them even looked at the empty 10th seat, while the torch above still shined brightly. "But then how did they know about the combination?" one of the leaders complained. "And why did the Punisher choose to save that boy?" Most of the leaders had the same thought, and they were looking to Muka for answers, mostly since his family was the ones who knew the combinations to all of the locks in the tunnel. There were only a few possibilities they could come up with after all. "Could someone be planning another uprising?" one of the leaders whispered at the wrong time, as everyone went silent. In response to this, Bryce slammed the cane down, making the bickering stop. "There is a simple solution to this all," Bryce said. "We shall enter the castle area and search every area until we find the two of them. No one shall be allowed to enter or leave in the meantime." After making this suggestion, the room fell silent. It wasn't a suggestion that was welcomed, like one might have suspected, and the first one to speak was Muka himself. "I'm afraid I will have to disagree with this proposal," Muka replied. "Each castle area and its outer area is governed by the family leader. Without permission from the leader, we cannot enter." This was the reason why the others remained silent as well. It wasn't only a great offense to enter a family's residence without permission, but quite possibly a war-inducing one as well. "Don't be ridiculous," Bryce snapped back. "No current leader is governing the 10th's home. Who would we get permission from?" Although the other leaders would not say anything, they all stared at the flame that burned over the 10th seat. Bryce realized he had made a mistake. There was a 10th leader, they simply didn't know who or where they were. "Although I wish to catch the Punisher kid, I wholeheartedly agree with Muka," Jin said. "If we break the rules and allow for this to happen, then what happens when it becomes a matter involving our own family? If we are not present, then will you invade our areas as well?" After Jin spoke these words, there were quite a few in support of what he had said, while there were also others who had agreed with Bryce, the first leader. "But this is an important matter involving a possible traitor. Sometimes there must be exceptions to the rule," one complained. "Very well," Bryce said. "Then we shall put it to a council vote. Those against the idea of invading the 10th's castle area and those surrounding it in search for the Punisher and traitor, please raise your hand." At the same time, 6 of the leaders raised their hands. This included Muka, the 9th leader, Jin, the 4th leader, Sunny, the 5th leader, Lee, the 13th leader, and the very last 2 were the 2nd and 11th leaders. As for everyone else, including Bryce, the 1st leader, they were for invading the castle. "A split decision," Bryce said. "I believe that gives me the final say, right?" "Not quite," Muka interrupted. "I believe, although the 10th leader is not here, they would have a vote as well, and considering it would be his castle, we were invading. I believe it's safe to say he would be against the idea. Either way, when a vote is split like this, then that means it would fall to the king, not you, Bryce. Although you may act on his behalf and are his messenger from time to time, please do not let that get to your head. You are not the king." The hands that were both placed on top of Bryce's cane tightened, and the veins could be seen bulging out as the grip tightened. "Very well, I think without the 10th here, it's impossible to cast his vote for him, so I shall go and ask the king for his decision. In the meantime, a team shall be placed in the surrounding area of the 10th's castle, keeping an eye on those that enter and leave." The meeting was over, and the leaders had all left the room. However, they had a feeling for some reason this wouldn't be the last meeting, and soon they would be meeting up once again. Meanwhile, Quinn and Peter had finally made their way approaching another circular door. The system told them the code to the door once again, and they had finally exited. This time, when exiting, they appeared to be in the middle of a strange alleyway. Walking out of the alleyway, the two of them looked around cautiously. They could see a few people strolling by on the streets, but Quinn noticed that there weren't quite as many as when they were traveling through the city center. There are only 1 or 2 people. "Here, take this," Quinn replied, as he opened his drawer and drew out one of Logan's masks. He then proceeded to remove his own, ripping a portion of his sleeve and wrapping it around the bottom of his face. Although it appeared weird, it was preferable for them to not see what Quinn looked like. Because Peter was caught, many of the leaders were aware of Quinn's arrival. He had now changed his appearance to that of the student known as Pio. Nobody in this town knew who Pio was, so if they saw him, they'd believe he was one of them. How should we go from here? Quinn was confused since he didn't know where to go. The link with Layla could still be felt, but it was too far away to meet up with the others, and he still didn't know what was going on with Fex. "For now, head to the 10th castle. I think we might be able to ask for some help there," the system said. "To the castle? What makes you so sure that they will help?" Quinn replied. "Because I used to be the leader of this castle, Quinn, and now you are their leader as well." The system finally gave the answer Quinn had been waiting for. Episode 440, Xander's Opponent. Because of the unexpected revelation, all vampire knights were ordered to return to their castles for a briefing, which was especially important for Silver because the Punisher had last been seen in her castle and Peter had been kidnapped. Based on the facts provided, she was also concerned that people would begin to suspect that the 13th family was more engaged in this than they had previously assumed. Everything seemed to happen so quickly, and when Silver abruptly left, the group of three were left unsure of what to do next. Logan was certain Silver would not disclose or tell the others who they were or why they were there, but he had no idea why she had abruptly departed the room that day. "Is something going on?" Logan thought. "There is still some time left before Fex's execution, right?" Throughout the night, he would repeatedly try to contact Quinn for answers, to see if he received a response. In reality, he was at a loss for what to do next. They could go to the public execution, but there would be a lot of people there, including at least a few vampire leaders, if not all of them. Will Quinn be able to save Fex in front of everyone? If he couldn't grow strong enough, he had one other option: form his army, which looked even more impossible. When the three of them came to class the next day, they were in for a surprise. Since they were ignorant that Silver had been asked to return to her palace, which meant that Silver would no longer be their teacher today, someone else was standing in her place at her customary workstation. He was quite a small-framed male teacher, who had rounded glasses and was covered in dark black robes. "Hurry and get a move on, you three. We don't have all day," the teacher said as the three of them stood still for a moment. Hurrying to their seats, every one of them was now starting to sweat and worry a little as the class began. As they remembered the schedule that Logan showed them, the teacher began the lesson. The theme of today's lesson was displayed on the screen: sparring matches. If Silver was here, then she would have helped them get out of such a mess, stopped them from fighting somehow, but she wasn't. "Some important matters are going on within the families, and for that reason, me, Relly, will be your teacher for today," the round glasses man said. Logan realized at this point that all vampires had great eyesight, so the glasses were probably simply for show. "There will be a sparring bout today. All of the courses will be included, and it will be an opportunity for everyone to demonstrate what they have learned thus far in the classes. To make things more intriguing, we'll bring two opponents from a different class into the battle area. Everyone will stand by and watch as these battles continue. Once a winner has been determined, we will analyze what one individual did well and what the other did incorrectly. The winner of the battle gets to choose their next opponent, who must be from a different class. It cannot be from the same class as them, nor from the same class as the opponent they just defeated. This will allow us to see the levels of each of the classes. Of course, eventually the winning student will more likely lose, because of the continuous fights they will have in a row." With the rules and today's lesson explained, the students were all rallied up outside, as they did once before. What came as a surprise was that all three of the subclasses were also invited outside on the field to watch the event, although they were told they wouldn't be taking part. As Vorden walked onto the field, his eyes matched up with Layla's, and it seemed as if she had a worried look on her face. Seeing this, Amy gave her a slight nudge, hitting her with her shoulder. "I thought you said you weren't into the tall blondie. Why are you so worried?" But Layla didn't reply, as she was too busy thinking about the worst that could happen. Outside on the field, they had a platform that had been raised. It wasn't too big, and the platform was only raised about a foot off the ground. It was round in size as well. All the different classes were told to sit on the floor in rows around the circular platform. The students were sitting quite close and were worried that if a fight was to take place, they might be hit by some of the attacks that would go off from the platform. A larger teacher approached the side and saw the concerned look on their faces. "Don't worry too much," the teacher said as he banged his fist on the outside. As if it hit an invisible wall where his hand had landed for a brief second, a digital red grid-like display showed before quickly disappearing again. "Using the beast crystals, we can create an invisible barrier for you guys. Any attack from you regular vampires will be stopped by this wall here, so you will have nothing to worry about," the teacher explained with a smile. Relly entered the center with the impression that the wall had not been triggered, implying that someone had control over when the wall was turned on or off. "We're all aware of why we're here. Your teacher should have informed you beforehand, so let's cut to the chase and get things started. Hopefully, this will allow us to watch as many battles as possible today." 2 students from different classes were selected, and 2 of them had entered the stage. One a female vampire, while the other a male. None of these did Vorden or the others recognize. When the 2 entered, the teacher shouted to start the match, and the fight had begun. It looked as if the 2 inside were evenly matched, and they continued to fight without the use of abilities, only using blood attacks. However, the female did have a dagger that she would use, while the male student used nothing but his bare hands. Eventually, though, the female vampire had less stamina and was starting to lose the fight. A severe cut was produced on the female student by a claw-like hand, and the battle was promptly stopped by the professors. The male student had tried a second attack after the first, but one of the professors had arrived too quickly for the others to notice and grabbed the male student's hand, preventing the attack. It looked as if there would be no accidental deaths in these sparring matches. The vampire teachers were just on a completely different level compared to the students. After a winner was chosen, the kids were questioned about the battle, discussing what went well and what went wrong. This also provided the student some time to relax and heal, but it was now time for the student to choose his next opponent. He was still exhausted, and it appeared that beating him would be easier now than before, but then, almost out of nowhere, a tiny chant began to take place from one of the classrooms. "Xander, Xander, Xander, Xander." Slowly others started to join in as well. "Of course they would do this," Amy complained, looking at him. The other students wanted to witness Xander's battle since he was well known among the normal vampires. Giving in to peer pressure, the student ultimately yelled Xander's name, and the students cheered. Xander, of course, smiled as he stood up and looked at the students behind him. He even gave them a bow, as if he was their king of some sort. Climbing onto the stage, he didn't look at his opponent in front of him. Instead, he looked at Vorden, who was sitting on the floor. This isn't good. Logan thought no one had to be a mind reader to figure out what he was thinking. The battle resumed, and Xander sprinted in, evading the student's first assault. At such close range, Xander threw out a solid fist, then another, not allowing the student to fall to the floor. It was his signature strike, a flurry of fists, but they were soon interrupted by an instructor entering the platform, pronouncing him the winner after only the first 2 punches. Because there wasn't much of the fight to evaluate this time, there wasn't much time spent on what went wrong or right, and he was ordered to choose his opponent from another class. Xander first looked to his right, where he could see the gorgeous females, and then to Layla. With a wink, he blew out a kiss towards her. Seeing this, all the girls around started to scream and push Layla around on the floor. Was that at her? She's so lucky. Why does Xander even like her? A lot of the girls wished that Xander had paid them that much attention, but Layla felt the opposite. Then, lifting his hand, he pointed at a single blonde boy sitting down. I chose you, Xander said. It was Vorden's turn to go up on stage. Episode 441, Xander vs. Vorden. All of the students turned to see who Xander was and where he was pointing. After all, Xander wouldn't just pick anyone, would he? The person he picked would have to be a strong opponent, someone who would challenge him or put on a show for him. At least this was what everyone expected of Xander, especially given his recent performance. That's why when they turned to look around, they were astonished to discover who Xander had chosen, even if it wasn't a surprise to everyone else. Some others remembered incidents that happened not long ago with a certain female who was observing from a distance. Before Vorden had moved from his position, Logan had raised his hand to ask a question. Sir, is it possible to forfeit from this event, admit defeat? Hoping there was some way for them to get out of this. Relly sighed deeply before responding. And what is the point of that? The entire purpose of this evaluation is to put your skills to the test, good or terrible. Besides, it's not like you'll be badly damaged or hurt, as you can see from the previous matches. We were able to halt them just well before anything major happened. We shall continue to do so for all future conflicts. Logan wasn't sure how to respond to the teacher's explanation, which seemed reasonable. After all, the issue wasn't that they were afraid Vorden would die, but that he would be wounded. After all, even the tiniest damage would result in blood being drawn, and everyone there would be able to smell it in an instant. Logan didn't even want to think about what was to happen if all of the vampires here found out their true identities. With no other option, Vorden rose from his seat and began to walk towards the platform, but Logan swiftly grabbed his sleeve and pulled him down, whispering in his ear. "Take the pills, don't get hit," Logan quickly said, before letting him go to his place, giving him a brief reminder. Initially, it appeared like the two of them shared similar thoughts, but the fact was that Vorden never intended to lose the war. Seeing Xander's face and previous deeds had given him an odd jolt. "Hey, do you want me to take over this one, pretty boy?" Rayton said in his head. He looked towards Layla and then back at Xander. Right now, he didn't want to quit and instead teach the playboy a lesson himself. Grabbing the tablets from his trouser pocket, Vorden began to do some stretches as he moved towards the stage, and at one point, when his arm passed his lips to touch his elbow, he forced the pills down his throat. "I don't know if they will have any effect, or if maybe it will take a while. Either way, I'm going to beat this guy," Vorden thought. But Vorden didn't have to wait long to find out if the tablets were effective. He could feel a burning feeling in his stomach as soon as the tablets entered his stomach and began to digest. It wasn't a bad one, and he continued walking as if nothing had happened. There was no stop or shift in his facial expression. But his cells seemed active, as if new, stronger ones were being formed. Vorden had taken all of the tablets at the same time, unconcerned about any negative effects. They simply did not have the time. The pills contained a mix of effects, including a few strength pills, stamina pills, and agility pills. If the way he was feeling right now was represented in his real fighting, he might be able to fight without getting hurt. Vorden began to wonder what the little red tablets were as he thought about them. How was someone able to quickly manufacture something that enhanced a person's strength, and if what Quinn stated was accurate, the gain was permanent, not even temporary? He began to worry about how such an invention might change the world. Superhumans would be wandering the streets. However, he began to question why anything like this wasn't made public at the same time. Were the vampires keeping it to themselves? They were already rather powerful. Perhaps they could discover additional answers later at the same location, and Vorden would want to take the tablets from the other trail chambers if possible. Still, even with all these questions, there was only one person who could answer them, and that was the very person who created them. Finally, Vorden had reached the platform, and he was ready. Without hesitation, he pulled out both the black and white blades. Ready to harness their powers, if there was one thing he needed to be cautious about, it was the vampire's speed. Their natural speed was far superior to that of a human. "I've been waiting for this," Xander said. "Let the fight begin," Relly shouted. At first, Vorden was expecting Xander to charge in as he did against the previous student. He had activated his white sword, thinking he would have to rely on speed for the most part, but when the match had started, Xander stayed still. Sweat was running down from his forehead, and even he didn't know why. "Come on, what's wrong? Move!" he shouted inside his mind, but it was as if his legs just weren't listening. Although Xander didn't know it, there was a deep fear rooted in him that day, when Vorden was able to resist his influence skill. In a normal situation, Vorden would have used this chance to charge in himself, as he would if it were a fight to the death, but he instantly reminded himself that this was a fight to avoid getting harmed. As a result, he too remained stationary. As the two just stood there staring at each other, the crowd started to get a little frustrated that nothing was happening. "Boo-hoo! What the hell are you doing, Xander? Just charge in like you usually do," a student shouted. "We came here to see a fight, not a little staring match," another said. These remarks eventually got to Xander more than anything else, and the anxiety that was deep inside him was overpowered by the thought of being embarrassed in front of the others. His body was functioning normally again, and he was able to charge in. Throwing out his hand, Vorden was able to predict where the initial punch would come from, and elevating the white blade, he had knocked it away. Xander's fingers and nails had hardened to the point where they were as sharp as a sword. The nails scrapped across the sword, and the first attack was successfully deflected. Thinking it was out of luck, Xander tried to do the same thing again, but it only ended up with the same result, with Vorden successfully blocking the attack. Luckily I took those pills, otherwise I would have been done for, Vorden thought. He could tell his speed had greatly increased, but in all honesty, it was still slower than Xander's. The only reason why Vorden was able to block such attacks was because of his fighting experience. The little shift of Xander's shoulder and the direction he looked as he set off were all indicators of where he would attack, allowing Vorden to anticipate his next action. He was able to block Xander's initial assault because of his increased speed. After watching the last fight, Vorden noticed something. The first hit always seemed a little slower than the second punches and the ones after. It was as if his punches were like an engine. They would start slow and slowly rev their way up. He was fine with dealing with the others as long as he stopped the initial punch. Still, he couldn't just dodge all day, since performing a flawless counterattack and watching Xander's motions were tiring him out, and he'd make a mistake soon. "Wow, I can't believe someone can put up a fight against Xander," Amy said. "No wonder you have the hots for him." Layla wanted to protest and snap back that she didn't like Vorden and that the one she liked was someone else. But looking at Vorden with his jaws clenched and a few hard lines marring his forehead, indicating his expert concentration, she had to admit that he looked hot. As for Vorden, he could see that Xander was getting more frustrated at what was going on. "Damn you!" Xander shouted as he threw out a blood swipe attack. Vorden swiftly moved from the strength of the white sword to the black's, not knowing how much power a strike like this possessed. He smashed the swipe by striking it dead on. However, Xander had noted that in comparison to the previous moves, Vorden's strike appeared to be extremely sluggish. He decided to charge in again, thinking something was wrong. Vorden, noticing this, was unconcerned, since he had a large trump card under his sleeve the entire battle, and now was the best time to unleash it. Episode 442, Return Home. While the white sword increased Vorden's speed, the black blade increased Vorden's might. He had used the black blade to counter the blood swipe assault, and as a result his speed had decreased greatly. The trouble was that it was obvious, not just to the vampires but also to Logan and Sia, who were watching the struggle. Xander had hurried in, sensing something was wrong. Vorden, on the other hand, was no idiot. "I wanted to beat you myself, but humiliating you is just as good," Vorden said. "Rate and switch!" The black sword was flung towards Xander, quickly swapping places with Rayton. He effortlessly avoided the blade, which proceeded until its tip became embedded in the earth. The goal, though, was never to harm Xander in the first place. It was merely to stop him for a moment. Now, with one hand free, a blue mist started to form in it, until slowly it started to make a shape. It was the shape of a spear. It was the Spirit Spear, an ability borrowed from Sia. For a short second, Xander's eyes met Vorden's, and he saw that they had changed drastically from before. The same sensation as before sent shivers through his entire body. "This is no vampire. These are the eyes of a madman," Xander thought. The spear was hurled and was now embedded in Xander's body. In an instant, his entire body felt weak, but not just a bit. This was an entirely new sensation for him. He was exhausted. He felt almost as frail as a person. Swinging down his white sword, it collided with Xander's forearm, which was obscuring his vision. However, the hit wasn't very powerful, and merely resulted in a flesh-cut wound on him. The white sword and his might were insufficient, and there were certain things Vorden couldn't compensate for with only a few pills. "This is not my fight, you finish him," Rayton said, as he switched back to Vorden. There was a reason Vorden had switched to Rayton in the first place. Vorden now possessed the power of both Logan and Sia. Even though he couldn't use Logan's ability owing to its intricacy, he could still spend his MC points. He was able to build a more powerful and long-lasting Spirit Spear by combining Logan's and Sia's abilities. Not wasting this opportunity, Vorden slipped past Xander's side, lifted the black blade, and with its power he spun his body fast with the blade behind him. The course for the blade was right for Xander's neck. Everyone watching was on the edge of their seat and felt like they couldn't breathe. When the blade was a few inches away, it was stopped. A hand had reached around the sword and held it in place. "The fight is over. Vorden is the winner," Relly shouted. "Yes!" Layla exclaimed with joy. She soon understood, however, that not everyone had the same reaction. Everyone had heard her cheer, since no one else was feeling the same way. Instead, they were taken aback. "Who was this Borden guy again?" a student asked. "I didn't know there was someone stronger than Xander," another replied. "Didn't you see? He used an ability, though. I don't recognize that amongst the 13th families." "Well, I think someone said he was from the 10th family. Perhaps it's just a regular ability and not one belonging to the 13. That would make sense. Still, maybe Xander just isn't as strong as we thought." These comments from the audience continued, and Xander could hear them all. He was upset, but he didn't feel like he had lost the fight. It was only because he became weak as a result of that bizarre spirit spear. He didn't have any nasty wounds on him, and the attack on his forearm looked like a small scratch. While Vorden and Xander remained on stage, the students began discussing the ongoing battle. However, there was a difficulty with Vorden winning the present fight. It was the fact that he needed to continue to fight while not getting hit. It seemed like it was almost an impossible task. "That concludes our debate. As I can see, there appears to be some bad blood between the two of you," Relly said. "I believe it would be ideal for sportsmanship if the two of you shook hands." The anger inside Xander hadn't settled, and he wanted to hurt the person in front of him. "Maybe I should slice and attack him the moment we shake hands, or use my nails to dig into his skin," Xander thought. All of these thoughts were going through his head. Even Vorden was hesitant to shake his hand. When Relly noticed this, she seized both of their hands, clasped them together, and shook for them. Before pushing them both away, "See, it wasn't so bad or hard now, was it?" With that, Xander returned to his seat with nothing else happening, and instead it was now time for Vorden to pick his next opponent. At the end of the day, there were only thoughts of what Xander wanted to do, but he wasn't petty enough to act on them. He'd lost the battle fairly, so there was no reason to be bitter about it now. Nervously, Vorden looked at the students, hoping he could select someone who wouldn't be too strong. Maybe they could buy some more time that way. He wished he could have picked Logan, or maybe even Layla, but that wasn't possible. "Everyone stop this at once," a female voice from the side said. When the students glanced around, they noticed a silver beauty heading towards the platform. As one of the most beautiful vampires in existence approached the stage, the boy's heart began to flutter. "The event has been cancelled," Silver elaborated. "In reality, due to the present emergency, the school has been cancelled till further notice. All vampires have been ordered to return to their respective households. Those who reside in the castle's inner sanctum must also return. There are no questions to be asked, and your family will keep you updated on the situation." As they murmured to one another, the students' heads twisted and rotated. They had spent the entire time sleeping and living at the school, so they had no idea what was going on in the castles or major towns. Not only that, but they had never heard of anything like this happening before. They had no idea how swiftly things would move after Silver had conveyed the news. Students were instructed to get their belongings and return immediately. There would be no more classes, no last lesson for the day. Simply pick up their belongings and walk home. This just added to the students' confusion about what was going on. "I'm going to miss you, Layla. I hope we can meet up again soon," Amy said as she gave a big hug and rushed off. Now, Layla, Sia, Vorden, and Logan had reunited on the field, as they stood there still unsure of what to do. After all, none of them had a home to go back to. Sia, on the other hand, didn't care, and soon embraced Layla with a strong hug. Layla could feel intense negative vibes that she hadn't felt before around Sia when their bodies met. What happened to her? Still, Layla did her regular thing and began to drain all the unpleasant emotions. Sia wanted to ask Layla what was going on right immediately. But as the lovely sensation came over her, she didn't want to ruin it and decided to inquire later. "Where the hell do we go?" Layla asked. "Won't it look strange if we just stand here and don't start moving?" "Well, we did say we were part of the 10th family, right? So shouldn't we start heading to the 10th's castle?" Vorden said. "And when they find out we don't belong? Besides, we don't even know which one is the 10th castle in the first place," Logan replied. A rush of wind blew over their faces, and suddenly Silver was in front of the four of them. "Is this for everyone?" Silver said. "I haven't promised to aid you people yet, but I felt you should be aware of what's going on. There was an intruder in the 13th castle where my brother and the White were being imprisoned. The intruder has taken the White with him and making his way to the 10th castle region." Silver believed it was best to preserve the Savior's role as a punisher. She wasn't sure if the two issues were linked, but that was the only thing she could think of. Other than the people in front of her, no one else would wish to save the White. The message had been delivered, and Silver started to head back to school without saying anything else. "Do you think she was talking about Quinn and Peter, Layla asked. I think it has to be the two. And they are the 10th castle. I guess we know where to go now, Borden replied. But how do we get there? Hey! A small little boy shouted as he waved his arm and rushed over. Joining the four of them was the boy known as Timmy. They had gotten close with him over the past week or so. You guys are from the 10th family as well, right? Why don't we travel together? Timmy asked. The group looked at each other before replying, Sure. Episode 443, Light Up Again. Quinn and Peter exited the tunnel together, and Quinn made sure they each had the mask with them at all times in case they broke apart. Quinn believed it was prudent to contact the others only after he was certain that they were in a secure area and where they were. Only then would he summon the others to his position so that they could begin to devise a strategy. Quinn couldn't trust the AI system based just on its words. Too many times had the AI hidden things from him, and then he delivered a massive bombshell declaring that the 10th castle was his. Quinn had long suspected that the original person on whom the AI system was built as a leader. It was the only explanation for why he was so knowledgeable about everything. However, claiming that all of the individuals in this castle belonged to him came as a surprise. The system had said that the cursed family was his, thereby forming his own new family. But what about the old 10ths? Quinn's straightforward response to all of this was, No thank you. He didn't want to be a part of their affairs just because he was a vampire now. He most simply wanted to save Fex and get out of here as soon as possible. Still, with nowhere to go and no idea what to do, the AI indicated that it will explain more once they were at the castle. Quinn didn't feel he had much of a choice. At the very least, he understood that the AI system was concerned about his safety. Quinn felt and knew he had no chance after seeing the previous vampire commander, and there were allegedly 12 more of them. It was clear as day that the AI was right, that Quinn wouldn't be strong enough. Without extra help, it would be impossible to save Fex, and maybe this is what he needed. As they walked outside with Peter, they noticed that there was a lot more open space than in the outer city as they reached the outer castle dwelling quarters. The residences were larger and appeared to be well built. However, there was something strange about them all, as well as the few individuals they saw on the street from time to time. The entire atmosphere was lifeless. It was beginning to feel a little depressing, and while the mansions were beautiful, they didn't appear to be well maintained. At first, the system was going to warn them and tell the two of them to keep away from the sight of others in the street. Normally, the intersection was kept for people close to the family, so they would all know one another. But when the system noticed kids and vampires of the normal class strolling there, he became less careful. The folks appeared to have chosen not to disturb Quinn and Peter. The atmosphere and the appearance of such buildings were also noted by the system. Is this all because of me? The system thought. Did the situation get this bad after I left? Was it worth it all in the end? To make these people suffer? Please, Quinn, I hope you can give these people a better life than I ever was able to. All of these thoughts from the AI were kept to himself, and Quinn had heard none of it. He knew Quinn wasn't ready to face everything yet, which is why he didn't want to tell him. If he did, the AI was afraid Quinn would run away and abandon these people, just like he had once done as well. Eventually, the two of them had reached the castle with no trouble at all. It was just as grand as the others not too far that could be seen in the distance. However, it was completely covered in cobwebs and dust, and there seemed to be not a single torch or light that was turned on inside. While the others looked alive, this one looked dead. The only other castle that had a similar appearance was a castle that was at the very end on the same side. However, the castle looked just as grand as the main castle stationed in the center. Quinn had only heard that there were 13 families and 13 castles. The main one stationed in the center, belonging to a king, made sense. But then what was the extra castle at the end for, and why was it so grand in size? Slightly curious, he decided to ask. Do you know what that castle over there is for? Quinn asked. That is the 14th castle, belonging to the Punishers. They uphold the rules of the vampires. At the time, its power was seen as equal to the king. In a way, even the king wasn't allowed to break the long-established rules. Although a big event happened long ago that seemed to change all that, however, there is no need for you to know of that, as you have no interest, the system replied. Quinn continuously looked at the castle. The system was right. He wasn't interested in what happened in the past, but what he was interested in was the fact the castle was abandoned. Perhaps there would be things inside that would be of great use to him. Focusing his attention on the castle in front of him, both Peter and himself looked around to see if there was anything they could find. But there didn't seem to be anyone caring for the castle at all. No guards were standing outside. "Is there someone inside that can help us?" Quinn asked. The system did not respond, because he was also concerned. Even if he had left a long time ago, someone should have taken over to look after this house, and he was confident that the person he had entrusted at the time would have done his job anyway. Walking to the front of the castle, there was a large arching door that was a few meters tall as well as a few meters wide. In the door itself was the same circle within a circle lock combination. The combination to this one was different from the others, but as usual, the system told Quinn which way to turn the locks until a clicking sound was heard. Quinn's mind was only confirming that the system was telling the truth. He didn't know why, but as he turned the final lock, a sick feeling gathered in his stomach, as if there was no turning back after unlocking the door. It was the same sensation he got before turning Peter. "What's wrong?" Peter asked. "Is it not opening?" Peter hadn't spoken anything so far because he trusted Quinn. After all, despite being in this bizarre vampire realm, he had come to help him. This had occurred before, and Peter was more determined than ever to help him in the future. Letting out one last breath, Quinn turned the circle, starting the unlocking mechanism. The door's circles then started to move in place before slightly lighting up, and finally the doors opened wide, revealing a dark, black space. Taking a single step in, suddenly, lights and torches started to light up the entire castle, inside and outside, and at the very top blue light crystal point also appeared. These lights could be seen from every castle, the leaders, the people within the 10th city themselves, as well as all of the vampires who were living outside of the castle area. They started to whisper and gasp as they pointed at the tower in front of them. "What is going on with the 10th castle?" Timmy said. The group looking toward the castle had a feeling that perhaps this all had something to do with Quinn, and they weren't wrong. "The 10th leader has returned to their castle. A new territory has been granted. New skills. Error. Error." However, after a few seconds, the light began to flicker in and out, as if reacting to the system signals that had been displayed. Something was amiss, not only with the system, but also with the castle. The fading in and out eventually ceased, and all of the lights went out at the same moment. "Error. The quest to become a vampire leader is yet to be completed. All skills and territories related to the 10th will be locked." Reading the messages, Quinn was trying to get an idea of what was happening. Still, for a brief second, all of the castles and the surrounding people had seen the castle light up once again, something that hadn't happened in around 100 years or so. It was a sign to them all. Not too far away from a castle, in quite a luxurious house, this fact also wasn't missed by a man. He stared outside with his eyes winded, looking at the tower light up and quickly fall. "The 10th leader has returned. You're finally back, sir," the man said as his eyes started to water up. Episode 444, The 10th's Name. For a brief moment, both Quinn and Peter froze in place as they waited for the lights to go out. They were unsure of what had just happened. Even Quinn could only assume the system and the castle itself were all connected somehow. "What was all of that?" Peter asked. "I have no idea," Quinn replied. It seemed like the AI system had no clue either. With Quinn pressuring him with what was going on, the system could only answer a few simple questions that he had. "This might not be a good thing," the system replied. "I did not expect this. When a leader has relinquished his seat or has been put into eternal sleep, the castle will go off as well. The leader and the castle are linked." If Quinn was now the 10th leader, then this would explain the first set of messages Quinn had received before the error messages had appeared. "The lights having reappeared means that the leader has returned. The link between the new leader and the castle would be set. As you are not yet a vampire lord, I didn't expect this to happen. It looks as if the link between you and the castle tried to activate, yet failed due to some reason." There was also another theory the system had, but he chose not to elaborate on that, as it was a complete guess on his part. Quinn thought about what the system said, and the second message he had received matched his guess. When he became a vampire lord and completed the task of adding 10 people to his cursed family, he wondered what would happen if he was to return to the castle. Would he receive a new set of skills, or would it be something else entirely? "So where to now?" Quinn asked. The room and the whole castle were completely pitch black, but both Peter and Quinn could see clearly due to their special vision. They were in a quite large reception area that had 2 spiraling staircases in front of them that led up to the 2nd floor. "Head to the throne room. Perhaps we can find the person we are looking for there," If not, there might be some other things that we can use, the system replied. They walked ahead, looking at the various artifacts and buildings. It was a combination of old and new. Some of the items on exhibit, such as knightly armor, appeared to be from before Quinn's time, while some high-tech artifacts were laying around. Trinkets of all kinds that Quinn had never seen before appeared to be from this century. Instead of heading straight up to the second floor, Quinn was a bit interested in exploring the items that were on display on the first floor, and so was Peter. All of the objects reminded him of Logan's room. Quinn had approached a glass cabinet, and behind it was a strange glove-like creation. It had indents in between the knuckle areas, and out from them were 3 blades. What a strange design, Quinn thought. You mean you haven't heard of him? The system replied. When I was alive, there were many movies and such created based on this character. Therefore, I decided to create a weapon based on it. I can't say I have, Quinn replied. But you created this? I thought you were just a vampire leader. I was a researcher and inventor, the AI replied. Although most of my creations weren't on the technological side, it was far too complicated. I mostly dabbled in strange magic and alchemy. I would say you could give the weapon a try for yourself, but unfortunately, all these here are replicas. The real ones are stored in a different place. Looking at the item, Quinn was about to use his inspection skill. Perhaps it would give him more information on the 10th leader. So far, it sounded like he was the mad scientist type, but there was one thing he didn't even know about him, and that was his real name. However, just as he was about to use his inspection skill, the sound of the door unlocking behind them was heard once again. After entering the castle, the door had sealed itself up behind them. Now the sound of someone entering was heard. Should we hide? Peter asked. It should be okay, right? Quinn said. If someone is entering the 10th castle, then they should be an ally of yours. That may not be the case, the system replied. The council may have made the decision allowing them to enter the place, giving the code out. I would say it's best to proceed with caution. Maybe hiding or running away is a good idea. Quinn could see no way out except up when she looked around the room. But before he could move or determine what to do, the door had already opened, and a mist-like fog had entered the room. It crept onto the floor and began to walk around with purpose.
Intruders daring to enter the 11th castle?
A powerful booming voice spoke something. Both Peter and Quinn looked around to see if they could spot anything, but they couldn't pinpoint a specific location. The fog that had invaded the room appeared to have produced a total mist everywhere, completely around them. They were now unable to see the walls or staircases they could see earlier, and at best could see each other as they stood near.
This is the 10th domain. Tell me who sent you here. If you have no reason to be here, then leave, the voice shouted. A part of the fog in front of Quinn and Peter started to form a certain shape as it swirled around. When it finished, the fog had created a fairly large head that looked like an old man with a beard as large as the head part. Answer me,
the fog's head shouted, with its lips and head moving as if it were alive. Seeing this, Peter did what he thought was best and threw out a fist at the fog head using all his strength. Shut up, old man! Peter, wait! Quinn shouted, but it was too late. Ever since changing to a white, he had always been a little more hot-headed than before. His fist had hit the fog head, causing it to split apart, and the smoke had dispersed. A few seconds later, and the fog moved again, and a head had now formed in a different place, off to Peter's side.
So this is your answer? Very well,
it replied. The fog head had vanished, and something was abruptly grasping Peter's arm. It tugged him forward, and a powerful force struck him in the face, slamming his head back. Peter tried to strike, but his fists felt like they were striking nothing but air. He unleashed punch after punch toward the direction he was hit, but nothing came of it. Another punch was thrown at him, hitting him in the head again. Oh no! Quinn ran forward, unsure where to strike, but knowing that if anything was striking Peter, he should have been able to hit it as well. Throwing his fists, though where Peter was getting his, the same thing would happen. It would be greeted with nothing but air. Then something was felt on the back of his collar, and it had pulled him down, slamming his body against the floor. Before he could even get up, another fist was felt right in his stomach. Master! Peter shouted, rushing to his aid. Out of the mist, a hand had appeared and slapped Peter right across the face. It wasn't a simple slap, for its hit was powerful enough to cause Peter to fall to the ground.
You are simply just kids,
the voice said.
I don't know how you got in, but get out of here now.
Quinn could tell there was anger in the man's voice, but he didn't know why.
You brats got my hopes up for nothing,
the voice continued to say. The blows weren't very forceful, but the abilities on display were significantly superior to Quinn's. Quinn has only learned the fundamental vampire martial arts from Vex. As for the flash step and hammer stroke, it was something that the stronger vampires already understood, and Quinn suspected that this one would be no exception. Shadow Voice!
Well, Quinn,
the system shouted, interrupting him before he could cast his skill.
Wait, Quinn, the system shouted, interrupting him before he could cast his skill. I know this man. This is the man who we need to speak to. Quinn and Peter were constantly getting thrashed while the system was explaining. Quinn was attempting to block the attacks like he had done during the block game, but he rapidly revealed how much he relied on his sight. Usually, he would look for the smallest of movements from the person to predict where the attack was coming from, but here in the mist, it was blocking out his senses. It was even messing up with his hearing, and he was unable to tell where the attacks would come from until he was eventually hit. Then can you get him to stop? How do we get him to stop? Quinn shouted as he got hit across the face again. This time the attack had drawn out blood as the attacks were getting harder.
I told you to leave. I will not allow anyone to disrespect the 10th's castle any longer. Even if you are kids, I shall not go easy on you if you refuse to go, the voice shouted.
The mysterious person was getting more frustrated, and both of them could feel his strikes getting heavy and heavier with each blow. The system had told Quinn to simply repeat after him. Halt, Vampire Knight of the 10th family, Edward Eno. I have been asked to come here by your past leader, Vincent Eno. The new 10th leader has returned. Immediately the punching had stopped, and the mist started to settle down, eventually revealing an old man standing in there looking at the two kids in silence. However, Quinn was equally stunned, because at the time he was repeating the words of the AI system, but now he had processed what he had just said. The 10th leader's family name was Eno? Episode 445, The New 10th. Quinn was off in his world, preoccupied with what he had just spoken. As though a record player was stuck, his last name kept playing in his brain. All of the times he'd seen the name Eno previously were starting to flash through his mind, and one in particular stood out. When glancing at Logan's room's teleporter, the method is claimed to have been designed by inventor Richard Eno. This name was well known throughout the world. This was because he was a well-known inventor who invented things like teleporters and how to merge beast crystals into weaponry, among other things that enhanced daily life on Earth. He was a key figure in reversing the war's course. Quinn had his doubts about Richard being a vampire after learning about the teleporter in Logan's room and how it was discovered by his parents and passed down through generations. A regular human couldn't live that long. But when the name was freely spoken, not once did the system nor Vex talk as if they knew the person they were talking about. Quinn had assumed it was an alias. Using the inspect skill on the teleporter, it had come up with the name Richard Eno. Perhaps it wasn't an alias, but then what relation did it have to the AI's family, the 10th? Were they even related at all? Or was it such an ancient name that even the AI and Vex didn't know about it? If they were connected, the system had decided to conceal something significant yet again. Quinn, on the other hand, didn't have much time to ponder about this, since an elderly vampire stared at him with tearful eyes. The old man, who had gone by the name of Edward, was starting to get emotional hearing the name of his leader being spoken. Still, he didn't let it get to him as he quickly wiped away his eyes with the sleeve of his shirt. Inspection skill activated. Name Edward Eno. Rank Vampire Noble. Former Vampire Knight of the 10th family. It looked as if Edward was a Vampire Noble, the same evolution as Quinn. However, there was also a bit more information, stating that he used to be a Vampire Knight, the same rank as Silver and Clark. If he was to remember correctly, Vampire Knights were selected by the leaders. They would select the strongest Vampire Nobles to fill this position, and there were only allowed 2 per family. The current status was possibly due to the former 10th leader disappearing. Thinking about all this reminded Quinn of his quest, where he was to select 2 vampires of his own to become a Vampire Knight. What he was more impressed with, though, was how strong Edward was. Even though Quinn hadn't used his all during their confrontation from earlier. With only that, he could tell Edward was stronger than Clark. Perhaps even amongst the Vampire Knights, some were stronger and weaker, which was starting to make Quinn rethink his position of strength when comparing himself to them. The role didn't necessarily have to go to someone strong, but being trustworthy also played a big part when selecting someone. Looking at Edward's face, the happiness had gone away, and now he had a more distinguished, serious look.
"I will not be played for as a fool," he shouted. "There are many that know the 10th's name. You will have to do more than that to trick me. If you do know Vincent or someone has sent you, then you will have to prove it." There was a slight pause in Quinn's response as he conversed with the system on what to say. After a back and forth, he was finally ready to answer. "You confessed to Ashley Young when you were just 23 years old." This ended in rejection, but not just once, but thrice, Quinn responded. Edward's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as a result of this. "Not only that, but there's a scar on your right behind from when she refused you for the 3rd time, and you said you wouldn't accept no for an answer. She retaliated with a blow, and a cut was formed. If I'm not incorrect, you've refused to let your body repair it to this day. Furthermore, you went on to confess to—" "Stop, stop, stop, please, no more," Edward shouted and pleaded. "I believe you know Vincent. Although why he would share those personal things with you is beyond me. If he is still alive, I shall beat him down to his grave once again," he said as he stomped his foot on the ground multiple times. Quinn had never seen such a carefree vampire before. Usually the others would make an effort to maintain some sort of image. After releasing his anger on the floor, Edward had many questions he wanted to ask. "So how is he? Is he still alive? Did he ever fulfill his wish?" Although Edward had asked these questions, Quinn had no clue about the answers. Even after waiting a while, it seemed like the system wasn't giving him the answers either. "I'm sorry, I don't know much. I was just told to come here and ask you for help," Quinn replied. "What exactly happened here?" If Quinn wasn't going to get an answer from the system, then maybe he could get something out of the old man in front of him. Edward was unsure of what was going on. The person in front of him was surely sent by Vincent, yet he knew nothing. Looking at the 2 kids again, he realized they really must have been young. "I suppose I already know the answer to what happened to him," Edward said as he let out a big sigh. "Please follow me." The 3 of them started to walk up the staircase and started to walk through the halls as they headed toward the throne room. While doing so, Edward explained. "When he left, Vincent never relinquished his seat, and the flame continued to burn brightly. Before, many thought he would return to us one day, and the flame was our hope. However, soon the lights had turned off and the flame was gone. With that, so was our hope of a leader ever coming back to us. The flame going out like that could only mean one thing. He had died. With no successor or no one to pass on, we thought the flame would never be lit. The most likely scenario was for a new family to be created. The ritual is to be completed and a new bloodline to be formed. However, politics, as usual, seemed to get in the way, and in the end, the 10th and their people were left in a limbo state, forgotten. Until recently, news of the flame in the main castle being lit again had spread. Perhaps the 10th leader had never died, or a successor had come back. When I saw the lights in the castle light up, I thought the Lord had returned. I'm sorry, it's the reason I lashed out at you 2. I was expecting to see the Lord, and when I saw 2 kids instead, I overreacted to the situation without letting you explain. The 10th leader had left. Now it made sense why the place was run down, unlike the other castles. However, it still didn't explain how Quinn's parents had managed to get the book. If the 10th leader was the creator of the book, and Quinn had accidentally become the successor when opening it, why did they have it? And why did the 10th leader decide to leave his people? Was it such an important matter? Eventually they had reached the throne room, which looked quite empty compared to the rest of the castle. It wasn't a usual throne room, though. The room was located at the very top of the castle, but unlike the others, on the opposite end of where a wall would usually be. There was just a very large pane of glass. Looking out, one was able to see the view of the entire city and all of the people down below. "It's beautiful," Quinn said, looking out. "This was the Lord's favorite spot. He would often stare out that window looking out at everyone. I remember when he had that specially made, he wanted to have eyes on everything going on at all times. He truly did care for us all, unlike what the other families think." Quinn kept staring out the window. He felt strange when he stared down at all the folks down below. He began to envision himself as the lord of such a fortress. What if all those individuals underneath him were his responsibility? If they trusted him to lead them, and the weight of that trust? He couldn't tell if he liked it or not. Perhaps if he was faced with so many people's worries, he would have chosen to run away as well. But then he started to think of why he was here in the first place. To save Fex. If everyone down below was another Fex, perhaps even he would do everything in his power to protect them. Edward said, clearing his throat, wanting to move forward with their conversation. "Sorry to interrupt, but there is an important question I have to ask. Due to the flame being lit, it is now known to everyone that there is a new leader. If Vincent or this new leader has sent you here, then I can only assume you know who it is or where they are?" Quinn waited a long time before responding. and soon the system spoke, who had been deafeningly quiet when they first entered the palace. "If we wish for him to help us, then we need to tell him everything. Inform him that you are the new 10th leader," the system said. Not sure what reaction he would get, but thinking about saving Fex, he did as told. "I have been sent here because I am the 10th leader," Quinn said. Episode 446, Follow the Castle Light. Walking towards the 10th's palace, Timmy was unknowingly leading the way since the others would let him go ahead. Because the castles were so enormous and majestic, they could be seen from almost anywhere in the community. The trouble was that they didn't have any numerals to indicate which castle was which, and because there is a huge castle in the center and another enormous castle at the finish. Logan couldn't even come up with a reasonable arrangement for the castles. However, the design of each castle was slightly different, as was the big banner bearing down from the top. It was the crest of the family. Logan had noticed the family crest on a few classmates. Xander was an example of this, as were many in the family's close circle who were not part of the pool. The group was currently in what was regarded as the main area. Every vampire had a family, although this was referred to as the vampire pool. The vampires who lacked the family's talents and could flip between hoped to one day climb in the inner circle by demonstrating their strength. The style of life wasn't too horrible. There were still lovely residences all around, pleasant smiles of the residents and stores. It appeared to be much like any other human village, except that it was completely black. Logan was worried that Timmy would just be heading to his own house, which was located in the pool area. That meant they wouldn't be allowed to visit the 10th castle, but it shouldn't be too difficult to figure out which one it was, he reasoned. As the two of them went in the back, Sia was nearly clinging to Layla's arm. She was considerably less communicative now, and it didn't appear like she was chatting to Layla. Layla, on the other hand, was getting tired of it. She could now manage her emotions pretty well, and at will thanks to her educational instruction. She could employ both of her skills if necessary, without needing to feed off Sia's bad feelings. Still, for some reason, Sia's usually unpleasant feelings were beginning to leak out more and more, and Layla, not knowing what to do, would devour them for her, but she couldn't help but think this was a horrible idea. Perhaps Sia was getting reliant on Layla to raise her spirits. Soon she would have to stop or find the root cause of what exactly was causing her negative thoughts. When they walked, everyone on the streets, including Timmy, came to a halt as they saw the spectacle in front of them. Everyone in the room began to gesture and gaze in one direction in particular. It belonged to one of the castles. Unlike the others, this castle wasn't lit up until now. "What's happening? Did the 10th leader return?" Timmy said excitedly. The lights were turned out soon after, but that didn't stop people on the streets and elsewhere from discussing what they had just observed. "Guys, did you see? The 10th castle lights went on," Timmy said in excitement. Timmy wasn't exactly an outspoken or energetic person, so to see him this excited about something, the others felt like this must have been quite the big deal. "Yeah, I can't believe it, right?" Borden said, trying to fake his excitement as well. Timmy was now walking much quicker than previously when leading the way. He hopped with each stride, and the joy on his face hadn't faded. Logan had observed the others' faces were largely concerned as he looked around. The good news was that Timmy appeared to be on his way to the lightened-up castle. He could only presume it was the 10th's castle, and even if Timmy did reside in the pooling region, they knew roughly where they needed to go. Finally, they had gotten quite close to the inner castle area, and a wall not too high could be seen that seemed to split the two sections apart. Timmy continued to walk forward while the others stopped, for there seemed to be guards stationed at the wall that separated the two areas. When Timmy noticed the others were no longer walking, he turned around. "What's wrong?" Timmy asked. "Oh, is it because we are going into the inner castle area? Don't worry too much about it. I can get us in. I'm close with the former vampire knight Edward. He always lets me in. The truth is, I and my family don't live in the inner castle area either, but you see, Edward is a nice guy. Unlike the other families, they don't believe in their segregated tier system. As long as you are a part of the family, you are free to choose to be in the pooling area or the inner castle area. He's told me multiple times that if it was up to him, he would have torn down these walls already, but unfortunately it's the current rules of the place. Besides, you know our situation is unique anyway, right?" "You mean because there is no current 10th leader?" Logan replied, remembering from his research what he had found out. Still, when looking, there was no reason attributed to why there was no current leader in the first place, so he had to be careful, especially with Timmy, since the two of them should have the same base of knowledge. "No, I'm not talking about that," Timmy replied. "The fact that the 10th family has no set ability like the other families. It makes sense for them to segregate the two areas, since those within the castle area know the family's abilities. But for us, who all either have our ability or none at all, it makes no sense. In a way, I guess this is also why no one wants to join the 10th's family and try to move up. Even if you get within the inner circle, what's the reward? You don't learn a strong, cool ability like the others. Although my mom and dad said it wasn't always like this. Before many wanted to join, it never made much sense to me. Timmy's explanation seemed to be all over the place for Logan to get any decent information. However, he couldn't blame Timmy. It seemed like it was like this for a reason, and there weren't many that knew the whole reason why the 10th's castle was the way it was. Still, it wasn't their problem. What was more important was they found Quinn as soon as possible. When they were walking with Timmy, the guards waved them through with no issue. They didn't even look up as they passed, as if the guards were only statues for show. For now, Logan thought it was best to continue following Timmy. They weren't even sure if Quinn was actually in the castle in the first place, and maybe they could learn more from this Edward person that Timmy wanted to meet. Finally, they had arrived at the largest house in the inner castle area. It was hard to call it a house since it looked more like a mansion. There was a gate outside and a pathway leading up to the large door. There was a metal knocker that was about the size of a human head, lifting it. Timmy gave it a few knocks. They all waited for a while, but there was no response at all. That's strange. Edward is a hermit. He never leaves his house. I even used to get food for him from time to time. He knocked again, and this time also shouted, "Sir Edward, are you there? I wanted to ask what was going on at the tower, and the school told us you would tell us what was going on." Once again there was no answer, and Timmy could only assume that nobody was in. Still, it was very strange indeed. "Well, should we just head to the castle?" Layla asked. "That's where the light turned on, right? Maybe Sir Edward went to check it out." Timmy thought about it for a while before giving his answer. "The problem is no one is allowed in the castle, and even then there is a circular lock on the front door. Edward is the only one that knows the combination, so I don't even know how we would get in." At that very moment, Logan could feel the mask going off inside his backpack. He made sure to keep a spider inside that would notify him if it was receiving any messages. He decided to do this in case of times like these. "Logan, are you there? I have an important message. Peter and I are safe. We are currently inside the 10th castle. If you can answer this as soon as possible, then we can come up with a plan. It would be best if you could head to the 10th castle now." Hearing this message, Logan decided to make the suggestion. "I think we should check out the 10th castle," Logan said. Seeing no harm, Timmy agreed, and the group decided to head off towards the castle. After being split for so long, it looked like they would once again be reunited. Episode 447, The 10th's Ability. After hearing the boy's words come out of his mouth, Edward couldn't keep his own closed. It was wide open as his thoughts processed everything that was going on. I'm sorry, do you mind repeating that?" Edward asked, stuttering his words and fumbling over them. "Are you deaf, old man?" Peter said. "He said he is the 10th leader." Edward wished to be awakened from this nightmare at any time. The 10th leader was an ordinary vampire noble, and his might was nowhere near that of a true leader. Even though he didn't want to accept it, things were starting to make sense in his head. He now understood why the castle had lighted up, and why he had seen these two as he entered. The castle must have been reacting to the youngster in front of him. "Oh, Vincent, what have you done?" Edward mumbled. Quinn could tell by the elderly man's reaction that he wasn't impressed, and he honestly didn't know how to feel about it. He had no idea what kind of reaction he was going to get. A celebration with welcoming arms. Perhaps this was a more logical reaction to learning that a typical human-turned-vampire had returned to human form. Edward should have been unaware of this knowledge. If he had, he would have died of shock upon discovering that the person in front of him was once human. "No," Edward said, shaking his head. "Vincent was a smart and clever leader. He must have had his reason for doing so. If you are the 10th leader, then I can assume Vincent had passed on his powers to you?" "Powers?" Quinn replied, confused. Was the man referring to his system? "His ability, the 10th leader's ability. Tell me, he must have taught you his ability, right?" Edward was now sounding rather concerned about everything. Quinn wasn't sure whether he had the 10th's ability or if it was a part of the system, but that couldn't be the case. Even vampires, like humans, were limited to one skill, and he now possessed the shadow power. He didn't know much about his talent, since, if he remembered properly, the system had mentioned that it wasn't the shadow one. "You do not have my ability," Vincent said. "Just tell him the truth. Edward is a good man, and I'm sure he will still help you. The fact that he is still here after all these years proves it. He is a strong vampire. At any time he could have switched and joined another family. His title was relinquished when I disappeared, yet he still chose to stay." Listening to the system, Vincent's words, there was a bit of sorrow in his voice. More and more, Quinn was starting to wonder if it was an AI system behind everything, or was his spirit somehow trapped in the system as well. "Vincent taught me no such thing. I don't think I have his ability," Quinn replied. "What exactly was his ability?" Edward placed his hand on top of his forehead, as it took him a few seconds to regain his composure before answering. "I guess there is nothing to be done about that, then. If he chose you to take his place, then he must have done so for some reason," Edward replied. But Quinn was still unsure if he was chosen to take his place, or if the book just happened to come into his hands. "You see, the 10th family is a unique one. It is the only family that doesn't pass on the leader's ability to all those close to him. The only ones that can learn the ability are the leader himself and his chosen successor," Edward started to explain. "You see, for the leader's power was a great one. It was the power of equivalent exchange. The power was limited to the creation in one's mind. As long as he knew what he wanted and had a rough idea of how it worked, he could create it. However, the stronger the creation, the more he had to exchange to create it. He needed the materials beforehand, and much research was needed to be done. Most of Vincent's work was things related to alchemy, such as pills, potions, and whatnot, created from different beasts. Still, he did dabble in weapons from time to time. I believe you saw some of the creations he made below on display." "The creations that are in your shop were also made by me," Vincent said in Quinn's mind, quite proud of his accomplishments. This meant that the vampires belonging to the 10th would usually be considered quite weak compared to the other families, but it was not the case at all. During Vincent's time, and even before the 10th family had the power to rival the others. Due to his power, he was able to create items, potions, and other such things that would increase their strength. Many wanted to join the 10th family for this reason. But that all changed when he left. Many resented him, including the other former vampire knight. Our power had decreased and become nothing. I thought if he had at least passed on his powers, then maybe you could help out the 10th family once again, like he did before." Hearing all of this, Quinn understood why Edward was so shocked to hear he hadn't learned the 10th's ability. It wasn't just the hope that a new leader had returned, but one with his powers as well. It felt weird that Quinn probably disappointed this man in front of him when he had absolutely nothing to do with it. "I'm sorry, Quinn," Vincent said. "I know how you must be feeling. Part of the reason I never wanted you to reveal you were the 10th leader is because of this. When I left, I was unsure how the people who belonged to me felt. Perhaps finding out a new leader had returned, they would put all their hopes on you, or perhaps some felt angry enough to even go against you, taking out their anger on you. There is another factor which has to do with our politics. A new king will have to be elected sometime soon. The present vampires must vote to choose who will be the new king. You will become an easy target because you are still not at the same strength level. They might try to force you to come over to their side, or if you are against them, others will target you. Get rid of your vote. If you don't understand what I mean, they will take your life." Hearing this, for some reason Quinn wasn't afraid. In the past, something like this would have frightened him, but he already had the resolution. Ever since coming here, he had been so determined to save Fex. Not once, even while fighting, had he run away, and he felt the same now. Was it because of his change every time he evolved? Still shaking his head in disbelief, Edward couldn't believe Vincent hadn't told him anything. But suddenly, something had hit him. How was this young boy elected to be the next leader? The torch had gone away many, many years ago, and the kid in front of him didn't look to be above 18 years of age. Sure, a vampire could hide their appearance, but it didn't feel like he was doing that at all, or at least he wasn't at the skill level where he was able to do such a thing yet. Had this kid even met Vincent? "Thank you for telling me about everything," Quinn said. "I'm sorry about all that's happened, and I'm not exactly what you expected. I didn't ask for any of this, and I'm sorry, but I am here to ask a favor of you. Vincent informed me that if I told you who I was, you would help me, and even though I and you are strangers, there is no one else I can ask." Quinn paused while saying this, most of the words that were spoken. The system was telling him what to say to ask for help, but Quinn wanted to see the look on Edward's face, afraid that this could go sour at any second. "I have a friend. His name is Fex, and he is to be executed soon. I wish to save him from this execution," said Quinn. Edward looked at Quinn up and down. He thought that the boy was crazy. Of course, he knew about Fex. Everyone knew about the execution that was to take place. He was to be publicly executed, and on the day all of the leaders would be present. To try to save him was a crazy task. Then an unexpected smile appeared on his face. "I don't know why you wish to save this boy, but it's not my place to ask. My loyalties lie with the 10th family, and you are currently the 10th leader, so whatever you need I will help with. You are one crazy boy, you know that, just like the last leader. Still, there is a lot to do if you want to save him. The way you two are now, you will be killed before you could even reach the platform. If you want to save him, you two will have to get stronger. If you wish, I can train you. That is, if you are up for it," Edward asked with the biggest grin on his face. "Of course," Quinn replied. Episode 448. Tell Me Why? Quinn didn't hesitate to answer yes when asked whether she would be interested in some training. He understood he needed to grow stronger for this purpose. Facing Edward dilated his pupils somewhat. There was more to getting stronger than just improving his stats. Even if he was quicker, stronger, and had more stamina, none of these things could compensate for his lack of skill. Furthermore, the better his present numbers were, the less of an influence the rise was having when compared to the strongest vampires. This was always going to be the case, but he didn't expect it to be so obvious so quickly. For example, Quinn had 5 strengths when he initially started, but by the time he turned a vampire, his strength had climbed to 10. With only 5 points more, his power had doubled. However, if his strength was at 50 and he boosted his points by 5, the result was not nearly the same. His strength would only improve somewhat, and it would not have the same effect. Because all of the stronger vampires had excellent stats to begin with, a few points of variation here and there didn't make much of a difference. It was all about talent and ability. Edward was able to defeat both Quinn and Peter, and Vincent. The system described Edward as a powerful and skilled vampire knight. Of course, he wouldn't decline such an offer. Before they began their training, Edward decided to take them on a tour around the castle. He felt compelled to do so since he believed it was only proper to show the future leader what his fortress will look like. Edward began to feel embarrassed while touring the two around the castle. Most, if not all, of the apartments were coated with dust and appeared to have been empty. It appeared as though no one had ever lived in the castle. Most of the castle was filled with just bedrooms. Edward explained that most of the families had a long history, so they had many family members that were closely related that would often live within the castle. This was not the case with the 10th. That's why most of the rooms were still empty after he departed. Following the tour, it seemed that there was a research room and a library, among other things. Looking at all the space and thinking about such a large castle being empty, Quinn felt like if he was to live here, it would have been an incredibly lonely place to be. They eventually came upon a large arching door that was as large as the entryway while gazing around. It was stationed near the main bedroom and bore an odd symbol on the front. The emblem was in the shape of a circle, with numerous patterns going around it. When examined closely, it appeared to have been carved, and the lines had a blue light on them, similar to the crystals. The door stood out compared to the rest of the places they had managed to see so far. "What's behind there?" Quinn asked curiously, since Edward decided not to show them the inside of it for some reason, and started to walk right past. "That would be the previous Lord's storage room," Edward replied. "I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that I don't have access to what is in that room. Remember the weapons that you saw on display? How I said they were replicas? Well, the real ones are kept behind here, and the only person who could enter or has access to that room was Vincent." Rather than a storage room, what Quinn was hearing in his mind was a room full of treasures. "You have already accessed the goods in the storage area," the system abruptly stated. "Everything in here is available at the shop. I wanted constraints while I was designing the system, you see. I didn't want anyone to get their hands on the book to have immediate access to everything. I intended the user to develop and learn. Thus the object will be carried from here to the system in exchange for gathering the components. They would not get ahead of themselves if they defeated the beast necessary for the weapons. The idea was that, with the items that had been gathered, they could be used to create the weapons again, if need be in the future. However, I never expected you to reach this spot here right now. Unfortunately, there is no way for me to open the storage room door. If I could, there would be many items that we could use to help free Fex." Hearing this, Quinn was more interested in how the book had fallen into his hands than ever. "So, how did my family even get the book? I remember you said that if I came to the castle, you would tell me everything? I think I deserve to know," Quinn asked. There was a moment of silence before the system eventually replied. "I think it will only distract you from your current goal. Once everything is over and dealt with, then I will explain. Not just why your family has the book, but why I left the 10th castle and how it is all linked." It wasn't the answer he was looking for, but it was a better answer than he had expected, and the system was right. Such an important matter could quite possibly distract him, and now wasn't the time for that. With the tour over, Edward was ready to start the training with the two of them. After that, they would need to form a plan on how to save Fex. They had returned down to the first floor, the reception area. This was because it was the biggest area in the castle that was mostly empty, void of objects being hit or destroyed. But before the training could begin, Quinn felt a burning sensation in his chest. "Are you okay?" Edward asked, concerned something was happening. But it wasn't a bad feeling. This was something Quinn had felt before. "They're here," Quinn said. Just then a knock at the door was heard. "Sir Edward, are you inside?" a young voice shouted. "We tried going to your house, but there was no one in. We were wondering what was going on. Hello?" "Is that Timmy?" Edward thought, recognizing the voice. "Go home." Lifting his hand, Quinn gestured for Edward to stop, as if he wanted to say something. "You can let him in. My friends are with them as well." As the door started to open wide, Timmy on the outside was getting excited. He had only seen the castle and had never been this close. It was only due to the encouragement and being with the others that he felt like he could knock and touch the door, and now they were being let in. Whatever was happening, he didn't want this dream to end. When the doors finally opened, he was greeted with the sight of not just Edward, but two unfamiliar faces that didn't look much older than himself either. One of them, when looking at them, had a smile on his face. "You guys look good," Quinn said. This whole time he had a fear that something might have happened to them. Although he knew Layla was okay, he wasn't sure about everyone else, so it was a relief to see that none of them were injured or hurt. "Boy, we have a lot to tell you," Vorden murmured, walking over to Quinn and wrapping his arm over his head, drawing him in closer. "Is it just me, or have you grown taller and more handsome? Layla, am I correct?" Hearing this, Layla's face started to get hot, and she turned away, but couldn't help glancing and looking at Quinn's face. Once again, it had changed slightly, and he did look more mature and handsome than before. "Peter, I'm sorry I couldn't help you in the dungeon," Logan said. "I wanted to come and get you, but the probability was against us. I researched and researched." "It's okay, I'm fine now, right?" Peter replied. The atmosphere was upbeat as everyone was reunited, and Timmy was a bit confused at how these people came to know each other. Was this person a special person in the 10th family that he didn't know about? However, there was one person who wasn't happy about the whole thing, and she was continually looking at Quinn. She wanted to hold back until later. She wanted to ask when they had returned, but seeing him now, she couldn't hold herself back, and she needed to ask there and then. "Quinn!" Sia shouted so loud that it caused everyone to freeze in place. "I need to ask you, and please tell me the truth. I learned earlier that vampires can remove memories, not just any, but they can wipe out entire memories. Based on what Layla said to me before, I can only assume I knew all of you. So my question is, did you remove my memories, and if so, please tell me why." Episode 449, New Evolution. The emotional demand from Sia's mouth occurred at an unexpected moment, but no one, even Quinn, anticipated this to happen. The more time she spent with them, the more likely she was to find out sooner or later. Quinn, on the other hand, has been suppressing this thought since meeting Sia. Every time he glanced at her and couldn't stare at her straight before, he felt a bit bad. But it wasn't just because he felt guilty. It was also because when he looked at her, he didn't feel horrible at all, as though what he'd done was morally correct. He felt as though he was becoming numb to the circumstances, and he was frightened it was because he was changing. He was still composed. Even though she appeared to be broken down and torn by what was going on, he felt a bit cruel. He knew she was correct and deserved to know the truth. "Yes," Quinn said, "I was the one who removed your memories, but before you lash out at me or anyone here, you should learn the truth, or why I had chosen to do it." When Sia heard this, she burst into tears, and the bystanders who were watching were perplexed. Timmy was still perplexed by what was now occurring, and felt he couldn't intervene at such a crucial occasion, while Edward was trying to figure out why another vampire's memories needed to be erased. It was feasible for a vampire to erase the memory from another vampire, but one would have to be significantly stronger than the other. "Please, Sia," Quinn said, "I think it would be best if you found out the whole situation from Layla. The two of you are more closely connected than you think." Quinn tried his best to reassure her in a calm voice. She was on her knees with her hands covering her face, and the tears could be seen creeping through the gaps. She felt lost. This whole time she was wondering who she was, what had happened to her, and why, and the only people that seemed to care or looked after her were involved in getting rid of her memories. "No!" she started to scream. "No, no, no!" The screaming and sobbing were getting out of control. "Can someone please shut her up?" Peter said as he covered both of his ears with his hands. "If she carries on like this, then maybe I'm going to do something." Seeing the situation was getting a little out of control, it was clear no amount of words would get through to her at this time. Layla, who was still close to her, tried to embrace her with a hug, but Sia ended up shoving her away. "Get off me! How can I trust what you say now?" Sia shouted. Seeing this, Layla felt like there was only one thing she could do. The dark smog surrounding Sia was heavy and denser than she had ever seen before. She had chosen to do this as little as possible from now on, but this was an emergency. Using her hands and moving them in a circular motion, she was able to control the black smoke and allow it to enter her mouth and nose. The others who were watching couldn't see what Layla could see, so it all looked a little strange. Sia began to feel better as the smog began to dissipate. The negative thoughts were starting to fade, and she was feeling more optimistic about it, but when she looked at Quinn again, they had returned, along with the smog. Layla struggled harder to consume the smog, and ultimately she had consumed every bit of it. Sia's mind was free, perhaps too free, as her eyesight blurred and her body ached. She collapsed onto the floor after wobbling back and forth. "Is the shouting woman dead?" Timmy asked, still confused. Logan had gone to approach her, and it looked like she was still breathing, and her heart was still beating. "I think she's just asleep." However, after consuming all of the negative emotions, Quinn noticed that Layla was shivering. Her whole body was shaking from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. "Layla, are you all right?" Quinn asked as he rushed over. "Stay back, I'll be okay," Layla replied. She had consumed too many negative emotions, and the excess energy was now inside her body, but this was the perfect opportunity to show everyone how much she had changed. She began to gather all of the excess energy and distribute it throughout her body, and her look gradually changed. Her body began to grow somewhat taller, her 2 little lumps on her head began to expand into full-fledged horns, and her 2 side teeth had grown into huge fangs. They weren't like the fangs vampires have. Instead, they were thick and enormous, reaching down to her chin when she closed her lips. When her transformation was complete, the shivering had stopped. "Is that Layla?" Vorden asked, shocked by the sudden change. "Inspect. Hanya, evolve form, Chunari." Using his inspection skill, Quinn was able to get a little bit of information, but it didn't delve deeper into the details like last time. Although he was afraid to tell Layla what had just happened, as he started to remember the last time she had transformed. Before, she just had little bumps. Now she had full-fledged horns. Could she live with herself? And if they were to go back to Earth, how were they going to hide that from others? She wasn't human. "Oh, Hanya, now when was the last time I saw one of those?" Edward said. "How many more surprises will I be getting?" Vorden started to look at her more closely. He started to think if you look away, her 2 large horns and tusk-like teeth. Then the increase in height and Layla's figure in other areas had greatly improved. Although some would think she looked like a monster, no one could doubt it was a pretty one. He continued to stare, and this was frustrating Layla. "Can you all stop staring at me like that?" Layla shouted. "I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, my evolution is temporary. I just needed to get rid of the excess power somehow, and this was the best way. Once the power starts to fade, then my form will revert to what it once was." "I think you look kind of cool," Timmy said as he looked up at her. The compliment was welcomed by Layla, and a smile appeared on her face. Now that she had evolved, her abilities were also different as well, but there was no need for her to display them right now, and would wait till later. "Now all the drama has been dealt with, we can get back to the matter at hand," Edward said. "Who are these friends of yours? Are they also here for the same reason as you?" "Wait," Timmy said. "You mean you don't know who they are either, Edward? I was sure you would have known them since everyone here seems so familiar with each other." This was going to be a hard one for Quinn to explain, and he didn't know where to start without having the 2 of them go into a panic, especially since Quinn didn't even know who this little vampire who traveled with his friends was. "If you wait a couple more minutes, then it might be easier for you to explain," Logan said. For a second, Quinn was confused, but after a couple of minutes had passed, the scent of everyone there had come into their noses, and he finally understood. It looked like Edward was still getting surprises here and there, and many were still to come. Outside of the 10th castle, between the inner castle area and the normal living area, a few black blurs could be seen in the night sky passing by. It was a brief flicker, and if one wasn't paying attention, they would have never seen it. This was indeed the case for the guards that were stationed at the 10th inner castle living areas, because they were half asleep while on the job. These blurs were a pair of vampires who had been stationed at the 10th castle. Once they were far enough away from the 10th castle, they continued to travel until they had reached their castle, reporting back about their findings. They were inside a throne room, and sitting there was one of the leaders with 2 men by his side. "Sir, based on all the information gathered, the students have successfully returned to each of their families," the vampire reported. "However, there was one anomaly, and that is to do with the 10th castle you stationed us at. All of the people inside and outside of the inner circle have been accounted for beforehand, and when we checked it with the files, there seems to be an increase of 4 vampires. 4 vampires that aren't registered heading to the 10th castle," the leader said. "The castle lights up, signaling the possible return of the 10th. The Punisher child with the prisoner was last seen heading towards the 10th castle, and now 4 new vampires are seen entering as well. Looks like soon there might be a big clash heading our way." Episode 450. Pick a Side. When the perfume scent faded, a new scent began to penetrate Timmy's nose. When this happened, he was standing close next to Vorden and the others. Then something odd began to take control of his body. His impulses, his eyes instantly began to glow crimson on instinct, and he had no idea what was going on. For some reason, his gaze was drawn to Vorden, who was standing next to him. His fangs began to naturally expand in size, and he could hear blood pouring through Vorden's veins. If he concentrated hard enough, the flow of them through his skin may stop. That neck, Timmy thought. Before he knew it, Timmy had already left his position and was pouncing towards Vorden. "Timmy, stop!" Edward shouted. Quickly throwing out his hands, mist started to surround Timmy, and a few seconds later he was yanked by the back of his collar and was dragged over by Edward's side. Looking at Timmy in his eyes, Edward started to speak a few words to him. Quinn, watching this, could tell he was using the influence skill to control Timmy, and soon after had returned to normal, regaining his lost senses. Looking over, Logan felt like he had made a slight miscalculation when they had revealed themselves to Silver. Although her eyes started to glow red, he thought it was out of anger, and in the end she did nothing and chose to just leave. Timmy's reaction was different. "You idiots! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Edward said. "I don't know how you managed to cover your scent, but some of these vampires have never smelt or seen a direct human in their life before. They haven't gone through resistance training. It's only natural for the young ones to act like this." Hearing Edward's words, the others started to think about what would have happened if Xander had managed to get a hit on Vorden and allowed his blood to be split. Would they have all pounced on him like Timmy? With the current situation being the way it was only best for Quinn to tell Edward about everything. If he wanted his help, and they were to make a plan, then he would need to know the whole picture of just what was going on. The group headed off to the dining room where they could have a proper discussion of what had happened so far. Quinn asked if it was okay for Timmy to know about this, and Edward said he trusted him, so Quinn did as well. When they arrived, they sat down at the dining table, and there were only 2 people that weren't present, Layla and Sia. The 2 of them had chosen to enter one of the empty bedrooms next to the dining area. When Sia was to wake up, Layla would explain everything to her as best as possible, and the others could catch her up on everything that was said as soon as possible. All of the bedrooms inside the castle were luxurious, and the bed itself was extremely soft, including the pillows. Layla gently laid Sia down on the bed before covering her with the quilt. Her strength was far greater in her current form than in her previous one, so it was easy for her to carry Sia in her arms on her own. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she looked at Sia's puffy eyes, which were swollen from the crying. "Sia, you are strong. You can get through this. You helped me at one point, so I will help you," Layla said. After a few seconds, though, Sia's eyes started to open again. The first person she could see was Layla, but she wasn't shocked or angry, and was in more control than before. She looked around and could see they were in a dark room that looked to be unused. "Where are we?" Sia asked. "Don't you remember? We are still in that castle," Layla replied. "Don't worry, it's just me and you here. Whatever question you ask, I promise I will answer them." Sia was still a bit groggy after all. She had just woken up, but this was an important time for her, so she got her hands and started slapping the side of her cheeks repeatedly to wake up. "I'm ready. Please, Layla, don't hide anything from me, and tell me who I am and what happened," she asked. "Of course, but it's a bit of a wild one, and before I tell you who you are, I should first tell you everything about me, because I and you are closer than you think," Layla replied. Back in the dining room, the others began to tell Edward and Timmy their story. They began with the lab and progressed to when the group was divided. Vorden and Logan went first, explaining all that had happened at school. This includes them asking Silver for help. "It looks like we might be able to get more people onto our side after all," Edward said. "Although she is saying she will follow the rules always, it looks like she was looking for hope. Something more than just you guys, no offense. If we can show that there is a chance to save her brother, then there is a good chance she will help us." "Wait, Sir Edward, you aren't thinking of helping these guys save Fex," said Timmy. "They already hate the 10th family. This would cause the family to be affected even more. Why would you go so far? Who even are these people?" And now it was Quinn's turn to explain what he had gone through. Instead of starting from the lab that they appeared in, though, he started from the very beginning. This way Edward knew about everything. He explained when he had first gotten the system and even went through meeting Fex and Silver. Everything that had gotten them to this point where they were now. After explaining that, he carried on to talk to the others about what happened when he had attended the direct descendant classes and fought Vampire Knight Clark. He didn't go into any detail of the fights, though, and only explained what happened. Hearing the death of the students, Edward kept shaking his head in disbelief. In the story that was said, it was also revealed that Quinn was the new 10th leader of the castle. Hearing this, Timmy couldn't stop looking in Quinn's direction. He couldn't believe a new leader was selected, and he was sitting at a table opposite him. "You are stronger than I thought if you were able to defeat a vampire knight. Perhaps I underestimated your strength," Edward said. "As for your familiar, I have no clue. The best person to ask about that would have to be the first leader. From your description, it sounds like you have something called a bone claw, but as I said, I don't know much about it." What had interested Edward after learning everything, though, was the book that was used to turn Quinn into a vampire. When explaining how it worked and how it got him stronger, hearing this, he was sure of it. Vincent was the one who had created the book with his powers. The problem was to create something so great, powerful, and unique, there would have been a great cost. What cost that was exactly was what was worrying Edward. "I think there has been enough talking done for today. Before we can come up with a good plan, I think we should get to training straight away. I can then assess your powers that way," Edward explained. "Everyone on this table is free to join if they wish." "I'm afraid I will have to decline that offer," Logan replied. "Combat and skill-like training is not my forte. I have no basis to be improved upon like all of these here. Instead, I will spend my time trying to improve my own and possibly our equipment. There is still some research I would like to do." "Very well, feel free to use the research lab. Vincent liked to dabble in strange things, so I'm sure his equipment will come as of use to you," Edward replied. "I feel I would also only get in your way. I will go check up on Layla and Sia, see how they're doing," Vorden said. "I have my combat style and prefer to train on my own." "All right, you three, follow me then." "What three?" Timmy asked. "You know too much, of course. You are involved in this now," Edward said. With that, the three of them went off with Edward to head back down to the reception area to begin their training once more. Inside one of the other castles, the vampire knights and one of the leaders were speaking. "Sir, are we not going to do anything about the 10th castle? Would you like me to report this to the first leader?" the knight asked. "Don't. I still have yet to choose my side in this fight," the leader replied. "If the Punishers have returned, then it might mean there will be a repeat of the events that happened last time. Only then will I choose my side, and I'm sure the others are thinking the same thing." Episode 451, Jealous Vorden. Other than the explanation Logan and Vorden had given, there was another reason why they didn't want to attend the training. Although Logan was correct in his statement about not needing to learn combat skills, Vorden was not. Logan entered the castle's lab, but there was someone behind him who had also entered the chamber. Vorden was the one. He had not gone to check on Layla as he had informed the others, but had instead followed Logan. The room was huge, but it was mainly vacant, as were the others, as though everything significant had been removed. Nonetheless, there were several test tubes, flasks, and other items that appeared to be measuring equipment that Logan had never seen before. He would place his hand on each new thing he saw, acquiring more information. They were essentially measuring instruments, although they were more advanced than those found on Earth. They were more accurate, gave more information, and allowed them to further test a broader range of things. With this, Logan started to gather all the things from the room and place them on the island table located in the center, taking out what he needed from the cabinets off to the side. "So do you mind telling me why you're with me and not the others?" Logan asked as he grabbed an object and started moving it to the middle. "Those red pills from the trials back at that place where we came from, they worked," Vorden replied. "I'm sure you already know they not only worked but worked extremely well, and even now the effects from them haven't lessened." Hearing this didn't put a smile on Logan's face, though. Instead, he looked a little frustrated and let out a big sigh. "And you just had to go and consume every pill, didn't you? Well, at least I was able to gather some information before you did, and who knows, maybe we can go back to the lab at some point and grab some more. But that wasn't the question I asked. Why are you here?" As always with Logan, he was pretty aware of people's intentions, perhaps because he never tried to read the emotion and always judged things on facts, and right now, it didn't make sense for Vorden to be with Logan, unless it was because he wanted something. "Now that you know the red pills work, you're going to try and test that green liquid, right?" Vorden asked. "Well, if you're sure it's safe and it has to come down to it, I want you to test it on me." Although Vorden didn't say it, he had felt a little tense without his skills since arriving in the vampire realm. He had succeeded in getting by thanks to Quinn's gift of the two swords, but when battling against Xander, one of the vampire professors had intervened at the end and stopped his attack. According to the information that they had heard so far, it was just something called a vampire noble that stopped him with no trouble. It wasn't a vampire knight or a leader at all. While Vorden was busy fighting regular vampires, Quinn had already defeated a vampire knight. He couldn't imagine how much stronger Quinn had gotten within the short time frame. Before, Vorden would have never seen himself as the competitive type, but recently he couldn't help but compare himself to Quinn all the time. Sure, Rayton with his dual abilities or Syl with his 3 abilities had beaten Quinn in the past, but what about himself? Vorden was fighting as him for the first time, and he was still winning. He wasn't sure when Quinn had passed him, but something inside him was urging him to do everything he could to catch up. "Very well," Logan replied, as he took out the green liquid from his bag and placed it on the table. "Once I've looked over this again and again, if I am at least 90% sure it will do no harm and improve your strength, only then will I allow you to consume it." Down at the reception area, Quinn, Timmy, and Peter were standing in front of Edward. Each of them before coming down had gone to the 10th dresser for a change of clothes. It wasn't that their clothes stood out, but at the same time didn't completely fit with what vampires wore. They would get away with it so far because they were young. Because there was no uniform among the young vampires, other vampires would believe they were attempting something new. They were all dressed properly in simple black clothes now. Quinn also needed to change his clothes since his shirt was coming up and displaying his wrists and his trousers were showing his ankles. He had grown in height again after developing. The new garments appeared to be an exact fit. "You're all starting to look like 10th vampires already," Edward said with his smile on his face. "First, I want to give you all basic information about what I will each be teaching to each of you. First, of the white. As you should know, whites have an incredible healing factor. It is far stronger than that of any vampire, even if the vampire lords, and you should use this to your advantage. You can practically heal from any fatal wound. You might be hungry after, but that's not so much of a problem. However, there is one place you should always protect, and that is your head. If your head is crushed, detached from your body, or burnt, then you will never be able to heal again. On top of this, whites can make lesser whites. From what you have already told me, you had made 2 before, correct? I don't know your limit, but 2 is pretty rare. Most whites can only make 1 follower. What is good about this is if your follower or lesser white you created is killed, it will allow you to make another one. There is just a limit on how many you can create and use at the same time. Your moves are a bit rough when you attack, but you are strong. Because of this, what I mentioned earlier, I will be focusing on teaching you defensive martial arts. That will allow you to protect yourself. You should at least have a good defense." Edward then moved his head onto the one next to Peter, which was Timmy. He pulled out a book and handed it over. "For you, Timmy, I know you currently do not have an ability, which is why I am making you an offer to learn my mist ability. I will personally guide you and help you with this, but I cannot always be there. This is an ability book that should teach you the basics. After, I can help you advance to the next levels and will teach you a few skills. Remember, though, I cannot force you. Once you learn this ability, then that means you will no longer be able to learn the abilities of the other families, even if they were to recruit you into their families." With the book held in his hands, Timmy's eyes started to sparkle. "Sir Edward, I had already decided to never leave the 10th family. With this, I am forever in your debt. I can't believe you are giving me such a great book, and I will also personally be taught by a vampire knight." Hugging the book tightly and twisting his body side to side, everyone could see how happy Timmy was. "Finally, Quinn," Edward whispered, his eyes fixed on him. "I agree with Peter that we should prioritize defense. This is primarily because you are the vampire boss. It is important not just for yourself, but also for the future of the 10th generation." "But I already have good defensive abilities," Quinn replied. "If I can, I would like you to teach me or help me be more versatile with my attacks. Vex had only taught me the basic vampire martial arts. I think if I was to learn something more advanced and combine that with my ki, it would give me more attacking opportunities." "Ki?" Edward replied, confused, not sure what Quinn was referring to. "Are you sure you have good defensive abilities? It didn't seem to be the case when we were fighting." "That's because I didn't use my powers at the time," Quinn replied, as he activated his ability. The shadow from underneath his feet started to flicker slightly until eventually it had risen from the ground and was covering his back. Edward didn't know what to feel anymore. He'd been surprised too many times, and this boy was becoming more and more fascinating to him. If the fight had continued, he could have witnessed something quite different. "So you're the so-called Punisher who has everyone in a state of panic, and also the 10th leader," Edward explained. "I'm sure no one in the council expected this. The 10th leader returns along with the 14th castle's lost power. Okay, let's see how good or strong you are. I want you to fight me again, but this time, don't hold anything back." With Peter and Timmy standing off to the side, they carefully watched as they were about to witness two strong vampires confront each other on the battlefield. Episode 452, A New Skill. Despite Edward's warning to Quinn to take the fight seriously and employ all of his resources, he was never concerned that he might be seriously injured in this battle. There were two key reasons for this, the first of which was his unique ability. Most vampires and even creatures would assume he was indestructible, since he could convert his body into mist, as long as they didn't know how it operated. The second reason was that he couldn't feel scared when he looked at Quinn. Perhaps it was because he could tell his evolution was only that of a vampire noble, and he knew that he had recently become one as well. Holding out his hand, Edward was the first to attack. Blood spray! It was a move Quinn knew well, and suddenly a shotgun-like spray of blood came shooting out from Edward's hand. "Let's see your defensive skills, then," Edward said. The shadow that was hovering over Quinn's back immediately moved to the front, covering his entire body, and once it had blocked the attack, Quinn moved it to the side. After all, this was training, and Quinn was only there to show off his skills, so he didn't charge in or do anything he typically would. "Okay, try again," Edward said, this time shooting out a blood spray once, and then a second time straight after. But it didn't matter for Quinn if it was one or two. His shadow would be able to block it, but this thinking was exactly what Edward thought it would be. Blood control. As he split his hands apart, the blood followed, as if he was performing telekinesis on his blood. Edward had control over the flow of blood and had shifted the direction of the onslaught. The two blood sprays were now coming from the side rather than the front. Quinn's shadow, on the other hand, was fast to respond and split in two, producing two blanket-like figures, covering his sides and deflecting the attack. "Looks like your defensive skills are quite impressive. I should have expected from the Punisher's power," Edward said. "Now let's see how you attack." Just as before, the mist began to fill the entire room, completely concealing it. The others could see Quinn through the mist, but had no idea where Edward was. "Should I use the Shadow Void?" Quinn pondered. "No, it'll be pointless." The vampire knights appear to be aware of the Shadow's abilities as well as its weaknesses. Furthermore, we will almost certainly be confronted with several opponents soon. I can't trust the Shadow Dome. Quinn saw a movement in the mist and threw a punch, but it hit nothing and the mist split apart once again. "A punch to the stomach," Edward said. Hearing the voice from behind, Quinn turned and threw out a kick, and all it did was move the mist about again. "Where is he?" "A kick to your back," Edward said again. "You would have been hit 2 times already by now. I know you would have had the shadow to protect you, but the shadow won't last forever. Quinn, I can see you have been human for most of your life now. You are relying far too much on your human senses. Sight, hearing, touch. As a vampire, all our senses are far more heightened than that of others, and we also have new senses. When you faced Clark the Vampire Knight, or even went against Jin the Vampire Leader, could you not sense how dangerous they were? That wasn't in your head. That too is one of our senses. Right now, if you want to find where my true body is, you need to focus on that feeling." The voice was coming from all over, and Quinn tested and turned his head, trying to find out where the voice was coming from, but it was completely useless. Edward could see he still wasn't listening. "Fine." From the mist, Edward went in for the attack. As soon as his fingertips were felt on the back of Quinn's collar, Quinn decided to use the flash step directly behind him. A hand could be seen trying to touch where he was just seconds ago, but the rest of Edward's body was still invisible. The flash step! What a skillful move! The hand then suddenly disappeared, and once again fingers were felt on his collar, but Quinn wasn't fast enough to react as he was yanked down and thrown to the floor. But it's a move that all vampire knights know. Perhaps it's impressive for those around your age, but others will simply match you with this skill, making it pointless to use and just a waste of stamina, Edward explained. The mist started to disappear again, and now Edward was seen on the other side of the room. That's enough of that. Is that all the skills you have in your arsenal? No, there are still a few things I haven't tried yet, Quinn said. Quinn had a remarkable talent that he could employ from this wide distance. Twisting his hip, he sent out his leg like a whip, launching a roundhouse kick. Blood crescent strike! Quinn sought to put as little ki into it as possible so as not to damage his power. Still, it was enough for Edward to see that this power was different. It was greater than a normal blood swipe. But as the attack moved forward, Edward continued to stand there, and when the attack hit his body, it had passed through him. Where the attack connected with his body mist could be seen as it went past, and it quickly disappeared after. That ability is so strong, Quinn thought. There were a couple of things Quinn hadn't tried yet. He had his new Bloodshot talent and Hammer Blood Strike, but it felt like both of these would be useless against Edward, as all attacks should just pass through his mist-like body. Until he learned how to hit his real body, then there would be nothing. You must try to find a way, Edward said. Some of the vampire leader's abilities are far worse than mine. Could I grab him with my shadow? Quinn pondered. It would slow down his abilities' usage. More than likely Edward can control when his body changes into a mist-like state, but it couldn't constantly be like that, otherwise he wouldn't be able to fight or touch. He could only switch because of his impeccable timing. Also, humans aren't the only ones limited by MC cells, so were vampires, so if he could, he would need to use his ability as little as possible. You know, when I fought against Clark, I was trying to think of a way to increase my attack power. During that time, an idea came up in my head to try something new, Quinn said. I was saving this for the vampire leaders. I'm sorry, but I need to test out if this works first. I can take whatever you have for me, Edward said. Edward was on the floor a few seconds later, blood streaming from the top of his shoulder. He was drenched in sweat and staring up at Quinn, who stood over him. I knew it, of course. You would have to be special to become the 10th leader. Not just anyone can become a family head. Master, perhaps one day you will be able to achieve that silly dream of yours, Peter said, watching from the side. While Timmy was speechless at what he had just seen, he didn't even know how to describe it. With Quinn's abilities measured, Edward had asked Timmy to get some blood packs that were located in the castle. When returning, both Quinn and Edward were given them to speed up the healing process. Quinn wasn't hurt, but he had used some blood attack, and it was best to just get him back up to speed. While they were resting, Edward had asked Quinn about how he had come across the shadow ability in the first place, and Quinn replied truthfully. This answer seemed to disappoint him a bit, as if he was expecting something. Sorry, I just thought that after learning you had the Punisher's powers made, there were others out there. But it seems like you did just come across the power by chance. Punishers were very loyal to their own and would do anything to protect each other, so I thought there was a good chance that others might come to help you, but I guess they are all dead, Edward explained. All right, next on the training list will be the Whites. As for you two, though, I have a special task, Edward said. When Timmy gave the blood banks, I remembered that there was something I forgot to do. While I'm busy training with Peter, I want you to go out around the inner castle area and deliver everyone their blood packs for this week. What? Why me? And won't I get recognized? Quinn asked. I promise you that this is also part of your training as well. I wouldn't waste time when we only have a short time frame. The other families aren't allowed to enter the inner area without permission, and I know you are going to complain about the guards and how you guys were let in easily, but the other vampires will stay true to this rule. Now go out there and deliver some blood. New quest received. Deliver blood to the 10th people. Episode 453. Race War. There was no yelling, weeping, shaking, or anything. As the two females stayed in the room together, all that could be heard was silence. Sia was trying hard to avoid eye contact, and Layla had no idea what was going through her head right now. She had just finished telling Sia everything about herself, as well as her. How she didn't know much about Sia's background, except that they both used to operate for the terrorist organization Pure. She then disclosed that Layla had broken away from the organization and was no longer a member of it. Hearing all of this, Sia didn't really know how to react. When learning about herself, she didn't really know what to expect, but it certainly wasn't this. On top of it all, even though Layla was telling her all these things and she believed it, it still didn't feel real. It wasn't as if Layla's giving her these memories had suddenly become her own, since in her own thoughts she still knew nothing. She might have claimed Sia used to be Santa Claus and had the same reaction. This empty feeling in her mind couldn't be filled even after learning of her past. Seeing this, Layla didn't know what to do, but there was one thing she was sure about. It was the fact that her negative feelings were no longer there. She couldn't see the smog from before, and right now she didn't really know how to help her. "You know, Sia, there was something that happened before I really knew you," Layla said. "I used to have a friend, and due to some things, I had no choice but to send them over to Pure as well. At least there she was safe. Even though I knew what they did there, I just wanted her to live. When she left, I was a bit lost. I felt alone, but you helped me, looked after me, and looked out for me during that time, and I wanted to do the same. I don't know if you did so because it was your duty or mission, but I would like to think it was real, and that was the real Sia. During our time that we have spent together so far as well, even though you didn't have your memories, I would say you were more real now than before being influenced by Pure." Sia began to consider if it would be wise to return to Pure after hearing those comments. Layla, after all, only knew so much about herself and nothing about her parents, what school she attended, if any. Layla claimed that the sort of people Pure generally sought to recruit, especially at such a young age, had already lost everything. More often than not, they would have no family, relatives, or acquaintances, allowing the organization to remain entirely hidden. "Thank you for telling me everything," Sia finally responded. "I can tell you actually care for me. It's why I'm even here in the first place, but can't explain it. I know you want me to move on, make new memories, and try to forget about learning about my past, but it's like this empty hole in your mind. It feels like it needs to be filled. It's hard to explain. If you can, I would like it if you would help me get my memories back. Ask Quinn, ask the other vampires. It doesn't have to be now, I know you are busy, but please if you could do this for me." She started to think about it for a while. The main problem was if she was to have her memories returned, then quite possibly she would go back to Pure and report everything that happened so far. That was if she could even have her memories returned, which Layla still wasn't sure was a possibility. Seeing that Layla was taking a long time to respond, she could guess what the overlying problem of the whole thing was. It was trust, and there was one way she could gain their trust if nothing was to happen. "Even though I don't want to, there is one thing we can do if you don't trust me," Sia said. "As long as I'm with you, I think it will be okay, but if you can return my memories, then go ahead and let Quinn turn me as well. That way you know I'm on your side, right?" Layla was against this idea almost instantly as she replied back. "No, you don't understand what we have gone through," she said as she thought back to what Peter had become. Her evolution wasn't so bad, but even she had her ups and downs. Every time Quinn turned someone, it was a bit of a gamble of what they would become. "On top of that, you will no longer have your ability. Your whole life could be changed with this." "What life?" Sia replied. "Right now I have no life. I've only been at the academy with no memories for a month, and here for around 2 to 3 weeks. The way I see it, even if I was a vampire, it would be just like I was born one. There's not much of a life to give up." Layla wanted to say more to persuade her to stop, but staring into her eyes, she saw the same determination and intensity she had back then. She had already made her decision. She didn't hesitate to make her idea. Perhaps she had been thinking about it for a while before she asked. "I will ask Quinn about it. Ultimately, it will be down to him anyway. I suggest you take some time to think about it, and if you want, you can go ahead and talk to the others, like Peter, who also used to be a human before all this." While the girls were busy having their discussion, both Logan and Vorden were busy in the research lab. Correction, Logan was busy away, while Vorden was sitting in the corner on a stool, spinning around a plastic tube in his fingers. He didn't know how long he had been doing it for, but knew it was a long time. "Any new information yet?" Vorden asked. "This is the 5th time you've asked me that already," Logan replied, as a single drop of the green blood landed in a circle petri dish. "This is why Peter was the perfect assistant. He would be there when I needed him, do as I asked and not ask too many questions." "Well?" Vorden replied, as he could see numbers running on one of the machines next to Logan he didn't quite understand. It took Logan a little longer since this wasn't his own lab, and he also needed to learn a little bit about how to use the newfound technology. Thankfully, due to his ability, he was able to learn things quicker than most. You're right, though. I guess the fifth time's the charm for you? Anyway, I have found some interesting things. The DNA structure of the green blood, it seems to be a mixture of the beasts and... And what? Forden asked. And humans, believe it or not. You found all that out from blood? No, the machines have some previous information on them from before as well. I guess this is just a reminder to us all. A reminder of what? A reminder of what the vampires really are. Although Quinn is our friend and is a vampire, more often than not we forget he was originally a human. So perhaps using him as a standard for all vampires is something we shouldn't do. Let me ask you, with all these vampires here, including the young ones and the ones at school, they all receive blood packs, correct? And they all had human blood in them. Where exactly are they getting this supply of human blood from? And I don't need to remind you about all those bodies we saw in the laboratory back there. Human body parts are just used for experimentation. You know, I've been thinking if vampires always lived among us, then where were they during the First War? I couldn't find no such report on them at all. But what if they never saw us, humans, as living things in the first place? If something was trying to destroy all the ants in the world, I doubt there would be many that would step in to save them. To put it simply, I'm sure the vampires see us as nothing but food to them. And that's the problem, they still need us. This green blood powers them up. Might be the result of mixing both human and beast blood together. Perhaps the vampires were trying to create their own unnatural source, so they would no longer have to rely on us. It was a lot to think about, and Vorden couldn't pretend he hadn't considered these options. Vampires, as a matter of fact, were not friends of the human species. They were yet another enemy. If the human and vampire races ever went to war, Vorden began to wonder whose side Quinn would pick. Episode 454, A Simple Quest. Quinn had not anticipated getting a quest from the system after Edward had assigned him a duty. He was first uninterested, maybe thinking it was a waste of time. He needed to hone his talents through training and other means, especially since there didn't appear to be any beasts of any type in the vampire settlement. As a result, gaining experience would be difficult for him, but now that there was a mission tied to the actual task, Quinn was much more intrigued, especially since the prizes were concealed. When this had happened before, he had acquired a few intriguing items from completing the mission. On top of this, if he was to get EXP, then there was a good chance that he could level up a few times, bringing him closer to the rank of the Vampire Lord. Quinn was waiting outside for Timmy to return. He had gone back to the castle to get the blood packs needed for their task, and then he would guide Quinn around to all the establishments they needed to go to. Eventually, Timmy had returned with what looked like a crate with wheels on its back. There was nothing tied to it, and the front was a single circle that resembled an eye. There was nothing attached between Timmy and the robotic crate, but it continued to follow closely behind him. Okay, let's get this done as quickly as possible, and then I can get to training the mist abilities as well, Timmy said, pumped up to do the task given. Quinn nodded in response as he couldn't agree more. There was always the chance this quest was a complete waste of time, but the best way to find out was to get it done. Following Timmy, the crate continued to follow behind him. They were only delivering blood to the inner castle areas, so there shouldn't have been too much. How many live in the inner castle area? Quinn asked, trying to estimate how long this would take. How many live here and how many are meant to be here are two different questions, Timmy replied. We are to deliver the blood packs to 50 different households. These are the vampires that are meant to live here. Although some are from the pooling area that basically comes and stay over here most of their time anyway, like me. A lot of times, I would come to meet Edward and help him do tasks such as this. Eventually, they reached one of the large households in the area. A few knocks at the door were given, and an adult woman came out who was dressed quite nicely. Oh, Timmy, is Edward not with you? She asked. I guess he must be busy with what happened at the tower earlier. Timmy glanced behind him, looking at Quinn. The citizens and the 10th people would be completely shocked if they were to find out that the new 10th leader was right beside him and in front of their very eyes. With a wave of Timmy's hand, the crate opened automatically. Come on, then, Timmy said. Edward did say this was your task after all. A shipment of dry ice vapor could be seen flowing out of the box when looking inside. What astonished him was that there were considerably more than 50 or so blood bags inside. There were many thousand of them. Please grab 30 or so blood packs for Miss Johnson. Quinn did as he was told and grabbed them all in one go and passed them over. While doing so, Miss Johnson stroked the top of Quinn's hand during the passover and placed the packs down by her side. You're quite the handsome one now that I see you up close, aren't you? she said with a flushed face. Quinn was not used to this kind of reaction. He had never been considered handsome when he was human. What he didn't understand was how much more attractive he had become with each development. Furthermore, the increased stats would subtly modify his physique each time, improving it beyond the capabilities of someone his age. Right now, Quinn was practically most girls' dream boy. "Thank you so much for the delivery, and I hope you can come again next time," she said. With the door shut, Quinn expected to see a quest complete notification, but there was no such thing, so he quickly decided to look at the status of the quest. "Deliver blood to the 10th people, 1 of 50 complete." It looked like he would have to finish the task before he would be getting any type of reward. The only good thing was the task seemed to be relatively easy. Seeing the blood packs, there were a few things that Quinn wondered. He waved his hand over the crate, and it opened just like it did when Timmy did so. Looking inside, there were really over 1,000 blood packs. "Why so many for so few people?" Quinn asked. "These blood packs are for everyone in the 10th family," Timmy replied. "In each family, there are 1,500 people, so each person should get at least one. Usually those that belonged in the castle would do this type of task, and the workload would be split. But Edward is the only one from the old that still belongs in the castle. Everyone else had left, and with no leader, there was nobody to decide who would be considered a close part of the family. So instead, we deliver the blood packs to those in the inner circle of the family, and they will go on to deliver it to the others. However, this does come with its problems. Some vampires come to Edward and say they never got their blood pack. The vampires could be lying just to get more, but usually you can tell a vampire that is starving and one who isn't." "So some of the vampires aren't delivering all their packs to the people, but you have no choice since there are only 2 of you doing this? But why?" Quinn asked. "You have to remember that the 10th family situation is different. The vampires in this family are full of those that never wanted to be here, but were forced here instead. They couldn't get into any of the other families, so they're stuck here. Edward guesses that some of the vampires are trading blood with the other families to get their favor. If they can get on other families' vampires' good side, there is more chance for them to be recommended into the family. What they don't realize is these vampires from other families are probably stringing them on. If they did invite them into their family, then where would they get the extra blood from? But people's dreams are an addictive drug." Listening to Timmy, Quinn felt like he sounded a lot wiser than his looks. Perhaps he had to grow up fast, living in a tough area such as this one, which gave him different views compared to others. Quinn then went to pick up the blood pack from the crate as there was something else he was interested in. There were other 1,000 different blood packs here. Unsure whether they came from the same person or different people, there was one thing he was sure about. It was the fact that they would make him stronger. However, the second he picked up the blood pack, and this thought had entered his mind, a new system message had appeared. "Warning, any tampering with the quest item shall result in failure of the quest. Quest rewards will be void." Seeing this, Quinn immediately dropped the blood bag back into the crate, and any ideas he had of consuming the blood were now gone. If all of the blood bags were from different persons, Quinn would have reconsidered and consumed the blood nonetheless, but when he used his inspection talent, he noticed that the majority of the blood there belonged to the same person. This was a concerning thought for Quinn, who was beginning to wonder where they were getting all their blood from. For the time being, it was an idea he would store away and revisit later. The 2 of them would stroll around and perform the same thing they did with the first home, and if it was a lady, Quinn would generally get some sweet compliments. 25 of 50 complete." They were about halfway done finishing their tasks, and it had been a lot quicker than Quinn had expected, but he was starting to wonder why Edward had asked him to do such a task. He has said it would somehow improve or help with his training, but so far, other than the quest, he saw no benefits of doing such a thing. They continued walking until they came to a more deteriorated neighborhood. It was still in the city center, but the buildings here were significantly poorer than the structures before. Not because of size or structure, but just because they hadn't been looked after. As soon as they had entered this area, Timmy was constantly looking around him as if he was paranoid. "I have to warn you," Timmy began, but was cut off abruptly when a young adult appeared in front of them. A few seconds later, and it looked as if they were surrounded by 10 vampires or so. "Is this what you wanted to warn me about?" Quinn asked. "Yes," Timmy replied. "More often than not, there are vampires that try to steal the crate of blood from us, and usually Edward deals with them." "Ha ha!" One of the vampires in front of them began to giggle. "That's correct, and it appears that Edward isn't here today for whatever reason. Did he believe it was now safe since the 10th vampires had returned to their former selves? Loyal to the unknown leader." Timmy, you already know you're no match for us. I doubt you would even be able to beat me, let alone 10 of us, so why don't you just hand over the blood?" A little nervous, Timmy stood back to cover the crate, and at that moment Quinn stepped forward. "I know Edward isn't with him today, but you see, Edward left me in charge of today's guard duty. Please, if you could go easy on me as well, that would be great," Quinn said with a smile. Maybe this was part of the training. Episode 455, New Green Blood. Logan had been working hard inside the lab. He was in the zone and wouldn't let any distractions get in his way. He'd already taken a syringe and was on his way to injecting it into Vorden's arm. He had yanked it forward, and the needle was out and ready. "What the hell do you think you're doing with that thing?" Vorden shouted back. "Oh, sorry, did I not tell you what was going on?" Logan replied, looking up at Vorden as if he had done nothing wrong. "I must have spoken in my mind again. I broke down all the components that were used to create the green liquid, and although I think it will do you no harm, I'm afraid it might not have any effect on you at all. This was a special serum that seemed to be created to make vampires stronger and not humans." "Okay," Vorden said, pulling his head back while looking at the needle in Logan's hand. For some reason, it felt like he wasn't going to put it down any time soon. "So why are you trying to get my blood?" "Because I know how to create the green liquid myself. If we use your blood as a basis, then maybe I can make something that will give you the same effect powering you. Just trust me, okay, and stop being a baby," Logan said, as he was already planting the syringe into the side of Vorden's arm. A small pinch was felt, and blood was rapidly extracted. Because hardly much blood was required, a little puncture would suffice. Logan needed to put Vorden's blood into one of the weird devices that would quickly provide Logan with the information he required. He'd then melt one of the crystals he'd brought with him. It was necessary to properly combine these two blood types in the proper proportions. Logan was constantly carrying beast crystals with him, owing to the powers his suits possessed. It required crystals for them to function, and they appeared to be in high demand right now. Logan placed a drop of blood onto a little white strip and fed it into the machine, which swallowed it. Rather than staring at the figures, Logan placed his palm on the machine to get better grasp of what it produced. However, that's when he noticed something strange. The machine had given him all the information he needed, which was great, but something else was happening as well. Why would it be doing that? Logan thought. "Stop the process right now," Logan said in a stern voice, commanding the machine, but it didn't listen and continued doing as it was doing. Logan felt a sick pang in his gut. Only once before in his life had a machine refused to perform what he asked, and that was back in the mountain cave. Logan wanted to release Go right now, but then he remembered what Quinn had said to him back then. "If I can't stop you, then I can at least find out what you are doing." Keeping his hand on the strange machine, Logan started to concentrate hard and find out just what it was doing. He noticed that it was trying to complete a task that was set up beforehand, one that he hadn't ordered. Trying to stop the process didn't work. Now he needed to find out what it was trying to do. Eventually, while navigating through parts of the system he could control and understand, he found the answer he was looking for. It looked like not just this machine, but all the machines in the room were linked to someplace else. Everything that was and had been done by Logan, the information was now being sent to someplace else. What for, why, or where, he didn't know, and he couldn't find out. The system had finished passing on the information, and there was nothing Logan could do. As he lifted his hand off the machine, he slowly walked back over to the middle island. "Is everything okay?" Vorden asked as he could see a difference on Logan's face. "I can't tell him his blood information was passed on by some machine to somewhere else. He'll start to ask me questions that I don't even know the answer to. Besides, what can someone even do with his blood information? More so than likely it's nothing to worry about, so I shouldn't worry him about it either." "Don't worry, this might take a little longer than I thought," Logan replied. Logan continued to work, but he no longer required the machines because he already had all of the information he needed. He melted the crystal and returned to Vorden to take more blood, this time from his vein, since he needed more this time. The next stage was to combine the melted beast core with Vorden's blood. He had to ensure that the correct ratio was added at the correct moment, while constantly mixing. The temperature needs to be high enough to keep the crystal molten and not harden. The green liquid could only exist at the proper temperature if the two were entirely blended. Logan's focus was palpable. Vorden chose not to say anything and waited for many minutes. Logan ultimately piled all of his tools onto his desk. A green liquid comparable to the previous one was revealed within a thick tube. "It was a success," Logan said, with a smile, and Vorden jumped from his seat ready to try it. Meanwhile, the data Logan had uploaded to the machines was being transmitted to a specific lab, but it wasn't just any lab, because it was the same one found in the highlands where the others had come from. In a separate room hidden away next to the lab, a process had started. There was a large round glass container filled with a strange light blue liquid. "New blood sample has been found. Initiating creation process." Inside the container, a strange liquid was shot into it, but it had quickly formed into a solid fusing with the liquid around it. "Process has started." The souled object started to change into what looked like a baby, but the baby was quickly aging as it grew in size and formed into a young boy. Slowly, the young boy's eyes started to open, and they were blue. A few moments later, and more changes were made as the boy started to grow, and blonde hair could be seen, which grew to the point where it had reached his shoulders. Inside the container, the object looked almost human, alive, but it certainly wasn't human, for on its arms and around the edges of its faces, scales could be seen forming. Its round eyes were starting to narrow out, and eventually a single spike could be seen, growing out from the boy's back. "The operation was a success. Initiating trial phase." The weird boy-like appeared to have stopped growing. He appeared to be approximately 16 or 17 years old, but because the procedure was so quick, no one had any idea what was going on or what was occurring. Before it could even be aware of its surroundings, the top of the container had opened up, and a strange metal claw had come down and grabbed him. A few seconds later, and the boy was being transported to an unknown location. The boy attempted to break away from the claw's grasp, but it was too difficult, and he still felt extremely weak. He couldn't see where he was since he was traveling too quickly, and soon the claw let go of him, dumping him. The next thing he knew, he was in a small white room with a strange-looking robot standing in front of him. "Welcome. Please state your name and family number, and soon the trial will begin," the robot said. Episode 456, Quest Complete. Quinn exuded confidence as he surveyed the vampires around him. Perhaps it was because he sensed that they were all normal vampires, and none of them belonged to the noble class. The same instinct that would normally advise him to escape was not there here. He had felt terror when confronted by vampires, such as Jin, Clark, and Edward, but none of it was sensed here, even though he was outnumbered. Timmy, who was standing next to him, was less certain. He had witnessed Quinn training with Edward and had managed to harm Edward, but only because he had done some strange move that needed the shadow talent. The trouble was, out in the open like this, Quinn wasn't going to battle with the shadow, not unless he intended to tell every vampire that the Punisher was safe and sound at the 10th Palace. Little did they know that all of the vampire leaders already knew of such a thing, but could do nothing about it. Seeing an unknown vampire's cocky face, and a young one at that, rubbed the other adults the wrong way. "Don't kill him," the vampire in charge of the gang said. The leader was the one who stood at the front and had mohawk-like hair. "We don't want to get in trouble for killing someone part of the same family. Edward will then come after us, but make sure he remembers not to cross us again." The vampires started to charge in, and both Timmy as well as Quinn prepared themselves. Timmy was right. During this fight, Quinn wouldn't be using his shadow ability. However, he would be using everything else. When he saw two vampires charging in front of him, Quinn shot out 2 blood swipes from his hand, combining them with some ki. When the vampires saw this, they answered with their own, but they were in for a nice surprise when the 2 lines of auras collided. Quinn broke theirs in an instant and went ahead. It was unexpected, and the vampires ended up being hit by the powerful blow, taking them out of the fight. But it didn't distract the others from their goal. The others had already reached Quinn's position and started striking at him. Still, they were too slow. Each blow was avoided, and not even a single scratch was placed on him. Finally, using the flash step, he was able to reposition himself behind them. He quickly grabbed onto 2 of the vampires' heads while kicking another 2 away. "Active skill activate." Using the gauntlet's power, they started to light up, and a few seconds later a blue shock of lightning had come out of his gloves, stunning them and causing them to pass out. The power of the attack was stronger than before, and there was a reason for that. Reading the description carefully again, it said that if there was another power source, then the cooldown time as well as the power of the active skill would be altered. Right now he was testing out a theory of his. What would happen if he was to infuse his ki with the active skill? This was the result of said action. It was able to knock out regular vampires. Timmy was in the middle of his confrontation and was busy fighting with the vampires one-on-one. What this meant, though, was that the crate was left unprotected. Grabbing the crate from behind, a vampire was ready to push it away. "Keep going, I'll keep this one distracted," the leader shouted. After witnessing Quinn's display of skills, he never thought he could beat him now, but that wasn't a problem. Vampires didn't usually kill each other, especially those from the same family, so he wasn't scared. He was counting on his friends to get just far enough so that they could hide the blood stash for later. Quinn was about to go after the man in the container, trying to ignore the leader, when his 2 feet became fully glued to the floor. When he peered down, he noticed a green, slime-like substance. "An ability? Damn, I didn't expect a regular vampire to have one," Quinn said, and the other vampire now had grabbed onto the crate and was ready to run. Meanwhile, Edward had just gone through a round of training with Peter and was allowing him to rest. He started to think about how Quinn was fearing right about now. "If you want to save Fex, it will be difficult. There will be multiple enemies we have to deal with at once, and on top of that, we cannot forget the original goal. In this situation, I want you to think of the crate as Fex. While we will be busy fighting against multiple different opponents, they will be after him," Edward thought. The crate was getting away, and Quinn was stuck on the ground still. The goo didn't seem to be wearing off. Perhaps if he was calm, he could have figured a way out of the situation, but with the blood being stolen, he could see his quest reward fading away with it. "No, get back here!" Quinn shouted. The vampire had moved the container only a few meters away and was smiling broadly. A few seconds later, though, a dark black shadow appeared directly by his side. Then a gigantic bony claw-like hand appeared from the shadows, and the container abruptly came to a halt. When the vampire looked down, he discovered that his arm was no longer attached to his hands. His 2 hands, which were still clutching onto the container, had been severed. The creature's entire body could now be seen moving out of the darkness, and Quinn recognized it right once, even though he had only seen it a few times before. The bone claw was the culprit. It looked at the vampire in front of him, who appeared to be in shock at what had just occurred. It raised its hand in the air, ready to strike. "Stop!" Quinn shouted, and the bone claw's hand stayed still in place. "This is not what I want." The bone claw turned to face Quinn and stared at him for a while. Then he returned his gaze to the vampire, who didn't appear to be dangerous at all. When such things happened to humans, they typically had 2 reactions. One might say, "I'm sorry," and all they wanted to do was exit the situation. The second option is to curse the person who did this and fight to the death. It was the first option for this vampire, and the bone claw began to slowly transform into mist, returning to Quinn. Looking back at the person he needed to deal with, he could see that the leader, including the other vampires, had already run away. With the fight over, Quinn had received something after all from this fight. With 6 vampires defeated, he had gained a 100 EXP each from beating them. 600 EXP received. Congratulations, you are now level 24. 1 free stat point gained. 200 of 1600 EXP. As usual, Quinn placed the free stat point into his charm skill, since it was the hardest one to gain points for. There was no natural blood type that would increase it after all. Returning to the crate, Quinn could see Timmy there. He hadn't said a word about what he had just seen, even though he had a ton of questions he wanted to ask. Instead, the 2 of them tried to help the vampire that had both of its arms detached. Timmy gave Quinn blood from one of the blood bags, as Quinn held both hands on top of the scorched section. Quinn was concerned that doing so would result in his failing the mission, but since Timmy did everything, nothing occurred and the adventure continued as usual. Perhaps it was because, in the end, the vampire they were treating would have gotten a pack of blood eventually anyway. While waiting for his hands to heal, Quinn started to ask the vampire some questions. He was thankful and hadn't said anything so far, while they were both helping him out. "Why did you try to take the blood?" Quinn asked. "Don't you already know? We were planning to give it to the first family. One of the nobles promised us if we gave them enough blood, they would recommend us for a transfer," the vampire replied. "After everything Edward has done for you all, you know he will look after everyone here," Timmy complained. "You know there is no future in the 10th, the vampire said back. "What's the point of being here? We get mocked every day by the others, and there is no chance for us to learn a new ability. What else are we meant to do? I hate the fact that my family was born in the 10th. The 3 of them remained silent, and once the vampire's hands were healed, both Timmy and Quinn thought it was best to let him go. They wouldn't be trying to grab the crate any time soon anyway. Have things gotten this bad? The system thought. Was it the right thing to do, to leave all these people to suffer like this because of my selfish desires? The two of them continued the task of delivering the blood, and there were no more incidents like the last one. Finally, they had reached the last household, and Quinn was happy to deliver the last set of blood packs. As the vampire shut the door, the sweet dinging sound was heard in his head, and the system messages started to appear. "Congratulations, you have completed the quest. Instant level-up reward received. Level 25. Quinn believed it was worthwhile to take on this mission based on the first prize. It wasn't difficult or time-consuming, and he had gained 2 levels as a result. Furthermore, it did not appear to be the end, as other sounds from the system were heard. "You have gained the 10th Family People's Trust. 100 reputation points have been received. A new title has been given, Edward's Little Helper." What the hell does this all mean? Quinn thought. Episode 457, Title Effects. "Block!" Edward yelled as he shook his fists in rapid succession. They flew out one after the other towards Peter. Edward's attacks were all targeted in the same direction, Peter's head. The first 2 were deflected, and Edward was impressed by the speed he had witnessed so far in this. Knowing full well that Peter was a product of Quinn, it was an expected result. It just verified in his belief that Quinn's speed was impressive for someone who had only recently become a vampire noble. However, after blocking the first 2 assaults, the third one slipped through and struck Peter on the top of his head. It threw back his head, and with it, his entire body before he collapsed on the floor. "I'm no slower than him, so why can he keep hitting me like that?" Peter said. "He's not even using his mist skills." But it wasn't because of his speed or strength. Precision, expertise, and the use of footwork were required. Given how old Edward appeared, there was no telling how long he had been battling, and it may have been longer than Peter suspected, because vampires of a certain level could select their appearance. "Peter, I can tell you are different from the others just based on our short fighting sessions," Edward said. "Unlike Quinn or your other friends, you grew up most of your life trying to run away rather than fighting. Yes, I can tell you are different now, but you can't just all of a sudden naturally gain a fighting sense or make up for it with experience. The issue is that we don't have enough time to adequately teach you. Years, not days, are required to build a strong fighting core. Instead, we're attempting to devise the finest ideal solution for you depending on your abilities. Remember what I stated earlier. The most essential thing is to keep your head protected. Whatever it takes, it's all right if you are hit in a different location. Set aside your innate impulses. Consider your entire body to be a meat shield to be used." It was a strange concept for Peter to get his head around. Of course, he would naturally try to protect his vital points other than his head. If a blow was coming toward this stomach, he would scrunch up and try to block the hit. The only plus side was he felt no pain when these attacks hit. But there were more reasons than this as to why it was difficult for him. Even though he knew he had an impressive regenerative ability, recently he had tried to get out of the habit of using his body as a meat shield. In his head, the more he got hurt, it just meant he would have to consume human meat quicker. So he tried his best to get better at fighting, for it to never have to come to this outcome. But as Edward was saying, he was trying to not teach him how to fight, but the best chance for survival. "Okay, come on, let's try again," Peter said as he lifted himself off the ground. The two continued to train with Peter trying to train out his instincts and urges. If he could see a blow coming towards his head and he couldn't stop it in time, then it didn't matter if he was to get hit in another place. Jump, twist, turn anything. If the blows were to hit and he was to get broken bones here and there, it didn't matter, and bit by bit, it looked as if Peter was getting the hang of it. Meanwhile, Quinn had just received the texts and was attempting to figure out what they all meant. The level up was useful, and it was rather simple, but there were a few things he didn't understand. The first being the reputation points. Reputation points 100. Reputation points. Go out and spread your name far and wide. As the future leader of the 10th castle, they must be popular with their people. Complete tasks, help out the people, and gain their trust and loyalty. The higher one's reputation is within the 10th city, the more likely one is to comply with tasks, help out when in need, and listen to you when asking a favor. Be careful, for one's reputation can also decrease, to the point where they might be after your blood. It seemed as if reputation points were a value that was associated with how Quinn was preserved within the 10th's castle area. Judging by what the text had said, it was something only related to vampire leaders, and it looked like it would only be considered a factor when dealing with those within the 10th family themselves. If you did ever choose to become the leader of this place, I think this will become quite important, the system said. Think about it. One would be able to order their people to search for beast crystals, gather credits, happy to pay taxes to their leader as long as they thought he was a great person. But Quinn had no desire to become the leader of the 10th family, nor stay here, so he thought it was pretty useless for him. As for the next system notification, it was something known as a title, but as Quinn reread the title, something about it seemed to rub him the wrong way. Edward's Little Helper. If he could decline to have a title, this would be one of them. It wasn't menacing, it wasn't fitting, and it kind of made him feel a little useless. A title can be switched at any point in time. Titles will often give users additional stats or affect a user depending on what title that would be. Total amount of titles currently, 1. Would you like to attach the title of Edward's Little Helper? Edward's Little Helper. Title effect. When completing quests assigned by Edward, the user will gain an additional 10% of EXP. The effect of the title didn't seem completely useless, and just to see what type of thing would happen, Quinn decided to equip it for now. He could always take it off and change it in the future anyway, so it didn't seem to matter too much. What this title did do, though, was open up avenues for new things to be explored. Maybe in the future he would obtain a title that was more helpful for him in combat. As for what the requirements were to get certain titles, Quinn had no idea. However, he knew from now on, any quest that was given to him that had an unknown reward, he would most likely take and try to do. It seemed like he always got interesting things from completing such quests. "Hey, are you okay? You've been standing still for a while now," Timmy asked. At first he didn't want to interrupt. After seeing everything, he was a little scared of Quinn, especially seeing that familiar that he controlled. Quinn had been standing still for some time now, and Timmy just had to ask. "Yeah, I'm okay. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are we all done now?" Quinn asked. "Yep, let's head back to the tower and join the others," Timmy replied. While Quinn and Timmy started to head back to the tower, Peter and Edward were taking a little break from training. Peter had been continuously hurt and healing a little too much. He had mentioned he was starting to get hungry. This wasn't unexpected, and the castle had what Peter needed to regain his strength. After all, Peter wasn't the only undead creature in the vampire world. If he didn't have the food required for such a task, Edward would have never even tried training in the first place. As Edward made his way to a special storage room, he came back out with a small box in his hand. Returning to Peter, he handed over the box to him, and Peter didn't have to ask, as he could guess what was in the box. At first, Peter was a little afraid of opening the box at what he was about to see. He had eaten human flesh many times before, but usually it would be when he was starving. He wasn't starving now and only hungry, so his mind was still all there, and it just felt a little different. Eventually, Peter gave in, though, knowing that Edward and the others were just there to help, and there was the chance he could hurt a human close to him if he didn't consume the food now, and the last thing he wanted to do was hurt his friends. When the box opened, what seemed to be minced flesh could be seen within. It had no resemblance to any human or item. Peter could feel his body being attracted to the meat as he lifted it up, and before he realized it, he was munching on it. Knowing that his body hadn't rejected such a thing, he knew exactly what it was. While watching Peter rest, suddenly a message was heard in Edward's head. "Edwardino, this is an emergency. You have been summoned to the main castle and have been asked to be present at the council meeting. You must come here at once." Episode 458, Testing the Green Liquid. As soon as Edward got the order, he knew he had no choice but to comply. The fact that they had sent the message directly to him, and it was a summon too, meant that he would have no choice. If he was to ignore the order, then there would be serious consequences for doing so. Before leaving, he decided that he would inform Peter of his departure, but didn't tell him the exact reasoning for his leaving, only for the rest of them to wait for his return. "And if you don't return before the execution?" Peter asked. There was a slight pause as Edward was thinking of how to answer this, as there was a good chance this might happen. Edward wasn't naive enough to believe that they wouldn't have some spies, and won't be blind enough to not notice the tower lighting up. If he didn't give a good enough reason for these things happening, then they could very well keep him at the king's castle. "If you want my honest answer, I would say give up," Edward replied. "Honestly, I think it's pretty much a suicide mission with me, so without me, I wouldn't even give a percentage of your rescuing mission being a success. All of you will just get yourselves killed. But knowing how rash Quinn has acted so far, I believe he would go through with the rescue mission anyway, so my words would only be wasted. My only piece of advice would be, don't try to defeat your opponents. It's a rescue mission. Just grab and run." With that said, Edward was off leaving the tower. He'd also informed Peter of the combination that was used to enter the castle. Usually, he wouldn't tell anyone of such a thing, but Peter was directly created by the new 10th leader, so Edward knew he could trust him to be loyal. "There might be a chance that you will never see me again. Make sure you surround yourself with good people, Quinn," Edward thought. With no training left to be done, Peter decided it was best if he was to go and try to find Logan and Vorden to inform them of what was happening at the moment. As he started to make his way upstairs to the research lab, he noticed the two girls just leaving their room as well. Sia was still after Layla, but she wasn't clinging to her like she used to. In truth, she resembled her former self, a period when she still had her memories. Layla had also devolved back to the normal Hanya and was no longer in her new evolution form. "Where's Edward?" Layla asked. "Oh, about that. It seemed he had to leave in a rush. He didn't tell me what it was about, but it looks like we might be on our own for now." "How's she?" Peter said, pointing at Sia. "You know you can just ask me. I'm right here," Sia snapped back. Not only did she look like her old self, but Peter was starting to think she was starting to act like she used to as well. Ignoring Sia, Peter continued to talk to Layla. "Did she get her memories back?" "No," Layla replied, "but I told her everything. Do you know if Quinn is back yet? She wants to meet him." Peter didn't like Sia and wasn't sure why she had been invited on this trip in the first place. He vividly recalled their first meeting, when she had attacked Quinn out of nowhere and revealed that she had been a spy all along, but Layla was the polar opposite. He knew she genuinely cared for Quinn, and that as long as she was around, nothing bad would happen to him. "No, he's not back yet. I was planning to meet up with the others and tell them about Edward," Peter replied, and at that moment the two boys could be seen walking down the stairs together. "Oh, what the hell? What's everyone doing meeting up in the middle of the corridor?" Vorden asked. Peter explained to the two what he had just told Layla, saying about Edward's sudden disappearance. The two boys seemed more concerned than everyone as they looked at each other. They knew something was up for a vampire knight that was so adamant about helping them to suddenly go like that, but right now the safest place seemed to be in the 10th area. As for what Logan and Vorden were doing, they were planning to go to the outside garden, which was an open field located behind the castle. It was a large area with not many obstacles to get in the way. They planned to put the green liquid Logan had just made to the test. Logan had already created it once, so all he needed to do was obtain more of Vorden's blood, which would be very simple. Logan still had some beast crystals on himself, although he didn't want to use them all, as he needed them for his suit powers after all. He would be a part of this rescue mission as well. They intended to put its strength to the test on Vorden, and what better location to do it than outside. The castle's interior was a bit fancy for their taste. Yes, there were wide places, but it was quite dark, making it difficult for Logan and Vorden to see. They weren't vampires like the rest of them. None of the lights in the castle functioned, making it difficult for them to find their way around. In the other rooms that had a light source, there were numerous decorations and other objects that they didn't want to destroy, so they decided to go outdoors. After hearing what they were planning to do, the others were interested in this as well. If the green liquid was successful with Vorden, then maybe they could all use some, especially since both Peter and Layla were subclasses. Outside on the open field with the moonlight shining, they could now see better. The others were stood off to the side quite far away. "What the hell? I'm not going to turn into some kind of monster or anything," said Vorden. "Why are you all so far away?" "I mean, you never know, right? It's green after all," Layla replied. "Maybe you'll turn into some green radioactive monster, where all the clothes would rip off, apart from the shorts." "Oh, it sounds like you're looking forward to that a little bit, Layla," Sia replied, making her face go red. Logan had also handed the syringe to Vorden before walking away. Seeing everyone turn away from him and stare at him made him even more nervous. "Hey, are you sure this won't do anything strange to me?" Vorden asked. "As I said back in the laboratory, I am 99% sure you won't die," Logan replied. "Wait, did he just avoid the question?" said Vorden. "I asked if it would do something strange to me, not kill me." Still, Vorden trusted Logan. He had helped out so much on this trip so far, and on top of that, the red pills which came from the same lab had no side effects, so he doubted this green liquid would as well. "Here goes nothing," Vorden said, as he stabbed the green syringe into his right shoulder and started to push down, injecting the fluid into his body. All of the green liquid had been injected in, and Vorden threw the empty syringe onto the ground. A few minutes had passed, and they all waited patiently as Vorden continued to just stand there. "Well, anything?" Logan asked. "I'm kind of waiting for it to kick in, like a surge of power or something. similar to what I felt when taking the pills. The green liquid shouldn't have taken this long to have an effect. It looked like Logan was for once wrong, and the liquid was more complicated than he originally thought. It wasn't so simple or easy to create something that would boost the strength of humans. If he had found this out, it would have been a big discovery for the human race. Still, Vorden decided that he would try out some moves anyway. Even if he didn't have any strange sensation, it didn't mean it hadn't worked. Grabbing hold of his two swords, he was ready to try out some moves. He grabbed onto his white sword and then, bang! Right in front of the group's very eyes, only a few meters away from where Vorden was standing, a big dirt cloud had formed, and mud from the grassy field was chucked up everywhere. It was so sudden and fast, like a meteorite of some kind had fallen from the sky. "What happened? Vorden, are you okay?" Layla shouted. Eventually, the mud and dust had settled, and Vorden removed his arms that were covering the front of his face to block any incoming debris from the crash. As he did, his eyes widened, and his jaw was left wide open at what he could see. There was a tall, naked, older-looking teen boy standing immediately in front of him, but it wasn't just any teen boy, since it had scales going up its hands and face, but the primary characteristic of it was the single spike on its back. "Isn't that a Dalki?" Peter shouted, remembering the horror of when they had first met one before. "Yeah, I think you're right," Layla replied, but as she looked at the two of them standing opposite each other, she noticed something else. "Hey, don't you think they look kind of similar?" Episode 459, The Dalki, Friend or Foe. Walking back to the castle, both Timmy and Quinn were relatively silent the entire way. Quinn was still busy trying to figure out if there was anything he could use these new reputation points for. It didn't go into detail about what was a good reputation score to have. He had 100, but did that mean he could do anything? If he was to ask a favor from one of the vampires he had met earlier, he very much doubted they would do anything to help him, especially if he started to ask them to rally up and storm the execution platform with him. With no frame of reference, there wasn't much he could do. During their walk, they hadn't encountered any troubles as they had before, but suddenly both of them spotted something that seemed to be almost flying in the sky, heading straight toward the castle. "What is that? Is it an attack?" Timmy said nervously. Whatever it was moving at an incredible speed and was heading right for the castle. It was too fast and far for their eyes to catch a clear picture of what it was, but Quinn was worried for the others. "Have they found out where we are and decided to attack us?" Quinn thought. With too much to worry about, both Timmy and Quinn picked up the pace as they headed back to the castle. Not wanting to leave the crate behind, Quinn lifted it above his head with his two arms and started bolting away. Out in the castle's gardens, the others didn't care what it looked like, but the single spike on its back was proof that it was a Dalki. How, why, or what it was doing here didn't matter. For some, the appearance was enough for it to send horrifying memories down their spine. Logan had already gathered the spiders and started to form a special suit around his body. As for which type, he had chosen to go for defensive measures, creating a more blocky and large type suit. The edges weren't very smooth, and it looked as if the suit had many points and flat surfaces on it. It was the first time the others had seen Logan use such a suit. It seemed he had been preparing for fights against strong enemies. As for Peter, sweat was running down his face. He wanted to run it there and try to help Vorden, but his legs weren't moving. "What's the matter with me? Am I afraid?" Peter stated. It was an odd feeling for Peter in his new form, because he didn't experience emotions or feelings anymore, having become more numb to them since his transformation. However, his legs were trembling, indicating that he was terrified. Something like this had never happened before, even while facing the king-tier beast. He'd walked right in, not caring if he was hit or not. Logan, watching from the corner of his eye, noticed this. Although Logan wasn't there, he knew of Peter's past. "It's a normal response. Peter was almost killed by a Dalki. According to Quinn, it had created a large hole in his body. It looks like we might be a strong man down in this fight." As for Layla, she was the first one to act out of the group. She didn't let her negative emotions affect her, and instead harnessed its powers into the palm of her hand, and the next second she threw out her attack. "Spirit Chain!" The attack was fast, but they were quite a distance away, so if the Dalki noticed the attack, then it would be something that would be easily noticed and avoided. Seeing how the Dalki had come straight from the air and didn't have any wings, they feared its great power. However, the attack had managed to hit the Dalki right in the center of its stomach, as it remained there unmoving, looking at Vorden. When the attack had made an impact, the chain started to spread around the Dalki and connected to the floor. "Quick, attack it now!" Layla shouted. It was loud enough for Vorden to hear, and it was the perfect opportunity. instead went looking at the Dalki in front of him. Vorden released his grip on the sword behind his back. The Dalki looked at the weird chains that pinned him down. He lifted his arm, giving it a small tug, testing its strength, and then a few seconds later he gave it a yank, breaking the chains completely. He did this with his other arms and legs, and walked towards Vorden as if there was no resistance at all. "How? Those chains were even strong enough to hold Quinn back," Layla said. She took out her bow and arrow and aimed for a perfect shot, and by now Logan was ready to go in as well. "Wait, stop, stop!" Vorden shouted towards them. "It's not trying to hurt us." "Are you crazy?" Layla replied. "It's a Dalki, the enemy of mankind, and it just appeared right in front of us for no reason. What else do you think it's here for?" Although Vorden couldn't explain it to the others, he felt a strange connection with the Dalki in front of him. He didn't know what it was, and when looking at the Dalki more and more, he noticed that not looked near enough identical to himself. Apart from the long blonde hair, nearly everything was the same. The age, the size, the particular makings in areas of the body. It was as if he had found some sort of long-lost twin, but he knew it was impossible. As insane as Vorden's suggestion seemed, they too observed that it was just stepping up to Vorden. There were none of the typical bloodlusts that were present in the other Dalkis. Eventually, the Dalki got within the touching distance of Vorden and tilted its head to the side, looking at him like a curious child. "Brother?" the Dalki said with its finger on its lips. It was equally confusing to both of them as to why they felt the way they did, yet they seemed to be similar individuals. The Dalki extended its hand in a single second, and its two fists were already in front of Vorden's face. It was at a speed where the others weren't able to see, not even Vorden. If the two of them were to fight, there would have been a clear winner. With its fists in front of Vorden's face, they started to wonder just what it was about to do. Then it opened both its hands, and something had dropped from them onto the floor. Looking down at what had fallen, Vorden could see that it was many small red balls. But they weren't just any red balls. They were the red blood balls from the lab. "What the hell is going on?" Vorden said. "Gift for you, brother," the Dalki said. Back at the lab, when the Dalki was chucked into the trail room, it had no clue of what was going on. It didn't know what it was or what was happening, but it could think clearly and understood what the robot was saying. It could speak, but it felt like it was very tiring, as it had to think before forming words and moving its mouth. But still, it was trapped in a room with nothing to do, so it decided to answer the robot's questions. It had completed all 5 of the trials, defeating the Wendigos. At the end of each trial, it knew it had received a reward but didn't know what it was, so decided to keep it for now until it better understood what was going on. After leaving the room, it didn't know what to do, so it had further gone into each of the other trial rooms and obtained all of the rewards and red pills from those rooms as well. If one were to look inside the trial rooms now, they would see a broken robot and a body full of Wendigos. The trial rooms would never be used again. Then at last the Dalki had felt a weird connection, something it couldn't feel before, but it felt like a missing part of its body was someplace else, and decided to follow and see what this feeling was at all costs. That finally led the Dalki to the point where it was standing in front of Vorden. All of the red pills that had been dropped in front of Vorden were the pills from each of the trial rooms, and Vorden just stood there amazed. "Thank you," Vorden said, and the Dalki smiled back at him. "Are there such things as friendly Dalki?" Layla asked as she rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was dreaming. "I can't believe it." Logan felt the same way, but had a dreaded feeling inside his stomach instead. Seeing that it looked like Vorden, 1,000 different thoughts were running through his head, and he couldn't attach himself to a single theory right now. But it didn't take long for something else to distract him, as a large white square object came shooting out from Logan's side and was sent hurling towards the Dalki. It was quick and heavy, and it had fallen precisely, striking Dalki and flinging him and the item across the field. "Is everyone okay?" Quinn asked. The crate he was carrying was no longer in his hands. Episode 460. 2 days left. 2 days remaining until execution. These words kept repeating in Silver's thoughts, and as the days passed, it became more of a reality for her. That was why she was in the position she was in today, a location where she could figure things out for herself, to find out what she was going to do. She was deep underground in the tunnels, which were much broader than the ones stationed beneath the 13th castle. That was because Silver was now beneath the king's palace, a location that was seldom used, even for the most heinous crimes committed by vampires. Was Fex's behavior truly so bad? Was it because he deserved to be here, or because he was a direct descendant that the offense was exaggerated? She couldn't help but think something was odd. like if the vampires were afraid of something. It seems that what had happened years before had had a significant impact on the vampires. To the outside and the vampire settlement, the council seemed joint and together with their decisions, but in reality it was more split in opinions, something that the others didn't see and what they chose to never show. Eventually, Silver had come across a large open cavern with several doors. Each one had a circular lock mechanism on them, and there were the thinnest of gaps to allow oxygen to come in and out. There were no gaps large enough, allowing one to see the outside clearly like the other cells. Standing in front of all of them were 2 guards, who would be wearing the Ninth Family uniform, the guards of the tunnels. It wasn't hard for Silver to guess which door Fex was behind, because in front of his door there weren't regular guards, they were the vampire knights of the Ninth Family. Ever since the intruders had managed to rescue one of the prisoners, they decided to up the protection on Fex, even if they thought the 2 matters were possibly unrelated. Most of this was due to the cautious nature of the first leader. Although Lee, the 13th leader, so far had been willing in completing and doing everything that had been asked, at the end of the day Fex was his son. There was a little fear that perhaps he would act to save him. "I'm here to see the prisoner," Silver asked as she approached the door. "I'm sorry, but even a vampire knight no longer has permission to see the prisoner," the guard replied. "We are under strict orders to not allow anyone to see him." This was unexpected for Silver. She had never been denied such privileges before. After all, she was only 1 rank off from being at the very top. "It will be quick, and you can even come inside and monitor me if you wish. Do you think I would try to act now, with 2 vampire knights standing outside?" Silver asked. "You know it's not about that. We have been ordered, and we shall do as asked," the guard replied. Silver clenched her palm, unsure what to do. She wanted to see Fex. No, she needed to see him, to confirm her answers about what she was going to do. "Let her in," a deep voice from behind said. As she turned around, she could see a large, thick man who was covered in armor from head to toe, not allowing one to see their face. It was the 9th leader, Muka. "Sir, but the orders," the guard complained. "Since when have you worked for someone else and not me? Are you saying their orders are above mine?" Muka said in a loud and angry voice. He was so annoyed he had even stomped his foot, startling the guard. He couldn't believe it, that one of his vampire knights was even questioning him. "Has the First's influence already gotten this far? Is he planting his seed in everyone for the next election?" "No, sir. You have always been our leader. We follow your instruction, and only yours," the guard said, as he bowed his head and allowed the 2 to enter. "I hope you don't mind me coming with you," Muka asked, but Silver didn't feel like she had much choice. He was practically saying she wouldn't be able to see Fex without him. When the doors opened, they were welcomed into a dark room that was bare of anything. It was large, with walls, black walls covering each side. There was no light source, nothing but a square room, and inside it, Fex could be seen handcuffed with his hands behind his back, and his back leaning on the wall. When the 2 had come in, Fex didn't even bother to turn his head to look at who was in. He only said 1 sentence. "I already told you I know nothing," Fex blurted out slowly, but his words sounded a bit messy and soft. It didn't sound like the same Fex Silver had met a short while ago. When the 2 of them got closer, Fex could finally be seen, and she immediately rushed over. "Silver, you mustn't touch the prisoner," Muka said. She stopped in her place a short distance away. "Look at him!" she shouted back. As she turned around, her eyes were fiercely glowing red. "You said I can't touch the prisoner. Then tell me, who the hell has been in here touching my brother?" As she stepped to the side, Muka could see that Fex was severely beaten. He was bruised all over, hurt, and had several cuts to his body. His lips were busted purple and bleeding. For a vampire to get in this type of condition, one must have drained them of blood, making them hungry enough so their wounds wouldn't naturally heal. Muka was frozen for words, the reason being that he had no clue who had done this. The only ones that knew the code to the king's cells were the 9th family and the king. "Answer me!" Silver shouted again. This time, when Fex heard the voice, he noticed he recognized it. As he turned his head, he could see the glowing silver hair. He knew it was his sister's back. "Sis!" But before Fex could say what he wanted to say, he had collapsed on the floor. His energy was completely depleted. This time, Silver rushed to Fex's side, and she wasn't stopping, but at the same time, Muka didn't call out for her to stop this time either. He was still frustrated with how someone was able to enter this place without his permission. Someone had gone behind his back. "Fex! Fex! Tell me who did this to you! Come on!" she cried. but Fex wasn't responding at all. She placed her hand across his chest, waiting to hear a heartbeat of any kind, but it was faint, and it looked as if it was getting weaker and weaker. "Muka, please get him some blood now," she shouted. Muka stood there for a while, wondering what he should do. Was this technically helping the criminal? But what if he was to die here?
"No, he must not die here. He will die on the execution platform, and I must bring to light whoever has broken the rules,"
Muka thought as he walked back towards the entrance. "Fex, listen to me. Don't give up. You can't give up," Silver said, as she held Fex in her hands. "You remember that vampire you told me about? Well, he's here. You were right about him. I don't know how, but he managed to rescue the White. I'm sure he and his friends have plans to save you as well. So please, don't give up, and don't die." Continuing to have her hand on his chest, she suddenly felt his heart thump a little louder, and it looked as if his eyes had opened up a little. "Quinn," he muttered out, but quickly fell back into unconsciousness again. This was it. If the other vampires and leaders had broken the laws that she tried so hard to follow, then why should she follow them? She had decided she would do everything she could to save Fex. As Muka had exited the cell and went out of the doors, he suddenly stopped frozen in place once again, but this time it was at the sight he could see in front of him. His 2 vampire knights that were on guard and under his command were on the floor, covered in blood.
"What happened here?"
Muka shouted. The other guards covering the other doors came over to give their leader a quick report. "Sir, we don't know what got into them. As soon as you entered the room, they both started to act strange. We saw them pull out their weapons, and we thought that perhaps an enemy was coming here, something they had spotted that we hadn't. The next thing we know, they had slit their necks, killing themselves. We honestly have no clue why they would do such a thing," the guard reported.
"What the hell is going on here?"
Muka thought. Perhaps there was more behind this whole execution than he had initially thought.
"An emergency council meeting has been called. Will all leaders please proceed to the king's castle and head to the council room at once? An emergency meeting has been called."
It was a telepathic message that had been sent out from the 8 families. Muka was just wondering what would be happening this time. Episode 461, Acting 10th Leader. None of the leaders were surprised that another meeting would be convened so quickly. Each of them had learned something about what had happened since the last one was called. This easy execution and the problem with the Punisher were becoming increasingly obvious to every one of them. As for Muka, before exiting the tunnels, he had ordered his guards to deliver blood to Fex. He wanted to make sure Fex would survive until the execution time. Also, he had ordered Silver to leave the place immediately and to return to her castle. At first, she had refused several times, that she wouldn't leave until she knew her brother was okay, and in the end, Muka had to pull his authority over her to send her away. But in truth, Muka was looking out for Silver. He feared that whoever had dealt with his vampire knights was possibly still keeping an eye on them. He couldn't feel any extra presence, but there was a high chance this would be reported back. If they weren't there right now, they would assume that only Muka knew, in fact, of what happened to Fex, and he didn't want Silver to be involved in all of this. He could see, looking at her, that this whole thing happening with her family was taking a toll on her. While on his way to the king's castle and council room, Muka thought about who could be responsible for doing such a thing to Fex. If they were able to scare his vampire knights into doing such a thing, then it would have to be someone at least on the level of a vampire lord. Knowing Fex had hidden the identity of the illegal, and now the Punisher had saved the illegal, he could only assume it was one of the leaders that were afraid of the Punisher's return. That would leave out the 4th, the 5th, and his own, the 9th family. He could also take out the 13th family. Muka couldn't imagine Lee doing that to his son, no matter how much he cared about the rules. In Muka's mind, there was one clear suspect, the first leader, Bryce. For a long time now he had already been acting as if he was king, going around and doing as he pleased without asking permission of the others. It was true that he had the support of the majority of vampire leaders to be chosen as the new king. He was the one who was most terrified of the Punisher's return. But he couldn't make such a big accusation in public. It would be a major offense. Hopefully, after Fex had regained consciousness, he would be able to provide further information about who had assaulted him. Finally, all of the leaders had made it into the room, and for once it looked different compared to before. That was because in the 10th seat, someone was sitting there. Someone they hadn't seen for a long time. The old vampire knight, Edward. As for the king's seat, and the seat that was opposite it, they both remained empty. "There seems to have been some interesting developments that have come up since last time," Bryce said. so I would like to continue the meeting from where we left off last time, and so the same thing does not happen. I have asked Edward to come here as acting 10th leader for now." The others knew that possibly couldn't be the only reason why Edward was called, and as Bryce started the questioning, they quickly found it wasn't. "Edward, it seems that the 10th castle lit up recently. We all know the flame was lit up again a while ago. Has the 10th leader finally returned, or has a new one come into the castle in their place? The last time you were here, we asked you if you knew who it was, but you said you had no idea and hadn't been in contact with Vincent for years. Yet you still seem to be loyal to him till this very day." It looked as if Bryce wasn't trying to sugarcoat his words and went straight into the questioning. If these questions were so directly asked the other leaders, then maybe they would have complained. But they too were interested in the lighting of the 10th tower, and at the end of the day, Edward was only a vampire knight. Not even a vampire knight anymore, an ex-vampire knight. "I'm still just as clueless as all of you," Edward replied calmly. "I was in my house sleeping as usual. It wasn't until recently that I found out this information myself. I was in the middle of checking out the tower when I had been called for an emergency summons, so I have yet to find out the cause of this myself. But if you would like my opinion on the matter, I believe it was a false alarm. The tower only glowed for a brief second before shutting down again. If the leader or new one had returned, then the tower would be still lit up even now." Edward's reasoning had made sense to the others, but even a false startup of a castle had never happened before, so they didn't know what to make of it. "Okay, did you get the report about the Punisher and the criminal escaping to the 10th area? We are still wondering how exactly they had managed to get the access codes to enter your underground tunnels. Besides that, have your men reported anything about seeing them?" Bryce asked. "You overthink," Edward replied. "Do you think with the 10th's power as it is, we are planning some sort of uprising? Any one of the families could crush us like a bug. Please tell me, O mighty First Leader, where in the world are we hiding this large army to go against you all? We don't even have a leader, and most of those who live in the 10th hate the family's guts." Bryce stood up from his seat in anger, and his eyes flickered glowing red. He looked Edward directly in the eyes as he cast his influence skill. "Tell me now, did you tell the Punisher the combination to your underground dungeons?" The skill being used was strong, and it was far stronger than Edward's resistance, so he had no choice but to reply. "I did not," Edward replied in a monotone voice. Just then, Bryce was about to ask another question, but suddenly Mooka stood in front of Edward, blocking the eye contact made between the two. "He already answered your question," Mooka said. "May I remind you it is a grave offense to use your influence skill for an integration without the leader's permission." "And who do I ask, you stupid fool?" Bryce shouted back. "Didn't you say Edward would be acting as the 10th leader for this meeting? Then you cannot have double standards. Learn your place." Mooka didn't care about what was happening to Edward. He was never really close with the 10th family in the first place, but he was still extremely frustrated that his vampire knights had recently been killed. He was almost certain it was Bryce's doing. Whatever was happening, he didn't want Bryce to get his way. "Fine, we shall move on to the next matter. When asking about invading the 10th castle, the king had declined our access to enter the castle area," Bryce said. "He stated that we must get permission from the 10th leader, and if the 10th leader wasn't present, to ask Edward, and that was my reason for bringing him here today." It was clear to everyone that especially after what Bryce had just done, Edward would refuse. Even if he did have something to hide, most of the leaders would have rejected him out of principle. By now, Edward had come to his usual self and had heard the last statement. "I refuse access to the area of the 10th or his castle," Edward said confidently. "Fine," Bryce replied, slamming his fist onto the table. "Very well, then we shall start the execution procedures. Due to the nature of what is happening, all leaders and at least a single vampire knight must be present at the execution. As for the 10th's family, Edward shall take the role of the leader and will stay at the king's castle for now until the execution. This is an order coming down from the king." As it was an order from the king, the others couldn't refuse such a thing and had no choice but to comply. They all felt that there was no need for every leader to be present for just an execution of a single boy. As the meeting was cancelled and they all left the room, Mooka caught a smile on Bryce's face. He had found out something, and most likely the information was from Fex himself. Was the Punisher going to try to save Fex as well? Is that why he had asked all the leaders to be present? Edward, hearing the news that he wasn't able to return to the castle, was worried. On top of this, all the leaders were going to be present. He had expected some, but not all. He couldn't imagine Quinn getting out of this alive if he was going to go through with his plan. "Vincent, wherever you are, please protect the young boy." Episode 462, The Return of Borden. Timmy turned his head to the right to look at Quinn. 1 second the crate was above his head, and the next. At first, he thought that perhaps Quinn was being considerate, since the crate was quite a precious and handy item that they often used for deliveries. Still, the next second it was no longer where it once was, completely gone. Looking across the field, he noticed that the so-called special container had been thrown away, knocking over what appeared to be a teenage boy. "What do you think you're doing? The crate!" Timmy yelled. "And that looked like an ordinary boy you hit." Quinn, on the other hand, did not respond to Timmy's cries and screaming, since he had a serious and concerned expression on his face. When he arrived, he noticed the feared spike on the person's back. It was, without a doubt, a Dalkey. Soon after, the crate went flying up in the air before landing back down, creating another crater someplace else on the field. Timmy was horrified at what he was seeing. First, the crate was damaged beyond repair, and now the field. How was he going to explain all of this to Edward when he came back? The Dalkey stood still and looked straight ahead towards Quinn. "That's no teenage boy, it's a Dalkey!" Quinn shouted as he charged in. "A what?" Timmy said, confused. Sure, the person in front looked a little different from an average human, but he didn't give off the presence of a vampire and looked more human than anything else. It was clear, though, it was something Timmy had never seen or heard of before. "The Dalkey, what are they doing on the vampire planet?" Quinn thought. Seeing the single spike on its back brought back memories for Quinn. Back then he wasn't strong enough to defeat it, and Leo had come in to help, but Quinn had grown by leaps and bounds in strength since then. "Shadow equip! Wind walk! Shadow control! Blood crescent kick!" Activating several skills, Quinn was ready for anything, and before getting close he wanted to test his longest range attack, his blood crescent kick. As the red aura came close to the Dalkey, it readied itself by crouching down slightly with its arms by its side, and when the attack was close enough, using all its strength, it took the attack straight on, hitting it as hard as it could. The red aura was shattered. But something had happened that the Dalkey never expected. As it looked at its arm, it could see that a quite deep cut was made, and green blood was seeping out from the wound. "You hurt me?" It was a surprise. The Dalkey didn't know the extent of its strength, and it didn't know if it was weak or strong. When it first came to this world, it was chucked in to fight against hideous creatures, but none of them was a challenge, and not a single one had managed to create a wound on him. This was the first time the Dalkey had felt pain. But instead of feeling weak, strange energy was felt surging inside his body. Then at this moment, something else was felt coming out from his back. "Oh no!" Layla gasped, as she covered her mouth with both her hands. "It's a second spike!" In an instant, the fight had gone from dangerous to very dangerous. A one-spiked Dalkey would have been hard enough, and Quinn had no clue how strong a two-spiked Dalkey would be. Still, what he did know was the Dalkey got stronger and stronger the closer they were to dying. So he needed to finish this fight as soon as possible, and with it, he would have to use his strongest move. "I need to use it now, the thing I used against Edward," Quinn thought. Charging in, Quinn started to raise the shadow and gather it around his gauntlets. The key began to power through, and the skill was activated, showing a blue charge. Little bolts of blue lightning started to form in the shadow around the gauntlets, but this was only the starting point of the attack. There was still more to it before it was ready. "Stop!" Vorden suddenly shouted, as he had stepped in between the two. "Please, let me explain to him. Can you calm down for me?" "Brother?" Vorden awkwardly said to the Dalkey, and it did as it was told, as it no longer was crouched in a fighting stance, and the energy around it seemed to disappear. "Brother?" Hearing this strange word, Quinn too had stopped supplying his gauntlets with ki, but he left his shadow out just in case something was up. Having a closer look at the Dalkey, it did look nearly identical to Vorden, but without the long hair, and it seemed to be listening to him. "What is going on?" Quinn asked. "I know this sounds crazy, but I don't know either. He only just got here, but please trust me, Quinn. I know he isn't here to hurt us. You can trust me, right?" It was hard to believe that the vicious Dalkey race that was at war against the humans was to do them no harm. But then again, many people here weren't exactly human, and it did seem like the Dalkey was listening carefully to Vorden. "Okay," Quinn said as he put away the shadow. "A two-spiked Dalkey," Logan said. "Although I am glad that the two didn't fight, it would have been nice to see how strong a two-spike was in comparison to Quinn. That way, we would have had some type of guideline to go by, and see if we were strong enough to stop him." The Dalkey walked up close and was now by Vorden's side. Quinn also walked towards Vorden, and now that he was closer, he really could see that there was next to no difference at all between the two, almost like a clone. Although Vorden was quick to trust his look-alike, Quinn wasn't, and he had multiple questions on his mind about what had just happened in the short time he was away. The others who were standing by the side, seeing the three so close and nothing happening, decided to come in closer as well, as they needed to all discuss what to do next. Both Quinn and the Dalkey were looking at each other intently, and Vorden in between felt a little awkward. "Please, he is my best friend," Vorden said. "You can trust him." "I believe you. I like your friend," the Dalkey said as he gave a smile. "You are strong. I wish I could have fought you more, but I respect my brother's wish." The more Quinn heard the Dalkey speak, the less he could hate him. He spoke like Vorden, and also seemed to have a soft, gentle face, just like when Quinn had first met him. There was also no bad intention felt behind his words. Quinn hated to say it, but the Dalkey did seem to be okay. Now that Logan was close as well, he had noticed the wound on the Dalkey's arm. The blood coming out of it was green. Things were starting to confuse Logan, as he couldn't affirm what had possibly happened. But then, something clicked in his mind as he thought back to the lab. It had been sending off information to another unknown place. Was this Dalkey in front of them created? And was it because of him? But how was that possible? Wasn't the Dalkey some type of alien race that waged war against the humans? Was only this one created, or were they all created? There were too many questions, and the first one that needed to be answered for him was whether or not it was because of him that this Dalkey Vorden lookalike was made. A sample of blood would do, and then he could use it to the sample and compare the green liquid he created for Vorden. If the two of them matched up, then he knew it was his fault. "We probably have a load of questions for you," Vorden said, looking at the Dalkey. "Do you mind if we go inside and ask?" "I'll be happy to, but I'm afraid I won't be able to help you out much. I shall still do my best to aid you," the Dalkey replied. "That's a good idea," Peter replied. "There are a few things I need to update you on as well, Quinn." With that, the group decided to head inside. Still, one more thing needed to be urgently agreed upon before they did anything else. "Wait!" Layla shouted as she stopped the group. "We can't just keep on referring to the Vorden lookalike as Dalkey." "I'm Dalkey?" he said, pointing to himself. "No, you're not Dalkey. Don't worry, we will try to explain." Vorden said, a little confused as to why he had never heard the word Dalkey before. "Do you have a name?" A name I do not have. Why don't you give me one, brother?" the Dalkey asked. Vorden was a bit fluffed as he was put on the spot. He never thought this would happen, but Layla was right. They couldn't just keep calling him Dalkey Boy. "I have a suggestion," Logan replied. "How about Borden? He looks like Vorden anyway, and it's different enough." "You have got to be joking," Sia said. "That is the dumbest name I have ever heard." "I kind of like it," Quinn replied. "I was thinking of the same thing." Borden and Vorden, the two brothers, Borden said with a smile on his face. Episode 463, Blood Crystal Power. Quinn was glancing at the Dalkey and pondering about something as the group walked back. He wasn't thinking about Dalkey at all. Instead, he was thinking about what Timmy had stated briefly before. Now that he was no longer in the raging bull mode, he had time to process everything. "So, Timmy," Quinn asked, "you haven't seen anything that looks like Borden before, or heard of the Dalkey race?" Timmy looked at Borden closely, the scales, the spikes, and all sorts, trying to think if he could picture it, anywhere at all. The word Dalkey perhaps had been passed around a few times before, but he had no clue what it meant or was referring to. "I'm sorry, but I can't say I have," Timmy replied. "Is it a special type of beast?" Quinn reasoned that the Dalkey appeared to be little more than a strong humanoid beast. Quinn was beginning to wonder what was going on after hearing what Timmy had said. In the past, on the Orange Portal planet, the group had discovered an underground settlement. At first, Quinn thought it was a Dalkey settlement, and that was until Fex, who was with him at the time, said it looked exactly like a vampire settlement, stating that the architecture and materials used were the same. Being in the vampire world now and looking around, there was some resemblance to what Fex had said, although it looked as if they were able to work with the strange hard black material a bit easier now, creating smoother surfaces, creating a more modern look. If he was to compare the two, one looked like an old settlement, while the current place looked like a new one. But it was evident that what Fex had said the last time was correct. The vampires didn't bother teaching the others anything about the Dalkey or what was going on Earth, even though they have spies stationed on Earth and it was formerly their previous colony. Why did the leaders choose to conceal it when they knew about it? Or did they truly care so little about their past? "System, before we met that Dalkey that one time, did you know anything about the Dalkey? And please, I want you to be honest with me?" Quinn asked. "No. When you fought with the one on the desert planet, it was my first time seeing one as well. Remember when I was around, the human race wasn't at war with anything, and vampires still lived on Earth." The periods when certain events happened and such just weren't fitting in Quinn's head, and it was starting to give him a headache. It felt like even if the system did tell him everything he knew, there would still be more that needed to be found out before he had all his answers. One thing at a time, right now they needed to find out why and what the Dalki was doing here. As they entered the castle, they once again decided to head for the large dining room and sat down in their seats. "Wait a second, where's Edward? Shouldn't he be here if this is something really important?" Timmy asked. "About that, I needed to tell you guys. Edward said he was called for a meeting," Peter replied. "I'll be honest, when he left, he didn't have the best of looks on his face. He also said if he didn't return, remember we're trying to save Fex, not fight against the vampires." Quinn wasn't stupid. If Edward had given Peter that message, then it was more so than likely that Edward wouldn't be returning to them, so all they could do was move to the matter at hand. The group decided that it would be best for Logan to do the questioning, since he would be able to extract the most amount of information from their new friend. "So, Borden, earlier you said you had never heard of the Dalki before. Do you know what you are?" Logan asked. "What do you mean? I'm like my brother, aren't I? He just hasn't gotten his scales out yet. I'm sure when I get better and stronger, I will be able to hide my scales and the spike in my back as well," Borden replied. The group could tell this was going to be a hard one, and they would perhaps have to tiptoe around certain matters. "Do you know why you are here or how you got here?" Logan asked. "The last thing I remember was being in a glass container full of liquid. I couldn't see much as my eyes were all a blur at the time. The next thing I know, I was being yanked out by some strange claw machine. My whole body felt weak, as if I had just woken up. When the claw machine finally let me go, I was placed in a strange white room where I could see a robot. It said something about a trial and then dropped these tall-looking strange creatures into the room. I finished all the trials, and that's how I got those red pills I gave to my brother before. I waited, hoping that someone would come by and tell me what to do, but I became bored and decided to walk into the other trial rooms and complete the tasks there as well as collect all the awards. That's when I had this strange sense, a kind of connection, and came here to find my brother." "Wait, isn't he talking about the lab we arrived at when we first came here?" Layla said. It certainly did sound like it, and Logan was beginning to think more and more. Somehow he was involved in this process. "And that's all you can remember? Nothing before that at all? How can you speak?" "Yep, that's all I can remember. I have no memories other than that. As for speech, it was slowly coming to me, as if it was always in my mind. At first it was difficult to talk. I knew what I wanted to say, but it felt tiring. But now it's getting easier. When you said the word Dalki before, I knew of the word, I just didn't know what it was." Logan thought about what to say next for a while until he finally decided. "Look, we want to be friends here, so I want to be completely honest with you. You and Vorden aren't the same," Logan said. Hearing this, the others felt like ducking or hiding under the table. Why would Logan review information like that so suddenly? Then they remembered Logan wasn't exactly the type to be on the cautious side when he thought about people's feelings. "But I do believe you and Vorden are related, maybe closer than you think. If you don't mind, I hope I can bring both you and Vorden together so we can learn more about you two. You can even learn about each other." The others silently waited for a response, and then a small smile appeared on Borden's face. "Of course, that sounds great. I would love to learn about myself and my brother more." Everyone was relieved at the response that was given and was genuinely thankful that they had managed to meet a nice Dalki, possibly the only nice Dalki in the whole universe. "For now, I think it's best if we all continue our training," Quinn said. "I know Edwards is not here, but that's all we can do until the day. We will wait for him to come back, and if he doesn't, we will leave here in the next 2 days." With that said, Timmy went off to have a look at the Mist Ability book. Peter and Quinn remained together, as they would use each other as sparring partners, while the other 3 boys would be heading to the research lab together. "Logan, before you go, take this," Quinn said, as he handed him a small-looking bright red crystal. "It's something called a blood crystal. It's meant to hold great power, like that of a beast crystal, but instead it comes from a vampire." "Why are you giving me this?" Logan replied. "Do you wish for me to create a weapon for you?" "No, apparently the crystal is too weak for something like that, and whatever you made would be weaker than my current weapon. So I thought maybe you would want to do some research and find a better use out of it than me," said Quinn. "You always do seem to bring me something interesting." There was a lot of work for Quinn to do on his end in the next 2 days. He needed to find out information about the Dalki, have a look at the red blood pills, and now he also needed to look at the blood crystal. But he wasn't one to shy away from work. Instead, he was getting excited at the thought of pulling a couple of all-nighters and figuring everything out. This trip was not wasted at all, and he was glad he had joined Quinn and his group on this task. When eventually everyone had left the room, only the two girls and Peter was left standing by Quinn's side. They started to walk over, and Peter dreaded what they were about to ask. "Quinn, can we talk to you about something?" Layla asked, looking toward Sia. This was a conversation Quinn wanted to avoid, but knew he couldn't keep running away from. It was better to deal with it now than before. "Quinn," Sia started the conversation, "I'm not angry at you. Well, not angry anymore, that is. I understand why you did what you did. To protect your friends, to protect everyone and your secret. Layla told me everything. What I wanted to ask is there any way for me to have my memories back? And hear me out before you say no. Maybe there isn't a way now, but I just want you to try. Think about it from my perspective, please, and if you think I'll change when I have my memories back, I won't. You can trust me and I can prove it. I heard from Layla that vampires that are created from someone can't go against their leader. They can't attack them or go against their order. So I want you to turn me into a vampire, to prove that I won't betray you. Can you do all that for me?" Sia asked. Episode 464, The Last Day. Sia's proposal was one Quinn had never considered before. Even before all of this, he had always considered Sia to be an outsider. Unlike the others, she had been unaware of his secret and had kept it hidden from them. So there was no relationship, no time spent together, and she was correct about the lack of trust. He was the only one who didn't want Sia on this trip in the first place, but he had to acknowledge that the proposal itself wasn't a terrible one. However, the primary reason he was thinking this was selfish. Quinn was preoccupied with his goal, the desire to become a leader. Completing that quest would most certainly result in various prizes, one of which being having 10 members of the cursed family. So far, there had been Layla, Peter, and Leo, totaling 3 of 10. To be honest, he wasn't sure who he would turn to finish this mission, because there were a few drawbacks to turning individuals. The first was not knowing what they were going to become. There were other possibilities, some of which had significant drawbacks, such as Peter becoming a ghoul. The second reason was the loss of ability, which was why he had never considered suggesting it to Logan or Vorden. Their skills were powerful and beneficial. If they hadn't had them, they would have died by now. And even Layla was yet to find a new ability for herself after losing the last one. The important thing before any of this was, could he even return her memories? "System, is there a way for Sia to have her memories returned?" Quinn asked. "It is truly an impossible assignment, whether via your axe or her own," the system responded. "However, it is not impossible. I'm not sure if one of the vampire leader powers can help you see, or if she is still the leader. At the same time, I doubt they would ever help a human." It seemed like a long, difficult, and practically impossible procedure. They were ready to go against the entire vampire structure and community, including the leaders. After these occurrences, Quinn doubted that any of the leaders would be willing to help them if they survived. Quinn was unsure what to say to Sia as he looked at her. Perhaps the system's method wasn't the only way, and her memories could return at some point. He would also gain a powerful ally in this manner. "I'll think about it. It isn't a no, but it isn't a yes. I promise I'll let you know by the end of the day," Quinn said, as he knew he needed to make a decision quite fast. "Thank you," Sia politely replied as she went away with Layla. The castle has more than enough rooms for everyone to get a decent night's sleep, but first they had to get used to the pleasant, restful, cozy, soft mattresses. They were all preoccupied with their activities. Quinn and Peter were busy working in the reception area. With Edward gone, they feared that vampires may be watching them from the outside, and the castle seemed to be the safest spot for the time being. Peter, Quinn, and Edward were the only ones who knew the combination to the circle lock. As for the two girls, Layla tried to fill her in with more detail about what had happened in her past, including things about Pure. Timmy was worried about Edward, wondering why he hadn't come back yet. "What will I do?" Timmy thought. He didn't know the others well, and although he had agreed to follow the 10th, what they were planning to do, it was too much of a big step for him. Quinn had told Timmy that he didn't expect him to do anything. Quinn reassured Timmy that his guidance was helpful enough, since he knew this place like the back of his hands. He looked at the book in his hands that was given by Edward. For once he had the chance to gain power, to be stronger than some of the other vampires. What was the point if he had this power? Who was he getting stronger for? For the other vampire leaders? Still undecided about what he would do, Timmy knew he wouldn't waste this opportunity and opened the book. He wouldn't waste the gift. He decided to learn the ability given by Edward. Logan and the two boys, on the other hand, were the busiest. He had obtained a blood sample from Borden and was attempting to match the details with the green liquid he had made. It wouldn't take long for him to find out the results, and he'd have his response in no time. "It was me. I somehow gave the information that was needed to create the Dalki," Logan thought. It wasn't a short match, but a complete match. Logan was certain that the information he had entered into the machine had been transmitted someplace and had resulted in the creation of the Dalki. The question was, why? Why was the machine placed in the 10th fortress in this manner? Quinn's method included an AI formed by the 10th commander. From the sound of it, the 10th commander had a lab that exchanged information with the initial lab they originally arrived at, which belonged to Richard Eno. Were the 10th leader and Richard Eno related, and were they doing tests on vampires, Dalkis, and humans? Or was the Dalki entirely man-made? Perhaps a vampire invention would be a more accurate term. It was clear, though, that somehow the 10th leader was involved in Richard Eno. They could even possibly be the same person. So many theories were running through Logan's head, and he didn't have all the answers. He wanted to talk to Quinn about it, but now was not the right time. He had too much on his plate with the rescue mission. But as long as the rescue mission was a success, and they were able to get out of here alive, then Logan and Quinn needed to have a serious talk. Not wanting to scare the other two, Logan moved on to look at the pills and blood crystals. While doing this, Vorden was busy talking to Borden. The two of them seemed to be getting on quite well, and Vorden was telling him everything that had happened at school. How he had met Quinn and what they were doing here so far, how they were here to rescue a friend. "Wow, it sounds like you have been through a lot," Borden said. "Well, a friend of my brother is a friend of mine. If you need any help, I'll take them out with this fist of mine." Flexing his muscle, which incredibly bulged in a matter of seconds. It had become so lean it looked like there wasn't an ounce of fat on him. "But I have to ask," Borden said. "This whole time you have talked about it, Quinn, your friends, and the others. But what about you? I want to know more about you. Don't you have a family or a past?" Hearing this question, he realized that it had been a long time since anybody had asked him about his family. It was a subject he would do anything to avoid. "That situation is probably even more complicated than the one we are in now. Maybe one day it will be resolved as well. I hope I can forget about all that and just continue hanging out with everybody like we are doing now. I know it sounds stupid, what we're doing is incredibly dangerous, but I like being with everyone," Vorden said with a smile on his face. "When you are ready, you can tell me, brother, and I will help you with that too," Borden replied. After looking at the pills and getting as much information as he could, it was getting late, and Logan's eyelids were feeling heavy. They felt like it was time to call it a night. He could find out information about the blood crystal tomorrow. Before going to sleep, Quinn decided to stop by and have a talk with the girls, and he was ready to give his answer. "I'm sorry, but right now I can't turn you into a vampire," Quinn said. "First, I promise that I will look for a way to return your memories, and I think what you proposed is a fair deal. But it's too risky right now to turn you. We don't have time to figure out or deal with another problem if one does happen. On top of that, your ability is incredibly handy, especially for Vorden. I think as you are right now, it's best to stay the way you are. As I said, I think we have a deal, but let's do it after tomorrow." Sia couldn't complain about the response, as it was exactly what she asked for. Maybe it would take a little while longer, but she knew they would have to deal with the current situation anyway. After a good night's rest, everyone continued to do the same as they had done yesterday. Everyone was kind of doing their own thing, but when all was said and done, once again they were to all meet in the dining room. "As Edward hasn't returned, it looks like we will have to do this without him," Quinn said. "It's finally time. The execution is tomorrow." Episode 465, Fex's birthday, the final day. Finally, the execution day arrived. It was supposed to be a simple event, but it had evolved into a major affair and a great show. When a vampire was condemned to death, it was usually not done in public, but this one was different. And with that, it appeared like the vampires were having problem after problem. They were first unsure whether these occurrences and problems were connected, but many of them were now certain that they had to be. Muka, the 9th commander, has been personally guarding Fex's cell since that day's events. There have been no further incidences since then. This also meant that he had no chance of conducting an inquiry into what had occurred. Normally, he would delegate such jobs to his vampire knights, but they were no longer alive. Nonetheless, he had promised Silver that he would watch after Fex, which he duly did. The circle lock combination was inputted in, and the door to the cell was open.
"It is time,"
Muka said. The execution was to take place in the plaza. It was a large open circular area that was able to be filled with an insane amount of people and could easily accommodate thousands of them. Around the edges it was filled with shops aligned by the side. The vampire colony was still like any other town, with restaurants and stores selling entertainment and presents. Today, however, all of these spots were empty, and the table and chairs that would normally be set outdoors had been stored. At one end of the large open area, a stage had been built. A large platform that was 2 meters off of the ground had been made just for the execution. The time of the execution was close, and the plaza was now filled with nearly every single vampire in the settlement. A space in front of the platform had been cleared, as vampires from the first family acted as guards, not allowing anyone to get within 20 meters of the stage. It looked more like a crowd of people at a concert as they all stared at the front. The public execution was a big deal for several reasons, and it was the reason for the high turnout of people. Rumor had spread of it being one of the direct descendants. Everyone knew it was Fex, but they didn't know what crime he had committed. It was only during the execution that it would be mentioned. The second reason was that the news about it had already spread, that all the leaders would be present. Not every vampire got to see what the leaders looked like, or would ever dream to see them in their lifetime, so this would be a grand opportunity for that. In the crowd of people, everyone was waiting excitedly, although some looked more nervous than others, especially those from the 13th family. There had already been a few incidents in the crowd here and there that needed to be calmed down. Going through the crowd of people was a curvy blonde woman. "I can't seem to find her anywhere," Amy thought. "Everyone in the whole school is here. I thought it would be easy to spot her. Where is she?" Amy had been wandering around to see if she could find Layla anywhere, but so far she had no luck. She had enjoyed her time with Layla and was a little worried about her. She thought perhaps they could catch up after the execution was over. She continued to look around, and eventually she had run into a person that she wasn't looking forward to seeing. "Oh, it's you. I hate to ask this, but your pervy eyes might be better than mine. Have you seen Layla anywhere?" Amy asked. Xander looked down at Amy. He didn't have a look of anger. He had a lot of time to reflect on his actions after everything had happened. And after losing 2 fights so close together, he thought that perhaps he had to work on self-improvement, rather than being so arrogant all the time. "No, I haven't seen her, and I haven't seen their little group that hangs around with her either." "Oh, so you were trying to find her with your pervy eyes after all," Amy continued to tease Xander. She was one of the few people that could do this to him since they were childhood friends. What they didn't realize was that they weren't the only ones searching for the odd little group. In the crowd, most of the students were stationed next to one other. This was because they got along better and chatted more with each other instead of staying with their parents. Frank and Snow were standing at Xander and Amy's side. They were also looking around. Frank and Snow had sat next to Vorden at school, and while they didn't chat much, they came to admire him, especially when he put Xander in his place. "They left with Timmy, right? Why can't I seem to find him either?" While Amy was still twisting and turning her head, she saw a small, quick black object that was shifting through the people. It was coming her way until it eventually hopped up and landed right in her chest. "Hey, what the?" Amy shouted. It quickly hopped off the bouncy objects and landed on top of a small boy's head. "Sorry about that. My familiar. I don't know what got into him." And finally there was one more boy in the group of students that was looking for someone else that no one else was trying to find. It was Rokeen, who had asked his familiar to see if he could spot Quinn anywhere, not that he expected to find him anyway. "Don't worry," Frank said. "No one can blame your little black friend here for hopping onto those." Amy was about to shout and complain, and curse at the boys for being so inappropriate, but suddenly the sound of the crowd talking and fumbling about was heard as people started to walk onto the stage. From left to right, one by one the leaders had entered, and following behind each of them was one of their vampire knights. First was Bryce Kane, leader of the first family. Second was Cindy Cha, leader of the second family. Third, Susan Toppy. Fourth, Wendy Sunny. Fifth, Jin Talon with Clark as his vampire knight. Sixth, Vadine Musket. Seventh, Kyle Dawn. Eighth, Jill Snacker. There was no sign of the ninth leader, Muka, as he was sent to get the prisoner. As for the 10th leader, in replacement, they had Edward Eno, and there was no vampire knight by his side. He was all on his own. The 11th leader was next, David Scudder, the 12th leader, Prima Kilton, and finally the last to enter was the 13th leader, Lee Sanguines. Lee looked a bit sick. Vampires were usually pale, but he was beyond this, and his eyes had deep bags under them. Many thought that Lee was heartless for what he had done to his son. He hadn't even questioned the order that had been given, nor did he try to fight it. But seeing him now, it was clear the whole event was taking a toll on him. Right behind him was the vampire knight Silver. As she walked onto the stage, she had a fierce look on her face and her eyes, whereas Lee had the eyes of someone who had given up and lost hope. Silver's were fighting eyes. Everyone looked at the leaders in excitement, stepping on their tiptoes and such, trying to get a better look. These were the people who were in charge of them, the ones who they were aiming to please. The only shame of the whole thing was it looked like the king wouldn't be present, but it was understandable, as many of them knew the king was currently weak, soon to pass on the throne. Nothing was said as the leaders all stood there straight, with their knights in front of them. Silver was busy looking out onto the crowd, as if she was hoping to spot something, but even if they didn't come, she had already decided on what to do. Finally, out from the side, Muka had arrived, and behind him were two guards, each of them holding a heavy chain in their hand that was connected to the prisoner who was in cuffs, the prisoner being Fex. Silver, seeing this, felt a little better, as the wounds that were on him before had healed. "Thank you, Muka," she said to herself, but even so, her anxiety was still increasing, and the palms of her hands were sweating as the time was getting closer and closer. Finally, Fex was taken to the center of the stage, in the middle of all the leaders, and then finally Bryce walked forward to the front of the stage. At the same time, a boy could be seen pushing through the crowd to the front, and eventually had reached the other students. "Oh, hey, Timmy, there you are," Frank said. "Where are the others?" Timmy looked up at the stage and took a big gulp. "They will be here soon." Episode 466, The Punisher Child. As soon as Bryce headed to the front of the platform, he did his usual to silence the crowd. They were all still rowdy and excited, but 3 clacks of his walking stick on the platform floor immediately got everyone to stop. With each hit, the sound somehow managed to be amplified, even though they were outside. It sounded as if it echoed to the point where everyone in the whole crowd could hear the sound. "Today is the day that Fex Sanguis was born and came into this world, and today he shall be leaving it as well," Bryce said. The same effect was being produced by his voice as with the walking stick, and everyone could hear clearly. "The crimes he has committed are as follows: harboring and covering for an illegal, bringing in an illegal to our said world, covering and refusing to give information on the original vampire responsible, lying and withholding information from the leaders, planning to go against the Vampire Council." The last words Bryce had used were chosen carefully, but it was clear how others would interrupt it. They would see it as Fex being a traitor. It was saying it without having to say it. Hearing these words, Silver started to grind the back of her teeth. It wasn't true. All Fex was doing was covering for a friend. He had no intentions of anything like this happening. If the council had only decided to give him a light punishment, Silver would have never gone to Earth to inform his friends of what was happening. They would have never come here to try to save him, and none of the events happening would have happened. At least this was what Silver thought. But of course they would pin everything that happened so far on Fex. It would never be the Great Council's fault. "We have found that the 13th family has nothing to do with his actions, so their name will not be tarnished. Fex will have his name removed, and he will no longer be part of the 13th family. However, this also means that his position will no longer be considered when deciding his punishment for his crime. So we have come to the hard decision of this action. He shall be executed by draining the blood. A slit will be made from his neck, and his blood shall be kept and offered to another." Bryce then lifted his cane and drew out his sword that was hidden within. It was a simple design. It was relatively thin and small, so it could fit within the cane itself. But going down the center of it was a thin red glowing line, indicating that it was a blood crystal weapon. Edward, who was standing behind the first, looked past him and out to the crowd. Yet the only person he could see was Timmy, whose forehead was now covered in sweat. "I guess they won't be coming after all. Perhaps they changed their mind once they saw that all the leaders were present. That's a good thing. I understand you want to save your friend, but risking the lives of many of your friends, it's simply not worth it. Live on and come back to your position when you are stronger, and make them pay for what they have done. I hope I will still be around by then to see you bring the 10th family back up to its former glory," Edward thought. Just then, something could be felt moving past Timmy, like a gust of wind that made his hair flicker slightly, and with it a whisper. "Thank you," a whisper was heard in his ear, and what happened next shocked everyone. Suddenly, all the leaders felt something enter the empty platform space. They turned to look at the open area that was in front of them, but they could see nothing. However, their eyes started to glow fierce red, and the audience could feel the pressure. "What's going on?" Amy asked. "Did something happen?"
"I don't know, but the bloodlust," Xander replied. "It's like they plan to kill someone."
Then Bryce started to burst out in laughter. "You think that silly trick would work on us? I guess the rumors were true. The Punisher is but a mere child. And to think I brought out all the leaders for a single person." When speaking, Bryce was looking in a specific direction, and so were the other leaders, but the crowd could still see nothing. "I guess there is no use in hiding it anymore," a voice said. In the open space out of thin air, shadows started to flicker and disappear, and in its place, a boy wearing a demon-like mask could be seen. "Quinn," Rokeen said. "When he said he was coming to save someone, is this who he meant? But Quinn, what are you doing? You'll die fighting all of these." Quinn had used his shadow cloak to get this far past the crowd and the guards that were keeping the group back. He was now standing in the cleared-out 20-meter range and looking towards the platform. It was a shame that he was caught earlier than he thought, but it proved that the leaders were on another level compared to the other vampires. His shadow cloak hadn't fooled a single one. While standing there, he started to think of his conversation earlier at the dining table in the 10th's castle with the others. "What?" Layla shouted across the table. "What do you mean you want to do this on your own? That will be impossible." "You don't understand. A vampire leader's strength is far greater than even my own. I don't want any of you to die," Quinn replied. "Quinn, I understand what you were saying, but we all knew what we were getting into when we joined," Borden replied. "It's impossible for you to do this on your own. Besides, I think you're underestimating us. We have survived this far, and we can survive this." "Quinn, you are thinking of our survival, correct?" Logan said. "Then it's better for all of us to go together. When I was doing my research, it seems there is a strict number of vampires allowed in the settlement. By now they already know that there is a higher number of people than there should be. If this mission fails, then we're stuck here and we're all dead anyway. Higher chance of getting out there alive as if we all fight together." "Fine, but only if we are stuck in a fight. If I can go in and take him away, then there is no need for you to show yourselves." Quinn felt slightly frustrated as he reflected on what had been mentioned previously. He had not anticipated all of the leaders to be present. Even the system was taken aback. If he used his shadow cloak to get closer, he intended to go in and out, while Edward would fend off and battle the others. It wasn't a smart idea, but with the execution being so open and public, there wasn't much they could do. He was the fastest out of all the group and had the best skill to hide. "I don't know why you are so desperate to save this child, but I shall ruin your hopes here and now," Bryce said, as he turned his back to Quinn and started to walk towards Fex on the platform. "That was your plan?" Edward thought. "Did you not have something else?" "Windwalk activated!" Using all of his speed and strength and activating his boots, Quinn dashed forward, hoping to reach the platform. His shadow was raised behind his shoulders, ready to move at any time to protect him. Seeing the shadow, some of the vampire leaders, although they didn't move, couldn't help but have some type of reaction to it. "He does have the Punisher's power, but is he the only one?" a leader said. "Let me deal with this," one of the vampire knights asked their sixth leader, Vadin. It was a middle-aged man who wielded nothing but an ordinary sword in his hand. "Please, show this fool the power of the sixth family," Vadin replied, "and let us get on with this execution so we can go home." Quinn had managed to move 5 meters, and in that short amount of time a vampire had come and stood in his path, but he expected this, and he wasn't slowing down for anyone. He could tell the moment the vampire had made its move it was coming from the platform, and he had already started his motion by stomping his foot on the ground. The blood and ki were mixed in together, and he was already preparing one of his strongest attacks. "Are you not going to go down there yourself, Vadin?" Jin asked, the fourth leader. "Ha! You make me laugh. That boy is nothing but a vampire noble. Have your senses been dulled? A vampire knight is enough to take that fool on," Vadin replied. The other vampires watching had the same thought in their minds, which was why they hadn't moved either. "Do I have to remind you that he not only managed to get away from me, but also defeated my vampire knight Clark?" "And you are an embarrassment to us," Vadin replied. The vampire knight, with all its strength, swung down its sword, and the shadow on Quinn's back quickly moved into place, blocking the attack. "What's this? It won't move forward," the knight said. "The sword attack has been successfully stopped, and even using all his strength, it wouldn't move forward." This gave enough time for Quinn to prepare for the last moments. "This attack was strong enough to beat that General Duke, so I'm sure it will be enough for someone like you." Flicking his arm back, his right fist came shooting out, mixing in the ki, hammer strike, and the blood spray, performing the ki unfused blood hammer. The knight was fast enough to pull back his sword to block the attack, but it was useless. A loud bang was heard. The sound of the sword falling and hitting the floor several times was heard. From the stage, the leaders could see his demon mask and the face of Quinn clearly, for the top half of the Vampire Knight's body was missing. The Vampire Knight fell to the floor and was killed with a single attack. All of the leaders were now no longer looking at Quinn as a child, but as an enemy to be feared. "Kill him!" Bryce shouted. Episode 467, A Split in the Leaders. A Vampire Knight has been defeated. Instant level up received. You are now level 26. Your stat point has been put into agility. You now have 44 agility points. Getting an instant level up for defeating the Vampire Knight proved that it wasn't meant to be an easy battle for Quinn. Two things had worked in his favor from the fight. The first is the fact that the Vampire Knight underestimated his opponent. Never did he expect that an attack as powerful as the one Quinn had pulled would be used. Although the Blood Hammer attack was strong, there was a significant problem with it, and that was the fact that it took a long time for the attack to be used. Usually, Quinn would have never even had the chance to use it against an opponent of this level. The second thing that helped him aid this was that the knight had never gone against the shadow ability before. He was unaware of its unique traits, and as his attack was stopped, he was left confused. It gave Quinn enough time to prepare his attack. Initially, if his shadow wasn't fast or strong enough to block the attack, he decided he would just take the attack dead on, injuring himself but allowing him to perform a stronger attack of his own. Although the strike was effective, there were several downsides. Although Ki was more deadly, he realized it would use far more stamina than regular attacks. It was indeed a one-time move. Now that the others had seen it, they would be able to counter or avoid it. What didn't change was that a Vampire Knight had been murdered with a single blow. They never imagined something like this was possible unless they were up against a leader. Even Clark and Jin, who had previously fought him, had no idea what would happen. The one who was most surprised to see Quinn there was Fex. The whole time he had kept his head down in shame. He didn't want to see the faces of all the people in the crowd, the face of his sister or the face of his disjointed family members. So he decided to keep his head down till the end. That was until there was a loud explosion. It made Fex look up for a split second, and he noticed the mask. The mask he'd seen the first time he met Quinn. "What? Why the hell are you doing? Why did you come for me?" Fex thought, and in nearly an instant, uncontrollably tears started to roll down his cheeks from his eyes. Another boy in the audience had a similar response upon seeing Quinn. "Quinn, how are you so strong?" Rokeen said from the sides, but his words didn't go unnoticed. As Timmy, Amy, Xander, and Frank, who were standing nearby, had heard what he blurted out. Still, they decided to remain silent and let things play out because it looked as if things were soon going to be moving at a fast pace, and they would have their answers soon. "Kill him! Kill the Punisher now! I'll handle the execution," Bryce said. At that moment, the leaders and their Vampire Knights moved off the stage and were ready for battle. However, something strange had occurred. "What are you doing? You go out there and get him now!" Bryce demanded from the ones that remained on stage. "There is no need for us to get involved," Muka replied. "We are free to do as we wish, and we wish to stay here. We are not aiding the Punisher in any way, so you cannot punish us for this." The crowd looked in confusion. They understood that the so-called person was here to try to save Fex, but what they didn't understand was why nearly half of the leaders had chosen to stay on top of the platform and not follow the first leader's orders. "What is going on here? Did the other leaders decide this in secret beforehand?" Edward thought, as even he didn't understand. Left on the stage was Muka, the 9th leader, Jin, the 4th leader, Sunny, the 5th leader, Cindy Cha, the 2nd leader, David Scudder, the 11th leader, and finally Lee, the 13th leader. With them, each of their Vampire Knights also stood by their side, but of course Edward was still on his own, while the rest of the leaders and Vampire Knights went down to attack Quinn. When Edward saw this, he swiftly jumped off the stage and followed. His allegiance was always focused on saving the 10th leader, not Fex. His sole purpose in all of this would be seeing that Quinn came out of this whole thing alive. "Fool, what can a single person do?" Bryce said, looking at him. "And you are all fools. You think this protest will stop anything. You said you won't hinder me in any way, correct? Then fine, I shall deal with the prisoner myself." Walking towards Fex, he still held his sword out, rather than draining his blood and giving these morons a chance to save him. Bryce pondered. So he'd end it with a single strike. But then he felt a heavy weight wrap around his leg. It began to yank him back. He swung his blade rapidly, slashing whatever was at his leg, but many more wrapped around his torso. When he looked closer, he noticed that they were red thread lines. "You came, and you were here to save him. How can I stand here and do nothing when my brother needs me?" Silver said. "Now you have gone and done it," Bryce replied. "This is different from protesting and not acting. I will kill you on the spot." Walking back toward Silver, the threads were being cut and falling to the floor. Not a single one was reaching him. But the strange thing was he hadn't even moved the blade in his hand. It was like there was an invisible force field that would break anything that came close to him. Silver tried her best, but she knew there wasn't much she could do against a vampire leader, especially the first leader. She felt like she needed to act. If she didn't and allowed her brother to be killed while his friends were trying to save his life, what type of sister would she be? Looking into her brother's eyes, she could see the concerned and scared look on his face. "Brother, you made my life fun," she said. Lifting his blade, he was ready to slice down Silver, and soon he would do the same to her brother. She didn't close her eyes, for the last thing she wanted to see before her death was her brother's face. "Silver!" Fex yelled at the top of his lungs. The sword was swung down, and a red could be seen coming into her eyes. "Red! A red thread!" she said. It was a thread like her own, but one that was able to stop the blade. "I will not allow you to kill my family," a thick, stern voice from her side said. As she turned her head, one of the people she least expected to come to her aid was there, her father Lee, the 13th leader. "Lee, I thought you were a man of the law. I respected you for knowing how to separate personal matters for the sake of the community. I see I was wrong about you," Bryce said. "Go!" Lee shouted. "Go and help the Punisher boy. You will only get in the way here. I will bring back Fex, safe and sound to us." Listening to her father's words, she rushed off the stage, not before looking back at her father, proud. Quinn, in the open area, could see all of the vampires in front of him, but just like with Jin before, they were a little hesitant to charge in, especially after they had seen what he had done. Even Quinn was confused by what was happening on stage. "You killed my vampire knight. I shall spread your blood all over that platform with your friend," Vadine said in anger. Then a small smile appeared on Quinn's face. He was surprised by how many leaders he had managed to get off the stage for a single person. The group had a choice of two persons when it came to deciding who would be the decoy and who would be the rescuer, because there was one person in the group who was quicker than Quinn. Leaping from the crowd up in the air, all the leaders witnessed something above them. The next second it had come landing down on the platform straight in front of Fex, a little away from where Lee and Bryce were busy fighting. Fex, looking at who was in front of him, was a little confused. "Vorden?" Fex said. "Close, I'm his brother Borden." It was a new addition to the group. He had scales running up his face and down his arm, and on his back were the two spikes on display. Borden grabbed onto the chains that held Fex down and pulled with all his strength. It wasn't as simple as it appeared, as his muscles began to flex and strain, and veins could be seen all over his body. The black substance was as hard as Galathrium, but it didn't matter because the chain snapped and broke off quickly. Fex was finally free. Episode 468, Blood Dome. "He broke the chains! A human was strong enough to break the chains!" Someone from the crowd shouted out. "Human? What do you mean? Can't you see it has spikes on its back? That's a humanoid beast." "But why would a beast try to save Fex?" "Why would a human try to save Fex?" People were in astonishment, thus the conversation was intense. Because they had just witnessed a teenage boy using brutal force to split apart the solid black substance. It wasn't impossible to shatter the material. Otherwise, they would never have been able to use it to construct their constructions in the first place. However, for many, it was the first time they had witnessed someone tearing it apart with their bare hands. This confused what had come to the rescue of the others. "What the hell is that thing doing here?" Bryce said as he saw the figure. "Answer me, Lee. Is your family working with them?" A strike came down from his blade, and Lee had managed to move out of the way. He then quickly covered himself in the red string. Shortly after the first attack, several more clangs were heard, even though Bryce's sword was no longer moving. "I have no clue. I don't know why that thing is here. They shouldn't even know of this place," Lee shouted back. But no matter what Lee would say, it was clear that a Dalki was helping his son to break free, so his words weren't going to be very convincing. Edward, who was equally in shock at what help had come to arrive, didn't have time to think why. Instead, he shouted from below. "Take him away! Leave! We can't fight this many vampires at once!" he shouted. It was true, if they were to include all of the vampire leaders along with the vampire knights and the first leader. There was a total of 11 incredibly strong vampires they had to face, while on their side there was Silver, Edward, Lee, Quinn, and Borden. They were outnumbered and outmatched. The other leaders, although they chose not to take part in the fight, it didn't look like they were going to help either, no matter what the situation was. "You heard him," Borden said with a smile. "Let's get out of here." Opening up his arms, Borden proceeded to give Fex a large bear hug. He then squatted down on the floor as he was about to make his way out of the place with a large jump. "You should leave too, Quinn," Edward said. "Don't worry about Silver and me. We won't let them kill us that easily." Quinn hated the fact that there wasn't much he could do to help, but he was right. Even if the others who were still waiting here to come in and join the fight, there was still a high chance they would die. They had managed to get what they were aiming for. There was no longer a reason for them to stay. Clenching his jaw tightly, he decided it was the only thing they could do. "You think I'm going to let them get away that easily, huh?" Bryce said. Releasing the strength in Borden's thighs, he managed to leap up high with Fex in his hand. It was amazing the height they had gained from a single jump. It was almost as if the Dalki was some type of superhuman. "Activate the blood dome!" Bryce shouted. Several vampire guards walked to the side of the throng and formed a circle around the entire plaza. Each of them lifted their hands, and a crimson glow seemed to radiate from them. There appeared to be roughly 200 vampires working together to form a blood dome over the entire region. The black sky was soon tinted with a red, and eventually it was starting to go over where Borden and Fex were heading. Borden didn't know what the blood dome was, but he had a bad feeling about it. Not wanting to touch the dome, he relied on his fist and punched the ground. The power shifted his weight forward. They were now no longer going up, but now heading back down to where Quinn and the others were. "You madman, you would sacrifice your own men's life force for something like this?" Muka shouted from the sides. "You are not fit to be king. I wouldn't even say you are fit to be a leader at this point." "Shut your mouth," Bryce shouted back. "They all know what it does. They know the price. They are not doing this against their will. They understand that this is an important matter for us all." The crowd, which was surrounded by the dome, was also perplexed by what was going on. Many of them had never seen anything like that before. "What is this?" one of the vampires said, as they reached out their hands to touch the wall. "Don't touch it," an elder vampire said, but it was too late. The second his fingers had crazed the outer edge of the wall. The vampire could feel its life force being drained into the wall itself. The man's appearance started to change. His skin became dry and tight. He looked dehydrated almost. "Blood! Please give me blood!" the vampire cried out, but soon he had collapsed to the floor, shrilled up, and no longer speaking. "Is there a way to get rid of that thing?" Quinn asked. "Once the blood dome has been created, the only way to get rid of it is to defeat all 200 men that were used to create it," Edward replied. "And I'm afraid if Bryce has already gone this far, he probably has more men waiting to replace them throughout the city." Hearing this meant one thing. They now had no choice but to fight. Two of the leaders moved in. It was at a speed that was too great for Quinn, at least at this very moment while his attention and focus were split. He had been looking at all the vampires, waiting for the right one to make their move, so he was unable to react to the two that moved in. Edward, using his mist, managed to alter the vampire's path and move them off to the side. "You will not touch the boy," Edward said. "Oh, Edward, you are but a mere fallen knight. Whatever do you think you can do against me?" His opponent was the 12 leaders, Prima Kilton, and his weapon of choice was a rapier, a weapon that focused on speed. The way he was dressed, the way he spoke, it was filled with class. His hair was straight and dangled by his side, and he wore bright golden armor. As for his face, he was a handsome, clean-shaven young man, although this was the age and appearance he chose to show others. As for the other leader that charged ahead, Silver had rolled off to the side, and at the last second had managed to attach her red strings to the weapon. It was aiming straight for Quinn's head, and she had yanked it to the side, throwing the needle-like weapon off to the side and allowing it to pierce into the ground. "Oh, Silver, Silver, you don't know how much I have been waiting for this day," the girl said, as she chose to completely ignore her original target and decided to go straight for Silver, who had interrupted her. "Do you know how many times a day I have to hear my beauty being compared to yours?" Silver continued to deflect the attacks, but her strength was far stronger than her own. After all, she was going up against the third leader, Susan Topper, a beauty by many people's standards, but she didn't have the personality to go with it. Silver had successfully managed to get her red thread around Susan's needle again. Still, this time, using brute force, she continued to make a thrusting action as it aimed right for Silver's belly. Whatever it took, Silver just needed to make sure that the needle didn't deal a fatal blow. Looking at the needle more closely, red thread from the side seemed to wrap around it. The external force from the side had shifted the needle just a bit, allowing the needle to merely graze Silver's tummy, tearing her clothing and leaving a minor mark. "Damn it! It was so close!" Susan shouted. "Don't think you can kill my sister so easily," said Fex. With Fex going to help his sister out, it left Borden and Quinn alone to face off against the remaining 3 vampire leaders and 5 vampire knights. "Well, I can tell this might be quite the difficult one with just the 2 of us," Borden said, but I like a challenge." The spikes on Borden's back were tingling, although he knew he should have been scared. Instead, he felt excited at the thought that he could die during this fight. If all of the vampires were to charge in at the same time, their attacks would get in the way of one another. So instead, the 8th leader, using her abilities, was in charge of instructing them all. She had ordered for the vampire knights to go in first, and the leaders followed them closely behind. "Remember, do not underestimate these two. We have seen their power already," the 8th leader, Jill, said, using her telepathic ability. As they all charged in, Quinn was trying to decide which attacks to stop, and which ones he should prioritize in attacking first. He understood why Edward had sent him on that training, to learn how to deal with multiple opponents at once, but this wasn't the same at all. However, the vampire knight's advances were quickly stopped. A black ball came out, hitting the one out front, wrapping chains around them, and pinning the first one to the ground. Soon after, and a blue ghost-like spirit spear was thrown into the person as well. Out from the side, running out from the crowd, a white and black sword was seen clashing against another knight's spear, and finally, what looked like a suited-up human-sized mech came out at the speed of light. In its hand it held a red shining energy blade that had sliced one of the knight's shields in half. "Layla and all her friends! What are they doing out there?" Amy shouted, surprised. As promised, if it was to come to a fight, then they would join the battle and do everything in their power to win. Episode 469, A Pool of Blood. "Look, more people have joined in the fight," a vampire said. "Hey, aren't those the guys that were in our class?" another replied. "Yeah, I think you're right. I recognize the one that beat Xander." Usually a comment like that would have annoyed Xander, but he was carefully watching everything that was going on. "So, it looks like you weren't a normal student after all. No wonder you were able to beat me," Xander thought, looking at the group. It was something he told himself, making him feel a little better as he looked at Vorden. As for Amy, she was by his side, and deeply concerned about Layla. She knew her skills, and at the start of their classes they weren't exactly great. Even if she did improve quickly, there was no way she was ready to fight against vampire knights and leaders. "Who are these people you've gotten yourself involved with? Please be safe," Amy prayed. While the group was busy with 3 vampire knights, 2 more were on the way, and with them, 1 more individual emerged from the crowd. When Xander saw this individual, shivers ran through his body as awful memories of him being beaten surfaced. Peter had rushed out, slamming a fist at one of the vampire knights, who had no weapon on his body. It was sudden and unexpected, but the knight reacted quickly, turning his body and grasping Peter's fist. However, the strength was considerably greater than the knight imagined, and the punch was powerful enough to totally shatter and break the knight's wrist. The bone had punctured the flesh, leaving his hand dangling by the skin. "Sorry I'm a little late. I was preparing something," Peter said, as 2 more vampires came out from the crowd and headed to confront the remaining knight. The reason why Peter had taken a little longer than the others was because he was busy dealing with 2 guards to obtain himself 2 lesser wights. "Oh, a strong one," the knight said. The knight wore a hood that was covering his head. In the process of taking it off, a bald, thin, paled-skinned individual could be seen. But what was even more impressive was that his wrist had already healed. "It's my first time fighting against a wight like myself," the knight said. "Let's see if I can make one of your friends into a faithful minion of mine." The 2 of them rushed forward, both throwing a fist. It would be a battle of strength. "Idiot! A wight's power is based on their creator's power, and I am under a vampire leader. You are no match for me," the knight shouted. But Peter didn't let that faze him. When the 2 fists collided, for a second it was as if they both stopped midair, but eventually there was a clear winner. As the knuckles on Peter's hand started to cave in, the bone inside his forearm started to shatter. "Looks like this is going to be an easy fight," the knight said. Although the 5 vampire knights had been temporarily stopped, there were still 3 more leaders headed straight for Quinn, and by his side he only had Borden for help. "Quinn, stay behind me. They're after you, and I can take a few hits," Borden said with a smile. The fastest vampire knight was Kyle Dawn, the 7th leader. Covering his eyes, he had a pair of sunglasses on, which seemed a bit odd considering it was always dark in the vampire world, but it suited the black leather clothing he was wearing. "You think a mere 2 spike is enough to deal with a leader?" Kyle said. "Yeah, we were surprised to see you here, but we were never afraid of you. For someone like yourself who excels in physical strength, we have plenty of options." Kyle had thrown out a blood swipe, but he did it with both hands, forming a cross-like pattern. Borden, unaware of the attack, shielded himself by lifting his forearms in a cross of his own. When the attack hit him, he skidded across the floor but did not fall. The crimson glow quickly penetrated his thick skin and muscles. The attack began to dig deeper into himself, and as he was driven back little by bit by the attack, more blood was extracted. The green liquid was seen to descend to the ground. At the same time, the spikes on his back began to tremble in reaction. The same energy when he was injured by Quinn as last time entered his body, and using that newfound energy, he threw his arms out, and with it, the red aura was shattered. "Not too bad, am I?" Borden said, smiling. "Ha ha!" Kyle started laughing. "Do you know the blood swipe is the most basic and weakest skill a vampire has? And look at you, you're already so hurt by it already." "That just makes this fight even better," Borden replied. "Die!" a loud voice shouted as it ran past Kyle. "I'll kill you for embarrassing me and killing my vampire knight," Vadine said, hurling a spear-like weapon towards Quinn. Thankfully he was prepared and was able to use his shadow in time. Like a bull charging at him, Quinn wrapped his shadow around the spear and blocked the attack, but the red tint at the end of the spear showed it was a blood weapon. Not taking any chances rather than spreading the shadow thin, Quinn opted to wrap the spear completely in his shadow, stopping its power. If he had used part of his shadow, there was a good chance it would have caused more damage to the shadow and would have taken more of his MC points. "There's more than one, you know," a soft female voice said. On Quinn's back, a sharp shooting pain was felt as his body was hurled off to the side and sent skidding across the floor. He bounced a couple of times before eventually coming to a stop. In a single kick there was such power. 80 of 100 HP. Although Quinn was able to block one of the attacks with his shadow, he was unable to block two, especially from two leaders. It felt like it would nearly be impossible for him to fight two on his own. On top of all this, Quinn's attention was focused elsewhere. The person who had kicked Quinn from behind was the 8th leader, Jill. Usually when Jill was to walk up or face an opponent, all of their attention would be on her. If one was fighting a vampire leader, they would have to focus on the threat in front of them. Instead, Quinn wasn't looking at her at all. He was scared, but not scared of her. When she looked into his eyes, she could see he was staring off in a different direction. "Oh, so you're more concerned about them than you are me, is that right?" Jill said. She could see that Quinn was looking at the two girls who were on the battlefield. Quinn was worried because out of everyone on the field, they were the weakest, Sia and Layla. They were support-type fighters who both fought from far range, so even with the two of them, it was even more than difficult when going up against the Vampire Knight. Thankfully, with the use of Sia's spirit ability and Layla's chains, they could continuously slow down the knight, not getting hurt but not doing much damage either. Jill suddenly stopped walking towards Quinn and instead changed her direction as she started to walk towards the girls. "What are you doing?" Quinn shouted, picking himself off the floor. "Stay down, you filthy dog," Vadine said as he stabbed his spear into Quinn's right shoulder, hitting him to the ground. 50 of 100 HP. "Watch as your friends die. You could have let Fex die, but now all of them will. Just like you killed my vampire knight in front of my eyes, she is going to do the same." The girls already had their hands full with the vampire knight, that they hadn't even seen what was coming next. Suddenly, right next to Sia, the female vampire, wearing a red dress with a slit up her leg, appeared. "You have quite the annoying ability. I'll deal with you first," Jill said. Before she knew it, a fist was plunged deep into her stomach. "Is this the end?" Sia thought, but something strange had happened. She felt no pain at all. Was it the adrenaline? While in her thoughts, a scream of pain was heard, and when turning to look, she could see it had come from Layla, who was bent, hurled over, and on the floor was a pool of blood. When Sia looked down at her stomach, there was no wound, and instead, a strange portal space surrounding her was there, where the wound would be. "Ahanya, what a brave thing to do," Jill said. "I never expected someone to use the link skill like this." Before the two girls had entered the fighting area, Layla had cast a spell. It was one of her other skills. She didn't say much to Sia, just that it would protect her, but Sia never expected this. All wounds that Sia would receive would instead go to Layla. The reason she had done this was that Layla was still a subclass vampire. Yes, she didn't have super strength or speed, but she still healed and could survive more fatal wounds than a regular human like Sia. Still, she never expected to receive such a wound like this one. Seeing that Layla was suffering and in pain, the vampire knight was finally free from the spiritual chains and decided to charge in planning to finish her, killing her there and then. The knight close enough had swung his hardened claw, throwing a single line of the blood swipe. It was large and powerful. If it touched Layla anywhere, it would slice her in half. but there was no chance for that to even happen, so 3 blood swipes from the side had come out, hitting the single large swipe. It wasn't enough to shatter it, but it had hit it enough to the point where the course of the attack had been altered. Looking at who the next person was that intervened, Amy soon noticed that someone was no longer standing next to her. "Xander, what the hell are you doing out there?" she cried. Xander, now standing in front of Layla's body, had his eyebrows furrowed and his fist clenched. "I will not let anyone harm the women I love," Xander declared. "When I met you, I was serious about going out with you. I won't let them hurt you." "Arr!" But soon everyone on the field was interrupted by the cries of a single boy. They weren't cries of pain or such, but instead they were cries of anger. Looking at the blood surrounding Layla and seeing the pool of blood only getting bigger, something started to boil up inside Quinn, something he had never felt before, this strange, deep, dark anger. "I only wanted to save one person. Why? Why?" Quinn shouted. "You! I'll make you pay for this. I'll kill you all."
"Is that your wish?"
a deep, dark voice inside Quinn said. "Yes, I want them all dead," Quinn replied. A dark black portal appeared behind Jill, who still had her hand embedded deep within Sia, and Quinn's familiar emerged. The Bone Claw. Episode 470, The Bone Claw's Name. On the highest roof of the king's castle off in the distance, 2 males were observed standing on the balcony top outdoors. They were staring out into the horizon, where they could see the big crimson blood dome. "Were you informed that the blood dome would be used?" one of the men asked. "No. Has it gotten so bad that it had to be used? This is probably Bryce's fault. He's been doing things on his own more frequently than not recently. Although I can't say he's ever made a choice that has harmed the vampire settlement. That man, if anything, genuinely cares about this area, maybe a little too much." The other man turned his head and looked through the 2 large curtains that showed the outline of a large bed. "Should we inform him of this?" The bed's shadow abruptly altered as a big person could be seen behind it. A light in the room was making the shadow on the curtain much darker. "He appears to be aware. Let us get ready." A big, frightening monster with long, dangly, finger-like claws emerged from a hazy black gateway. People in the audience were terrified just by gazing at the thing. It was obvious that it was something to be dreaded, and based on the reactions of the other leaders, they were correct. Lee was puffing and gasping as he got down on one knee. He had multiple wounds on his body and tears in his clothes, although Bryce had no marks on him. Even between the 2 leaders, it was evident that some were stronger than others, but Lee was far from giving up. Bryce, on the other hand, had lost sight of the major aim. Others may have assumed it was the prisoner Fex, but Bryce's goal had always been the Punisher Kid. The thing was noticed as he looked over in his direction. "How? There hasn't been a bone claw seen in hundreds of years. How did that damn child manage to get his hands on one?" Bryce said, shocked. "I thought they were meant to be picky about their users. If the rumors are true, then why did it pick him? What's so special about that boy?" Clark, seeing the bone claw for the first time, had become excited. He wished he could get in closer to examine it, to have a look at it, but he knew that his leader, Jin, wasn't moving. Then he wouldn't be moving either. "Is this what you were talking about, Clark?" Jin asked. "Yes, sir. It is one of the strongest familiars known in existence. The only other person ever to have a hold of one before is said to be the first vampire king," Clark replied. When speaking, Clark made sure to say his words loud and clear. He wanted the other leaders to hear, to know just how amazing it was for a vampire to have one. As soon as the bone claw was out from its dark mist, with its hand it made a slash towards Jill. It was acting on the feeling of its master's desire, and right now the one Quinn wanted dead most was her. She immediately pulled her hand out of Sia's body. At the same time, Layla finally felt like she could breathe, but the blood still kept pouring out. After letting go of Sia, she was able to flash step farther away, avoiding the strike. "Huh? Where did it go?" Jill thought, for when she looked up, the large creature was no longer there. In the next second, a piercing pain was felt in her back as the claw-like fingers ripped through her skin. Pulling away and turning to perform a kick of her own, she tried to hit the creature, but as if it was freely teleporting around, it was gone once again. Jill was considered one of the weaker leaders, but that was mainly due to her ability not being a combat one. She was still a leader, making her the rank of a vampire lord, so she was plenty strong to deal with nearly anything, but for the first time in a while, she only felt fear. "Everyone, release your familiars! Get rid of that bone claw as soon as possible!" Bryce shouted. At once, the leaders that were in the fight did as they were told. Bats, hounds, and gorillas, all looking abnormal creatures, were summoned. It was a reminder to Quinn that the whole time the leaders still weren't going all out in their fights. Most of them had yet to use their abilities, and only now they were summoning their familiars. Quinn was still stuck on the ground with the spear in his shoulder looking at Layla. Although she was no longer being hurt by Jin through Sia, there still was the problem with her bleeding. There was an open wound on her stomach, as if she was the one that had been hit by Jill. He wanted to help, but knew if he wanted to do anything, he needed to get rid of the leader first. With the Bone Claw now being busy, he had to do it himself. But then another person from the crowd came running out. It was a blonde female that Quinn didn't recognize. Layla, speak to me, Amy cried. She's lost so much blood. Is there anything you can do? Xander asked, feeling concerned as well. Layla, listen to me. You can hear me, right? You need to evolve. I know it's hard, but you need to control your emotions so you can evolve. Your evolutions, I remember Paul said that they have a better healing ability. It's the only thing I can think of. Layla could hear what Amy was saying, but couldn't reply. She tried to concentrate, but it was hard for her to think of painful memories of the past. At that moment, Sia had come running over to her. Layla, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't know the spell you cast on me would do that. She cried and cried. Layla, on the other hand, didn't mind, especially with Sia around. There was more dark fog over her body than she had ever seen before, something she could put to good use. Quinn grabbed the spear as Vadine was distracted with his other hand. He triggered his gauntlet skill, sending a jolt through the pole and finally reaching Vadine. It had startled him and caused him to lose his grasp somewhat, so Quinn yelled and pushed the pole out of his shoulder while going a safe distance away from Vadine, using all of his power. He turned to face the Bone Claw, who was now entirely encircled by various types of creatures. They'd all gone after him because they'd been asked to. Quinn was concerned, but he knew the Bone Claw couldn't be killed. What Quinn was more worried about was when the Bone Claw died, all the other familiars would be free to attack them. They were already barely hanging on. To deal with even more enemies would be impossible. Should we summon our familiars to help them? Sunny asked.
You may do as you wish, Muka replied, but I am staying put. If we do anything, then Bryce may use that against us. He may have disregarded some of the laws, but I have not, and I believe soon the judge will come to punish them for all their crimes.
The judge? Jin thought. That was a word he hadn't heard in a long time. Recently, the council would act as the so-called judges. I wouldn't worry so much. There is a reason why the Bone Claw is so feared and considered special, Clark said. He'd only read about it through books and research, but he was hoping it wasn't wrong right now. The first to go attack the Bone Claw was a large, bird-like familiar. It had a long, thin beak that would act as a blade and a large wingspan, allowing it to glide and fly up high. It circled the Bone Claw from above a couple of times before making its move. It dived down with its large 1-meter sharp beak, out like a torpedo heading downward. The Bone Claw stayed still, however, unfazed by all of the families in front of him. Hey, is it just me, or can you see some of the familiars shaking? Someone from the crowd asked, and when they looked closer, it was true. At first they thought they were perhaps waiting for the right time to strike, but instead, they were scared. The familiars! They come from the same universe and work with each other, Rokeen said, as he looked at his black rabbit in his hand. The same is for the Bone Claw, and in the familiar world, they have another name for him, the Undead King. Lifting its hand, it managed to stop the bird's familiar's attack, catching it right between its dangly fingers. Then, with its other hand, a quick swipe that couldn't even be seen by most of the vampires was made. In an instant, the bird had puffed into a mist. It was killed on the spot. So what? You're not the only one with a special familiar, Bryce said, as the mist started to come from the palm of his hand, and down off the platform, his own was summoned. When it finally settled, the figure of a 3-headed hound could be seen. It started to walk over towards the Bone Claw, and the other familiars made way for the large 3-headed dog. You don't understand anything. That won't work, Rokeen said. He knew more about the familiar world than anything, mainly because he was able to communicate with animals due to his ability, and that included his own familiar. When the 3-headed dog finally reached the Bone Claw, it started to kneel, bowing its head, submitting to its master. Episode 471, A Different Smell. The legendary three-headed dog was well known among the leaders and the vampires in the audience as a familiar. When Bryce eventually made it his, there was a huge celebration across the entire settlement. Nonetheless, such a powerful and renowned monster was now kneeling in front of another. This greatly angered Bryce. The vein on his forehead was bulging and looked as if it would pop at any second. "Out of my way!" Bryce shouted as he struck Lee between his neck and shoulder. Lee at this point was completely drained, but he still managed to make his red thread just in time to block the attack. However, this time it was useless, as the sword had a new strength to it that it didn't before, and the blade sliced right through. The sword dug into him deeply, and a few seconds later he had fallen to the ground. Although he wasn't dead, he wasn't going to get back up. "Must I do everything myself?" Bryce said as he walked off the platform. The beasts, including Bryce's, continued to shiver. They hadn't even turned around or taken their eyes off of the Bone Claw. At that moment, the Bone Claw lifted its hand and spoke something deep in a language the others didn't comprehend. "Yak bak, gu taken na." The Bone Claw spoke abruptly. As the familiars faded away and returned to their owners, a black mist began to form. "Return to your masters and don't come out in my presence," Rokeen said as he repeated the words said by the Bone Claw. The only one that was left was the three-headed dog. Although Bryce didn't know what was going on, it was clear that it would listen to him no longer. On his walk through his mind connection, he spoke to it several times, but there was no response. "Get out of here!" he shouted, and the dog too started to disappear. The first leader swung its blade, releasing a blood swipe with it, but the Bone Claw simply teleported, and the next second it was by Bryce's side. It did its usual attack, swiping its long fingers. However, even though Bryce hadn't lifted his sword, the sound of its claw hitting against something was heard, and its large hand was thrown back. Another attack was made by Bryce, but the Bone Claw teleported once again, appearing on his other side. "I can't believe it," Frank said. "How is a familiar able to go head-to-head with a vampire leader? I have to be dreaming. How is this possible?" But Rokeen knew differently from what the Black Rabbit, his own familiar, had told him. This wasn't just any regular familiar. While the Bone Claw and the first leader were busy fighting, the battles on the field continued, and one of them was on a time limit. That was Logan. Logan had a red beam of energy emanating from his right hand. He wielded an energy blade, like when he was fighting against the King-tier beast, although this one was a little different. Logan was using the blood crystal instead of the beast crystal. Logan discovered that the blood crystal had significantly more power than the beast crystal after testing it, but there was a serious drawback. When blood crystals are used, they do not naturally recharge. They needed an outside supply, and that source was blood. Logan wasn't sure whether it was the same if it was to be converted into a blood weapon, but it indicated that when used as an energy sword, while it would be stronger, it would also burn out faster. Thankfully, in his first attack, Logan was able to destroy the Vampire Knight's shield, his main weapon. Now he needed to land a successful attack. He had chosen to use his speed suit, which had an aerodynamic design and didn't cover him in much armor. He had three options for which suit to transform his spiders into his power suit, his speed suit, and his defense suit. He had decided to use the speed suit for this battle. The vampire's speed was significantly higher than a human's, and he believed it was his only hope of victory. Due to the weapon, he already had his power, but even with the suit's extra speed, Logan was finding it hard to get a clear hit on the Vampire Knight. It was clear that it was keeping its distance, especially after seeing what he had done to its shield. The Vampire Knight would retaliate with its assaults, but it didn't appear to be trying as hard, as if it was waiting for something. Logan was able to escape these strikes with the speed suit, but he couldn't deal on his own, and ultimately the red beam of energy had gone out. "I was waiting for that," the Vampire Knight said. The Vampire Knight realized what was going on based on the raw power. Their senses were significantly superior to those of normal people, and he could see how the energy released dimmed and diminished with time. On the other hand, Peter wasn't faring any better. He was outmatched by the White. The only positive aspect was that, according to Edward's training, he had avoided a strike to the head by doing everything he could to defend himself. They had little time to train, but the lesson was clear. You must protect your head or you will die. If he wished to reverse the tide of this combat, he would need the assistance of his two lesser Whites, but they both appeared to be nearing the end of their struggle against the Vampire Knight. "I'm sorry, Quinn, but I don't think I can win this one." Peter wasn't the only one having difficulty. Amy and Sia are looking after Layla, giving her time to concentrate. Xander was left to handle everything. But who was he, considering he was neither a direct descendant nor a vampire knight? He was only a normal vampire sent to defend them from a vampire boss. Everything seemed impossible. Still, he would keep his promise and protect her. He gulped nervously, looking at his opponent. "Your mist ability is annoying, I will give you that," Prima said, "but once you figure it out, it's useless." Edward seemed to be down for the count, as he was practically crawling on the floor now. He managed to use his energy to turn his head, wondering how the others were doing. He could then see Silver and Fex facing off against the other leaders, and they too were covered in marks and looked like they would lose soon. "It looks like they will soon lose this fight," Jin said. "Apart from Bryce, the leaders haven't even used their abilities against their opponents. To be honest, they have surprised us many times in this fight. I didn't even expect them to push them this far, but there is a clear level difference in power." The other leaders standing on stage couldn't agree more. But Muka was staring outside the dome now, looking outward, as if he was waiting for something or someone. As for Vorden, he had consumed all of the pills that were given to him by Borden. He now felt like a new person, and with his active skill at using the white blade, he was moving faster than ever. The problem was, just like with Logan, it wasn't fast enough to match up with a vampire knight. He now had the strength to deal with possibly a standard vampire noble, but not a knight. He was barely hanging on as he blocked spear attack after spear attack, but he was overwhelmed. Vorden wanted to switch with Rayton, but it was too difficult. He didn't even get a second of rest to do so. That way he could use Sia's ability to his advantage and possibly turn the tide. Left, right, swirl, duck, jump. He was doing everything he could to avoid the attacks, and so far he hadn't been hit. He looked at the others. He could tell they needed his help. Even Borden, fighting against the Dalki leader, seemed to be struggling. Every so often waves of power clashes could be felt coming from his right side as he heard loud bangs. This was the result of the fight between Borden and the vampire leader. If only I had abilities I could copy, I could help," he said in anger. There was no choice. He needed to change to Rayton and use the spirit spear. Some of the fights were quite close, and the spear could change the tide. As Vorden switched for a brief moment, his mind was delayed, slowed down, and the vampire knight was skilled enough to recognize this. He thrust his spear as hard and as fast as he could. At the last second, the switch had been made to Rayton, and the look in Vorden's eyes had changed. Twisting his head, he did his best to avoid the spear, but it still managed to graze his cheek. In doing so, blood had been drawn, and with it, the sweet smell had entered the battlefield. "What's that smell? It smells so sweet!" Most of the vampires didn't have an initial reaction to the students, who were stationed nearby and entreated in the fight. An urge in their body had started to overwhelm them. The students' eyes were starting to turn red. "He's a human!" Episode 472, Blood Bullet. Just a small graze on the cheek was enough to set off the sensitive noses of the vampires around them. It hadn't filled the whole dome, but it affected those that were closest, and the ones that were the students. They were most interested in seeing the leaders who were stationed near the front. At the same time, they were the most influenced by the smell. However, their reaction to the smell was just as surprising to the leaders who were fighting them. "We're being held back by mere humans," the vampire knight fighting against Vorden shouted. It was as if he was disgusted by the fact that he wasn't able to finish someone off like this. The next second, the spirit spear had landed inside, hitting the vampire knight in the stomach. The MC cells were combined with Logan and Sia, creating a powerful spear, making him feel the effects greatly, and the energy was drained from him in an instant. "I'm not just an ordinary human," Rayton shouted in response as he threw down his black blade, chopping off one of the vampire knight's arms. "Rayton, I think we have another problem." As the vampires that were being held back started to go into a frenzy, Vorden said it was the same thing that had happened to Timmy. Some of them had their hands held up by their heads, trying to fight it, while others were allowing it to consume them. Although the guards were doing somewhat of a job of holding the students back, it didn't look like they would be able to. Inside the crowd, Frank wasn't affected much by it, as every student was affected differently. He and Rokin were trying their best to stop the others. Direct descendants were already trained to deal with situations like this. "We have to do something. The students will get hurt if they get caught up in that," Rokin said as he looked at the fight continuing. And then Borden had another big clash with the leader he was facing, and a strong shockwave was sent out again. If the students jumped in, they would just be hurt by getting in the middle of all that. Due to his experience of something like it last time, Timmy was unaffected by it at all at the moment. He was wondering if Edward would be able to do the same as before when he had been calmed down. But there were far too many, and it looked like Edward was badly hurt. He would be too concerned with the leader to be of help.
"We will deal with this,"
a deep voice said. In front of them, in mere seconds, The leaders that had remained on the platform until this point had finally made a move. "Ha ha! I knew you would act and betray us. Now I have an excuse to get rid of you all who were against us," Bryce said, as he blocked an incoming attack from the Bone Claw. The fight was still ongoing, and it looked like Bryce was slowly figuring it out. "If you think that way, then you are a short-listed fool," Cindy, the second leader, spoke. "The council, the vampire leaders, we all exist for the people, so it is our #1 priority to protect the people. We will not let them get involved in our spat." The 4th, 5th, 9th, 11th, and 2nd leaders' eyes started to glow red as they looked upon the crowd, and it was time for them to use a mass influence skill to calm them, and it seemed to be working. "Can the leaders control this many?" Frank said. "I knew they were strong, but I didn't know they were this strong. If all the leaders had participated in this fight, it would have been long over by now." With the sudden danger now settled, the others continued to do battle with great difficulty with their opponents, and that was the same for Quinn. He had been injured during the fight with the 2 leaders, but now there was hope. One in front of him. The anger that he had previously still hadn't settled inside him. Although his focus should have been on Vadine in front of him, it wasn't. He was still looking at Jill. "Layla still hasn't recovered, and that vampire doesn't exactly give me much hope," he thought, looking at Xander. "Your focus should be on me," Vadine said, charging in, but at the same time, Jill charged in towards Layla and the others. Xander relied upon his fist and threw it out, but it had hit nothing but air, and instead of going for him, she had decided to go for Layla. "I can feel the energy growing inside you. I know what you are planning to do, Hanya girl, and I won't let that happen." Getting past Xander was easy, as she had used a flash step, going past him and appearing in front of the 2 girls. "Oh!" Amy cried. But as soon as she had arrived, she had been hit by a strong, sharp blow and fell to the ground. It seemingly had come out of nowhere, and even though Amy was looking at Jill the whole time, she hadn't seen what could have possibly hit her. From where Quinn was standing, blood was dripping and falling on the ground. He had his hand held out like a gun, and one of his fingers was soaked in blood. It had completely shattered. Even parts of the bone could be seen from the tip. "Skill blood bullet, -20 HP, 30 of 100 HP. "You should be paying attention to me," Vadine shouted, as he gave an uppercut to Quinn's face, throwing him up in the air. 20 of 100 HP. The whole time, Quinn was never concerned about his fight, and was watching all of the others. He was waiting for the right chance to hit Jill, and it had come. Back at the castle, Quinn had tested out his blood bullet. There were a couple of blood packs that had been left for them in the castle by Edward, but there weren't many. As they would have to wait for a shipment from the main castle every once in a while, they would then deliver them to their people. The blood bullet is a skill that can only be used 5 times in one day. It was a powerful skill that shot out as fast as a bullet, making it nearly impossible to avoid, and if Quinn was to add his key to it, it would just make it that much stronger, and that's what he had done now. "Do you not care if you die?" Vadine shouted. While on his way back down from the initial uppercut, he then proceeded with a kick, hitting Quinn again across to the floor. His bones were broken, his clothes were mangled, and he spat out blood from the strong, powerful blows. Maybe he couldn't defeat a leader, at least not in the state he was in, but if he had one regret, it was the fact that he wasn't able to use everything he had against them. Still, his friends were more important in this situation. 10 of 100 HP, blood bank activated, 100 milliliters consumed, 60 of 100 HP. As soon as Quinn recovered and got up from the ground, he held out his hand, this time using a different finger than the first. Even the blood bank didn't seem to have completely healed the first injured finger. He used his other hand as support, otherwise his hand would jerk back too much. Blood bullet, 40 of 100 HP. This time the attack has hit the vampire knight that Logan was up against. The shot was aimed carefully at his knees, making the knight fall to the ground. "Quinn!" Logan said as he looked at him. He was still injured all over, but was still worrying about everyone else. "You chose to ignore me." Vadine didn't just want Quinn dead. He was far too angry for that, and thought it was too light of a punishment. He wanted Quinn to suffer by seeing all his friends die. If he wanted to, he could have finished this battle long ago. This was why he had opted to just use his fists. Another punch, this time to the side of Quinn's ribs. A cracking sound was heard, but stomping his foot down, Quinn refused to move. His hand was still out and aimed for someone else. 30 of 100 HP. "Vex, look out!" Silver shouted as she went to try to pull her brother back, but her legs were too heavy, and she could no longer move as fast as before. The needle was going right for Vex until... Blood bullet, 10 of 100 HP. The bullet had gone through the leader's hand, forcing her to drop the needle on the ground, and the fatal blow had been avoided. "Blood bank activated. 100 milliliters of blood consumed. The blood bank is now empty. 60 of 100 HP.
Idiot!
Vadine said, as he threw out a kick again, hitting Quinn's left leg and crushing it in the process. It had bent and caused him to fall to the floor. 40 of 100 HP. The crowd and the other leaders started to look at the Punisher boy differently. It was amazing. While he was getting beaten down by a leader, he continued to help all those that were around him. "He cares about them," Sunny said. "It's as if we were looking at a vampire leader, protecting his people." Quinn, now unable to move appropriately, was practically a sitting duck. He had helped others, but no one was able to help him. Stomping his foot on Quinn's other leg, it too was crushed to pieces. 20 of 100 HP.
"I wish we could come and help you, but we can't," Muka said, frustrated with himself.
And he wasn't the only one feeling this. Frank Rokeen too. A kick was made to Quinn's other side, breaking his ribs once again. 10 of 100 HP. Quinn was now finding it hard to breathe. With every breath he took, it was painful. He started to think back to how his life had changed, to the point it had gotten to this situation. How many questions he had left unanswered. How stupid it was of him to think he could go against the vampire leaders. "You were right," Quinn said to the system. "I shouldn't have come here. You tried to warn me and I didn't listen." The system didn't know what to say back. It too felt guilty for not trying hard enough to convince Quinn to not go through with this, but in the end, he was nothing but a part of the system and couldn't go beyond his limits. Suddenly, Vadine stepped back. He jumped a few feet and was on guard. The others watching were confused, as Quinn hadn't moved a single inch. But it wasn't him that he was afraid of. It was his shadow. His shadow had suddenly spread out across the floor beneath him, making a large circle. Afraid that it might do something, Vadine stepped back, avoiding it. "Is this—" Jin looked at the skill, for he had seen it before. This was what he was worried about the last time he thought about the boy, and it looked like he had a good reason to be concerned. From the large shadow that was surrounding Quinn on the floor, 3 figures could be seen rising from the shadow. The 2 were holding on to the man in the center, and finally the shadow stopped, and they could be seen. "Aaron and Leo!" Logan shouted, stunned at how they were here. As for the man in the center, Logan had no clue who he was. "Well, well, well, this place certainly looks the same," Arthur said with a smile. Episode 473, A Lost God. The sun was burning brightly, as it usually did on the planet. There seemed to only ever be 4 types of weather here: hot, very hot, wet, or dry, and today was a scorching hot day. The large trees, plants, and beasts enjoyed the weather all year round, but for some it was torture. The shelter on the planet was located in a spot where it was surrounded by large trees, and the area had been cleared out circularly. It was designed this way to hide from beasts, as they had plenty of covers. The shelter didn't have a huge population, with just about 500 people living there. Nonetheless, they were in a better mood today than normal. The majority of the living rooms, stores, and other amenities were positioned high in the trees. Large spherical platforms with stores and housing spaces were built. A portion of the trees inside would also be used for additional room and storage. The strong, broad wooden bridges would be required to cross between each platform. Their joy came from the fact that they were finally able to expand for the first time. They were starting to construct on the ground level, linking all of the sections from the bottom to the top. They mostly used an abandoned military facility that was previously on the ground and transformed it into their design. Ruby, the establishment's chief, was the organizer of such a large project. Her complexion was golden brown, and her hair was braided down to her waist. She always had a strong aura around her, and a certain amount of confidence. There was a reason why people chose to follow her. "That's it, just place it over there," Ruby said as the workers constructed a type of lift to transport people from one location to another. They lacked much of the technology found on Earth, and there was currently no known way to return or travel to other worlds. For the time being, they had to make do with what they had. "Hey, has anyone seen Minnie?" Ruby asked as she looked around. "I believe I last saw her with Arthur," another replied. Hearing these words, Ruby was satisfied, knowing that Minnie would be safe. If there was one person she trusted her daughter to be with more than anyone, it would be Arthur. It was thanks to the mysterious stranger who had arrived and said that they were all alive today, and that he had saved them from beast attacks multiple times, not just once. They were allowed to begin the expansion project because Arthur was watching over and protecting them. Living up high was exciting, but it was rather crowded, therefore space down below was required. He had asked for nothing in return, apart from for them to treat him as one of their own, and now the others saw him as some type of guardian. Not too far away from the shelter there was a river, and currently Arthur was there with his large blade in hand, while Minnie was sitting on a boulder watching him. "Hey, Arthur, how come I never see you use your sword when you're fighting beasts?" she asked. She had seen him practice his swordsmanship every day, but whenever he would have to fight a beast, he would use his bare hands, and only once had everyone seen him use the shadow. The others assumed it was an original ability, so there wasn't any need for him to explain himself, and thanks to Ruby, if anyone was a busybody about it, she made sure they didn't ask. "It's because this thing is as useful as a big stick until it's activated," Arthur replied. "Activated? Then why don't you activate it?" she asked. "Because it needs human blood," he said in his head, but chose to ignore her and continue his daily training. His body was still stiff since he had come out. He had no frame of reference for how long he had been asleep for. Initially, he wasn't planning to stay here. His goal was to find out what happened to his people and who was the one that had woken him up. The problem was that it looked as if there was no way off the planet. There were no spaceships, no portals, nothing. There was one thing he could do, but he chose not to do it unless it was his only way off this planet, and his body was close to 100%. Besides, he was having a good time with the people here. Still, he couldn't say the same for the weather, as at most he could bear it for 2 hours before he needed to go back into a shaded area. "I still don't understand why they took that ring. It would have been really helpful right now," Arthur said. "What was that?" "Nothing. Come on, let's head back. My 2 hours are up." When he returned to the shelter, everyone greeted him with open arms and would frequently bring him presents such as apples. Unfortunately, Arthur constantly refused such presents, and the only ones he accepted were meat-related. This was for obvious reasons that the others were unaware of. Minnie had run back to her mother, while Arthur had gone back up to his living area. He didn't need to climb up. Instead, he just squatted down and jumped up to one of the platforms. "That still amazes me every time I see it," Ruby said. They were used to seeing Arthur perform feats that no person could match. Some assumed he was a deity or a friendly humanoid beast, but whatever he was, they were grateful. Arthur's house was built on the topmost level. It was the largest structure in the entire shelter. He rejected, claiming that he liked tight sleeping quarters. After all, he had spent eternity in a small chamber, but they didn't believe him, leaving him with little choice but to accept. This day was supposed to be like any other at the shelter. He had expected nothing extraordinary to happen, but then a strong smell entered his nostrils. Among all the folks, he recognized the scent. It smelled like another vampire. "I didn't expect someone to try and come get me so soon," Arthur thought. Outside, multiple spears were holding both Leo and Aaron. When they noticed the gateway, the 30 or so individuals who were busy working grabbed their guns. They were fast to act, since they had been practicing. Ruby knew Arthur would leave them one day. She could see in his eyes that he had something more important on his mind, and that he would leave them one day. As a result, they needed to be prepared. "Are you with the military? Why have you come back to this place?" Ruby asked. "We are not with the military. We thought this place was abandoned, so we decided to come here," Leo replied. There weren't many that would have access to an orange portal. Other portals would have led them to other areas, but only the military portal would have placed them here in this shelter, since it was a military shelter. She wasn't buying it. "What do we do, Leo? Do we fight?" she asked, her hand almost touching her weapon. But Leo hadn't replied, for he was far too distracted by something else. With his ability, he could sense enormous energy. Energy too great to even comprehend. Not only that, but it was one that he had felt before, that he had felt underground. "I thought it would have left or gone somewhere else. What's it still doing here?" On top of that, now that it was outside and above ground, Leo had noticed something else as well. The color of the energy was purple, the same as his and Quinn's. Before Leo could even decide what to do, the immense energy was already standing in front of them. He had jumped down from above, and Aaron was wondering just how a human was able to survive a drop from so high without breaking or shattering their legs. Arthur looked at Leo and mostly ignored the girl next to him. He was trying to figure out if it was a vampire. Because his strength was unusually tremendous for a typical vampire, Arthur reasoned that he may be linked to one of the 13 families, but sadly, he didn't recognize him. "You, what family are you from?" Arthur asked. To be honest, Leo had thought he might have had to get into a fight with such a person almost instantly, and the sudden question had thrown him off a little. He didn't even know what he meant by family, but he seemed to remember a couple of things that Quinn had told him. "I'm part of the Cursed family," Leo replied, waiting to see his response. "Cursed family?" It was a name he didn't know. Had things changed so much since he was gone? Usually family names hardly ever change unless a single family has completely gone extinct. They would then call upon a new branch of vampires to be created, thereby forming a new family. But this was rare. While thinking about this, that's when Arthur spotted something else. His eyes started to light up as he asked his next question. "You, where did you get that ring?" Arthur asked. Episode 474, Let Me Help You. The ring Arthur was scrutinizing was visible on Leo's finger, but it wasn't just any ring. Quinn had given the ring to Leo before he departed. Both were unaware that the original owner of the ring was standing in front of Leo right now. Of course, the ring might have belonged to anyone. It wasn't the only ring in existence. It was relatively common for vampires, but there were a few factors that made Arthur certain that it was his. First and foremost, the man in front of him was a regular vampire, and regular vampires possessed the advanced tier ring. It didn't make sense to offer them a ring that completely shut out the light. Vampire knights and above were the only ones who had them. As for the second reason, this one was more obvious. It had the marks of a skull and a hammer. The mark showed it belonged to his family. "Everyone lower your weapons," Arthur said as he walked through. They did as they were told, and he started to walk to the others. When he was within touching distance of the two, he could hear their nervous heartbeats. "Don't be scared," with a smile he said. "You're my savior. Please treat these two as honored visitors. They have a lot to teach me. You should treat them the same way you would treat me. Send them to my room after they've been released and settled in." Before Ruby or the others could ask why Arthur had already jumped back up and went back into his house. As he walked, he continued to smile. He was thinking about what he could learn from this man. He wanted to treat the one that woke him well. Are all vampires this carefree? But that didn't seem to be the case when he compared him to the silver beauty he had met before. Their powers were vastly different, and with them, their attitudes seemed to be as well. Ruby did as she was asked and treated the visitors. They permitted Aaron and Leo to bathe and change their clothes because they weren't dressed well. They treated them well as Arthur had requested, supplying them with food and other necessities. The two of them wanted to ask questions. They wanted to leave, but no one would reply to them. When they were having a bath, guards were still put in place to keep an eye on them, especially since Ruby noticed that on the clothing they had with them there were marks of blood. They didn't have much time to change and had come here in a great rush. The two of them were preparing to meet Arthur and were placed in a waiting room, waiting to be guided to the upper platforms. "Leo, you looked at that person differently. I know you, and usually you have a huge amount of confidence when going into certain situations, but not this one. Who is that guy?" Aaron asked. "That man, I believe he is a vampire. He is probably treating me like this because I am one as well," Leo replied. "You mean like Quinn?" Then there was the horrid question she needed to ask but didn't want to. "And if we were to get into a fight with him, could we win?" Leo didn't reply, but he simply just shook his head. There was no hesitation when he thought about it. Leo didn't even give them a chance. The one who they called a blind hero. The one who was able to defeat many of the Dalki. Eventually, the two of them were escorted to Arthur's house at the very top by Ruby and a few others. When they finally got there, they left to give them some privacy. It looked like Arthur ran the place around here based on how he was being treated and respected. There were a few sofas and a small table with some fruits on it in the middle. While Arthur sat on one side, he placed his hand with his palm open, signaling the others to sit opposite them. Leo sat down, and Aaron decided she would follow what he was doing as well. "The fruit is for you, young girl. As for us two, our diets differ slightly. I assume you already know that if you are traveling with the man, and considering he hasn't ripped out your neck yet, you should know." Arthur started to chuckle after, but quickly stopped when he saw that Aaron didn't find what he said funny at all. "I want to thank you," Arthur said, looking at Leo. "You see, when I was put to sleep, it was done so knowing that my people were safe. I gave them to another, and I thought I would never be needed again. We chose to go to a planet away from all that mess of a council, and we no longer wanted to be involved in their business." Before saying the next part, Arthur clenched his fist in anger. "But now I see that wasn't true at all. My people weren't safe, and I can't even feel any of them alive, even now. Something happened to them, and I must find out what. This is why I'm thanking you. Because you set me free, I am now able to exact revenge for my people, and when I do, I shall go back into my eternal sleep like I was meant to do from the beginning." Leo didn't say anything. This was because he was baffled. He knew he had done no such thing, and judging by his reaction, Arthur could tell he wasn't entirely clear. "The ring on your finger. You got it from my tower, did you not? I placed it there as a reward." Those who have admitted to being punishers in the future are usually given a task before being allowed to enter the tower. As I left, I put up rewards, although I never expected someone to take the ring out of all those that were there," Arthur asked. "Maybe? Maybe then I could pinpoint him to one of the families and thank him," Arthur asked. Usually, Leo wouldn't delve into such information, but he felt like Arthur was genuine about what he said. And after all, Quinn had already revealed to the whole world his ability, and so he saw no harm if he was to find out sooner or later. "He can control the shadows," Leo answered. Arthur's face lit up with a smile. It seemed unusual that one of them was alive. He began to wonder why they were the only ones remaining, why they had gone into hiding, and how they had survived what the others had not. If he could find him, he may be able to tell them what had happened to his people. He would, however, only go to see them after he had completely recovered. He then peered out the window of his residence and saw some of the folks walking by. He also had one more thing he wanted to accomplish before leaving, to ensure that these folks are capable of handling themselves. He didn't want a repeat of what had happened. "Thank you for your help. Well, you said you were here to train as much as you can, right? Why don't I give you a hand with that?" Arthur said. Episode 475, Leo Changes? Aaron and Leo were both welcomed into the shelter once everything was settled between them. It took some time for the others to adjust to them, but because Arthur was treating them so kindly, the others felt compelled to do so as well. During their time on the planet, the three of them would regularly go out to train by the river, which was Arthur's favorite area. Leo was a new vampire, and I was aware of this. Although Arthur taught them as much as he could and told them what he remembered about the vampire realm. Leo was there, concentrating on focusing on his ki and relaying all of his knowledge to Aaron. She turned out to be a quick study. Her motivation was the key factor behind this. She was determined to learn and grow, even if her power-hungry nature frightened Leo. Arthur and Leo would frequently spar. Arthur would use his weapon when battling. Arthur was in for a surprise the first time they sparred. The strikes were significantly more powerful than those of a typical vampire, indicating that this individual was extremely skilled. "Is this ki?" I frequently overheard them discussing. "It appears that humans have learned several really useful skills. I'm curious whether it's something I could accomplish as well." But Arthur never asked Leo to teach him anything. It was no fun that way, and instead, he wanted to figure it out for himself. While fighting, Leo was going full out. He knew he could deal with it and knew that Arthur had no trouble at all, so then he decided to give him something that might shock him. A blood swipe using the sword and ki was produced. Seeing this, he thought it was a regular blood swipe like all the others. When swinging his great large sword to match it with the strength for the first time shocked him. But still, he hadn't moved a single spot from his position. Tensing his arm up a bit more and flicking his hand, he was able to throw and deflect the attack, making it go up in the air. That attack destroyed king-tier armor before, Leo thought, yet it was unable to even put a chip in that sword. Just what is that sword? I haven't seen him use it properly once. After that first session, they had fewer and fewer fights as there wasn't much they could learn from each other. Their levels were too far apart, and Leo mainly focused on teaching Aaron. However, it did give Leo the boost he needed to know that there were strong people out there for whom he needed to prepare. A few days later, in one of the training sessions, something strange happened to Leo. He had stopped in place and dropped his sword to the ground. It was a worrying sign for everyone. But this was because he had felt a surge of energy rising in his body. He could feel it. His body was starting to change. He didn't say much and sat down, focusing on his ki, trying to control the changes in his body. However, just like before, it looked like this would be something he couldn't avoid. The purple energy was evolving into something else. Arthur looked over and was wondering when this was going to happen. He could tell Leo was at the peak of being a vampire and would evolve into a noble at any time. The strange thing was why it didn't happen sooner rather than later, and why it happened in the middle of nowhere. When one was pushed to their limits, there would usually be some type of breakthrough, a tremendous struggle. If this did not occur, vampires may have compelled it through a ritual, but none of these events had occurred. To aid Leo, Arthur asked Aaron to slit her wrist and pour some blood into Leo's mouth. She did so, and was surprised that Arthur himself hadn't asked for some. "Would you like some?" Aaron asked, a little nervous in her voice. She felt like, for some reason, it was rude not to ask, but at the same time, it was weird to offer your blood. He looked at it for a second before declining and instructing her further on how to help Leo. The whole time they had been here, Arthur had not once needed blood. He might have been getting it from somewhere else, but he didn't seem like the type to do that. After the long wait, the transformation was over, and Leo looked like a new man. The most surprising change of all was that he looked a bit younger. It was the new cells in his body, as everything about him had changed. Leo tried to get the hang of it, and it didn't take him long until he had the biggest smile one had seen on his face. With this new body, I can feel it. I might have a chance to go back to what I once was, maybe even beyond. Quinn, I know you may think you have cursed me, but I wish to thank you with all my heart, Leo thought. There was one thing humans could never defeat, and that was old age. They could replace their body parts with technology, but it wasn't the same, especially when it came to things like using ki in your body. It needed original cells, which was something robotic parts couldn't do. Leo was past his prime, and he tried his best to fight it with daily training, but there was a limit to what he could do. Vampires had an advantage in this. Their body structures were different, and Leo was liking it. Even though Leo had a newfound body, he never once quit his will to train Eren, and it was good for him to learn to control his strength. Finally, one day, as the group was out training by the river, Leo felt something. As he slumped to the floor, he felt excruciating pain in his chest. "What's happening, Leo? Are you okay?" Eren asked as she rushed over and looked to Arthur for guidance. "Is he evolving again?" "Describe the pain," Arthur asked. "It's a burning sensation around my chest. It hurts, but not physical pain. It's as if something is pulling on it," Leo said with difficulty. "Your creator, he's in trouble," Arthur replied. "Usually a bond wouldn't stretch this far between planets, even when one is hurt, but when they are on the brink of death and their blood is low. Every vampire that he ever created will feel the pain. When he's finally gone, that pain will go away." "Does this mean something is happening to Quinn and the others?" Eren asked. Had Jack True Dream found out what happened, or had Pure got to them trying to get to her? Right now, Eren was worried about all the possibilities. "Do you want to save him?" Arthur asked. The two looked at each other, and she looked at Leo, who was in pain. "I promised to come to his aid at any moment if he was ever in serious trouble. I don't want to be accused of lying," Leo stated. And Eren nodded, agreeing with his statement. "You two are strong and brave. If you were normal vampires, I would have invited you over to my side. You have the right attributes. Let's go save him," said Arthur. "What do you mean? How?" Eren asked. "The ability you said your creator has. It turns out I have the same one. One unique ability of ours is that we can travel to each other's shadows whenever we wish. It was what made us a force to be reckoned with. No vampires, creatures, or such could ambush us. Although we were small in number, we were a unit to be reckoned with." He walked over to them and waited till they were ready. When they were, he gave them instructions to hold on to him. Minnie, who would often come over to watch them train, was sitting by her usual boulder and looking at them. "Arthur, are you going?" she asked. "Don't worry, it is not my time to say goodbye yet. I promise I'll be back," Arthur said. With those words, the shadow on the ground grew larger beneath their feet, and they gradually began to sink into a deep shadow. Episode 476, I Want Him. Quinn could feel something behind him from his dark shadow, but he couldn't move his head to look at the three people standing by his side. His health was deteriorating, and he had been severely injured, but watching Vadine abruptly back up made him curious about what was going on. He lifted his head with the last of his power, and saw the faces of people he had never thought to see. "Leo, Eren, and... Quinn had no idea who the final guy was, but he could tell he was strong. Both Leo and Eren were clothed in green armor made from the beasts of the planet they were on. All of the equipment they were using was of the advanced level. The crystals provided were obtained from animals Arthur had slaughtered before they came. Aside from Leo's sword, that is. As for the man in the middle, Arthur, he wore nothing but a standard set of clothing and didn't even have his weapon on him. Arthur looked at the Punisher boy on the floor carefully. It was clear the boy had the same ability as his. However, it was someone he didn't know. He thought that the last surviving Punisher would have at least been someone he recognized. Looking at the situation, there was only the face of a single person on the field he noticed, but he could feel their strength. He knew right now he was in the presence of the new vampire leaders, the ones chosen while he was in his slumber. "Did you decide to go up against them on your own? It looks like you are a Punisher at heart after all," Arthur said. "Now, who here decided to hurt my little Punisher?" Arthur asked with a calm expression, but the aura surrounding his body was telling a completely different story. All of the fights that were happening had now stopped from his pressure alone, and even the leaders took a step back. "Who is this guy?" Jin said. "I know the Punishers could travel to each other at any time, but I don't recognize this person. but it's clear he is not one to mess with. Due to the power, the leaders had taken a step back. As for Bryce, he had finally managed to get a good hit on the bone claw, and for the first time it had backed off. Due to Quinn weakening, the bone claw wasn't in the best shape either, and it started to return to Quinn's side. "Bonnie?" Arthur said. "Is the king here? I thought that man would have given up his familiar long ago." But then he saw the mist from the bone claw start to disappear and head towards the Punisher boy on the floor. "This boy, he was the one who freed me, and he has the king's familiar? I have a lot to learn, whatever the case is. I cannot let him die. Aaron, it's best if you help out your friend. If he doesn't get any blood soon, he will die." Aaron rushed to Quinn's side, cut her palm, and began giving him the desperate blood he needed. At this point, Bryce had had enough. "What are you doing? We are the Vampire Council. We are the orders of the vampires. The Punishers no longer judge us. They have no power over us. Get rid of this guy," Bryce shouted. The others snapped out of their frozen state and continued to fight their counterparts. "Guy? Bryce, you were nothing but a normal vampire back then, and now you have the balls to call me some guy?" Arthur replied. But Bryce was confused. He couldn't recall seeing the individual in front of him, and was certain he'd never seen him before. Even though the Punishers were typically clothed in armor that concealed their appearance from others, the only person the others knew was the leader, and this guy was not the leader they knew. It was not the leader they had killed back then. Quinn had now consumed enough blood, but his wounds were severe, and it would take him a little time to heal. Aaron was continuously looking over in Layla's direction. A lot of blood could be seen, and she didn't seem to be moving. "Go, I will not let this boy die," Arthur said. And with those words, Aaron quickly rushed over to Layla's position to help her against the vampire leader Jill. There had been a little shift in the fights that were ongoing since the appearance of the new people, and this was being all communicated by Jin. The reason? They knew that they would need more than one leader to take on the mysterious new presence that had arrived. The leader Kyle, who was battling Borden, had fled to join Bryce, as had the leader Prima, who was fighting Edward. Edward had already been knocked out of the battle and had gone to join Bryce. Borden originally wanted to chase the leader he was fighting, even though he was severely hurt and wounded. However, he stopped himself, the main reason being that Borden was struggling against the Vampire Knight, now that it was using its ability as well. Because of this, Borden rushed over to his brother's side. Finally, as for Silver and Fex, they still weren't doing their best. In truth, Silver was far too concerned for her brother. At first he was a great help, but as the fight continued, he was now only getting in the way. "You know, they told me to go and help beat that new Punisher guy," Susan, one of the leaders, said, "but I'm just having too much fun breaking you down." With the needle in her hand, she dashed forward. Silver had several hole marks oozing with blood from where the needle had hit before. Fex wanted to pull her, but he too couldn't move, since 2 punctures had been made in his legs. "Die, die, die!" Susan shouted with a mad look in her eyes. "Now that's not very nice to say to a pretty girl." Out from the side, a slice from a sword had pinned the needle to the ground, and then with his leg, a kick was made, hitting Susan away. "It's you," Silver said, as she recognized the blind man, for she had a confrontation with him once before. However, there was something vastly different about him this time. Somehow, some way, he had been turned into a vampire. "I hope you don't mind me helping," Leo said with a smile. With a shift of opponents, it now meant that Arthur was to face off against 4 leaders, all on his own. There was Bryce, who was fighting with the Bone Claw up to this point. He had also taken out Lee, the 13th leader. Then there was Prima, who had beaten Edward with ease without showing his ability, and Kyle, who was winning in a battle of strength against the 2 spiked Dalki, Borden. On top of all this, there was also Vidine, the person who had broken Quinn's bones. "Now, is there a need for 4 of you to go against me on my own? I guess it's time to test how well the new generation has been able to keep up with the old," Arthur said. "Shadow equip." Shadows started to form around Arthur's body in all different places. When the shadow dispersed, in its place was a red and black armor design. It was the same armor that Fex and Quinn had seen when they had entered the tour. Bryce, although couldn't recognize the man, he certainly did recognize the armor. This was the basic Punisher's armor that was given to each of them, an armor made from blood crystals, one that was crafted from the prisoners they had captured and punished. It served as a reminder to the vampires that if they wanted to break the rules, there was a good chance they would become a part of their equipment. Although for now, Arthur still had chosen to keep his blade in his shadow, not using it, for he didn't feel the need to. "Wait!" a voice from behind Arthur shouted. When he turned to look around, he could see it was the Punisher boy standing up on his feet. He had managed to heal far quicker than he had thought, especially from such severe wounds like that. "I don't know who you are or why you are helping my friends and me, but I just want to ask you one thing." As Quinn said these words, Arthur could see a fire and anger burning in his eyes. "What is your wish, boy?" Arthur asked. "Let me take on him," Quinn said, pointing at Vadine. "I need to show him everything I got." Vadine broke out in laughter. "You fool! I beat you before. What difference is there now? You want another beating? Fine by me." But this time, Quinn knew it would be different. He was far too distracted by the others, but he could sense the power in Leo and Aaron. He could trust them now to help out his friends, so that meant he could concentrate on his fight with the vampire leader 100% and show him everything he had, unlike before. "Go ahead, boy, he's all yours. Show him what it's like to mess with a Punisher," Arthur said. Episode 477, straight to the next step. As Aaron rushed over to Layla and the two other girls, she could see that Layla was in pain with her eyes closed. She was groaning but still breathing, which was a relief. "Who did this to her?" Aaron asked. Amy looked towards where Xander was standing and saw Jill not far away. She was holding her hand over her shoulder. It was where the bloodshot had struck her. Normally anything like this would have healed by now, but the attack was taking longer than usual to heal. The look Amy has given was all Aaron needed to tell who it was. "That was no ordinary bloodshot. Why hasn't it healed yet?" While in the middle of her thoughts, she could see a blonde girl walking towards her with a calm expression on her face. Her sword had been drawn, and she didn't look away from Jill for a second. "Make sure she lives, or you're all dead," Aaron said as she walked past Xander. Xander and Jill had no clue who this girl was, but there was one thing they were sure about. It was the fact that she was human. They could smell it. "How could a human be so sure of herself while facing a vampire knight like this?" Xander pondered. "Who are these insane people, and what the heck is going on? So I suppose I'm not insane. I defied the first leader. If I'm still in the first family after this, I'll be lucky." Aaron had drawn her blade when she was near enough to Jill. It was slow, but it was intentional. The use of ki allowed one to accelerate the cells in the body. They gained certain superhuman abilities. Aaron wasn't using any ki on her body right now, instead focusing all of it on the sword. "What is wrong with you all?" Jill said, as she hardened her arm, ready to knock the sword out of the human's hand. But when the sword went down and the two collided, the sword wasn't knocked away. It had instead pierced through her skin. Jill was fast, though, and the second this had happened, she pulled her arm away and took a step back. There was a cut across her forearm, and just like with the blood bullet, it was healing at a slow rate. "These humans, do they know some type of weakness against the vampires?" Jill thought. Seeing how the vampire had backed up, Aaron had decided to charge again, but it was a mistake. This was a vampire leader, and it wouldn't be that easy. Perhaps Jill was a bit foolish in thinking she could knock the blade away, but the strike she could definitely avoid. Aaron swung, and swung again, and while each of these blows would have wounded the vampire, none of them connected. "Damn it," Aaron thought. "Am I still this weak without an ability? But I trained so hard." The problem wasn't that Aaron was weak like she thought she was. It was just that a vampire leader was too strong. Jill proceeded to hit her in the stomach and sent her back flying. But before she could go any further, her back had hit something, and two hands were felt upon her shoulder. "Let me help you," a sweet, calming voice said, "like the old times." It was a reassuring voice, one she hadn't heard in a long time, but when she turned around to see, she saw something very different. The lower half of its body resembled that of a snake, and from there upwards was a wonderfully curved figure, and ultimately on top of its head it had two extremely huge horns and teeth like tusks emerging from its mouth. Although her body was completely different, Aaron could see behind all those features that it was Layla's face. The wound that was felt on her stomach had now completely healed, and she seemed to be a foot taller as well. "Layla, you went through a lot as well, I see," she said with a bit of sadness in her voice. Layla had managed to consume Sia's negative emotions, but it was more than she had ever consumed before. This was because Sia felt like it was her fault that Layla had been hurt in the first place. What this resulted in was a skip in the evolution stage. Instead of going from a regular Hanya to a Chinari, she went from a Hanya to a Honari, skipping the middle step completely. The two girls were ready to do battle. Vorden, or now Rayton, was busy fighting against the vampire knight. However, it wasn't just any vampire knight. It was the one belonging to the first leader, Bryce, making it one of the stronger of the lot. He had done well in removing the knight's arm. Sia's spirit spear had served them well while they were wearing the vampire, but ever since the initial spear attack, they had struggled. Rayton was unable to obtain another. The knight quickly realized that the spirit spear was the source of his energy depletion. His wound that was open around his arm had now healed up, and he could still use his spear well, even with just a single hand. "Come on, what's wrong? I know you're better than that," Rayton said, trying to taunt the knight. "I'm just a weak human who managed to chop off your arm. Don't you want to return the favor?" Rayton said, pointing at his arm with his blade. The knight closed his eyes and took a deep breath, getting his composure back to what it once was. "You're right, I shouldn't let my pride get in the way. What would be more of an embarrassment is if I were to lose this fight to you." The vampire charged, and somewhat quicker than previously, but Rayton was a natural fighter and a bit of a genius. He not only possessed two powers, but he was also a superior warrior to Vorden and Syl. He could often foresee where his opponent's strikes would come from, since he purposefully created openings for them to aim towards. Rayton knew where he was going to attack before the knight put out his spear, because he was aiming at the place he had made. Seeing this, he avoided the spear with a flip of his head. This is what he had been doing throughout the fight, although his attacks were still too slow to do anything back. "I thought you were going to attack like you meant it this time," Rayton said, hoping to anger him to the point where he would make a careless mistake, and so far he hadn't. But then a smile appeared on the knight's face. Pulling the spear back and not touching his body at all, multiple stinging pain spots were felt in his shoulder and across Rayton's face. Blood was dripping from Rayton's shoulder as well as the scratches on his face. "But I completely dodged the blow. How?" Rayton thought. Not letting up, the knight charged in again with his spear, and this time Rayton used his placement technique again, controlling the flow of the spear to the right spot. "Rayton, that didn't work last time. Why do you think it will work again?" Vorden shouted. "Shut up," he replied. However, this time, it seemed like he wasn't even aiming for a certain spot on Rayton's body and just aiming somewhere near it. The spear attack had missed his belly by a few centimeters. Rayton didn't even have to dodge this one. Still, moments later, and a deeper cut than the ones before had come out from the side of his stomach. "It has to be an ability of some sort, the same as the leader," Vorden explained. But what else could Rayton do? He was avoiding the blows narrowly before, and that was using all the skills he had, and even that didn't seem to work. The struggle continued, and Rayton's actions became increasingly slow as he was given blow after blow. It had gradually gotten to the point where his movements were slowing for the first time. The spear had struck him square in the thigh. The knight promptly drew it out and started to lick the spear's tip. "Humans are nothing more than a source of food for us. You probably assumed you disabled me for life by taking my arm. But you see, we're vampires, and we're not like you. It will repair itself as long as I get that arm back and swallow some blood. All I have to do is—" The knight then came to a halt in the middle of his speech, the cause being his arm. He had seen it on the floor seconds before, and it had now vanished. "Looking for this?" a voice shouted, and as the vampire turned his head, his arm was slammed into his face with such great force, his body had gone flying over across to the other side. When he finally hit the floor, it looked as if the vampire was no longer moving. "That guy was a lot easier than the vampire leader," Vorden said. Vorden, too, was covered in blood, but the special trait of the Dalki was the more they were hurt, the stronger they got, and Vorden was badly hurt from the fight with the leader. The punch he had just delivered was the most powerful attack he was able to make so far. When Vorden turned around to see if his brother was okay, though, a white blade was seen in his sight. He was able to block the strike by lifting his arm and using his strong, scaled skin, and the blade didn't penetrate too deep in, but still made a wound. "What are you doing, brother? We are on the same side. Have you gone mad?" Vorden shouted. "You stole my skill. I was going to skewer that guy and shove my blade up his arse, but you had to come and ruin it," Rayton shouted. Knocking the blade away, the calm and fun expression that was usually shown on Vorden's face hadn't appeared. For the first time, it looked as if he was angry. "You are not my brother. Who are you? Tell me where my brother is," Vorden demanded, his sudden rage producing a fresh tingling sensation on his spine as a third spike began to emerge. Episode 478, Best Actor. "Rayton, switch with me now," Vorden shouted as he saw the third spike emerging from Vorden's back. It was clear that his emotional state had made him stronger, and now he was going to the next stage. The question was, how far could Vorden go? The humans didn't know much about the Dalki race, but there were a few observations that had been made about them. The Dalki, for one, didn't really train. They did learn some basic combat skills for fighting, but they didn't train to get stronger. It wasn't like they had abilities that they need to grow and master. What this meant was the number of spikes a Dalki would have or were able to have was determined from the day they were born. They were natural fighting warriors, and as for Borden, he seemed to be very talented. "No," Rayton replied. "What do you mean? It's clear he's like this because he can tell we're different, and what the hell did you just go and attack him for? Do you want to get us killed?" But Rayton remained silent as Borden's spike was still growing outward. "You can thank me for this later," Rayton said as he started running. In Peter's fight against the fellow white, he had gotten to the point where he had regenerated too many times. His hunger was now at an extreme. "How many times can I regenerate? Apart from the first strike, I haven't been able to hit him," Peter thought, and when it appeared that things couldn't get any worse, they did. He could feel that his two lesser whites had been killed, and now another vampire knight was coming in his direction. Peter looked around to see if there was someone he could turn to. Quinn had killed the first knight, but the top half of its corpse had been blasted off. He was unlikely to be able to transform that into a white. The others, on the other hand, were still battling. Then he turned to face Vorden's struggle and saw that the knight he had faced was still and fallen. He wasn't sure if the knight had died, but he was injured. If Peter could turn a vampire knight, it may give him the advantage he needs to prolong the fight. That's when he realized something was wrong. When he looked in that direction, he saw Vorden running his way. He appeared to be sweating as he sprinted as quickly as he could. Is there something even more terrifying after him? When he looked around Vorden, he noticed Borden close behind with two spirit spears in his body. "Maybe they are here to help me," Peter thought. "Get out of the way, you undead freak," Rayton shouted. "Move, move, move!" It was clear he wasn't the only one confused by this, as the two vampire knights that had arrived were as well. "Now it's your turn. It's time to put on the show of your life," Rayton said, as he left the chair and allowed Borden to take over. Borden was confused by what he was doing. Had he indeed enraged a three-spiked Dalki and thrown him into the midst of a vampire knight? But as he was thinking about the problem, an idea came to him. The spirit spears were starting to wear off, and soon Borden would be back at full strength. Suddenly, Borden went down on his knees as if he was in pain, his hands over his head. "Borden, it's me, your brother," Borden shouted. "I don't have much time, but I managed to fight something that's trying to take control of my mind. I think it's one of the vampire knight's abilities. I think it's possibly the two closest to me." Borden had stopped. He could tell that this was the Borden he knew. Borden had made a note to all of the attributes of his brother. The fluctuation, tone of voice, the overall body movement, and the way he carried himself. When he was taken over, his voice was slightly angrier and confident, and his posture when moving was utterly different. To Borden, he became a different person. He looked at the two vampire knights, the white and the other up ahead. "Don't worry, I will get you back." A step off his foot and the ground beneath was uplifted by his power. The tiles from the floor had come apart and gone up in the air. In an instant, he had appeared directly where the white's feet were. It was too fast for the white to react, and as it raised its hands to hide its face, a punch was thrown into it. The fist plummeted until the punch's force was exhausted and his head was smashed into the floor. He had been killed. "You gotta protect the head at all costs," Peter said. Turning around, Borden went to look at Vorden to see if he was okay, but he still had his hands on his head and was moving about as if something was trying to take over him. The other knight who had just recently joined the fight could see how easily his comrade was defeated. Something had clicked inside him that hadn't happened since he had a spar with the vampire leaders. It was fear. He was already turning around and sprinting oppositely before he realized it, but this was a mistake. He felt a touch on the back of his head and could shortly see the sky. He was yanked back and smacked against the ground. Turning once more, Borden wanted to see if his brother was okay. "Ha ha! You will never find me amongst the vampire knights, you three-spiked crap! What do you think you are, a dragon? What kind of lame-arse dragon looks like you?" Vorden and Rayton had switched temporarily once again. This way for sure he knew it was a different person. Borden started laughing with a smile on his face. "Maybe you didn't notice, but there is only one vampire knight left on the field," Borden said. Proud of his deduction, he was off to the next place. This time it was by Logan's side. Logan had switched to normal beast energy blades that could harm the king-tier beast, despite the loss of his blood energy blade. Furthermore, he had used the time Arthur and the others had come as a distraction to change his suit. He was now dressed in a massive, bulky, mecha-like protective suit. It was badly damaged right now, but he only needed to hold off until help arrived, and it certainly had arrived at the most unexpected time. The vampire knight was hammering on the metallic mecha suit, his strike so powerful that they were still passing through the thick, heavy armor and harming Logan on the inside, when a blur appeared. Logan was no longer in the presence of the Vampire Knight. Looking to the side, he could see Borden with the Vampire Knight underneath his foot and the 3 spikes on his back. For the first time, Peter, Borden, and Logan felt like they could rest. It was obvious to all 3 of them that they lacked the power of a Vampire Knight. Except for the one confronting Borden, most of them had not used their abilities. It was possible that if they hadn't had the 3 poisoned Dalki, all of them would have died. "Rayton, did you need to do something like that and anger him?" Borden asked. "He was on our side anyway. We could have just asked him to fight the Vampire Knights." "True, but without my agitation, he would never have become a 3-spiked Dalki. Whatever, it's fine. I'll go back to my hole. Bring me back out when a pretty lady comes along. And maybe you should become an actor rather than a fighter." The leaders, who were now standing alongside the crowd, as well as the crowd, couldn't believe it. The invaders appeared to have turned the tide in a matter of seconds, due to the weird beast disguised as a human. "Were the Dalkis always this strong?" Cindy asked, as she seemed to have a deep concerned look as her eyebrows came closer together. "Is that the power of 3 spikes?" Jin said. "Perhaps we abandoned them for too long. As long as there aren't too many spikes over the 3-spike level, we'll be fine. We've been too concerned with each other's danger all this time. We'd been at the top for far too long. Perhaps they developed at that time." But as soon as Jin stated it, something unusual began to happen. Borden had collapsed and been knocked to the ground. It happened so fast that the others had no idea what was going on. Nothing had come out and assaulted him, and he had just taken out the Dalki and appeared so strong. Peter, Logan, and Borden had run over, and the suit was starting to come apart from Logan as the spiders began to turn into something more slimming. "What's happening to him?" Borden asked. They could see that he was covered heavily in sweat. His spikes that were on his back were reverting into his body. It was a sight they had never seen or heard before. Once a Dalki spike was out, it stayed out. He looked incredibly weak and in pain, and his eyes looked as if they were asking for help from the others. "I think he's dying," Logan said. Episode 479, Saving Borden. Aaron and Layla, in their new snake forms, were ready to fight together. It had been a long time since they had battled on the same team, and Layla's heart warmed as she was reminded of the good old days. However, it would be quite different than before. The 2 females were different fighters than the previous time. Aaron's sword talents were adequate, but not exceptional since she frequently relied on her ice ability, which she no longer possessed. Layla, on the other hand, was now focused on her new talents as a vampire, even though she still used her bow to fight on occasion. This was a huge issue for her right now. She'd never visited the Hanari state before. She didn't have time to put it to the test and had no idea what her current form was capable of. Her emotions were a jumbled mess right now. As she looked at Aaron, she felt rage, despair, and compassion. When she looked at her, she felt a strange sensation in her stomach and saw something light up. It wanted to come out of her lips as it moved up from her belly, and ultimately something did. It was something that could only be described as a green ball of fire. It had fallen from her mouth and into her palms. The flickering flames continued to travel. She didn't know why, but even though it was a ball of fire, the glow made it look soft and peaceful. There was no pain as she held it in her hand. Then suddenly, like when Peter knew what to do with the whites, she understood what she needed to do with the green ball. Aaron had been injured by the vampire kick only seconds before. She placed the green ball on Aaron's back. The green ball of fire began to change inside her body, but no pain was felt, and Aaron felt a comforting warm sensation inside her body. The pain that was felt in her stomach was now there no longer. "What kind of magic spell was that?" Aaron asked. "I think it was a healing fireball," Layla said, realizing how ridiculous the last bit had sounded. Aaron, feeling like she was back to her old self, was ready to fight again. Xander and Amy had already exited the field and returned to the audience. The leaders, who were standing near the throng, glanced at them but did nothing before joining the others. They weren't going to do or say anything about their involvement, and Bryce could have been too preoccupied to see which classmates had come to their aid. A Hanya, such a useful subclass to have. Phil, the teacher who had taught Layla and the other subclasses, was also among the class. He was surprised when he first saw Layla, but not too much. If there was a Hanya in the vampire settlement, then he would have known about it before they had attended school, so he knew something was up. Jill, on the other hand, was not going to wait there while the two devised a strategy. She moved in for another kill. The attack was still too quick for Aaron to respond in time. Aaron lifted her arm, strengthening it with ki just as a kick was delivered to her head. The powerful kick knocked her to the side, yet her arm wasn't shattered as a result of the ki. Jill then went on to Layla, punching her in the stomach, but she had moved back using her innate instincts and her body. The strike had still struck, but it had also neutralized most of the attack. Her flexible body seemed to be more than just a change in her appearance. By now, Aaron had returned with an attack of her own. It was a swing and a miss, and another hit was made towards Aaron, knocking her away again. When Layla saw this, she became enraged, and a crimson fireball erupted from her lips. This one was distinct from the green one. She tossed the fireball directly towards Jill, who was approaching her, and the ball struck her shoulder, leaving a burn mark and generating a tiny explosion. While Jill was recovering, Layla had to think on her feet about what to do. She started to think of Aaron, and the green flame ball appeared, only this time, she started to imagine it in a different shape. The green ball started to change until eventually it had made an arrow. Although it was made from flames, the object was quite solid. Taking her bow from her back, she shot the arrow at Aaron, who was now a distance away, and the ball had hit her right in the stomach. Its effect started, and the healing had begun. It looked as if different colored balls would be produced, based on the different emotions she was feeling, and these balls, depending on the color, had a different effect. On top of this, the flames could form a solid shape, and she could alter it. Using it with her arrow meant she could apply these effects from nearly anywhere on the battlefield, as long as she had good aim. Although the two of them weren't able to do much to the vampire leader, with Layla's new skills and Aaron, the two of them could make the fight go on for a while. Over at where the boys were, they were all deeply concerned for Borden, who still looked to be in pain on the floor. Vorden especially after hearing what Logan had said. Although Vorden hadn't known Borden for long, he felt close to him. He had felt more like a real brother than any of his actual siblings did. Whatever the case, he didn't want him to die. "Please, Logan, if anyone can do something about this, I know it's you. You can do something, right?" Vorden asked. Logan, on the other hand, wasn't sure what was wrong. Was there something wrong with the formula he constructed, if his idea was accurate and Borden was formed as a result of the information he had entered? He thought long and hard at where the possible margin of error could be, until he had come up with something. It was a thought, or perhaps a theory. The green liquid that was created was part beast and part human blood. The error had to be in one of these two things. Either something was wrong with Vorden's blood during the process, or it was the beast crystal that was used. Logan was beginning to suspect that the beast crystal used throughout the procedure had a larger role than he had previously assumed. If he imagined the Dalki as his energy weapon when using crystals, Logan had created the green liquid using only one intermediate-tier crystal. Maybe when Borden had used his power just like with his crystals, it was a bright flame that was burning the wax away even quicker. But if a stronger beast crystal was used... Now, something even stranger was happening to Borden's body. Both of the spikes, including the scales, had already disappeared from his body, but now it looked like he was physically shrinking. He wasn't getting younger, but just smaller in size. "Hey, if this continues, he might completely disappear," Peter said. It was happening at such a fast rate that it looked like what Peter had said might have been right. Not really knowing what to do, Logan was going in for a gamble. He pulled out the green liquid, the one he had created for Borden, a spare and extra, and stabbed it into the side of Borden's arm and injected it into him. "Please work," Logan said. The shrinking hadn't stopped, but it had slowed down. On top of that, Borden's face appeared to be in less pain, but Logan no longer had any more green liquid that was created for Borden. He did, however, have another syringe of green liquid, which he had taken from the trial room. Because Borden had denied taking the green syringe, he didn't have them as part of the rewards, therefore this was the only one they possessed. He looked over at Quinn, who appeared to be ready for his battle against Vidine. Honestly, Logan would have liked to have given the green syringe to Quinn to give him more of a fighting chance. He knew that it gave a temporary boost to vampires. "Please!" Borden shouted again, seeing that Logan was hesitating with the syringe held in his hand. Looking at Borden now seemed absurd. He had grown to the size of a small dog, while yet looking the same as before. With no time to spend, the syringe was inserted and the liquid was injected. They all patiently waited for the results. Still, they could see it had some effect, for the shrinking had stopped. However, Borden was now the size of a puppy that was able to fit into a handbag. He was nothing like his former self. Then the scrunched-up look on Borden's face had completely disappeared, and the sound of gentle snores was heard as he was sound asleep. "Thank you," Borden said. Peter had to blink a few times and rub his eyes because he couldn't believe it. The scary Dalky that had defeated 3 vampire knights in an instant was now the size of a puppy and looked like a normal human. "What in the world is going on?" Peter said. With the situation with the vampire knights resolved, they all turned to see where Quinn was. They were all brutally battered and bruised, but they didn't want to get involved in Quinn's battle. He was up against the vampire leader. Each of them couldn't even beat a vampire knight, so all they could do was wish Quinn good luck. Episode 480, Last Attack. There was no leniency from the 3 leaders who stood in front of Arthur. Each of them was taking this seriously and intended to use all of their might. They had done the opposite with their previous opponents. They had brought out their blood weapons this time. Bryce with his sword, which he normally carried in his cane. Prima, who used his rapier against Edward, but it appeared to be different. Kyle's cape began to glow with small lines of red throughout, and the circular guard was drenched crimson compared to the silver color it had been seconds before. It appears to be a volcano on the verge of erupting. "Honestly, you would have had a better chance with 4 of you," Arthur replied. "Besides, shouldn't you respect your elders? Do you even know how much older I am than you guys? Since you aren't planning to go easy on me, then this old man can get a little serious." In his red and black armor, Arthur lifted his hand slightly, and the ground beneath him started to move and wiggle. It looked like it was alive, but when one looked even closer, one would notice it was shadows. The shadow began to move and crawl up his back, and eventually started to form something on his right side and left side. When all the shadow had finally been completed and formed, the others could see what it had become. "Are those wings?" Rokeen said, looking from the side. The shadows had formed 2 giant wings, coming out from the back and off to the side. The total amount of shadow that was being used to create such wings was around 4 times the amount Quinn would often use to protect himself. "Shadows? Isn't that Quinn's ability?" Borden said. "Is that why he's helping?" "That shadow, it's a lot more than Quinn can use," Peter replied. "At first I thought it was stupid. We all saw how strong a vampire leader was. How could one person go against 4? But from the look of all the leaders' faces, including that cocky first leader, it looks like this man is far more dangerous than I thought." Placing his hand out in front, pointing at the 3 leaders, Arthur spoke these words. The playful attitude he had on his face had become serious. "You have harmed a fellow Punisher, the rule keepers of the Vampire Code. As the Grand Judge of the Vampires, I shall now come up with a verdict for your punishment. It is death." The crowd didn't know why, but this presence, his words, everything he said, sounded like words of truth, and it sounded as if Arthur had said those words in the past, many times. Perhaps it was his frightening appearance, as if the devil himself had returned, with the large black wings on his back. Glancing to the side, Arthur looked at the Punisher boy. He had greatly interested him at this point, and he wanted to watch his fight, more so than concentrating on his own. As for Quinn, with what was happening just to the side of him, it was impossible for him to not notice that the man's powers and his were the same. So the shadow power still has a lot of room to grow after all? But Quinn didn't have time to concentrate on that fight, for he had his own he needed to deal with. "System, do you know anything about this vampire leader Vadine?" Quinn asked, hoping for some tips. He wouldn't be a fool and not ask for help when he had it right there. It was a serious matter, even though Erin had given him the blood. She had only given him enough to heal up his wounds and restore him to full health. But she hadn't given him enough for the blood bank. Erin was still busy fighting away with Layla, and as for the boys, they were on the other side of the area. If they wanted to get to Quinn, they would have to either go through the crowd or go through the middle, where the giant fight with Arthur was about to happen. So he couldn't rely on his blood bank, his second chance skill, like he usually would. "This is a new leader. He is appointed after me, so I do not know this man, but I do have some good news. Because of that, I am confident he does not have a weapon. A blood weapon, that is, that he can use. This is why he has used nothing but his fist and leg so far. The second because he is from the 6th family and is a musket. His ability would have stayed the same. It's a trapping ability. When he places his hand on the ground, an invisible mark is created. If one is to step into that mark, then it will light up, and one will be stuck for a half a second or so. It may not sound like much, but it's enough time for him to do some serious damage to you." Quinn found it an annoying ability since he had to focus and recall where Vidine had set the so-called traps on the ground, in addition to worrying about the fight. The system couldn't answer the question of how many he could perform since it varied in strength from leader to leader. Quinn found it an annoying ability since he had to focus and recall where Vidine had set the so-called traps on the ground, in addition to worrying about the fight. The system couldn't answer the question of how many he could perform since it varied in strength from leader to leader. However, it didn't look like Vidine was even going to bother using his ability as he charged in straight away towards Quinn. Responding to this, Quinn threw out 2 kicks. Blood Crescent Kick! These were single lines of red aura that came out faster than the blood swipe and further, although the damage would be less the further the attack had went, but it had done its purpose. It was an attack that the vampires didn't have themselves, so it came as a slight surprise that a blood attack was used from so far away. Vidine quickly hardened his hands and was prepared to hit the strikes away, for he didn't want to slow down his momentum and was prepared to crush Quinn once again. Hitting both of the attacks with his bare hands, he had come to a stop. It was a surprise that the attack was more vigorous than he thought. The red aura was pushing his arms back. Eventually he was able to use his strength to throw the attacks off to the side, but when he looked in front of him, Quinn was no longer there. Hammer Strike! Using the flash step to appear behind, Quinn had used the Hammer Strike, which was quicker to perform than the Blood Hammer. Vidine flinched and yelled in pain. Ah, you little crap, that hurt! But the next second, he had turned around so fast and grabbed the fist that was used to hit him. Using his strength, he lifted him in the air before slamming him to the ground. 76 of 100 HP. Another punch was launched, this time trying to break Quinn's bones, but the shadow had shifted and was used to stop it. Quinn aimed cautiously towards Vidine's ankles from the floor, using one of his remaining 2 fingers. Bloodshot, 56 of 100 HP. The quick red bullet came shooting out. It had successfully hit and hurt him. He never expected a shot to come from such a weird angle. Right after using his last bloodshot, Quinn did the same, shooting out another one, hitting the other foot. 36 of 100 HP. After that, he stood up and rapidly closed the distance between the 2 of them. He no longer had any fingers with which to apply the bloodshot. Even when they were healed, they were crimson around the borders. He could still use them normally, but he knew he couldn't do the bloodshot with them anymore. Quinn had lost a lot of health, but he thought it was worth it, the main reason being he wanted to slow Vidine down. The leaders had better stats than him, and the most annoying of them all was their speed. He had to rely on tricks and such to hit them, but they were faster than him. Hitting him right in the ankle will have slowed him down considerably. What is this? Why is it taking so long to heal? Vidine thought. He could still stand and bear through the pain, but he was hit in a spot where it had affected his movement, and just like with Jill. The key-infused blood bullet was taking its time to heal. However, Vidine did something interesting. He had placed his hand on the floor, 2 by his side and 1 a few steps in front of him. Come on! Why are you always running away? I'll tell you what, I won't move from this spot and give you 1 free hit. You can even use the attack you used on my vampire night. I'll show you the difference between you and me, Vidine taunted. It was clear what he had done due to the information the system had revealed. He had set up the so-called traps and was trying to bait Quinn. Knowing this, Quinn had a plan of his own. If it's 1 attack, then I have 1 for you, Quinn thought. The shadow that was usually around his back started to shift towards his gauntlets, forming over them. Then, infusing his ki into his gauntlets, the blue power on the side started to light up. Activating the shock skill, blue bolts of lightning could be seen shocking themselves around the shadow. Because of the ki he was using, the blue lightning would last until he ran out. This was the first part of the move that he had used against Edward. As for the second part, he gathered up his blood and infused that with ki as well. It was a struggle, as he didn't have much left, especially after using it so much already. This would be a final attack for Quinn. Swinging both his hands out, he let the 2 large single lines of red aura come out from the palms of his hands. But they didn't go far, for they were quickly grabbed by the shadow. Now standing there in his 2 hands were 2 large scythe weapons, the shadow being used as the handle, the sharp edges a ki-infused blood swipe, and finally on the outer edge. The blue sock from his gauntlets powered them. I thought my wings looked cool, Arthur said, but that is just as impressive. Episode 481, The Punisher's Skill. Although all of the leaders appeared to be confident when facing Arthur, not a single one of them had moved in first for the attack. "Come on, none of you even know who I am. I can't be that scary, can I?" As he said this, the large shadow over his left wing did a little flap. Even though it was only made out of shadows, it had caused a gust of wind that blew the other's hair. It weighed like a shadow since it was so dense. These tasks appeared to be nearly impossible, and that was nothing compared to the boy's previous use of the shadow. "Fine, be like that," Arthur said. "Skill, shadow floor." The right wing had collapsed and splattered over the floor in an instant. It then spread so quickly that it had covered the whole 20-meter space from the platform in an instant. Initially, the others, including Vorden and his party, attempted to get away from the shadow. They'd seen what the blood dome had done and were worried the same thing would happen here, but the shadow was much too quick for them to escape. When it eventually reached and touched them, it had no such effect at all. "What is this?" Vorden said, stomping his foot on the ground. There seemed to be no difference at all apart from the color. Now the entire floor was covered in black, and Arthur still had one wing on his back. "Shadow hop!" Sinking through the floor, he had disappeared, and in the next second he had risen again, only this time he had appeared next to Prima, one of the leaders. "Attacking someone from behind shows a sign of no class," Prima said as he turned around and proceeded to stab Arthur with the tip of his rapier many times. It was so fast that what looked like one attack on the others was actually 10. His hand dashed in and out, in and out. But for Arthur, it was no bother, as he matched it in speed, using his hand, knocking the tip of the blade away each time, not allowing a single scratch to get on him. "And going 3 against 1 shows a lot of class, right?" Arthur replied while continuing to block the attacks. "Isn't Prima meant to be the fastest vampire among us, in terms of speed?" Cindy, the second leader, said. "Yes, and without a hit, Prima can't activate his ability," Jin replied. "You're quite fast, but you are relying on your weapon and speed far too much," Arthur said. "You do know I could have just blocked all these attacks with my shadow, but I wanted to prove a point. There is always someone faster than you." At that moment, the attack stopped as Arthur grabbed the blade and stopped it completely. Prima tried using all his strength to move his blade, but it was useless. While Arthur was busy dealing with Prima, Kyle had come up from behind, and the cape on his back started to transform into several spikes that were still connected to his back. Without turning around, Arthur said one word as soon as he had gotten close. "Sink!" Kyle took one stride and fell into the ground, into the shadow, and before he knew it, he was up from the floor and back at his starting spot. Prima let go of the rapier when he realized there was no chance in a war of strength. He had to make the sacrifice if he wanted to be free, but in a matter of seconds, the weapon he had let go of pierced his leg. "Are you trying to escape from your punishment?" said Arthur. Bryce was the only leader who hadn't gone in with the other two because he was curious about this man's strength and wanted to witness it for himself. Some of the talents he witnessed today were displayed by the other punishers, but not of this magnitude. If they used the floor they were on, it would be a lower range, and they would have fewer shadows to hide in. Even so, this guy had one massive wing left. His power and speed had far surpassed the leaders. Whereas the previous Punisher leader's shadow talents were slightly above the leaders, the power he was witnessing was that of a king. It felt like an insult to him, who aspired to be the king in the future. He needed to prove himself now in front of all the vampires. If Arthur was skilled in close combat and could deal with physical blows, Bryce would just have to try something new. He rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and crouched down with his palm open. His face looked prepared as he was about to do something big. "Let's see how you react to blood attacks. Blood cannon!" A big round ball of blood had sprung from the palm of Bryce's hand. It was red and black, with a glowing center. "It seems with no punishers around, you all have no clue how the shadow works," Arthur said. When the cannonball of blood got close, his other wing started to move and shift. It had formed a small tornado of shadows. It surrounded the ball before moving it and slamming it into the ground. At the same time, Kyle was on the move once again. 1, 2, 3, Arthur counted down, and as he yelled, "Go!" the cannonball came from the ground directly beneath Kyle's foot. There was a thunderous explosion, and a red mist had formed where the attack had struck. It appeared to be a red cloud of dust, but as it cleared, it began to fall to the ground and became little drops of blood. Kyle was lying on the floor. The cape covered his body and head, but as for the right side of his arms and legs, they had completely been torn apart. If it wasn't for the cape, there was a good chance he would be dead, but he could now no longer move. "The leaders," Jin said. "They have no chance." Quinn, on the other hand, wasn't allowing what was going to distract him. The shadow floor had also arrived in the area where they were fighting, but Quinn had already constructed his electric scythes. "Come on!" Vidin shouted, and that's exactly what Quinn did. He needed to move as quickly as he could, constantly providing his skills with ki because they would soon run out. Vidin was struggling to maintain the smile on his face as he watched Quinn run straight ahead. "The poor boy is running straight into my trap. I've encircled myself, and the moment he steps within my circle, I'll finish him." But as soon as Quinn got to where he saw Vidin's contact, he sprang as far as he could over the area. Quinn's rapid spring up appeared unusual, and then the thought occurred to him. "He knows my ability? But how? Not just that, but he knows also how it works perfectly." But he had bigger problems to worry about. Quinn swung his arms out wide behind him, and using the shadow, he stretched them out for extra momentum. The good thing about the shadow was that it was able to bend, so when he would throw it out, it would move like a whip. And that was exactly what he had noted down. They shot out lightning quick like a whip, charging his arms, crossing them over each other, using every ounce of his strength. "Blood wall rise! Blood wall rise! Blood wall rise!" Perhaps it was overkill, but there was something that had worried Vidin when he had seen this skill, and he was right. As the shadow side hit the first wall, it had shattered it in an instant, and hadn't even slowed it down, and the same could be said for the next one as well. When it hit the third wall, it slowed the attack ever so slightly, which gave enough time for Vidin to prepare one more thing. Blood hardening! A thick red layer of blood had formed over his arms as well as the side of his body, and then it darkened in color, creating a solid material. The size had hit his hands and had been stopped, but the power and strength of the attack were still there. Looking at Quinn's face, he was covered in sweat. It was clear this was a last-ditch attempt at an attack. "Looks like I won again," Vidin spoke too soon. There was a split in the blood hardening surrounding his hands, and the red blood aura had managed to pierce through, touching his bare skin. A strong electric shock was sent through his entire body. "Ah!" His focus had been disrupted by his screams of pain. He would be stunned as long as the red aura from the shadow touched his skin and body. It enabled his blood hardening to diminish as the blade continued to advance, slicing through his hands and into his bones. It continued to progress until it reached his wrist, at which point the shocks ceased. The blade had vanished, as had the shadows that held it. Looking in front of him, he could see the boy was down on one knee, huffing and panting hard. He had not only run out of ki, but his stamina, his MC points, everything was coming to an end. Looking at both of his mangled hands, Vidin could see they were split in two. If the boy had continued with that attack, then he could have died. This thought in his head had irritated him. Not caring for his mangled hands, he threw out a blood swipe from them. Not only had a red aura come out, but real blood as well. Quinn could see the attack coming. He wanted to move, use anything, but he was too drained. Blood wall! Without moving, it was the only thing he could do. 24 of 100 HP. He used 10 points of HP as he was unsure if it could block the attack, and if it couldn't, then he would need some to take the hit. The attack hit the wall, and it had shattered it. Still, at least it had slowed down the attack a little. It continued onward and hit Quinn directly on the chest, flinging him to the ground. 14 of 100 HP. Lifting the top half of his body, Quinn was able to get a look at Vidin, but his legs weren't listening to him. Move! Move or you're going to die! Quinn shouted out at his legs. That's right, I'm going to kill you here and now. Then I will punish you, a voice from the side said. When they turned to look, they could see that it was Arthur standing there, and behind him, all three leaders had been defeated, including the first leader, Bryce. How? How is that possible? Vidin said, now frightened of what was to happen. I previously informed you that you would all be punished for causing injury to another Punisher, and now you go so far as to murder him? Even I have not killed the other leaders, because I know that many people will rely on them. Looking around at the vampires, Arthur said, However, you will be judged right now. Lifting his arm, he focused it and pointed it toward Vidin, and then quickly looked at Quinn on the floor. "Watch closely, for if you wish to be a real Punisher one day and hope to lead the people, then this is a skill that will help you greatly. Shadow Eater!" Episode 482, Shadow Eater. The name Shadow Eater. It was a skill that Quinn had unlocked a long time ago. When he had entered the strange underground place and defeated the King-tier beast, he had received a reward to unlock a single skill from his system. Due to the Shadow Eater skill being worth the most points, Quinn thought it had to be the strongest skill and made the most sense to unlock. However, ever since he had the skill, he had no clue how to use it. The other skills had come to him in his head. He didn't need to think much, and they would just work. For Quinn, though, no matter what he tried, he just couldn't seem to get it to activate, and right now, he would see what it did and how to use it. As the skill was activated, the shadow from the floor and the wing behind Arthur's back started to come together in his two hands. The shadows seemed to be condensing themselves around both of them. The floor was no longer black, and the wings were no more. The shadows continued to swirl around his arms, wrapping around and around, until finally he was ready. Moving both his arms back, he threw them outward towards Vadine. "Shadow Eater!" Both shadows had left his hand at that point, forming a massive blob-like object. Arthur's two hands were separated, but a portion of the shadow remained linked to his fingers. On the other end, the two blobs had parted, and it appeared as if a big beast had opened its mouth. It had fully surrounded Vadine from all sides, and he was too terrified to move in the first place. Then Arthur called his two hands together, and the two portions of the shadow creature's mouth closed at the same instant. It completely consumed Vadine in an instant. "Is he dead?" Vorden asked. A few moments later, Arthur pulled his hands together, and with it, the blob had returned to him, and the shadow had gone back into himself, no longer appearing anywhere on his body. Knowing the fight would be over, he also decided to put his equipment back in the shadow void. Whatever had happened, Arthur seemed to be satisfied with the result. However, when everyone looked over at Vadine, they had expected him to be dead or to have gone missing, but there was no such thing. Instead, he stood there staring blankly forward, the expression on his face unchanged. "What was it? What did you do?" Quinn asked. He was curious about the consequences of the Shadow Eater's ability. It looked amazing, but there appeared to be no effects. "I suppose I should tell you all, not just because you are a Punisher, but so every vampire here knows. It seems like you may have forgotten why we even have the name Punisher in the first place," Arthur said. "This skill is a skill that is used as a form of the ultimate punishment. On top of all this, it is a skill that was created to only solely be used on vampires. It will not work on anything else. There is one weakness that we vampires can never escape no matter how hard we try, and that is the sun. Sure, we have created rings and such to help us, but even me, who has lived this long, the sun still negatively affects me. This has forced the vampires to hide in the dark for centuries. Now, what would happen if we were also to take that privilege away? The Shadow Eater is a skill that makes it so a vampire will have the same effects it does in the sunlight as it does in the dark as well. No rings, no spells, or anything can help this. Their shadow becomes a part of our own, increasing ours. For the rest of their life, they shall suffer in pain, whether that be in the sun or the dark." "Is it true? Does a skill like that exist?" People from the crowd started to speak. The explanation itself caused them to shake in terror, as they imagined themselves being subjected to such a punishment. "But then, why didn't he just use that at the start of the fight? Wouldn't it have helped him?" another from the crowd said. "Good question," Arthur said, pointing in the crowd as if he was giving a lecture. "When I was a little younger, there used to be a game where one would capture these animals with these small balls. Now you could try throwing these balls to capture these creatures as soon as you saw them, but there was a high chance it would fail unless the creature was weak. However, if you were to weaken the creature and then throw the ball, there is more chance of it working. Our Shadow Eater skill is like these balls. On top of this, the more shadows consumed, the stronger the skill will get. Upgrading the ball. I would like to think of myself as a master ball." The crowd seemed to have understood, while half of them didn't. All they knew was they didn't have a clue what game he was referring to. Still, to them, the more important factor was what the skill could do. Looking at Vadine, sweat began to form on his brow, his body felt extremely weak, and his skin began to burn. He didn't need Arthur's explanation. He was well aware of what was happening to him. Was he going to live with this pain and weakness for the rest of his life? Lifting his dangled hand, he could see his thumb was still softly intact. He then grew out his thumbnail and hardened it. The next thing shocked them all, as he swiped across his neck with the nail, and after a few seconds he fell to the floor, blood draining on the ground.
Sadly, this is an option many chose once this had happened to them, Arthur said.
Did a vampire just kill themselves? Vorden asked in shock at everything that was happening. Around the battlefield, the other fights had stopped after this as well. Jill was no longer trying to hurt both Layla and Aaron, and they had managed to survive the onslaught. As for Silver and Leo, they were hardly able to display any of their skills. Although Leo was a little sad, he knew this was for the best. The number one concern right now was Quinn's safety. The two leaders had simply given up after witnessing Arthur's power, and none of them wanted to use the Shadow Eater skill on them. A vampire leader who was once powerful would now be weaned in a day or night. "Is it over?" Fex said, as there was silence. There was no longer the sound of fighting, and the crowd behind them was still deadly quiet. "Can you look after Borden?" Vorden asked as he ran off in Quinn's direction. When he arrived, he had made a slit in his hand and started to feed Quinn immediately, allowing him to heal and recover from his wounds. But even if his wounds were healed, there wasn't much that could be done without his stamina, MC points, and ki. They would take time before they would come back. "Hey, we did it! We managed to save Fex!" Vorden said to Quinn, now knowing that they had such a strong ally that no one would dare to mess with them as they made their way back. The group looked up, and the blood dome was still there, trapping them all, but with the help of Arthur, it shouldn't have been too big of a deal. Quinn was thinking about the Shadow Eater skill as he looked at him. If it was an ability that only worked on vampires, it was evident why he couldn't use it previously. He hadn't considered trying to use it when he arrived in the vampire realm, because it had been so ineffective in the past. Besides, even if it worked, he couldn't stop trying to use it in the middle of a battle. When his wounds finally healed, Quinn was able to walk slowly over to him again. "Thank you for this. I don't know why, but thank you for all your help. If you hadn't arrived, maybe me, my friends, they would have all died because of me."
"Don't blame yourself," Arthur replied. "After all, it's because of you that I am here in the first place, and it's best if you don't thank me just yet." "What do you mean?" Vorden asked. "Because it isn't over." Behind the platform where Fex was meant to have his death, the outer edge of the blood dome could be seen. It partly cut through the stage. However, Quinn soon noticed that Arthur was staring dead ahead at this very platform. As Quinn stared harder, he too could see something. It was people, 3 to be precise. 3 people were walking over towards the dome. They moved along, and first, the 2 guys walked through, as if nothing had happened to them. Finally, an elderly man entered the dome as well. At that moment, all the leaders bowed down, and the vampires behind them had done the same. They looked towards the floor, not saying a single word. The only one that hadn't bowed down was Arthur. "So, the king has finally arrived," Arthur said. Episode 483, The King and Arthur. When the first 2 men emerged from the blood dome, all of the vampires knew who would be following them. The reason for this was that the king never went anywhere without his 2 royal guards. The royal guards would be selected from the leaders of the past, once the election for the next king was over. They were free to choose 2 guards from the current section of leaders. One would usually choose the strongest of leaders of that generation and the most loyal to protect the king. Their power was often above an average leader. Although Vorden, Quinn, and the others didn't know what the vampire king looked like, or who he was, they could tell as soon as he had stepped in. He had this sense of superiority around him, as if he was meant to be in that place. The people all bowed down, and Logan and the others followed. Quinn, however, was still standing by Arthur's side, a little mesmerized by the person who had just walked in. He didn't even notice all the leaders and everyone bowing down, observing the king's features. He was dressed in a black and gold robe that encompassed his entire body. There was no armor, and his attire appeared casual and comfortable, as if he had just gotten out of bed. In terms of facial characteristics, he appeared to be elderly. His wrinkles were apparent on his face. Quinn wasn't sure if the king had just decided to maintain his previous appearance, or if he was too old to. He had long white hair that reached his elbows.
even though it remained completely straight and gleaming. His face appeared to be in better shape than the rest of his body. "You look old, young man," Arthur said. These words came as a shock, and some of the leaders even wanted to cry out and shout. How could someone say that to the king? But it was clear. His words spoke as if he was familiar with the person, and the other thing was he was referring to the king as old. "I thought I would never see you again during my lifetime," the king replied as he gave out a large cough or two. The one or two coughs soon turned into several. It was a strange sight to see. This powerful, strong person suddenly looked very weak at this moment. The king then looked at the vampire leaders around him who were hurt and passed out on the floor. "Thank you for not killing the leaders," the king said. With each word that passed by, the vampires no longer knew what to think or react to. Arthur wasn't just any punisher. It seemed as if the king was treating him as a person even above himself. He then laid eyes on Vadine, who lay there dead on the floor. He quickly closed his eyes, saying a few words of comfort. Seeing this, Muka thought that perhaps the king would be angry and another fight would soon start. If he did nothing, he feared the worst and had no choice but to chime in. "My king, Vadine had killed himself. It was not the Punisher's doing," Muka said, still with his head down and bowing for respect. He didn't want to say more for fear he was stepping out of place. "Worry not. I know that Arthur is not like that," the king replied. "Whatever he had done today, he probably felt like it was within his right to do so." He then turned and looked at Arthur, a little glint in his eyes, showing sadness. "If it was up to me at the time, we would have never chased out the Punishers," the king said. "I'm—" Holding up his hand, it was a signal for the king to stop. "Not here and not now. Besides, you didn't chase us out. We chose to leave," Arthur replied. The king looked at the scene before him once again, and Muka and the other leaders were waiting for his verdict. According to Bryce, he should have known everything that was going on, unless Bryce had refused to tell him, which was a possibility. At that moment, Bryce was starting to wake up. His eyes had opened slightly, and the first thing he could see was the king. "My king," Bryce said as he reached out his hand. Looking at Bryce, the king simply shook his head as if he was disappointed. "There were more ways than one to go about this, Bryce, and now because of you, a leader is dead." Moving his head upward, he could see Vadine's body lying there. It looked like what he had said was true. The king took his time to think about the situation. He knew what was going on, and also knew what the council was like. There were always two sides to everything, but right now, he had to make the decision that was best for his people and the future. The Vampire Council couldn't continue to be fractured like this. If it was the case, then there would be another civil war when the next election came up. If that happened, he would have felt like his time as a king was useless. He hadn't taught the people anything. "Arthur, you have done no wrong here, and you have only tried to protect one of your own, but I'm afraid that your Punisher boy has gotten involved in our affairs for no reason. If you wish to vouch for the boy and punish him yourself, I can allow that," the king explained. But as for the boy known as Fex, the council had already decided on an appropriate punishment. He had hidden an illegal as well as lied to the leaders. To solve this matter between the leaders and create harmony between the vampire leaders once more, I believe that Fex and the illegal white must both be executed. Hearing these words, just when Quinn thought it was all done, the same dilemma from the beginning arose, and it seemed like there was no need for him to have fought all this time, because it had always resulted in the same outcome. "Boy, I have helped you as much as I can, but I am not a rule-breaker. Is there a reason why you wish to save the boy, or is there anything you can say to the king now to help with your case?" Arthur asked. Was there anything he could do? There was always one decision that Quinn could have done, but it wasn't an option until now, and the system seemed to be thinking along the same lines and knew exactly what Quinn was thinking. "I will not stop you from saying it. If anything, it might be the only thing you can do now, but hear me out. If you were to tell them you are the 10th leader before and tried to save Fex that way, you would have been killed by one of the leaders before you had even made it to one of the castles. Better yet, it would have been nearly impossible to prove, and they would have just claimed you were an illegal. A vampire leader only at the rank of the vampire noble. It's just not a believable story. But at least there is time to prove it to them now, and the king won't dismiss your claim so merely. I remember this man, and he is a reasonable leader compared to the last. There are many that dislike me, and there are many leaders after your seat. However, right now you have Arthur, a strong Punisher by your side for protection, and you have made it, so you are in front of the king.
Although they might still be after your life when you mention this, you will at least be safe for now. The crime that was put upon Fex will be lessened, as he had done no wrong in the first place, but likely he will still face punishment for lying to the leaders in the first place. Hearing everything the system had said so far was making Quinn think it was the right thing to do. Sure, it sounded like he would possibly have more problems in the future, but it was better than seeing his friends die in front of his eyes. However, there is one more problem on top of this, the system added, and I warn you, you must think this through carefully before making a rash decision. If you claim you are the 10th leader, then they will make you stay here as the leader of the 10th people forever. The duties that Edward had done will be passed on to you, and you cannot decline. You will become a part of the vampire world and will not be allowed to go back to Earth. The only way is to do what I had once done, to run away from everything, to be hated and chased for the rest of your days. It was hard for Quinn to tell if the AI system regretted his decision in leaving the people, or if he was, despite what the vampires made him do, but thinking about himself. Deep down, Quinn knew this was a possibility. When he had heard from Edward that after Vincent had left, it had become a big deal to the people and others. It seemed like being a leader was a heavy task, and the punishment for leaving was strict. If it was Quinn's duty to look after all those in the castle, he wasn't ready. Not right now, maybe never. But as he looked at Fex and he looked at Peter, he was ready to protect them, his cursed family. He walked in front of Arthur and looked at the king straight in the eyes, and said those words without doubt or fear. "I am not a punisher," Quinn said. "The reason for me coming here to save Fex and to save the White is because I consider Fex to be my blood brother, a part of my family I have sworn to protect, and as for Peter the White, I was the one who created such an illegal." This was expected from some of the leaders. They had guessed the vampire had come from the earth, and looking at Quinn now, they could see he looked exactly as Peter the White did when he first arrived, but they were not prepared for his next set of words. "Well, illegal wouldn't be the right term. These people are a part of my family, and I am the new 10th leader." Episode 484, The 14th Castle. Was that some sort of joke? This was the first idea that many people had when they heard Quinn speak those words. People in the audience, leaders, and so forth. He was little more than a vampire noble, but he was a remarkably strong one. Most of his strength, though, might be accounted for by the fact that he was a punisher. If he was a punisher under the guidance of Arthur, that they had just seen, then maybe a lot of them would have understood, but Quinn specifically said he wasn't a punisher. Arthur, who was standing by his side, was even more intrigued. "The 10th leader, huh? Wasn't it that crazy guy during my time, if I remember correctly? What happened to him? He wasn't one to have given up his place too easily. No, he cared about the people too much," Arthur thought, but he was thinking more than just that. Now he was starting to wonder where Quinn had even got the shadow power from. "You're crazy!" Bryce shouted as he started to lift himself off the floor. He had recovered to the point where he could now stand, but he was in no condition to fight at all. Maybe even Quinn was able to take him out the way he was. "I don't know why you know so much about our current affairs for an outsider, but if you think you can just lie your way out of this and save your friends, then think again. There is no way you are the 10th leader," Bryce said. The other leaders, too, felt like it was a bit far-fetched, even the ones that were on the Punisher's side, but then Mooka thought about something, the 10th tower. For a brief second, the first time in years, it had lit up, indicating the leader had returned. Just as Mooka had thought this, Edward was there to confirm it. "That boy speaks the truth," he said, barely lifting himself on one knee. "Vincent had passed down a 10th seat to that boy. You know how crazy he was. He would be crazy enough to do something like this. You remember when the tower lit up not too long ago? It was reacting to the boy's presence." If someone else had made these claims, they would perhaps think they were lying or on the Punisher boy's side for some reason. But the fact it had come from Edward had made it seem more trustworthy. Edward had always been loyal to the 10th seat. Many of the leaders there had tried to persuade him to join them, but he had always refused. In the first place, it didn't make sense for him to risk his life to save Lee's kid, Fex. Now, if the boy had some type of relation with Fex, and was the 10th leader, Edward's involvement matched the circumstances. It was simple. Edward would not follow anything unless it was an order from Vincent. "Vincent, huh? He certainly would have done something like this," the king mumbled to himself. "Wait, you're not believing them, are you?" Jill complained. "He even brought humans to this establishment. And what about the direct descendants that were killed?
Should we just forget that it was most likely that Punisher boy right there as well? Quinn had a feeling that his earlier actions could have quite possibly sabotaged him in the future, and it seemed like it was doing so now, although it wasn't him who had killed them, but the Bone Claw. "This matter seems to be more complicated than I first thought," the king said. "I think it's best if we first deal with all the injured and the Blood Dome. The vampires have witnessed enough and everyone is tired, I'm sure. After that, the first call of action will be to test if what this boy says is true or not, and there are more ways than one to see if he is the 10th leader like he says he is. Based on that, we will then move forward and give everyone that was involved in this affair an appropriate punishment." The king had a rational thought. Before they should make a decision, they needed to get all the facts straight first. The Blood Dome was taken down, and the people were free to go, but many of them stayed for a moment. The smell had attracted them. Both Logan, Aaron, and Vorden were still bleeding slightly, and the smell was attracting their nose. Arthur made a note as he saw this. "I shall be taking the boy and his companions with me," Arthur said. "I have questions of my own that need to be answered. You can trust me to not run away with them or do anything stupid. When you need us, just come and fetch us." "And where will you be staying?" the royal knight next to the king asked. "Isn't it obvious? I'm going back to the 14th castle," Arthur replied. They gathered all of Quinn's buddies and stood next to Arthur. Vorden was able to drape Borden over his shoulder while lying down on his stomach. Even with all the action, he was still sleeping quietly. While the rest clutched onto one another, two individuals held on to Arthur. But they weren't the only ones that were going with them. Silver and Fex had joined the group as well. "Are you going to let the criminals go as well?" Bryce asked, looking at the king for answers. "Bryce, you don't understand. Now that the Punisher has returned, then the decision and trial would go over to them in the first place," the king replied. All of them holding on tightly, Arthur's shadow dropped to the floor, covering the area the group was in. "Shadow travel!" Activating his skills, they all started to sink into the shadows until they were no longer seen, but the pool of shadow was still there. Suddenly it started to move away, going through and past everything, with its destination in sight, the 14th castle. "The king is still treating them just like before. Does he not even remember why we had the war in the first place? This fool. When I become king, I will change all of this," Bryce said, clenching his fist so hard that the wooden part of his cane he was holding in his hand broke. Traveling at a fast speed, the group had no clue what was going on outside. To them, they were in a black space where they could feel acceleration but at the same time could see nothing. What Quinn was happy about, though, was seeing a bunch of shadow skills he had yet to unlock. If he saw more, it would give him a good idea of which ones to unlock first. With shadow travel, they were practically able to go through anything traveling only on the floor. They could go direct, the shortest and fastest way to the castle. Eventually, they had finally arrived, and the group stopped. Each one of them popped up out of the shadow and could see the large castle in front of them. Compared to the others and the 10ths, it looked like a lot more menacing, and it was larger too. But like the 10ths, there was no upkeep of the castle, and there was no light source either. But it was larger than the others, only a little bit smaller than the king's castle. Arthur, like the rest, went to the door and began to spin the circular lock, inserting the combination. The door began to open with a clicking sound. He quickly walked in, and Quinn expected the lights to switch on, as they had with him, but there was none. "Is he not the leader of this castle?" Quinn thought. "Based on his strength, I was sure he was the leader of the Punisher's 14th family. System, do you know who he is?" "I do, but during my time he had gone into eternal slumber, never to be woken up unless needed. Then, shortly after, something had happened, but I had left before this and only heard about what had happened. So I have no clue why the 14th castle is empty either, only that it is." Walking in, Logan passed something to a group of humans, a little light source to be used. It was a little crystal that let a pleasant glow around them. The vampires didn't need this, because they could see everything well. "Do you need one, Leo?" Peter asked as he was going around. "Did you forget?" Leo replied. "Oh, right, you're a vampire now, sorry." But Leo continued to shake his head in disbelief. Even though he was a vampire, even before he could not use the light source to see anyway. They could see enormous paintings of vampires wearing the same red and black armor as they walked about. Some of them looked just like the one Arthur was wearing. Others were a little finer in design. The castle was so vast that it couldn't be used by just one person, and the paintings on the walls frequently depicted a great number of Punishers. They were fairly silent while following Arthur about, but Quinn's curiosity had gotten the best of him this time. With this shadow power, he felt compelled to learn more about it, but Fex had beaten him to it. What happened to the Punishers? Fex asked. The adults. They never told us much. But if you were so strong and the rule upholders, why did you leave? I suppose while I walk around I can tell you my story, Arthur replied, about how the vampires and the Punishers split. Episode 485, The First Vampires. Although Fex had asked a question towards Arthur, he was continuously glancing at Quinn as he walked behind him. The reason for this? It was because both he and Silver couldn't believe what they had heard on the field. During the tour, the two of them were walking towards the back, discussing amongst themselves. The others continued to look at the strange objects placed around while the two of them would have their discussion. I guess this delays the inevitable then, Fex said in a depressed monotone voice, but he wouldn't let it keep him down, as his sad face had soon turned into a smile. After all, he was with friends right now, and just moments ago he thought he would never see them again. Being sad at a time like this would just offend all of their hard work. Don't lose hope, brother. We have come this far, and maybe there is some truth toward what Quinn says, Silver replied. You believe he's the 10th leader? It makes no sense. He was a vampire that was in the human world, and when I met him he was nothing but a regular vampire. How and why would he be the leader? It would be more understandable if what he said out on the field was just to buy time, but I've decided I should just accept my punishment. So far I have been lucky. You, Father, and everyone else here who came to get me hasn't been hurt yet, but there has already been blood spilled because of me, and it could get worse if this continues. The group continued to stroll as Arthur escorted them to the main lounge room. He wanted everyone to settle down and relax before he started his story. While walking, Silver continuously looked at Quinn as well, and then towards Layla, Peter, and Leo. She knew that Leo was a human before, and now the sudden change to a vampire. How and when and who could have possibly turned him? These thoughts were going through her head as she thought about this. Did he create all three of them? But how would he have the power to do something like that? And then a major thought had come to her head. What if everything Quinn had said out on the field was true? After all, there was one thing that they did know, that the 10th leader had left his castle to go somewhere else. No one knew where, but what if he had remained on Earth at the time when the vampire settlement had moved? Only time would tell, but she too was interested in finding out what had happened to the Punishers. Perhaps it would explain why someone had gone so far to try to extract extra information from her brother. They had entered a quite large room, with a bookshelf on either side and a large glass-paned window at the back. There was a desk that faced the opposite way, looking at the door, and in front of it were 2 sofas and a desk. Everyone took a seat on the 2 sofas, while Arthur started hunting for something. He took out a certain book, and a secret chamber was revealed. The others were curious to see what it would be, but were disappointed when it turned out to be some sort of drink. He poured the drink into his glass and sat down at his table before taking a sip. This helps me bring back memories. It still tastes the same as it did back then, back when this all started, Arthur said. Since there are a lot of you here that are human, or just turned vampires, it would make sense for me to start from the beginning, and then maybe you will understand how things came to be. A quick question for the two, I guess I should say, the regular vampires here. Do you know what the Vampire Code is? Arthur asked. The Vampire Code, a set of rules that were established by the Firsts a long time ago, Silver replied. Correct, said Arthur. Although I am quite old, I'm not that old, so take what I say with a grain of salt. In the past, there weren't many vampires. To be exact, there were 13 first vampires in total. Sounds familiar? These were the ones who created the code. As for why, the reason is unknown. Perhaps the first vampires had fallen in love with the humans. Maybe they pitied them, or they knew they needed them as a food source, or something else entirely different. It could have even been because there were so few of them. After all, even with the vampire strength against the humans at the time, they were outnumbered and there was a chance they could have died. But because of all this, they decided to make the Vampire Code. These were a set of rules that were established between them from the beginning. They had decided what to set together based on the troubles they had each been through so far. An example of one of them would be to never fall in love with a human. Of course, these rules have been adjusted with time, but this is rumored to be how the current council and 13 families came to be in the first place. But you see, there was a major problem in all of this. The 13 vampires were all friends with each other. They didn't always agree, but what would happen if one of them were to break these rules? Not only that, but because they had agreed to follow the rules, why would their followers do such a thing? The people they had turned and called their family. Some family members grew mad with power and wanted to lash out. Some felt like being superior beings they should have taken over the human race. Sadly, though, All these thoughts that they could see that their people had felt, they had once felt the same way. They were old and had already been through what they had been through. People learned from their mistakes, and it was their job to pass it on to the others. As disagreements continued between the 13, a choice was made, and this was how the first vampire king had been elected to their seat. They needed control and order as their population grew and a certain direction. Sometimes more heads are better than one, but a leader is sometimes needed at the realm. And if one of the 13 were to break the rules, then he would be the decider of their punishment. Some time had passed, and things were looking quite good. That was until the king himself had broken one of the rules of the vampire code. What rule he broke, we do not know. But what we do know was there were some vampires that chose to side with the king, and some that chose not to. This was the start of the first vampire civil war, and in the end, the first vampire king was killed, one of the first vampires gone forever. The group was saddened and devastated by this. When the first vampires had come together, they never thought they would need to do something like this. As Arthur was telling his story, the others were glued in, listening to everything. It was interesting learning about the past, even for Silver and Fex. This was something they had never heard before. "Wait, did you say First Civil War? How is that possible?" Silver asked. She had heard of the civil war between the vampires, but first? You know, history is a funny thing. We learn it and teach it to others so we can learn from our mistakes, so we don't repeat our past actions. Yet for some reason the vampires have chosen not to pass on this information, which makes the saying even more true that history has a way of repeating itself, and that very thing had happened many, many years ago. The first vampires had taken a break from each other for a little while after the incident with the first king. They continued to look after their families apart and away without the vampires interacting with each other. Some had hoped it would have led to a better life when they were apart, but it hadn't worked that way at all. At this point and time, humans knew of the existence of vampires. They didn't exactly know the truth, but they hunted such things, referring to them as demons. There still weren't many of them, and spread thin like this, they were weak, being killed off one by one. Then they realized there was another problem that would occur. Vampires made families, but the same family could not harm each other. This led to a lack of discipline within the families, or at least made it hard to do so. To control the vampires, they needed each other. The first vampires had met up once again, and they wished to revitalize the old ways. At this point in time, there were no fancy castles or housing for each other. They had simply met up in a cave together. "So you suggest we go back to our old ways? I agree life used to be better that way," one of the first spoke. "And what if the same thing was to happen again? I can't go through hurting one of you. I can't do that again," another spoke. "But we must. I believe you're all facing the same problems with your families as I am doing mine. I know I am not a first like yours, but for the sake of my old leader, I would like to continue to pass on his bloodline, but at this rate, the humans will learn more about us, and we will all be killed. Then I have a suggestion to make to all of you. How about we throw a third party into all of this? A neutral camp who does not know us, to uphold the rules," another suggested. "You can't be thinking of asking a human, can you?" "Through my experiments and research, I have found a way to turn a human into one of us, just like how we, the first, were turned," one of the first said. "And it wouldn't be any human, but my suggestion would make it so the humans would forget about us, to stop chasing us. I think we should turn to the current king, King Arthur." "Eno, you're mad, man. The more I know you, the crazier you become," another replied. Episode 486, The Great King. The sun had fallen, and in its place the night sky rose. A city full of people and life, but there were no lights, no sign of any modern technology, nothing but torches and candles to keep the darkness away. Right by the city side was a cliff, and on top of that cliff stood a large castle, making it the highest point and allowing it to be seen from anywhere. The king, King Arthur, was now residing within. There has never been a more popular king than Arthur. He would go to the city regularly to check on the people, regardless of where they came from. Poor background, noble, or even fleeing from another nation. Arthur didn't like it, and he approached everyone as if they were a blank canvas. He genuinely cared about these people, and they reciprocated. On top of that, he had repeatedly safeguarded both the country and the city from impending threats, and he wasn't one to back down from a fight. He would frequently join the battlefield alongside others around him. Knowing that he had safeguarded his people, swinging his sword, he never forgot the blood of those he had murdered. Right now, an important meeting was taking place in the castle. Inside a large room, Arthur sat on the biggest chair at the round table, while his advisors, some of the smartest men in the country, were there by his side to guide him. "Another ship was spotted around the outskirts, and it looks like they have finally made enough preparations to start an attack," one of the men in robes said. While they were dressed in fancy robes, Arthur mostly stayed in his knightly armor. "How many men?" Arthur asked. "Around 100,000, he replied. Arthur's heart filled with concern. "That's twice the size of our own," Arthur said. A slam was heard on the table by a slightly larger man off to the side. "We shall fight them off and protect this country as we have always done." Some mumbled in agreement, while others seemed to be concerned about the size of the army. "Is there not anything we can do to stop them? How about a trade deal of some sort?" "They will just take our things and try to fight us anyway," another complained. It looked as if the room was split in a decision on what they should do with the neighboring country that seemed to be preparing for an attack, which meant the decision ultimately came down to the king. "We have never faced an army of this size before. It's not that I fear we will lose if we confront them, but it's the fact of what we will lose. The people, they will be hit heaviest by this, and we must think of them first," Arthur explained. The discussion had continued for about an hour or so, and it looked like no decision was made. In the end, Arthur had asked for all of them to leave while he would sleep on it for the night. He sat alone at his table, with candles lighting up each area of the seats, including his own. "What do I do?" While deep in thought, he saw several of the candles flicker, as if a gust of wind had drafted in from outside. He could sense it. Something had come into the room with him. Immediately he had drawn his sword that he always kept with him by his side. "I know you're here. I'll warn you now. Many assassins have been sent after me, and they weren't able to see the sunlight again," Arthur yelled while he waited for a reply. He knew there was something there, but he couldn't see it. If only there had been more light. "That's okay, we never see the sun much anyway," a voice was heard, and finally he could see 3 figures dressed in black robes, looking like monks, standing in front of him. "We are here to—" But before the vampire could say his words, Arthur had already come forward, swinging at him. For those who had come to him in the middle of the night, no discussion was required. When they saw him, they had just one goal in mind: death. The robed man was able to evade the thing at the last second, but the attack was faster than he imagined, and it had severed the end of his robe. "How dare you try to hurt me? I should kill you!" But the other vampire stood in front, stopping him before he could say anything else. "It was your fault for reacting that slow. Remember why we are here," the other said. "We have heard many things about you, Arthur, but we are not here to fight," one of the robed men said as he walked towards him. Arthur swung his sword again, but this time the man simply held the sword with his 2 fingers, grabbing it. "Although you are certainly skillful for a human, it means nothing when compared to us." Inside the hood, bright red eyes could be seen. Arthur tried to draw his sword away, but his strength and skills, which he had been training for years, were ineffective. "Demons, why are you here?" Arthur had heard stories, and he had even slain a few himself from time to time, but he had never met ones that moved so fast or were so powerful. This was because Arthur had been fighting against regular vampires, and not the firsts. "Demons, those are for the weak of our kind. We prefer the term vampire," the man replied. "It looks like you are in some trouble, and perhaps we can help you. How about a trade?" "Trading with demons like you, who give up your power and forsake our god? No thanks. I don't crave power so much that I would make a deal with the devil," Arthur replied angrily, and now he was using his full strength, and slowly the sword was starting to slip from the vampire's fingers. "He certainly lives up to his name. He is an impressive human indeed," the vampire thought. "Arthur, you make it sound like you have a choice in the matter, but honestly you don't. When you can't control yourself, come looking for us by the cave about a mile out from here through the forest. I'm sure you will be able to smell us by then." Arthur thought these people were crazy. Why would he seek them out for help, and what were they talking about, a smell? He understood nothing, and at that moment the vampire had let go of the sword and started to walk away. Seeing that there were 3 of them and looking like their goal was not his life, Arthur decided it was best to not attack further and risk his life. His people needed him alive. If he was to die, then the people had no chance. "Ino, you may proceed with the ritual." As another robed man stepped forward, once again he could see the red glowing lights, and the rest of the night from then on was a blur. Outside of the castle, the 3 vampires were returning to the others. "Are you sure it was a success? We are counting on you, Ino." "I'm certain," Ino said. "You'll see. He'll come out to us in a few days."
using us to help him in every way we can. We will be his lifeline, the hand that reaches out to him and helps him in his time of need, and in turn, he will be able to help us." The following day had come, and when Arthur awoke, he was in his bedroom. The maid had knocked on his door before entering as usual, and he was beginning to wonder if what had happened yesterday was a dream. Everything had seemed so real and fake at the same time. "Why don't I draw the curtains for you, Your Majesty?" Opening up the curtains, the bright sun started to shine through, and it gently went on the surface of Arthur's skin. In an instant, he felt a slight burning sensation, and it started to feel itchy. The longer he stayed in it, the weaker he was starting to feel, and he was now starting to sweat. "What is going on? What is happening to me?" Arthur thought. Episode 487, A Fair Trade. "So you're saying that forced you to become a vampire, but no one gave you their blood?" Fex was surprised at what he had heard. To say the least, the entire story was intriguing. He thought that word was an understatement for what they had learned so far. "Yes, I'm not sure what the vampire did to me that day. Like I said, it was all a blur the moment he looked at me with those red eyes," Arthur responded. "However, my bloodline was not considered to be from one of the 13. In certain ways, I was regarded a first like them, or at least an artificial first." Arthur instantly understood the source of the scorching sensation on his skin was the sun. He initially assumed it was just a hot day, but he chose to undergo some testing for some reason. The sun was undoubtedly the source of his discomfort and exhaustion. It wasn't that he couldn't go out in the sun, but that it made him sluggish, extremely tired, and he was less than half the man he used to be. "Is this what those demons meant? They think I will seek them out for some type of cure?" Arthur said in anger. He felt even more frustrated as the pressure to decide what was about to happen was pending on him. He had finally made it till night, despite his best efforts to avoid the sunshine as much as possible. He never imagined wishing for the sun to set, but for the first time he did, and that's when he began to notice some differences. But you see, Arthur was selfless. He wasn't thinking about himself at the moment, but about how he might use this to their advantage. He could see in the dark from miles away. If they had to battle at night, they would have a huge advantage with him in command. Excited by his new idea, he decided to hold a training session outdoors on the court right now, while it was still dark. It was the king's command, therefore the rest would naturally follow and listen. They could see Arthur's enormous smile as they walked outdoors, and they knew he had a plan. He wanted to spar with the other knights one by one so they could get battle experience firsthand. Some of them were recruits, and if a war broke out, it would be their first time fighting. But this was also an occasion to put his skills to the test. He fought night after night and won the fights with ease. On top of this, he was going easy on them, but the amazing thing was he didn't seem to tire, and the others and the knights watching were impressed. They started to think that Arthur was beyond a human being, someone who was blessed by the gods. However, in one fight, Arthur had gone up against a skillful young knight. He showed promise, and it caused Arthur to use a bit more power than he was used to. The body felt practically new to him, and he wasn't in complete control, and an accident had occurred. Swinging his blade forcefully, he had smashed the other sword in half. As it flew through the air, it went past the knight's knee and grazed it with the edge of the blade. At that moment, a sweet, sweet smell had entered his body. All of his senses felt like they were on high alert, and they were tingling. What is this sensation? His nose led him to one place, and his eyes were glued as the blood dripped from the knight's knee. "Your Majesty, did I do something wrong?" the young knight said in a shaky voice. Hearing that briefly jolted him out of his daze. When he recovered, he found himself standing directly in front of the young knight, who was trembling. The other knights had also remained silent. But there was a strange look in his eyes as he approached the boy. "The training session is over. Everyone have a good night's rest," Arthur said as he quickly left to return to the castle. What was I about to do to that boy? Is this what they were talking about? Have I become a demon like them? Although Arthur hoped he could have restrained himself when he saw the boy, he knew deep down that it was a desire he couldn't resist. Even now, in his chamber, his thoughts kept returning to the sight of red and the fragrance, and as time went on, it became stronger and stronger. But there was one will of Arthur that was stronger than anything else, and that was the fact he never wanted to harm those that chose to follow him, those that were loyal to him. Ultimately, this is what led him to the decision to head back to the cave and confront the so-called vampires that had done this to him. A king couldn't leave his post so easily, but leaving in the middle of the night, with his eyesight and new body without being seen,
was an easy task. He went through the forest and finally saw the cave that the 3 robed men had mentioned. "They're all counting on you," Arthur thought. If he couldn't come back, he had left a detailed plan for the others, the best course of action, but Arthur was sure they didn't want to kill him. Otherwise they would have done so back then. He had no idea why they needed him, but he was determined to find out. As they had instructed, there was a point in the forest where the smell led him to a new location. The cave was easy to discover, since he knew where it was. He walked and walked into the cave, till a fire could be seen not far in. Voices could be heard, and Arthur could finally see them. There are 13 people clad in black robes. It was a greater crowd than he had expected, and for some reason, Arthur could tell they were all as powerful as each other. "So, whose throat did you rip out before coming here?" one of them said as they started to laugh. "No one. I came here to get you to undo such a thing. In return, I will do as you wish," Arthur replied. "You see, there's a bit of a problem. First of all, as we currently know, there is no way to undo what you have become," one of them said. "As for the second, we need you to become one of us for our goal." The words they had said struck Arthur hard in the heart. He would never be able to be normal again, to see the sunlight without feeling weak. What had these people done to him? Why? "But we can make it as normal for you as possible. We can teach you our methods, how to wean yourself off blood, and we have special items that will make you as powerful as you were in the sun," one of them explained. Looking at them, Arthur started to think about his people once more. No, it wasn't good enough. "I see no upside for me in this. You guys suddenly turn me, put a curse on me, and then you treat it like you are some kind of savior by helping me. It might fool others, but it won't fool me. If you won't help me, then I will do it without you." Some of the vampires were angered by his words. They thought it was useless to convert someone who was so headstrong to do this task. But one of them had heard Arthur's plea and had said, "Help us." "Why don't you tell me what you want, Arthur?" one of them said with a smile on their face. After much discussion, the vampires and Arthur had come to a deal. They had yet to tell him what they wanted him to do, as they wanted to see how things went for a while. As for Arthur's request in all of this, he had asked them to fight by his side. He knew their strength, and it turned out there were more than 13 of them. They were the strongest of the bunch. In return, Arthur gave them all a place to live. He had even created a separate establishment, hidden from all the other towns and cities, for people of their kind. The vampires kept their promise by showing him how to wean of blood. They showed him skills and how to use his powers. Eventually, the world came to know Arthur and his 13 knights and called them the Knights at the Round Table. They went into battle and mostly fought at night, giving their army a huge advantage. It was a good relationship. But then the time had finally come. The vampires wanted Arthur to hold up his side of the deal, and there was something important they needed him to do. They were to go and visit the first vampire king's grave. Episode 488, Gaining the Shadow Ability. Life presumably couldn't have been much better for Arthur and his people. Not only had the vampires helped him in tremendous wars, but the technology that they lacked was taught to and distributed among their people. Hundreds of thousands of lives were saved as medicine and knowledge were passed along. Because of these events, the kingdom's renown and prosperity spread throughout the land. Things had happened that he could never have imagined, yet there were complications. The first was that Arthur never seemed to age. Most vampires could halt their aging process, but not those considered the original vampires, including himself. It seemed as though they were trapped. There is no getting older or younger. Others would soon start to notice. While some believed he was blessed by gods, others believed it was the work of devils. To counter these accusations, Arthur began to see his people less and less, and there were reports about him getting sick. He was getting ready for the day when he would no longer be their king. The second was that he knew the vampires wanted something in return for what they had done for him, and he was more than willing to give it to them, even if it meant risking his own life. He'd been asked to meet the vampires in the town they'd established for themselves. All Arthur had done was give them a plot of land and some things to get them started. The tract of the property was tucked away among the steep hills, a terrain that was difficult for most people to access and would be difficult to develop land on. This location had been kept hidden and had been deleted from all maps. When Arthur was younger, he had gone to such a place to train himself. There he had seen the most beautiful piece of land that had a stream like a river running throughout it, surrounded by hills, untouched. This was the land he had given them. He hadn't visited the place, since the vampires would always come back to him, so it was his first time seeing it since back then. When he had finally scaled the top of a hill, he looked down, and he could see what seemed to be an entire city that had been built. There were 13 castles built in a semi-circle-like shape around the settlement, but a large space was left untouched in the middle. How did they do this so fast? It would have taken many years for us to create something like this. It was nothing comparable to Arthur's kingdom, only it was built in a fraction of the time. With a little more help and time, they would soon grow. What would have happened if the vampires had attacked humans? Arthur thought. If the humans didn't outweigh the vampires, then the story would be different. They had never been able to develop before, but for the first time, owing to Arthur's help, they were able to. But there was one thing that vampires needed the humans for: their blood. Entering the settlement, Arthur was welcomed by one of the first. The first vampires were now changed to the leaders, and the leader that greeted him was the one who would often come and see him. The 10th leader, the same person who had turned him. At first, Arthur was weary about him. He seemed stranger than the others, but then he realized that he was strange in a good way. Often more times than not, he would be the one to convince the others if Arthur wanted something. While walking through, Arthur could smell that all of them here were vampires, and they didn't bat an eyelid when he walked through because he was one of them. As for where they were going today, the 10th leader continued to walk him forward when they had finally arrived at the center empty space between all the castles. Here all the other leaders were waiting for him, and they were standing in front of what appeared to be a large gravestone. But the strangest thing of all was one of them was holding on to a human. He could tell from his smell. "Arthur, although our relationship started sour, I think we have grown to be good partners," the 10th leader said. "You gave us a place to live, stopped humans from chasing us, and in return, we gave you power and technology to help your people. In a way, I feel like you are a part of us." Some of the leaders were nodding in agreement with the 10th, while some of the others seemed to scoff or pull faces as they heard this. Just as much as Arthur and his people's lives were changed, so were theirs. But even if he was a vampire, some felt like he was not like them and never could be. The 10th leader then explained what they wanted Arthur to perform, to uphold the law, the ultimate arbiter of what vampires had done. They explained why they couldn't hurt their people, but somebody who wasn't related to them could. Not just for those reasons, but also because of many of the rules concerning vampire-human relations. He believed that he, who was once human and is now a vampire, would be the fairest in deciding on punishment. But in the end, they weren't telling him all of this because he had a choice. They were telling him this because it would now be his job. Learning of their past, Arthur understood why they had come to a decision such as this. But there was still a major problem in all of this, and that was power. Arthur was strong before, and when he was turned into a vampire, he grew stronger. The 10th was the one who had mostly taught him, and it was safe to say, due to his skills as a human and vampire, he was now on par in terms of strength with the others. But there was an issue. Almost all of the leaders' strengths were roughly equal. How would Arthur, who was weaker than them, enforce a crime committed by a leader? In his realm, knights possessed armor and weaponry over citizens, and this was used to gain an advantage, but there was no benefit here. "And that is why we are here, Arthur," Eno said to him after he had voiced his concern. "This is the first king's grave. We had once tried to have an absolute leader, but it did not work out when he had broken the rules. But there was a reason why he was elected to be king over all of us at the time," said Eno. "That was because he was stronger than us all. We thought that was the most important factor for a leader, but it wasn't. Still, there was a reason why he was stronger than us. It is because he had an ability that is not known to us vampires. It was the ability to control shadows. When he died, we gave one of the leaders' places to one of the strongest vampires to replace them, but the ability was not passed on nor taught to any others." Abilities? There were extremely few rare reports of people with skills throughout his reign. When Arthur discovered the vampires, it was simply reported as witchcraft. He believed most of them were just them. Were there truly gifted humans and vampires? But with the first king dead, then I guess his abilities would now be lost as well, Arthur thought. "We would like to give you his ability," Eno said. He didn't know how they would do such a thing, but it seemed like the process had already started. The leaders had planned everything for a long time. They had also made a set of safety measures in place, just in case Arthur was to turn on them. But honestly, after the 10th leader had explained all of the rules and the vampire code to him, he was more than happy to comply. The rules were designed not just to protect the vampires, but humans as well, to keep the two worlds separated. If Arthur was to be the peacekeeper in between these worlds, then he was fine with that. A circular-shaped combination lock sat on the floor in front of the huge gravestone. They spun the circles in a specific order, and steam began to flow from the top. It soon rose, showing a cylinder-like coffin with a glass pane screen and a person visible behind the transparent screen. A pale old man. The glass container slid to the side in its oval-like shape, and the body remained upright with its arms placed across its chest. "Is he dead?" Arthur asked. "Not dead, but the most we could do at the time was force him into eternal slumber. But he is practically dead. The only thing that can wake a vampire from eternal slumber is the blood of a vampire that belonged to the same family as him, and all his family is dead," Eno explained. They told Arthur to stand in front of the body. He looked at the dead king, and even though they had said he was dead, Arthur was afraid at any second he would spring up and grab him, but no such thing happened. One of the teachers had brought the human over. "Okay, True Dream, it's time for you to do your thing," the vampire said, pushing him forward. "And you promise to let me go after this, right?" the man nervously said, looking around. The vampire nodded, and the man got to work. He went over to the vampire king and closed his eyes as he kissed him. "What is this man doing?" Arthur said. "Don't worry, it's all part of the process," Eno replied. Shortly after, when he was done, it was time for the same to be done to him. The man looked at Arthur before saying, "Sorry," and forcing a kiss upon his lips. Arthur tried to push away, but with the other vampires not reacting, he realized it was all part of the plan, and soon he felt a weird energy entering his body. Finally, he received the shadow ability. Episode 489, The First Official King. Inside Arthur, a strange new energy was sensed. It seemed as if a new portion of his body was pulsing through his veins with his blood. He hadn't felt this way since he turned vampire. When he concentrated on this sensation, he felt as though it was instructing him to do something, to act out, which he did. As he let out the energy from his body, the shadow beneath his feet started to rise, and it slowly crept up behind his back, hovering in place. The other vampires, seeing this, took a step back on instinct. Many of them had fought against the king before, and it was a tough battle for them all. Seeing it again didn't bring back the best of memories for them. "I can see you can use it," Eno said as he looked over in the direction of the vampire, holding on to the human. They both gave each other a nod, and that was the signal for what he was to do next. Grabbing both sides of True Dream's head, with a single twist his neck was snapped, and the human fell to the floor dead. "Why did you do that?" Arthur said with anger, and at the same time the shadows flickered on his back. Even though he was a vampire, he still cared for the humans, and it was the first time any of the 13 had killed someone in front of him. Had they decided to show their true side, now of all times? If so, perhaps he made a grave mistake, and the rules in vampire code were a lie to get him to keep the ability. "Please, I assure you, there is no need for you to feel sorry for this human," Eno explained, trying to calm Arthur down by approaching him. "He was a thief, a crook, and worst of all, a rapist. Of those victims, 2 of them had decided to kill themselves. At first, we were just keeping an eye on him due to his powers. We thought that one day we could use them. During this time, we noted down everything he did. I believe in the kingdom you have a harsher form of punishment for these people. Crushing of the man's jewels by stone. I believe he got off lightly, if you ask me." Arthur was wondering if they had said this to calm him down, or if the words were true. Because the 10th leader was the one who had said it, and it was the one he trusted most, he decided he would oversee this for now, and would try to look into it himself if these words were true later. Although Eno's words were true, there was another reason why they had decided to kill the human. His ability was too strong. Being able to take away and steal such things, one day they knew it had a great chance to cause trouble, so they wanted to get rid of it now. Arthur was to live in the vampire settlement for a while before he would return to the castle. He stayed at the 10th's castle most of the time, and the 2 of them tried to figure out how to use the shadow ability together, while here he also planned his death. He learned how to control the shadow and got stronger than any of the current vampire leaders, but Eno wasn't scared and more proud of the accomplishments he had made. When informing Eno about his preparations for his death in the kingdom, he mentioned something that made him reconsider. "This task is a heavy one, Arthur, and I want you to think about this. It is not something you can do on your own. The vampires grow day by day, and you will most likely need help. Yes, you are free to pick men from the vampires, but they won't be loyal to you," Eno said. He knew what he was suggesting. Ino wanted Arthur to pick some of the people from his kingdom, before leaving them, to turn people he trusted and allow them to be part of the Punishers. There were many people loyal to him, many people who would give their life to him, but he didn't know if it was fair on them, or if it was something they wanted. "I'll think about it." Before leaving, there was one more thing to think about. The vampires were now finally ready to elect a new king. In the middle area above the first king's grave, they had already started building a grand castle, larger than the others. They were ready now that Arthur was, which was fortunate because more and more vampires were beginning to consider other options, for example, leaving the village to go exploring. The vampires had all gathered, and Arthur had been invited this time. They hadn't seen him in a while, since he'd been with Ino, but they could see he was stronger. The confidence he had before and the confidence he had now were poles different. Many of them were starting to regret their decisions. It didn't make sense for an artificial vampire to have as much power as he did, stronger than them. They were meeting up in the newly built castle. It wasn't finished yet, but on the first floor they had brought a table out, similar to the round table that Arthur had in his kingdom. "Do you like it? We designed it after yours. There are some things we can still learn from each other," Ino said with a smile. It was time. The matter was brought up for what the meeting for today would be, and the 13 first leaders needed to choose who would be their next king. Each person was allowed one vote, and they weren't allowed to vote for themselves. They went around the room, and in the end, the first leader, Cain, and the 10th leader, Ino, got the highest amount of votes, with 5 votes each, while another female leader got the remaining 3 votes. Since there was a draw, a discussion was to take place between all of the leaders. They were talking about why they had placed their vote for certain leaders. The first was the female leader. Not much was said, as the ones who voted for her all seemed to be entranced by her beauty. They hadn't given any valid reasons, and all her votes were from the boys. However, it also seemed like they couldn't change their vote either, as if they were stuck in a spell. As for the one who voted for the first leader, they reasoned that he was the strongest of the current vampires. If they ever did need to go to war against the humans and such, then someone like him, whose skills were unmatched, was needed. But there was a strong opposition to this idea, and they had voted for Ino. If Cain was chosen as the leader again, they argued, they would simply be repeating the same mistake. Ino was also the brightest of the bunch. He had helped the vampires develop in life, and had also devised several answers to their difficulties, including the current one. These two camps were heavily split. It didn't look like either one was going to budge to the other side, and then a suggestion was made. "I believe there is one person here who hasn't cast their vote," one of the leaders said, looking towards Arthur. "He is an important person in our organization, and will be in charge of many things. I think he has a right to vote, don't you agree?" It seemed like most of the vampires were actually in agreement on this, including the female leader with her 3 men that got the other votes. "Then please, Arthur, help us choose this split," the leader asked. Many could see why the leader had recommended this. They all knew who he was going to select. "Then I elect the 10th leader to be named king," Arthur said. The decision was now final, and it had been made. Ino was to be made the first official king of the vampire settlement. Once the castle was complete, they would announce it to the rest of the settlement. A few days had passed, and Arthur thought it was time for him to return to the castle to see how his people were doing. As a gesture of goodwill and wanting to be his escort, Ino had opted to come with him during this time. 2 of them talked about a few things like they usually did. It was mostly Ino talking about his new ideas for inventions and such he had, while Arthur found it amazing just to listen to him talking each time. Finally, they had arrived at the castle, but when they had entered, it was quiet. Something was wrong. He searched and searched, but the normal workers and knights that would usefully be on guard weren't present for some reason. They had finally found something as they looked around. Their noses had taken them to the correct location. The circular table was there in the meeting room, and outside the door leading, blood could be seen. Episode 490, Law Enforcers. Arthur didn't hesitate as he pushed through the doors. He had no idea what awaited him on the other side, but if his people were in danger, he knew every second counted towards saving their lives. As the 2 entered the room, they saw blood splattered everywhere, and his closest advisors, friends he had known and battled with over the years, were laying on the blood-splattered floor. Immediately, Arthur went to one closest to see how he was doing. Thankfully, groans could be heard coming from them. "They're alive," Arthur remarked, and he wasn't the only one. The room was packed with around 20 of Arthur's soldiers. These frequently stayed at the castle and worked throughout the city. They had been his closest companions for the longest period. One by one he checked on these people. They had severe wounds on them, but they weren't dead, at least not yet. Arthur was curious as to who had done this and why, but it wasn't the most important issue at the moment. The goal was to save as many soldiers as possible. The good news was that he was aided by one of the greatest vampires. "Ino, is there any way of saving these people?" Arthur asked. "You introduced the medicine to us, the surgery." But when he saw the look on Ino's face, it was not one he didn't want to see, and the short shake of the head confirmed it. "They've lost too much blood, and moving them would make things worse, and you don't have the facilities to even do things such as a blood transfusion as such," Ino explained. Arthur didn't understand what Ino was saying, but he remembered the first things he had said. He stared into the eyes of one of his closest friends, who was in his arms. "Arthur, I'm glad to see you're safe," he said, as blood filled his mouth and started to pour out from the sides. "You fool! Don't worry about me. What about yourself?" Arthur replied. "I'm just sorry. I won't be there to see you turn this kingdom into something great," the man replied, and his heartbeat was now starting to weaken. "No!" Arthur cried. "Ino, please, something, anything!" "There is one way," Ino said. Arthur explained that the only way he could save them was to convert anyone in the room into vampires. He would have the power to do so because of his power as a first, and they would be able to heal from such serious wounds. Perhaps Arthur wasn't thinking straight, nor was he in the right frame of mind at the time, but he had decided he would save all their lives there and then. Giving them a part of his blood, he activated the ritual, and that day they had been saved. After some digging, it turns out the knights and the maids had been killed and were placed in a different part of the castle that was found later on. Arthur had gotten some of his armies from the city to come and look after the others. According to Ino, it would be some time before they recovered. Now, at least he knew they were safe. He could start thinking a little more as well. "Who would do that, and why?" Arthur asked. "I understand if they were to attack those close to me, but to let them live? It was as if they were sending me some type of message." "I have an idea," Ino replied. "Many of the leaders weren't happy with the fact that you would become a 14th member, and now I'm assuming even more so are unhappy with the decision that you had chosen to make me king, instead of taking it out on me, who they see as a fellow brother. They decided to take it out on you, an outsider. Perhaps a warning to not meddle with our affairs. I'm sorry about this, Arthur. It's all my fault." "No, you gave me the option to save my people, and with your skills, you have saved them more than once. I must find out who did this, though." Ino then went silent, as if there was something on his mind he wanted to say, but he hadn't said it yet until finally he had broken the silence. "I think we can find out who did this," said Ino. "You might not like what I'm about to say, but you have to understand why I did it. I had a vampire stay in your castle. It has been here since the day I turned you. I was worried that something like this would have happened, so I sent him here to protect you. The truth is, I already spoke to him, and he told me who was the one who had come. If anything was to happen, he was meant to protect you and your people. The only thing was, I never expected a leader themselves to come." "You're saying one of the leaders did this?" Arthur replied as he clenched his fist. He wanted to return to the vampire settlement and drag whoever it was out of there. "Yes, but Arthur, I think we must do this the correct way. We must do this following the current laws. It will be a perfect opportunity to show the leaders and all the other vampires that this is serious, and this is how things will be from now on." "Okay, I'm ready. Now tell me who did this," said Arthur. "It was the first leader, Cain." A few days had passed since the incident, and Arthur had explained to all the people that day what had happened to him. He didn't choose to hide anything, and also told them what he was and what had happened. He had expected some of them to abandon him, maybe bolting in terror, but instead, they all got down on their knees in front of him. They stated that they would follow him for the rest of his life. Along with Arthur, these 20 men would later form the core group of Punishers. As the days went past, Ino had returned and finally had stated that they had enough evidence to convict the first leader of committing such a crime. Arthur had returned, and the evidence was placed by Ino. The vampire that was there that day had confessed, as well as evidence of others who were at the castle that day. There was more than one person who said they had seen him,
"This is a setup," Kane shouted. "I'm telling you, I would never do such a thing. I would never sink that low to even think about that."
But the evidence was heavily against him. No matter how many times he denied it, it was hard for even those that supported him before to believe his words. The punishment had been decided, and the person who was to deliver it was to arrive. Since this felt like an attack on the new system they were to place and trying to set up, they all felt like there was only one thing they could choose: death. Otherwise they would have a similar situation as to what had happened to the first king. The execution was to be made public, to show all the vampires what would happen and who was to punish them. Out on the platform in front of the settlement, the first leader stood there, while Arthur too was present with sword in hand. Only Arthur's face was covered. The punishers would not reveal their identity to many. Otherwise they would never be able to live a normal life, being targeted by those who wished to go after them. "Is there anything you wish to say?" Arthur said. He had done this during his time as a king before, but it never felt good, and usually when people knew they were close to death, they would confess everything, but Kane did not. His very last words were, "I didn't do it, and this heavy burden will be put on your heart one day when you learn it wasn't me." There was no fight put up, like the others, though. Instead, the first leader closed his eyes and waited for the sword to come down. "So be it." Arthur swung the sword, and with a clean hit, the head was taken off, and the first leader was no more. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" a young-looking man shouted from off the platform. His eyes were filled with tears as Arthur looked down at him. It was a cruel sight for anyone to see. The man standing down there felt like he would always remember this day, his grandfather who had treated him well and was the kindest man he knew. He, Bryce Kane, would never forget. After the first execution, the vampires followed the rules well, and Eno had become a great king. The vampires continued to advance, and didn't look like they were slowing down. The only area where they were not expanding on was population, and this was all decided by the king. As for the punishers and Arthur, he had finally faked his death, and in doing so they had asked him to move, creating a new castle for himself in the vampire settlement. Cases would appear now and again, and the punishers would arrive to deal with them. Their power was shown a few times, and quickly their name became known to all the others. Everything seemed to be going fine. That was until the first king had decided that it was finally time. It was time for Eno to go into eternal sleep and pass the position to the next. Episode 491, The End of Arthur's Tale. Something unusual had happened to Quinn as he was listening to Arthur's story. He could hear a voice in his thoughts, but it wasn't in any language he recognized. "System, is that you?" Quinn asked. "No, I have not said anything. I, too, have a keen interest in learning about the past. There are some things that even I was unaware of," the system replied. The little deep murmurs continued, and for now, Quinn decided he would ignore it while listening to the rest of Arthur's story, as it seemed like it was going to soon end. It had been many years, and the vampire society had established itself well at this point. Eno had felt like he had already given the vampires everything he could and everything he wished for, a place of order and safety, so he decided it was time for him to rest. Even if vampires could live forever, it was a choice old vampires often made. It was hard to explain, but after so many years, things seemed to become tiring. Instead of worrying about death, they started to welcome the idea of eternal sleep, and this very thing had happened to Eno as well. He had already found a person in his family to pass down his ability to, and now it was time to announce it to the rest of the leaders. When they heard the news, they understood. Before a new vote was selected to crown a king, the old one would be put into eternal slumber first. This was so there would never be a struggle between the old and the new. There was no passing, and instead, just a new election would take place between the council. All of the leaders were present, as Eno had chosen to go into eternal sleep. Before stepping into his prepared and made chamber, his familiar was seen coming out. It was the Bone Claw. Eno himself wasn't the best fighter, but the Bone Claw had helped him out greatly to equalize the strength, if there ever was a time when he needed to fight. At the start, when he was elected king, there had been times when vampires had tried to kill him, but the Bone Claw was always there to protect him. The reason for it appearing now was because, to a familiar, going into eternal sleep was the same as dying. The bond would be broken, and he would go off once again. Finally, the ceremony was complete, and Ino was placed underneath the 10th castle. All of the issues began at this point, when the people's second king took power. Arthur predicted that the vote would be more one-sided this time, and he was correct. It was only more one-sided going the opposite way. Those who had voted for Ino previously had voted for one of the first candidates on their side again, selecting the second leader. The opposite side was able to convert the 3 votes from the previous round into their own, resulting in a convincing win. The 6th leader was elected as the king this time. The vampires started to spread under his reign. They were given additional permission to exit the colony. While doing this, they were cautious not to breach any of the rules even slightly. When Arthur questioned the other leaders about why the votes were so lopsided, they answered that many vampires were bored. Their lives were too peaceful, and they couldn't understand why, as superior creatures, they had to remain hidden all the time. Watching the vampires grow in population day by day, Arthur felt like he knew what was about to happen. With his small amount of punishers, soon there wouldn't be enough to deal with them if they were all to break the rules at once. But the young vampires weren't able to contain themselves long enough, and they had started breaking the rules before it had gotten to that point. Arthur, of course, was to punish these people, and so he did, but this had set off the ticking time bomb in the other leaders' feelings, starting the Second Civil War. It was found out through interrogation that the people who had broken the rules belonged to the 6th. On top of this, he was the one who permitted them. The vampires thought because the king had ordered it, they would be safe from punishment. But no one was above the law, and that included the king. This led to 2 factions taking place, those that felt like the king should be at the top, and the punishers shouldn't be treated as on par, and those who wished for the punishers to stay, creating a civilized society. At first, Arthur wanted to try to settle this rationally. The other leaders thought to stop this, they would have to fight. And Arthur disagreed with them. That was until he had learned of the 6th plans. The reason he wanted to get rid of the punishers was so they could rule over humans. Arthur didn't know how many years had passed since he was turned. It was too many for him to count, but still, he felt like he had a connection with them. He felt like they were his people. Whatever was going to happen, he wouldn't let them do what they wanted, and so the grand battle had started. Some of the leaders supported the punishers, while others supported the second king. Many vampires died as a result of the Civil War, as per their leaders' commands, but what they didn't expect, including the 6th, was how strong Arthur and his enforcers had grown throughout that period. Even with fewer men on their side, Arthur was able to deliver significant blows to all of the opposing families. Even the vampire leaders were concerned about their own families and people, so a truce was called. After this event, many things changed. The 6th leader had agreed to be put to sleep for what he had done. A limit was set for the number of vampires each family could have, and a log of every vampire created would have to be put in place. After all these rules were agreed upon, Arthur realized he needed to do something as well. The vampires hated the fact that he was an outsider. The only reason they had followed and agreed before was because of Ino. But they hadn't changed their minds. The second he was gone, they had decided to act out. Perhaps Ino was wrong in his idea. The punishers shouldn't have been treated the same as the vampires in the first place. They shouldn't have been told to live with them and become a part of the 14 families. So Arthur had chosen to leave with his people. But before doing so, he would say that he would keep an eye on them at all costs. There were 2 rules they ultimately had to follow: the number of vampires allowed, and if they were ever to attempt an attack on the human race once again, then he would return to stop them. When Arthur had left, some of the vampires had come with him, all of the punishers and their families and children, as well as some who liked the peaceful place Ino had once created. That was what eventually led them to move to a different planet. Many more years had passed, with very little interaction happening between vampires and humans. He didn't keep up with the current affairs of the vampires personally, but had people watching them, people he could trust. Finally, Arthur felt like he could rest and go to sleep. "And when I woke up, I saw that there was no one around me," Arthur said, finishing his story. "Everyone who had come with me had gone missing. I never expected to wake up, but I at least wished to know what happened to my people." As the story was finished being told, the others started to ask him questions within the story, interesting parts or specific details about certain things. As for Quinn, the voice in his head continued, and it had only gotten louder. Suddenly he recognized the voice in his head and where it was coming from. "Sorry, do you mind if I just head to the bathroom quickly? I'll be back," Quinn said as he rushed off. Arthur loved reminiscing about the past, and the others appeared interested as well. So he went on, giving every detail. Quinn, on the other hand, had chosen to enter one of the unoccupied bedrooms rather than the toilet. When he arrived, he sat down on the floor and closed his eyes, began to meditate. In his mind, he was transported to a black room where he could see himself standing. It was empty and void of nothing, but it looked as if it would endlessly go on. "Go on," Quinn said. "Tell me, what do you want to say?" The mist began to form on his back, and the appearance of the Bone Claw was visible. The Bone Claw began speaking during a crucial point in Arthur's story, but Quinn was unable to comprehend it. After all, they didn't speak the same language. But there could be another method for them to communicate here. The Bone Claw began by raising its arms, and the black room began to transform at the same moment. Shapes and objects as well as colors began to emerge. The first thing he noticed was a round table being set up with numerous people seated around it. That's when it hit him. The Bone Claw was showing Quinn a scene from the past. This was the round table that Arthur had described in his story. The question was, why was the Bone Claw showing him this? Or what was he trying to show him? Episode 492, The Real Past.
I will show you the past,
the deep, dark voice said slowly and brokenly. The Bone Claw rarely communicated with Quinn, at least not in a way he could understand. There were moments when he couldn't understand what it was saying, and there were times when he could. Perhaps whatever it intended to show Quinn deemed vital. Quinn's suspicions seemed to be right as the black room began to transform into a duplicate image of Arthur's old castle, and the Bone Claw said those words. They were now inside the castle's conference hall, staring at the round table. It had appeared just as Arthur had described it in his narrative. Quinn remembered something. The 10th leader, or prior king, also possessed the Bone Claw. Was it the same as the one Quinn had? Was that why it was displaying this image to him? Around 20 or so men were present. Some of them had fighting gear on, while others just had robes. These were Arthur's trusted men, and not all of them were fighters. Both the Bone Claw and Quinn were hovering in the air above the table. It was as if they were in the room with them, like he was watching a movie but was able to be inside and move about. "Did you get the notice?" one of the men asked. "Yes, Arthur said he would be returning. It had his seal, and he told us to wait in this room. How he would tell us the truth about everything," another replied. "What if the rumors are true? What if he is working with demons? That's how he was granted his power, and he has never changed in age," one asked. "Does that matter? Whatever Arthur has done, he has always done it for the sake of the people. I'm sure if he did make some kind of deal, then the only person it would affect is himself. I will follow him to the end. He saved our lives, all of us. If it wasn't for him, perhaps all our families, our lives we had now, wouldn't have even existed." The others nodded in agreement, and at the same time a sudden look of horror appeared on all their faces. The man who stood in front of them was unaware of what had just appeared behind him. Out from a black portal, teleporting in, a large, thick, bone-like creature had appeared with deathly claws. Blood was drawn as a result of a swipe. The knights and humans were no match for the Bone Claw, which continued to circle the room, appearing and disappearing seconds later, harming everyone. "What is this?" Quinn thought. "Is that you? Did you do this? Is this when Arthur had returned to the castle? Why did you do this?" Quinn shouted. The situation continued to unfold, and soon everyone in the room was harmed or damaged. They weren't dead, but they were in critical condition. Another man had entered the room after the Bone Claw was finished. Quinn had no reference of who this man was, but he picked each human up and activated the influence skill on them. As he did, he would describe the features of the attack to each one of them, changing the memory in their mind. Soon after, the Bone Claw in the memory had disappeared, and the scene had changed. When it changed, he could see two people walking through the forest. One of the people looked identical to Arthur. He was right, his appearance never changed. As for the other, it was quite a young-looking man, with short brown hair, handsome, and had a gentle, trusting face. But that's when Quinn saw it. He could see the two of them walking towards the castle, and for a brief second his face had changed. The room went to pitch black in an instant once again, and the current Bone Claw was standing in front of Quinn. "Did Eno order you to do that? But why? And why did you choose to show me?" Quinn shouted. But soon after, the Bone Claw started to turn into mist, and Quinn knew he would no longer get any answers. Opening his eyes, he had broken out from his meditation, and he was still in the dark room. "Arthur, he doesn't know the truth, But before Quinn could think about what to do, the system had replied. "I don't think it's a good idea to tell him," the system said. "I have a good idea of why the previous 10th leader did what he did. He knew Arthur was too kind-hearted. He would never have turned his people if he didn't have to. It was the previous 10th's way of making more punishers, and at the same time, it got rid of his greatest competitor for his goal. Doing this achieved many things, and he could also show the other vampires his system with the punishers had worked. It was probably why, during his time, the punisher effect they had on the settlement had worked so well, because it was fresh in their head about what had happened. But doesn't he deserve to know the truth? He killed the first leader. The vampire was innocent," Quinn replied. "And does that change anything?" the system replied. "This is the past that Arthur knows. From the way he talks about the 10th in his stories, it seems he was close to this man, perhaps even saw him as a good friend. I believe it might even be the reason why he is happy to help you after finding out you are not a punisher, because you have a relation to the 10th. If you tell him this, you risk running that relationship. I'm not saying to never tell him, but not when we don't have all the answers. If you were to tell him, it would only lead to Arthur asking more questions, and I or you don't have the answers to that. There is no point ruffling up more feathers than we already have. You need to start being more selfish and think about yourself more, Quinn." The system seemed to be quite adamant about his opinion in this matter, but at the end of the day, he was right. The situation was still not resolved, and because of Arthur's display. It seemed like the king and the others were more inclined to listen. And after hearing Arthur's story, he was a more important figure in the vampire world than they realized. He was practically equal to a king, and was the reason why the vampires hadn't chosen to try to get rid of the human race. "System, this Eno person, I'm assuming he is related to you. Do you know him or his name?" Quinn asked. "I do not. If you are thinking about what I think you are, we are not the same person. My reason for leaving the settlement had nothing to do with his. It was because of—" "Soon, Quinn. When I know you are safe, I will tell you why I left," the system replied. But that wasn't why Quinn was asking. It was a long shot, but he was starting to wonder about Eno of the past. If he was tricky enough to trick Arthur into doing such things for his goal, Quinn didn't believe he would be such a person to just give up his seat of power like so. It sounded more like he was a person who would do anything to achieve his goal. Did Eno die? Or did he have a plan to come back at some point? Richard Eno and this Eno might have been the same people. The AI was a system after all, and could have been programmed like so. For some reason, the Eno of the past cared for humans, and perhaps when he saw they were in trouble, he introduced all the vampire technology to them to try and help them. Then what of the Dalki? If they were like Borden, man-made, a mixture of beast and human, are they aliens? Or something the vampires created? If so, who had made them and why? It wouldn't make sense for Eno to create the Dalki and also help out the humans at the same time. Quinn's head was beginning to hurt from all of his thinking. The stress appeared to increase day by day. The more information he obtained, the more questions he had to ask and decisions he had to make. He needed to leave this vampire place with everyone alive before making any decisions. He'd been gone for quite some time, and if he didn't return soon to the others, they'd undoubtedly suspect something was wrong. Quinn returned to the room and saw that they were all pleasantly talking. Arthur had a wide smile on his face as he chatted about his history with others. He's a good man, Quinn thought. A person who has always thought about others and continues to do so. He and Arthur were not too dissimilar. He had been transformed against his will by a 10th commander, as had Quinn, and they both possessed shadow powers. If one day Quinn could be half the man Arthur was, it was something he could be proud of. "What took you so long?" Vorden asked. "Sorry, this place is so big it was hard to find a toilet," Quinn replied as he sat down in his seat. "Okay, I think that's enough about me," Arthur said. "Now, Quinn, is it? You interest me greatly for more reasons than one. Why don't you tell me about yourself? Who are you? Are you truly the 10th leader?" Now all the eyes in the room had turned to Quinn. Episode 493, The Calling. Quinn was finally ready to explain his situation. His close friends had heard the story previously, but there were a few others who were unaware of Quinn's true identity. Silver, Fex, and Arthur were among those involved. Quinn, like Arthur, had started from the beginning, explaining how he was given a book by his parents, and how a drop of blood from his finger touched the book, transforming him into the man he is today. There was no need for him to describe the system or the AI in his mind. These were minor details. He did, however, explain that when he turned Peter, he felt something special inside him click, and it happened again. He discovered he was the 10th leader after completing the blood ritual. Quinn had explained the information the system had provided him along the way by claiming it would just pop into his thoughts now and then. The first time was when he transformed into Peter. The information would come in as though he already knew it. Then he said that the same thing happened when he entered the castle. He was certain he was the leader, and Edward, the previous 10th vampire knight, verified it. "Wait, so you're saying you truly are the 10th leader?" Fex shouted. "I thought you were just saying it to buy some time, to maybe get them off your back." "It makes sense now why you were able to change so many people into vampires without your body being affected," Silver said. "The fast progression and such, it was all due to you being turned into a vampire through some irregular method." Hearing Quinn's tale about how he had become a vampire had reminded Arthur of his own. He knew he felt something similar between the two, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It wasn't just the shadow power that connected them. It was the fact that Quinn had a human heart. "Have you learned where the book has come from?" Arthur asked. Quinn shook his head. He had ideas, but nothing solid. "Based on what you have told me so far, it would seem like that book was originally created by one of the 10th's powers. It sounds like something that ability could do. This is why when it turned you into a vampire, it also made you the leader. Were any of your parents vampires?" "No," Quinn replied. "They weren't, and I was 100% human before. I'm sure of that. The problem is, I can't even ask them how they got the book." Although Quinn had said this, there was one person who could tell him, and he had promised to tell Quinn when this was over. Fex and Silver were in the corner, pleased and smiling. It was the happiest they had seen them since they had entered the castle. "What's with you two?" Layla asked. "You guys don't understand. If Quinn is the 10th leader, then there's a good chance my punishment will be lessened. I finally have hope," Fex said. "But if Quinn was the leader all along, then why didn't he tell them?" Sia asked. "You knew about being the leader when you turned Peter first, right?" "That isn't a good idea." Arthur did the explaining for the others here. He knew what was most likely to happen and what the Vampire Council was like. For some reason, they aimed for the king's seat like madmen, as if when they obtained it, they would become some sort of god. He knew how far some of the vampires were willing to go to get that seat. With Arthur explaining the difficulties and the possibilities of Quinn being killed if he was to mention it, Quinn was happy for once he didn't have to explain, and Arthur was confirming what the system had to say. Now, Arthur wanted to get to the serious questions. He was happy to learn more about the boy, and how he got his vampire powers to be, but after learning about Quinn, he was doubtful whether he would know what he wanted to find out. "Can I ask about the shadow ability you obtained? At first I thought you were possibly one of the newest recruits of the Punishers, one that was placed after I had gone to sleep, although we had moved to a new planet. We still had a system of our own for our people, and the Punishers still acted as a type of police. We needed to make sure to pass on the powers generation from generation if there was ever the need to stop the vampires and intervene. But now I'm pretty sure you were not," said Arthur. Quinn went on to explain how he had found the Shadow Ability Book by complete coincidence on one of the vampire planets. The planets they would use for training vampires that were coming of age, turning into a vampire noble. There were 100 ways for this ability book to have gotten on that planet. Maybe a vampire in the training of the past, and when the humans came, they had found the book. Or a human had killed a vampire who carried the book and kept it for storage when they found out they couldn't learn it. "Although you are not a Punisher, it seems like you have learned to adapt the shadow with your skills quite well. I should expect at least this much from the person who freed me." "The person who freed you?" Quinn asked, as it was the second time he had heard this. "Oh, right, you do not know. I wanted to ask you as well. In the underground settlement there was a tower and a sword behind a glass pane. I believe it looked like this," Arthur said as he pulled the sword out of his shadow. "Ah!" Fex said, jumping from his seat. "Quinn, that's the tower we went to, where we fought against that king-tier beast." Now Quinn was sure of it. The armor Arthur was wearing when he was fighting was the sword. These were all things he had seen in the tower. "But I don't remember freeing you," Quinn said. "It seems that it might have been unintentional," Arthur replied. "Before passing on, I handed a blood crystal with my family bloodline to my right-hand man. He was free to do what he wished with it, but it was mainly if he ever needed to wake me again." "You're right. I do remember that blood crystal. So when I inserted it into that machine, that's what woke you up?" Arthur nodded. The group then proceeded to tell Arthur what they had seen down there and how they had fought a dangerous king-tier beast. After all, practically all of them were present that day when they were battling it. Arthur, on the other hand, had a sorrowful expression on his face when he heard this. "From the sounds of it, when you guys arrived there were also no vampires present, I see. It seems like the council has a lot to answer for what happened to my people," said Arthur. "I'm sorry, we don't know much about it either," Silver said. "All we know is that the Punishers no longer existed anymore after the Civil War. We didn't even know that the Punisher side had won at the time and chose to leave. They made it sound like they had already killed you in battle, let alone that you were peacefully living on another planet." Something strange was going on, and Arthur could feel it, as if something more was going on in the current world, perhaps more complicated than the one he left. After the stories were done, the group was informed they may rest in the castle until the council called them. They didn't have much of a choice in the matter. Vampires were everywhere, and they were well aware that humans were also around. As for Quinn, his group, and the others, they thought it was a good idea if they all slept in the same room. Right now they didn't feel safe on their own, including Silver and Fex, even if they didn't want to admit it. As sheets and mattresses were being taken from one room and put into another, Quinn had to ask a question that had been burning in his mind. "Vorden, what the hell is that little thing on your shoulder? It's been bugging me all day." The little figure was still lying on its belly over Vorden's shoulder, and it could be seen going up and down as it breathed in and breathed out. Using his hand, Vorden lifted his head, and a sleepy mini Borden could be seen. "Borden, what happened to him?" Quinn asked. "Why don't we talk about what happened to us while you were kicking that Vadine leader's arse?" Vorden said. Borden was still sleeping and hadn't woken up, so the group decided to tell their battle experiences. This was also exciting for Erin to hear, because she hadn't seen them in a long time. They wanted to know about Erin and Leo, and how they met once everyone had done telling them about their difficulties. They also explained what type of journey they had been on, how Erin was able to escape from Pure, and how Leo had helped her. "You killed a high-ranking number of Pure," Layla said, shocked. She looked at Leo, and only then did she realize how strong he must have become. Her hands were shaking at the news. When her hands finally stopped shaking, and she realized her old friend was now in front of her, she proceeded to hug her. "It's good to see you again," Layla said. "You too," Erin replied. As for Sia, she was happy to learn more about Pure. Since Erin was treated like a new member, she could imagine what type of place it was, and she was kind of happy she didn't remember, from the way Erin was explaining everything. After everyone was done telling their stories and experiences, they had fallen into a deep sleep. All apart from Leo and Silver, that was. The two of them had decided to play guard duty, as they stood outside the door not saying a word to each other. "Those kids, they're so young to be going through things like this," Leo finally said. I wish Fex could enjoy his life with his friends," Silver said. Leo smiled when he heard these words. He knew he was standing next to a kind woman. After an indeterminate period of time, Arthur was going through the hallways when he noticed the two of them. "It's time," said Arthur. "The council has asked to see everybody. They are to make their decision." Episode 494, Proof of the 10th Leader. The group had assembled and was standing in the castle's reception area. Even though they were now confident that the outcome would be different and that Fex had a fighting chance, they couldn't help but be concerned that something unexpected might happen, especially when it felt like strange things were happening more often recently. Standing at the front of the group, Arthur had opened a large shadow on the floor. "I think it's best if you hand all your weapons over to me. They won't let us in that room with all this equipment," he explained. "If it's on me, I can use my ability to hand it over to you at any time." Gava winked to them all. It was a way for them to still have their weapons in case of emergency, while not having them at the same time, following the rules. Of course, the Grand Judge of the Vampires would best know how to bend the rules, Fex said. As for Quinn, he never had weapons on him to start with, since he could use the skill shadow equipment. Exiting from the castle, around 30 or so vampires were standing outside, lined up opposite each other in 2 rows. With them was Muka, the 9th leader.
"We're here to escort you to the king's castle," said Muka. "Everyone who was involved with the incident yesterday evening is to be present."
The group was led along with the rest of the vampires, standing by their side after saying these words. The vampires made careful to stroll in unison through the settlement, concealing the view of those heading towards the king's palace. "Everyone?" Layla said, a little nervous. "Yeah, does that mean even the people we were fighting against are going to be there?" Vorden asked. "I wouldn't worry too much," Arthur replied. "The king will be present for this. The vampires respect the king quite greatly. Even if they don't agree with his ideals or such, they will still follow his orders. It's only after he disappears where the cracks that weren't apparent before start to appear." Finally, the group had arrived, and they were continued to be escorted into the large room. It was the Vampire King's table. The 14 seats were all empty at the moment. "Looks like we are here first," Arthur said as he naturally went towards one of the biggest chairs that were stationed on one end of the table. It was opposite the king's chair, and he sat down. It was as if he had done this 1,000 times before. Muka looked at him as if Arthur was a bit of a madman, but then he guessed that the chair was always for him. He thought Arthur would have asked for permission from the king before doing such a thing. Did he know how long that chair was empty? The other vampires would not react well to this move. The vampires that were with Muka had gone to line up along the side. Muka had also ordered those with Quinn to line up by the side as well, towards the back of the wall. Muka explained to them some basic rules, that they were not allowed to speak at all unless being spoken to. It was strange, but Logan was happy to see that even Leo, Silver, and Fex had the same rules applied to them. It wasn't like the humans were being treated any differently during this meeting. Quinn naturally went to line up with his friends on the back wall. "What are you doing?" Arthur said. "Your place is not there." He then pointed with his finger to one of the seats.
"Arthur, you can't be serious," Muka replied.
"If what you have told us is true, Quinn, then this seat is rightfully yours. You sit there and show the rest that this is your rightful place. It is important not to let the vampires push you around." Hearing this, Muka didn't say any more, because perhaps Arthur was right. "Quinn, Arthur seems to be a wise man who probably knows the council better than they know themselves. I will tell you if he gives you bad advice or not," the system said. Quinn stepped over to the seat and took a look at it. For some reason, it seemed to exude a strange force, but it was no different from the others, and he eventually sat down, taking a long breath. "Does it feel good?" Arthur said. But Quinn didn't reply. He didn't know if it felt good or bad, just different. They waited patiently until the other leaders entered the room one by one. This time they had their vampire knights by their side, some with knights they hadn't seen before, ones that weren't a part of the battlefield. Most of the leaders who had fought looked to have made a full recovery, even Lee as he entered the room. Both Fex and Silver looked in Lee's direction, but he quickly looked away and sat in his seat. However, some of the leaders had still yet to recover, and these were the ones that had been hit with key-infused attacks. Their wounds were healing, just at a slower rate. When Edward had entered the room, he had gone over to Quinn's side and stood by his seat, acting as if he was his vampire knight. "You look good in that seat," Edward said with a smile, hoping to calm the boy down. He could see Quinn got more nervous as more leaders started to enter the room. It was undeniably an unsettling feeling for everyone. People in this room were only moments earlier attempting all they could do to murder each other, and now they were to gaze at their enemies without saying anything. Bryce, the first leader, had finally entered the room. He first noticed Arthur seated in the Punisher's seat, which had been vacant since he became leader. He was relieved to see that seat vacant, and never imagined he'd live to see the day when it was occupied again, especially with someone as powerful as him. Arthur was sitting with his knee upon his thigh and his hand on his face after 2 eyes had met. He was the most at ease out of everyone present. Ignoring this, Bryce continued heading towards his seat, and that's when he passed Quinn and Edward. "Huh, you are certainly brave," Bryce said.
You may think it is a smart move to sit in that chair, trying to convince us all you are the 10th, but if you aren't, and you sat in another leader's seat, then I will personally cut off your head. The Punisher has no right to protect you from an offense as grave as this." Hearing this, Quinn gulped. He didn't feel the same as he did on the battlefield, when he had a goal in his head and was trying to save Fex. He forgot about everything. All he wanted to do at the time was to fight and save their lives, but now he no longer had that energy in him. He could feel the power of everyone in the room. He couldn't even imagine trying to fight them all now. "Will we be okay?" Quinn asked the system in his head. "Yes, do not worry. There are many ways for them to find out wherever or not. You are truly the leader of the 10th castle. Do you remember when the castle lit up when you entered? That's because the leaders have a bond they can set up with certain things. Pass them on. The castle reacting to you proved you have that bond, Quinn." But what the system didn't mention was there was also the chance something like that happened with the castle could happen as well. Maybe there would only be a slight reaction because Quinn wasn't ready yet, but the AI didn't want to make the boy any more nervous than he already was. When the leaders entered, they did so from the door that was placed behind Arthur's seat, but there was also a large set of double doors that were placed behind the king's seat. These doors never opened unless the king himself was attending the council meeting, and today those doors had opened. The two royal knights had entered the room first, and the king in the same calm, relaxed robe clothing as before had entered after them. Immediately the leaders stood up, and so did Arthur this time. All of them bowed, and Quinn, as well as his group, followed as they had been told to by Muka before. But Arthur still did not bend. He didn't need to, and was never asked to. It was done this way to prove that his position was no lower than the king's. "Please sit," the king said, and the rest followed. "We have gathered all the information that has been provided by all those from the event yesterday. We were always aware of what was happening, but didn't think it would turn into such a serious matter so fast, at least not one involving the return of the 10th leader. In all honesty, something like this should be a joyous occasion to be celebrated, and I am saddened by the fact that it has caused this outcome instead. Although we haven't yet heard from the interrupters of this event so far, we felt like a decision couldn't be made until we found out the truth. The other leaders had brought up their concerns with this belief that this boy here is not the 10th leader. For one, he has the ability of the shadow, and not the same ability as Vincent the 10th before. As for the second, he is still a vampire noble, not yet at the evolution stage of a vampire lord. Because of this, before we can come up with a verdict, we must determine whether or not the vampire boy known as Quinn is truly the 10th leader or not." As soon as the king finished saying those words, a peculiar table with a giant black ball on top was brought out from behind them. There were several bizarre contraptions and inscriptions beneath it, as if they were about to do some sort of magic spell. The flames behind each seat react to the lifeline of each vampire. When a leader passes away, the flame diminishes. When a vampire performs a ritual and passes on the leadership to another, the flame is no longer linked to them, but the new vampire. The king then placed his hand on top of the black ball, and the flame that was a few meters behind his seat and above his head started to burn brighter and stronger than ever. "I would like to invite the new 10th leader to prove that they are the 10th leader. Place your hand on the ball. If you are who you say you are, then the flame should react behind your seat." The table ball was then rolled over to Quinn's side, where he was seated. He rose from his seat and took a seat in front of the ball, staring at it. His heart felt like it was about to leap out his throat and was pounding as quickly as a normal human heartbeat. Of course, all of the vampires in the room could hear this as well, the sound of his heartbeat. How could a vampire who can't even control his heart be a leader? Look at him, he's so nervous. It was a lie, I knew it. These were the many thoughts of many in the room. "Now, Quinn, please place both hands on the ball." Closing his eyes, Quinn was too afraid to look at the results. He slowly readied himself, moving his hands towards the ball, feeling that the palms of his hand were sweating. Then finally, both of his hands were placed on the ball, and there was a result. Episode 495, The Final Verdict. Seeing how scared Quinn was before touching the ball was making the others on the sidelines apprehensive as well. Was Quinn telling the truth? Or was there something else that was bothering him about the whole thing?
Logan considered this as he noticed his hands slightly trembling as he approached the ball. Then finally, both hands were placed and the ball, and then the flames above the tent seat rose in size and began to move violently again. Quinn couldn't help but smile and let go of the ball when he saw this. He did this just in case, like when the lights in the tower dimmed, the flames did as well. "So he truly is the 10th leader. Then why didn't Vincent pass on his powers?" one of the leaders asked. "How and when did this occur? Did Vincent make an illegal and pass it on to him?" the mumbling continued, and the royal knight suddenly let out a burst of energy to remind the others who was present, and the room went silent again. "It is not our place to discuss what he did or why he did it. The simple fact is that Quinn did not lie. He is the 10th leader, and he has returned. When planning our decision, we had two scenarios of what to do. One if you were the leader, and one if you were not. But there are still many problems we have to solve. First, you being a leader has changed the outcome of Fex's crime. A leader is allowed to create a vampire, so the white was never illegal in the first place. The 10th's population has not reached the maximum amount, so there was no crime on this part. As for Quinn's actions, two of them have claimed to have been sworn blood brothers, making Quinn's actions justifiable in trying to save his blood brother. I am not a fool and understand that Quinn being as weak as he is, if he was to state he was a leader, no one in this room would have believed him." The leaders remained silent as they continued to hear the king give his verdict and his reasoning for doing so. Some of them wanted to contest and argue, but deep down they knew this was true as well. But that doesn't change the fact that Fex had lied to all the leaders present, not telling them who had created the white and informing them of the truth. His punishment and abandonment of his position shall remain the same. He currently does not belong to the 13th family, nor will he get special privileges as a direct descendant. He will no longer be able to obtain the position of a leader. Hearing these words, the sadness in Lee's eyes grew. He had planned great things for his son and wanted him to take his place. Now that just wasn't possible. "My king, so are you saying there will be no punishment for the 10th leader?" Bryce asked calmly, trying to contain his anger. "I understand you have forgiven him for the attack, but even before that, there were reports of him killing the direct descendants. He has even brought humans to this establishment." "You are correct," the king replied. "The verdict is not yet finished, but there has been some new information that has been received. Clark has changed his statement from before, allowing it to be more accurate. Would you care to share, Clark?" Clark, the vampire knight who had fought with Quinn on the Bat Planet at that time, stepped forward from his leader Jim's side. "The direct descendants' death, I believe, is my fault for not caring for them properly. When I arrived at the scene, I saw an unknown vampire standing there and 3 dead students. I had at the time only assumed that he had killed them, but did not see it with my own eyes." Quinn didn't know why, but for some reason, Clark and Jin had decided to change their statements, making them more favorable for Quinn. "That's crap!" Bryce shouted. "Of course it was him!" The system then whispered something into Quinn's head, something that would clear the situation for them all. He raised his hand, and the king looked over in his direction, giving him a nod and allowing him to speak. "If you want, I permit you to use your influence on me as the 10th leader. That way we can clear up the students' deaths." The king ran his fingers through his long hair as he thought about it for a while. He could see the anger on some of the other leaders. After all, their sons had been killed by another leader. If this were to happen, even if they were leaders, there would be some consequences. To be honest, the present king was being lenient on Quinn because he had some questions of his own. He wanted Quinn to be a part of the vampires since he had previously been close to the 10th, Vincent, but he wasn't sure if Quinn's idea was a good one. He had assumed Quinn had murdered the descendants, but he may be lying. When he looked into Quinn's eyes, he noticed a glint of confidence. "Very well." The king stared directly at Quinn, and his eyes shined bright red. This time, Quinn wasn't able to even resist at all. He had been taken over in an instant. "Is this the power of a king?" "Did you, Quinn Talon, kill 3 of the direct descendants?" The king asked a simple and direct question. The influence skill always worked best when it was used this way. The others, seeing he was under their control, Quinn answered there and then. "I did not." The influence was broken, and with that the answer for them was satisfied. The king, not wanting to go onward with this matter any more, had decided to continue. "How did you know that would work?" Quinn asked. "Because, Quinn, you didn't kill them. It was the Bone Claw. The influence skill can only say nothing but the truth," the system replied. "As you said, there are still more matters, and the decision shall be left up to Quinn, the 10th leader. Concerning the humans he had brought with him, they are not allowed to know of the settlement. Therefore we have chosen to give him a few options. First, the humans are to be killed." Hearing the first options, those on the side nearly dropped to their knees. Hearing such an influential figure talk about their death so easily was quite a shock. Second, their memories are to be removed of all of this place and events of ever happening, before being returned. And thirdly, they are to be turned into vampires to be put under the 10th's control. Hearing this, the others felt a little better, but Logan and Vorden were not happy about the options given, to lose their memories or to be turned. They didn't like the sound of either of those things happening. "Before I make the final announcement, is there anything the others would like to bring up?" There were many points Bryce wanted to bring up, and the same with Muka. After all, his vampire knights were killed, but he still had found nothing solid at all. But the decisions had already been made, and the current king was much about unity. He would want to try to bring everyone together as quickly as possible. They knew of this because they had already discussed many different matters before this one in the last meeting without Quinn. Many vampire knights needed to be replaced as well as a new leader to be found. A ritual would have to be made, since the leader had died before choosing a successor. Something like the death of a leader hadn't happened in a long time. Then Arthur was the one who raised his hand. "While everyone is here, I thought it would be best to ask my question. What happened to the Punishers when I went into my slumber? When I woke up, no one was there." When saying this, his playful tone wasn't there like usual, and his shadow was seen slightly flickering above his shoulders. "I thought you would ask something like this," the king replied. "The truth is, Arthur, we don't know what happened to your people either. You know I was always on the Punisher's side when the events of the last Civil War happened. I wanted the Punisher system back, and I was even going to ask you if you wished to have the position you had once again." The sudden look on some of the vampires' faces dropped when the king suggested this. "Because of this, I regularly had someone check on your establishment from time to time, and then one day there was no one. It seemed like they vanished in thin air. I'm afraid I have no clue what happened that day." Arthur carefully scanned his eyes around the room. There were a lot of frightened faces on some of the leaders' faces, more so than they should have been. "It looks like some of them know more of what's going on than the king," Arthur thought. "So what do you say, Arthur? Do you wish to return to the position you once held?" the king asked. If Arthur stayed in the 14th castle, then there was a chance he may discover the truth and conduct some research. When he thought about this, a vision of the human shelter he had looked after appeared in his mind, along with images of Ruby. Was he going to leave those people? "I must decline your offer. I believe you have done well so far," Arthur said. "I believe as long as the correct king is elected, then you will do fine without me, although I will be happy if you still treated me as an important guest, from time to time." "Of course," the king replied. The king then stood up from his seat, signaling the meeting was about to end, as he said his last words. "Then before I end this meeting, I have one last thing to say. Quinn Talon is now the 10th leader. With this, he shall be treated as such, and has become part of the council. He shall perform his duties as a leader, just like everybody else here, and his first task will be deciding what to do with the humans he has brought with him. The meeting is now over." As soon as the king left the room, all of the other leaders left as well, not even looking at Quinn, while all of his friends remained at his side. "This is what I was afraid of, Quinn," the system said. "Now they know you are the 10th leader. You are to remain here forever. If you choose to leave without their permission, you will be treated as a criminal." Episode 496, The New 10th Family. The group walked away from the king's castle and toward the 10th castle. Quinn now had the right to it, and no one could stop him. Edward was in charge of the group. Arthur had also agreed to accompany them as an escort till they arrived at the castle door. It was simply in case something unexpected happened along the road. As for Silver and Fex, they had split from the group to return to the 13th castle. They both needed and wanted a serious discussion with their father. Everything had felt odd after the event with Fex, and they needed to determine what to do next as a family. Another thing that occurred to the group was why the Dalkey incident had not been mentioned at the meeting. Edward had said that the vampires had searched everywhere for the Dalkey, but had found no trace of him, unaware that the weird little thing on Vorden's shoulder was truly him. What worked in their favor was that Edward had no idea the Dalkey was a part of Quinn's group. He had thought that the Dalkey had appeared at random during the fight and was a different issue. So when they asked him about it, he never sought to back it up. He had no idea who was a part of their plan, even after they had used the influence skill to inquire. As a result, the topic was treated as a separate issue from the rest. While walking to the castle, Quinn was busy racking his mind with what to do next. "I have to stay here? But I can't," Quinn thought. Rather than can't, it was more like Quinn didn't want to stay here. He looked at the others that were behind him, Vorden, Peter, and Logan as such. Maybe before he had met them, he could just change his life as such, but to suddenly live in a new place like this and be a leader? It wasn't something Quinn wanted to do. What Quinn wanted was to be free, and being under the vampires, or under the humans, he didn't feel free. The other problem was that not just him, but the others were also meant to return to school soon. There was only a little over a week before the second year would start. As he was deep in thought, Logan came over to his side. "Don't worry too much," Logan said. "If anything, our memories can be wiped. It's not a big deal. I could always make a video log of some sort and hide it, and watch it back later. It won't feel the same, but I will still have the same information either way. The main problem is you, Quinn. When they spoke, there was no option for you to leave this place," Logan said. Logan didn't say anything, but he had a few more ideas that may help them escape out of the woods. Using the potion, one of them pretended to be a vampire once more. The vampires had not discovered how they might disguise themselves. This may work if they just needed to show they were vampires for a limited period of time, but the problem was that if they were converted into vampires, or thought they were vampires, they would have to stay, much like Quinn. And honestly, both Logan and Vorden didn't want that. Finally, they had arrived in front of the 10th castle. The news hadn't been publicly announced as of yet about the new 10th leader, and they had explained to Edward that it was his duty to inform his people of this as well. However, when he looked at Quinn, he thought it would be best to leave it a while before they made such an announcement. Quinn didn't exactly look like the most menacing or strongest of vampires. "All right, I guess my journey ends here," Arthur said. "What are you going to do now?" Aaron said. "Will you be returning to the shelter? Is there even a way you can return to the shelter?" "Don't worry about that. I have my ways. Besides, unlike you guys, I am free to leave and do as I wish. It's not like they can exactly stop me, can they?" Arthur started to laugh, and it certainly was true after seeing his strength. "But I think I will stay for a short while before leaving. There may be some clues in the castle, or around here, as to what exactly happened to my people." Arthur then walked over to Quinn and looked at him up and down. "You are a strong one, and if you weren't the 10th leader, I would have asked you to come to join me as a Punisher. You have the correct morals and traits to become a perfect Punisher. When you're done with what you need to do at the castle, then come over to see me. Perhaps there are a few things I can teach you about the shadow." And with that, Arthur hopped into his dark shadow, and he was gone before Quinn could even answer. Learning about the shadow from the most powerful shadow user was an offer he couldn't refuse. At the moment, increasing his strength was a top priority. If he stayed in the vampire settlement and Arthur left shortly, others would soon come after him. Entering the castle, everyone had gone to choose a room to rest for a little bit. They also wanted to take a shower and such, and also change their clothes if need be. It was certainly tiring for all of them, and very stressful too. They were to meet in the dining room later to discuss what needed to be done. Quinn and Edward had agreed to go there first, and Quinn was busy trying to figure out what to do. But in the end, he realized it wasn't his choice. They had 3 possibilities, as Logan had stated, and they had to select one of them. Whatever they would choose, Quinn would respect their decision. "Quinn, I think it is important if we take efforts in completing the quest given by the system," the AI mentioned. "If we can get you up to the rank of the Vampire Lord, then there will be no worries." There were 2 parts to the quest. One of them was to level up to level 40, which Quinn was a long way off this one, and it didn't look like he could do anything to speed up this process. As for the second part, it was to bring over 10 people to his cursed family and also select 2 vampires as vampire knights. Looking at Edward, he tried to wonder if he could make Edward his vampire knight. He used to be one of the previous 10th leaders anyway, and he was strong. But as he looked at Edward and tried to activate such an option, nothing would come up, no matter how hard he tried. Am I missing something, or is it because he was Vincent's vampire knight before? The first 2 to come back and enter the dining room were Aaron and Leo. The 2 of them had grown closer during their time training together, and Quinn was pretty happy to see them both safe. Leo was already considered a vampire, so there was no problem with him, but Quinn did feel bad. He knew that Leo's goal was going to try to find his master. If he was to stay in the vampire settlement, he would not be able to do such a thing. That's not necessarily true, the system replied. Do you remember when Silver was sent out and how she had come to visit you? Leaders have more control than you think. Although leaders are to remain in the settlement, they can assign vampires on doing certain tasks and such without permission from others. The rules are there so that vampires have to be careful when doing such things. Hearing this, Borden and Logan could be more open to the notion of becoming vampires. Still, he believed it was wrong, and he would inform them before saying anything about the whole idea of turning them into vampires. Quinn's attention was drawn to Erin. She had already declared her desire to become a vampire to him. The major reason she wanted to before was to gain a new skill, to replace the one she had lost to True Dream. Although you can't turn Edward into a vampire knight according to the system, I'm sure if you were to select Edward as a vampire knight, the council would still accept this as well. The question was, would the system accept that as part of completing his quest? There were a few times when Quinn thought he could cheat the system in a certain way, but it would always adapt as if it was able to tell what Quinn was thinking. It surely was an impressive thing. Whoever had created it had designed it well. When the 2 got close, Quinn was about to ask Aaron the question. He just wanted to get it over and done with, and as Aaron was one of the humans in question, she would need to select from one of the 3 options anyway. Seeing the 2, Quinn naturally used his inspection skill on them both. He did this to gradually increase his inspection level, as well as wondering if it would show him some new details on both of them. That's when a certain option appeared under Leo where his stats showed. Evolution possible. Please select whether you would like to turn them into a vampire knight. Although he couldn't turn Edward into one, the system had just given him the option to turn Leo into one. Episode 497, The First Vampire Knight. Quinn could not grow into a vampire knight since he only had the choice of becoming a vampire lord. This was because a vampire knight's position could only be offered by a vampire leader in the first place. According to the system, rather than an evolution, it was viewed as a title. However, it was a powerful title that did physically alter the vampire structure. It was a title that could only be bestowed upon vampire nobles, and it was bestowed upon a powerful one. For the family members, they would rank slightly below a vampire leader. Quinn couldn't think of a better vampire to make his knight than Leo. He was stronger than any of them before becoming a vampire, and he couldn't imagine how strong he was now. Quinn was surprised to learn that Leo was already a vampire noble. Something that took Quinn months, Leo had managed to obtain in a short amount of time. That's because Leo was already at the peak of a vampire when you turned him, the system explained. But a vampire is not able to be above its creator. If I was to take a guess, he had evolved as soon as you did. This was why Quinn, even though he wasn't a vampire lord, he was technically a vampire leader, so he could apply for the position to Leo. I feel like you have something to tell me, Leo said. Even if he couldn't see Quinn looking at him, he could sense he was thinking about something. People's auras reacted to their thoughts and feelings. The aura was even more honest than a face. Quinn decided to explain to Leo what he wanted to do, how he wanted to make Leo his knight, and what that meant in the grand scheme of things. Of course I will, Leo replied quite quickly. For him, there weren't many downsides. He would turn into a stronger evolution than he was currently. On top of that, he would have the privilege to leave the settlement as long as Quinn ordered him to. He was already a vampire, so saying no wasn't going to change anything. Are you sure? Edward asked. A vampire knight's duties, although you can send them off on a task if you do so. Then you will be in charge of everything that happens to the 10th family. Usually the knights deal with most of the work. Edward, in all honesty, I wanted to ask you to become my knight as well, Quinn said. You helped me out greatly, and you are loyal. If you could continue your duties and act as a knight, show me the ropes of how things go around here, that would help me. Of course, just like with Leo. Edward didn't hesitate to accept. It would be an honor. Temporary knight, Edward. The system notification appeared again, and now Edward's status had changed from former 10th knight to temporary 10th knight. Looking at Quinn's quest, it had not increased. It looked like the system wanted him to create his own family directly after all. Maybe once I complete the quest, the system accepts me as a leader. I will classify all the people at the 10th as under me, but for now. The old Eno family and the Cursed family seemed to be treated as two different things, Quinn thought. And he was starting to think about something else as well. The flame, the castle. Was it reacting to him? Ignoring this for now, Quinn started the knighting process. It was a little different from the turning process, where a human needed to consume Quinn's blood. Although Leo had turned differently, that was the standard way to do a ritual. For the vampire knight part, Leo was to take off his shirt, and Quinn was to draw something on his back. Oh, it looks like you already know how to do this, Edward commented. Quinn, of course, didn't. He was only obeying the system's command. Quinn drew a circle on Leo's back with his blood after connecting lines towards the center in a certain way when the system said he was finished. He was supposed to put his hand on Leo's back. The knighting ritual has been activated. Would you like to turn this person into a vampire knight? Yes? No? After selecting yes, a strange energy flowed from Quinn's palm and into Leo's body. It was similar to the time when he was going through his evolution, but different, and this time, Leo didn't resist the alterations, and instead allowed them to transform his body in this way. The circle on the back began to light up, and all of the points and the edge of the blood-drawn circle began to change and travel towards Quinn's hand. It eventually went underneath. The unique power between the two had faded a few seconds later. Quinn moved his hand, and the circle he'd made and all the blood that had flowed towards his hand vanished, as if it never existed in the first place. Congratulations, you have made your first vampire knight. 1 of 2. New skill acquired. Call. Call. A skill that can only be used with your vampire knights. This skill allows you to call a knight by your side no matter where they are. It will forcefully bring them to your location. Can only be used once a day. With the successful notification screen, a couple more surprises awaited Quinn, the first of which was a new skill. The call seemed like something Arthur could do, how the Punishers were able to communicate with one another through their shadows. But in this case, Quinn could only call over the knight to his side. It would be handy in tough situations, and it didn't seem like it could be used the other way round. If Leo was in trouble, he was not able to call Quinn. Is this something all the leaders have? Quinn asked. No, the sister replied. I believe this is a skill given to you by the system itself. A skill like this would have been able to save many vampire leaders in the past. Passive skill, Vampire Knight's buff. When a vampire knight is fighting alongside its leader, all stats and skills will be increased by 10%. Knight's command. A vampire knight can form a squad of 10 vampires under himself. For those under the knight's command, all skills and stats will be increased by 10%. The notifications didn't end there, and there appeared to be some benefits that Leo, not only Quinn, could take advantage of. When Leo had finally turned around, Quinn was shocked to see who he was looking at. The evolution didn't just change his powers, but his looks as well. When Quinn first met him, he looked like an old man. Later, he looked slightly younger, and now he looked like a middle-aged man again. Quinn, I can't thank you enough for this opportunity. I feel like I am in my prime once again, Leo said, but as he clenched his fist, he shook his head. No, I am even better than I once was. Aaron had been standing by the side and had seen all the changes Leo had gone through as it was happening. When they were training on the planet with both Arthur and Leo, she could see the extra strength that they had. She wanted it too. Just now, she could only see the benefits and not the drawbacks. She would be able to master a new skill, and her body would benefit as a result. When she was strong enough, she would thrust her blade up True Dream's arse for putting her through all of this. Aaron didn't need to think about the 3 options. She had already decided. As Aaron was about to step forward and talk to Quinn, the doors to the dining area opened again, and stepping in was both Sia and Layla. Leo, do you look different? Layla said. "Oh, do you mind getting me a mirror? Maybe I can take a look," he replied. For a second, Layla was about to go look for one, before quickly realizing he had made another joke at his own expense. "Quinn, we've been thinking a lot, or I've been thinking a lot about it," Sia said. "Remember what we talked about before? Well, out of the options we have, I don't want to lose my memories again. I can't even think about doing that, forgetting everything that happened, forgetting all of you. I still want to keep your end of the deal, about trying to find a way to get my memories back, but if you can, I want you to turn me into a vampire." At that moment, Erin decided to put her foot down as well. "Quinn, you promised me before as well, remember? If I asked you, you said you would do it, and I want you to turn me as well." This situation Quinn never imagined. When he had first turned Peter, it was because he had to, and Leo was in an accident. But all three of the girls in the room had asked to be changed. "Are you sure?" Quinn replied. "Logan said he might have a way for us to get out of this, without having to turn you." "Quinn, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for myself," Erin replied. And when he turned to look at Sia, she nodded. "Okay," Quinn replied. The two girls walked to the front, with Layla standing in the middle, and it was time for Quinn to turn both of them. The question was, what would they become? Episode 498, Unexpected Problems. Quinn made sure to talk with Edward about the ceremony before beginning it. Quinn had gained more experience in turning people, and the previous 3 times hadn't been the best they might have been. There was always the possibility that one may develop into something difficult, but with Edward at his side, he felt a lot more confident. What better location to change someone than the 10th castle, the vampire world, where they would acquire whatever they needed? Quinn was even accompanied by Edward, one of the most experienced vampire knights. So Edward decided to grab a few items in case something went wrong. However, he had a worried expression on his face when he noticed Edward had returned with a strange crossbow. It appeared to have been modified to accept special bolts and was powered by the blue crystals he often saw. "What's that for?" Quinn didn't want to ask, but he knew he had to. "As you may know, there are some evolutions that are less favorable than others," Edward replied. "I would hate for these beautiful girls to turn into something unfavorable, but we must prepare for the worst." A clicking sound was heard as the crossbow was sprung back and loaded with a black-looking bolt inside. However, the two girls did not appear to be backing down and were ready to be changed. Quinn had prepped them both and was ready to begin the procedure one by one. It was advisable to do it this way just in case one of them had a problem. Perhaps both. He'd cut his hand and turned on the system, preparing to transform the two of them. Closing their eyes, they lifted their heads and opened their mouths. As Quinn walked past both of them, he realized he had grown a bit in height since he had first met Erin. The evolution did change his body. The first one to start the process was Erin. The blood dripped down her throat, and the burning sensation feeling over her body was felt. She started to grab at her chest and knelt, as her insides felt like they were burning. "Control the pain," Leo shouted. "You have gone through worse things than this. This is nothing compared to the torment you were put through. This is just physical pain. Concentrate your mind just like you do when focusing your ki, and it will help." She did as her teacher had told her, and she started to focus her mind. It allowed her to suppress the pain a little, but it was far worse than she had imagined. Seeing Erin's face in pain like that was something Quinn didn't want to see. However, after a few moments, the pain had died down. Her skin had become fairer, and as she lifted her head and stood from the ground, there was a big change that Quinn couldn't help but notice. That was her hair. Before, Erin was considered a blonde beauty, but now her beauty was the same as before, but her hair color had changed to a dark brown, and as for her blue eyes, they now had a tint of orange in them. Edward identified it as a halfling. From time to time, being a normal vampire isn't such a horrible thing. Quinn wasn't convinced Erin was only a halfling, after all, because neither his nor the other's hair color had altered. The system notification that appeared shortly after confirmed that as well. "Congratulations, the blood ritual was a success. 4 of 10 cursed family members. You have created a damn fear." It was something Quinn had seen mentioned a couple of times when the system was explaining, but didn't know what one was. Still, he could tell why Edward had mistaken her for a halfling, an evolution before a regular vampire. Because even standing this close to her, she felt no different from a vampire. The smell, the aura, everything was the same that was emitting from her body. With Peter and Layla, there was a difference. If Quinn remembered correctly, a Dhampir was one of the ones that belonged to Category A. They were able to go through the same evolution change that he went through, but would gain certain special skills attached to them. Inspect. Dhampir, a hybrid creature that is a mixture of a vampire and a human. It's hard to determine whether they are more vampire or more human. They have all the strengths of a vampire, super strength, super speed, and faster regeneration, yet at the same time can withstand sunlight. It is said that some can adapt to the situations they are in. If they are with vampires, they will imitate and appear to be one of them. If they are with humans, their form shall revert to what it once was. Reading all of this, the AI too could see what Aaron had become. He too thought she was only a halfling until he saw the message. "Quinn, don't tell the other vampires or Edward what she is," the AI said. "Why?" Quinn asked. "Because there's another name we use for the Dhampir. We call them vampire hunters," the AI replied. And it would seem what the system said had some truth for it, as Quinn continued to read the description and abilities of the Dhampir. A Dhampir's stats will rise when fighting vampires. The Dhampir's initial stats are selected by its creators, but they must thereafter improve on their own. Quinn started to wonder if he decided to reveal what Aaron was, would Edward try to use the crossbow on her? But this didn't seem like a bad result for Quinn. If anything, it was good. Aaron wouldn't have to shy away from the sun, and had gotten stronger as she wished. Immediately after being turned, she had drawn her blade and gave a single swing in the air. The sound was so sharp, the moment was so fast. She had paused as soon as her sword was about to hit the ground. "It's perfect!" Putting her sword away, she walked back over to where Leo and Layla were standing by the side. One was out of the way, and finally it was time to turn Sia. Standing in front of her, she now looked nervous, not as confident as before. Perhaps because she'd seen how much pain Aaron was in, and Sia didn't know how to use ki, so it would be far worse for her. But she closed her eyes and opened her mouth, waiting for the blood. "Here goes nothing," Quinn said as the blood dripped into her mouth. The identical feeling that Aaron experienced began all over Sia's body, but her body was significantly weaker, and instead of collapsing on the floor, she was scrunching up in and out, screaming in pain. The screaming continued and continued, and it sounded like she was going to rip her voice out. "It wasn't this bad when I did it, right?" Layla said, worried at just how hard Sia was screaming. She would continue to scream and every so often stop to cough, and when she did, a few specks of blood from her throat could be seen with it. "Come on, Sia, I know you can do it," Layla shouted. Seeing how much pain she was in, Leo decided to come forward. He placed his hands on top of her and started to concentrate, putting a tiny amount of his own ki inside her. It was the same thing he had done once to Quinn. The reason for him doing this was so he could control her pain a bit more. Maybe he could use the ki inside her body to calm her down. Holding on to her tightly, it seemed to be working slightly. She wasn't moving about as much, but the screams continued. "What is going on here?" Vorden said as he entered through the doors into the dining room. Behind him were Peter and Logan. They had rushed over once they heard the screaming, thinking that maybe something was wrong. At that moment, the evolution had stopped, and at the same time, the screaming did too. Leo could feel he had done all he could and let go of her, moving back in place with the others. The three boys who had entered had moved along to the front to see what was happening. At that moment, Sia suddenly stood on her 2 feet. Her short hair, but the long fringe, was covering her face, and they were unable to see her eyes. That's when a sound was heard. Sia gripped both of her fists, and at the top of her lungs let out an almighty scream, a scream so loud the others thought their eardrums were going to burst, and they were sure anyone who was in the castle would have been able to hear it. The scream wasn't a short little burst like before. Instead, it was a large one. The ones being affected most by this were the ones with sensitive hearing, the vampires and the subclasses. They all could hardly move, and had gathered hands placed over their ears. As for Edward, he had the crossbow in his hand, with the bolt already loaded, and before Quinn knew it, he had already pulled the trigger, firing off the bolt towards Sia. Episode 499, Back to the Star. The bolt had already left Edward's crossbow, and the powerful scream had rendered most of the people in the room paralyzed. For once, it appeared like the vampires' acute hearing was working against them. Despite their proximity, Vorden and Logan were both taken aback by the scream. Although it was not as painful, it was still painful, and a drop of blood could be visible from their ears. When they saw the bolt, they realized it wasn't a typical crossbow. It came out at a fast enough pace to be used against vampires, thanks to the crystals. Quinn jumped forward, gritting his teeth and ignoring the pain, trying to stop the bolt. He had already harmed Sia several times on this trip, and now she'd come up with a solution. He didn't want her to die here. Not only that, but something inside him urged him to try to protect her. He flash-stepped forward, moving closer but collapsed from the screams. His eardrums had popped, and he was in excruciating pain. The bolt struck her at that precise moment, and the screaming stopped. "Sia! Sia! Sia!" Layla was screaming, but the sound to Quinn was muffled as if they were being shouted through walls. His eardrums were already being repaired, but it was hard for him to make out some things. When he turned his head around to the side, he could see Layla and Aaron over her. Sia collapsed on the floor. "That screaming finally stopped! What the hell was that?" Peter said. "Why, Edward, did you have to do that?" Quinn asked. "It was best for all of us," Edward said. "If she had continued like that, we would all be on the floor hurling in pain for hours, and even she would have possibly damaged herself from the screaming." That's when Quinn had done a rain check on Edward's words. Damaged herself, but hadn't Edward just killed her? Going over to Sia's body, he could now see that the bolt had landed in her stomach. The wound was bleeding, and although Sia was passed out, she wasn't dead. "Just give her some of your blood and she will be okay," Edward said. Pulling out the arrow and giving some of his blood, she certainly healed, but Sia still seemed to be fast asleep, drained from the evolution. "What happened to her? It wasn't the same as my evolution," Aaron asked. "Did something go wrong to cause her to scream like that?" Before Edward had answered, Quinn had used his inspection skill to get his answer. "Banshee. Banshees are known as the harbingers of death. When one of them comes into this world, including themselves, they let out an almighty scream to announce it. But this is not the only time they will do so. The reason for their name is because they can tell when one of their family members has died. They too announce this with a scream or a cry. Banshees can commonly predict death in their families and glimpse distorted futures. This comes to them in different ways. Whispers, visions, and other means may be used by some. A banshee seeing such a sign does not guarantee that it will occur, as the future may always be modified. It's only one of the options they're considering." "A banshee," Edward said. "Most families have one, as they are quite good at predicting the death in their own families. It helps them make certain decisions sometimes. Though due to her scream, I'm sure the others will know that another has come into this world by now." The two girls decided to take Sia out and rest with her in another room until she was okay. After that, Layla and the two girls would try to figure out the new bodies they had been given. Seeing what differences they had, Quinn had offered to help and guide them with the system's knowledge, but Layla insisted it was not needed. She was sure he would be busy with other things, and Layla had learned a lot about the different vampire types while in school. On top of this, there was a library even in the castle that they could use. She didn't want to get in the way. After that was done, all the boys decided to sit back at the table. The three that had entered couldn't help but notice Leo's change. They knew something had happened, but decided not to say anything. "So have you decided what to do yet, or come up with a plan?" Quinn asked. "Not yet," Logan replied. "I and Vorden are pretty sure we want to keep our powers. For both of us, it's not an option for us to lose. So what we are stuck on is either to pretend that we have been turned into vampires and stay here, or lose our memories and head back." The news saddened Quinn quite a bit, because he didn't want them to lose their abilities. At the same time, though, he couldn't imagine not being with them. "Don't look so down, Quinn," Vorden said. "We still have some time until school starts again, so we don't have to make an immediate decision. You're the leader of this place, so as long as we don't leave this planet before we decide one of those things, then there won't be any trouble, right?" They turned to Edward for confirmation, and he seemed to agree. "There is something we wanted to bring up with you, though, Quinn," Logan said as he turned to Vorden. At that moment, Vorden reached down from below and placed something on the table. For a second, Edward looked at the thing on the table, confused, but as for Quinn, he knew what it was. "Brother is always so gentle with me, but he has to remember I still have a strong body," Vorden said. He was the same size as a puppy, but looked just like another human, moving well. Vorden had finally woken up. He was wearing clothing that had been specially made by Logan, so he still looked the part. "Is he permanently like this, then?" Quinn asked. "For now. I've done a few tests with some of the things here, and doesn't seem like he will get any worse, or better for that matter. But this does seem to be permanent if nothing is done," Logan replied. "Thank you for helping us in the fight, Vorden," Quinn said. "You helped us save both of them and the lives of all the others." Vorden started to blush as he was being praised and was rubbing the back of his head. My brother's friends are friends of mine. I was glad I could help." When Borden turned around, though, he could sense that a certain set of eyes were being darted into his back, and those were the eyes of Leo. The others couldn't see it, but Leo could sense it. The little puppy-sized figure on the table had the aura of a Dalki. "Leo, it's hard to explain, but it's on our side," Quinn said. "I know," Leo replied, with his arms still folded. "If I didn't, it would have been sliced to pieces by now." "What did he say?" Borden shouted angrily, but it was hard to take such a small figure seriously. But in its anger, it had stomped on the table, and a loud bang was heard, like a gunshot had gone off. The table had cracked, and it wasn't just a regular table, but one crafted from the black material. "Oh, I forgot to mention, Borden still seems to have his monstrous strength as well," said Logan. "Quinn, the reason I brought him out, though, is because I wanted to ask you something. I think we need to head back to that lab where this all started. Before you go crazy on me, there are a few reasons. I'm pretty sure I was the one who created Borden by accident. I've already gone through this with the two of them, so don't worry. With the green liquid from that robot, we were trying to make something that would also power Borden. If the red pills worked, then I thought I would be able to create something that would help out in this fight. Using the 10th's machinery, I gave it a lot of information regarding Borden, and I found out that all of this information was being sent out to a different place. My guess, from what Borden has told us, and from my research, is it's the same place, or at least in the same area. I don't have all the answers, but if we want to save Borden and return him to what he once was, or at least find out what is going on, I think we will find our answers there," Logan explained. "I don't know what you guys are talking about, but it seems to be an important matter," Edward said. "The only problem is, the others will be looking at you closely at the moment, Quinn. I think it's best if you stay in the castle for now." Quinn wasn't going to ignore Edward's advice. The problem was, Quinn thought it was important to find out what was happening at that lab. The system said he had no clue, but clearly he was involved, or maybe not him, but someone released to the 10th family. And the lab wasn't exactly the safest of places at the moment. "You stay here, Quinn," Leo said. "I will go with the boys to the lab, make sure they're safe. You can trust me." Episode 500, To the 10th's Tomb. Quinn was confident that if Leo went out with the boys, he can deal with whatever problems they might encounter, even if he had to go with them personally. Even if the vampires were out to get Quinn and his 10th leader family, Edward claimed it would be insane for them to do something so soon after the king's decision, hence the boys were fairly safe from the others. What Edward was uncertain about was Leo himself. Quinn was unconcerned about the idea that they were traveling to a dangerous location the second Leo stated he would accompany them. According to the descriptions and stories he had heard, it was an area full with wendigos and maybe more. He would have gone with the boys if Quinn had asked him to, but Quinn stated he needed him home to help him with his other duties. The group headed down to the reception area as they made their preparations for the little trip. Edward had also said he had invited someone along to guide them through the forest and back from the mountain. When they arrived, they were pleasantly surprised to see a small little boy waiting for them. "Hey, everyone," he said, waving and smiling. The boy who was there was Timmy. He had helped them out more than once during this whole thing. While they were busy talking away and catching up on things, Edward continued to glance at Leo. What he had planned was to do a little test. His hand started to turn to mist, and he was about to give Leo a little surprise. "I won't hit you too hard," Edward thought, but then, as soon as Edward had made the intention to attack, before he had even started to move, Leo had turned and looked in Edward's direction. He could see his hand hovering over the hilt of his blade, and his fingers tapping them up and down. A little smile appeared on Leo's face before turning away again. "Is that person really blind?" Edward thought. Somehow he knew that Edward was about to attack. Now Edward realized why Quinn had so much trust in him and chose to make him his vampire knight. With him protecting the kids, they really had nothing to worry about. "All right, we're off," Logan said. "Quinn, keep the mask on you. If we need anything, we will be contacting you on that." Leo, Timmy, Vorden, Borden, and Logan had set off on their own journey, and Quinn could only hope they would be safe and find the answers they were looking for. As for Peter, he was placed in the same situation as Quinn. Since he was a criminal up until recently, they thought it was best if Peter stayed by Quinn's side for most of it. When the doors were unlocked to let the group out, they were greeted with a pleasant surprise. A man with his black hair pushed back stood at the front entrance. He had his hand in the air, as if he was ready to knock. The group said hi to the boy, before quickly heading off and allowing him to enter the castle. "Fex, you look better than the last time I saw you," Quinn said. "Yeah, I guess my hands aren't chained up this time. You look good too," Fex replied, before waiting a few moments and then giving Quinn a big old hug. He squeezed him as tight as he could. "Thank you, man. I really mean it. You don't understand how much it means." Even though Fex had accepted his death before, when he had been saved, he truly realized how much he didn't want to die. He still had so much he wanted to do, and he wanted to create more memories with everyone. After placing Quinn down, the two of them got to talking again, before Fex had claimed the real reason he was here. "So I ended up talking with my father and sister, and it looks like there's nothing I can do about going back to the 13th family. I could join as a regular vampire, but then it would be awkward. Someone who used to be a direct descendant working for his own real family, which is why I have decided to come to you," Fex said, placing his hand on Quinn's shoulder. "Being in the vampire pool has its perks, and one of them is that I can go in between any family I wish. And Quinn, I want to join your family. I want to be with everyone here. Now, I don't want any high position or have to be a close member as such, and of course I have my own restrictions from my family. They have said if I join another family, I am not allowed to teach anyone our abilities. But I hope I and you can keep doing things together." It didn't take long for Quinn to answer. "Of course you can, you idiot. Why would I do all of this to save you and then say no to a request like that?" Quinn still didn't know all the details of the vampire settlement and how they worked. He didn't know the process or if Fex was even allowed to join, which was why he had never popped the question, but this was another bonus on his end. However, he was a bit upset that it didn't complete part of the quest, bringing Fex into his family. 5 of 10, which meant the system really did want him to turn 10 people into vampires, one way or another. As for the formalities of the transfer and such, that was to be done by Edward. Hearing the good news, Fex decided he would go back to the 13th castle and gather his things, ready to move in. He hadn't actually asked Quinn if he could move into the castle, and only assumed, but Quinn didn't care for this. "What would you like to do now, sir?" Edward asked. "There are still many duties to be filled. We could see how the girls are doing, inform the people of what is happening, or even get to know the people and plan for the future." The more Quinn thought about it, the more he realized Edward intended for his stay to be permanent, something Quinn was still not ready to confront, but before he did so, there was someone who owed him something he had been waiting for a long time. "Are you finally ready to tell me," Quinn asked, "about how this book fell into my hands, why you left the settlement, and if you know what's going on with the Dalki?" "I am," the system replied, "and I think there is a perfect place where we can do it. Ask Edward to take us to the 10th castle's tombs. Tell him to go find my grave." Quinn had asked this very question, and Vincent was confused. "There certainly is a tomb which has all the previous leaders who have gone into eternal sleep. The problem is that Vincent had never returned to the castle. His body won't be in there. Do you still want to go?" Edward asked. "It is a request from Vincent himself. He said if I was to return to the castle, that I should go to the tombs and go to the one that was made for him," Quinn asked. If it was an order from Vincent, then Edward would believe there was a reason why he had asked. The two of them were to go alone, as the only people allowed in such an area were a vampire knight and a vampire leader. They were rule breakers, but Edward was adamant about not letting this rule slide, so Peter was left outside. On the ground floor there were a set of doors that also contained a circle lock. Quinn noticed that this combination was even different from the castle one. Torches from both sides of the wall began to light up one by one as the door opened, showing a stairway leading down. It was unclear how deep it went, but Quinn couldn't see the bottom. When they stepped in, the doors behind had closed. "You have entered the 10th castle tomb." "Well, at least I know I'm in the right place," Quinn said. After a few minutes of walking down the stairs, he could finally see the bottom. It leveled out, and they began walking down a tunnel for a while until eventually they had reached a large open space. It was a single large room with several circle patterns on the floor, too many to count. "Are all of these things on the floor tombs?" Quinn asked. "It's designed for the future generations as well," Edward replied. "If we ever need to expand, we just dig out some more." Considering how large the cave was and how long vampires lived, it seemed like the spaces they had on the ground wouldn't be filled out for a long time. The two of them went to the very back, where 4 different round patterns could be seen on the floor. These were different from the rest, for they were lit up with a slight blue glow around the edges. "The blue glow means someone's inside. They are the leaders even before you," Edward said. "Is the first 10th leader here?" Quinn asked, looking at the first circle on the ground. "Yes, the first leader is here as well." The first 10th leader, the man who changed Arthur and was also previously a king of the vampires. Quinn couldn't help but think about what the Bone Claw had shown him, and how perhaps that man had many secrets other than that as well. This one here, the chamber is prepared when a new leader takes place. You will need to make one yourself as well. This one is for Vincent. As you can see, it's not lit up, since his body was never found," Edward explained. "I had hoped he would have gone into eternal slumber, but perhaps he had really died out there." Walking towards the first chamber, Quinn stood near it for a while. He looked at the patterns on top of all the circles, each of them slightly different. The 5 there were the only ones that had patterns on them. Quinn noticed something about the first one as he bent down to have a better look. He detected a pattern in the first one. It appeared to be the same marking as on the book. As he stretched out and brushed his finger across the design, blue light began to glow from it. "What's happening?" Quinn asked. "I have no idea," Edward replied. Suddenly it seemed like something was being forced out of him, and he could see it in front of his eyes, a spirit-like figure. "Vincent?" Edward said with his eyes wide open.